Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 14. Zhang Hao pinched the bridge of his nose. Zhou Xiang was doomed. The crowd's expressions were grim. Little Fish felt like she was going to die here. I hate this kind of rule contamination that doesn't allow the big shots to intervene. God Lin, hurry and think of a way, Yanzi pleaded. It wasn't for Zhou Xiang's sake, but for his own. Because he knew he couldn't win against four replicas. God Lin, help me, Zhou Xiang cried out for help, his expression full of panic. As the replicas finished printing, a total of 7 surrounded and attacked Zhou Xiang. The outcome was no longer in doubt. Even if the replicas lacked intelligence, there was no way Zhou Xiang could defeat them. Soon, after failing to block in time and taking a punch to the head, he fell into a disadvantage and began to be beaten by the group. First time 2, second time 4. You tell me, will the next time be 6 or 8? Long Miaomia counted on her fingers. Addition makes 6, multiplication makes 8. Fang Mingyuan gasped. Feeling desperate either way, it will be at least 4. For Fang Mingyuan, he wasn't even sure he could beat 2. He was dead for sure. Do not think about going down to help him. If you do, you will have to fight a whole group of replicas. Individual contamination must be handled by oneself. After taking another punch, Zhou Xiang fell to the ground. He struggled to crawl up, but the replicas swarmed him, kicking and punching. Safe. Before Zhou Xiang could finish his cry, his teeth were smashed out of his mouth. The sound of bones breaking was dense and constant. Forget about watching. Just hearing the sound was enough to make one's hair stand on end. In just over 10 seconds, Zhou Xiang stopped moving. When the replicas vanished, only the unrecognizable, beaten body of Zhou Xiang remained on the scene. Fang Mingyuan swallowed nervously, suddenly regretting coming to take the license examination. Everyone looked up. The large mirror on the dome displayed the third person. It was Huo Yuyu. Little Fish. Jiao Hongyao looked at Lin Baici. Little Lin, you have to help her. In the heart of the girl with the high ponytail, Lin Baici was still more reliable than Gu Qingqiu. Whenever she encountered trouble, he was the first person she thought of. Gu Qingqiu was also racking her brains, but she could not find a solution. Huo Yuyu was doomed. Chapter 493 Ghost Cards to Decide Victory. Ladder Challenge. Xiao Bai Hongyao Qingqiu. Don't worry, I can do this. Huo Yuyu took a deep breath, wearing a faint smile instead, to comfort the three of them. If she wanted to follow Lin Baici to explore the god ruins in the future, she had to be able to stand on her own 2 feet. She could not just be a hanger-on who only knew how to cheer from the sidelines. This was an opportunity to prove herself. Huo Yuyu, come on, you can do it. Huo Yuyu cheered herself on, gripped her voodoo staff, and walked toward the center of the arena. In addition to the staff, a doll wearing a princess dress sat on her left shoulder. On her belt, hidden by her coat, was a knife sheath containing a kitchen knife. The doll was a common Barbie-style toy, a trophy Lin Baici had obtained in the monster apartment and gifted to the little fish girl. This doll loved camping, had top-tier wilderness survival skills, and could set up tents, gather berries, and hunt small animals. Once its owner's life was threatened, it would protect her to the death, unless it was completely outmatched. That kitchen knife was called Blood Hand. As long as it pierced someone, it could drain all the blood from their body within 3 seconds. It was a quite powerful god-forbidden item. 2 beams of light shot down from the mirror on the dome, beginning to print the replicas. It looks like it's cycling between 2, 4, 2, 4, Izuri analyzed. Give me a 2, please. Fang Mingyuan prayed in a low voice. Does this round have to be decided by a fight to the death? Lin Baici asked Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao was stunned. I suppose so. Zhang Hao was not sure either, because when they took their licensing exam back then, only 1 replica had appeared. At the time, she hadn't thought about anything else. Fighting was just the way to go. She could win regardless. It doesn't matter what method you use. As long as you defeat the replicas, you can clear the stage. It is not limited to physical combat, the gluttonous god commented. Lin Baici was racking his brains to help the little fish girl come up with a strategy. Upon hearing this, his brows immediately relaxed. He quickly opened his inventory and took out the black altar bowl. If it's two, it's much easier. When they charge over, I use the voodoo staff's lightning to provide fire coverage first. Then, I'll have the doll attack the eyes of one to obstruct its vision. Even if I have to risk getting injured, I'll plunge the kitchen knife into the other one for 3 seconds to drain its blood. Huo Yu stared at the two replicas, planning her tactics. Although she had been through so many god ruins, the little fish girl had mostly just been tagging along. But she had still accumulated quite a bit of experience and courage. They were just two replicas, compared to the terrifying and high mortality rule-based pollutions in the Bizan god ruins. They were truly not worth mentioning. Come on, this match will be your sister Yu's claim to fame. Huo Yu was fully focused, preparing for the fight, but the next second, she heard Lin Baici calling out, "Xiao Yu, take this." Huo Yu turned back and saw Lin Baici throwing a deck of playing cards over. She knew this item. It was what the monster had given him after he won against Little Cutie in the monster apartment. As long as one gambled with these ghost cards, they would always win. Emerging victorious in every battle, challenge the replicas to a game of Old Maid, Lin Baici urged. Hurry, swish. Everyone first looked at Lin Baici, then at the playing cards in Huo Yu's hand. This thing was definitely a god-forbidden item. But a game of Old Maid. Would the replicas agree? If it were anyone else, they would certainly hesitate and lose the chance to choose the method of the duel. Because once the fighting started, it was assumed that the outcome would be decided by combat. But Huo Yu trusted Lin Baici too much. Without any hesitation, she immediately raised the playing cards and shouted at the two replicas that were preparing to charge. Do you dare to play Old Maid with me? The two replicas looked at the ghost cards in Huo Yu's hand. They didn't speak, but they nodded. Damn, it actually works, Yangzi exclaimed. Then felt that Zhou Xiang had died in vain. One against four. If it had been a different challenge, Zhou Xiang might have had a chance to win. Huo Yu and the two replicas sat on the ground and began to play Old Maid. Best of 3, Huo Yu proposed. Although the replicas were not very intelligent, they possessed common sense. So Huo Yu didn't need to explain the rules of Old Maid and started playing directly. The replicas didn't even worry about Huo Yu cheating and didn't demand to shuffle the cards themselves. 3 minutes later, Huo Yu had won 2 games. The two replicas shattered into spots of light and disappeared. Yeah, I won. Huo Yu cheered happily, then ran back to Lin Baici, leaped up, and pounced on him. Xiao Bai, you are just too amazing. Huo Yu shouted happily and planted a kiss on Lin Baici's face. No one can fight me for this now, right, must say. Xiao Bai's skin is so soft and so elastic. Slurp. Huo Yu wanted to kiss him again. You were quite calm yourself. Lin Baici patted the little fish girl's back, signaling her to get down. He hadn't realized it before, but the little fish girl wasn't tall and was quite thin. Yet the strength of those 2 little legs clamped around his waist was so great. Aizu walked over and gave a sweet smile. Examiner Lin, when it's my turn later, could I borrow your deck of cards? This girl had shoulder-length hair, arched eyebrows, and a slightly cutesy voice. She had a very sweet smile. She was a sweet girl, sure, Lin Baici nodded, though he wondered if it would work for everyone to use the ghost cards. Brother, come over and thank Examiner Lin. Aizu turned back and urged. I don't need to. Aizuri cracked his knuckles, the sound popping loudly. I can handle 1 against 8 without any problems. You are just asking for death. Aizu was so angry she wanted to hit someone. The corruption continued. And this time, it was Zhang Hao who appeared on the mirror. Do you need this? Lin Baici handed over the playing cards. Thank you, but no need. Zhang Hao possessed the pride of being one of the 3 heroes of Shangjing. If she could not even handle a small situation like this, she would be too pathetic. 2 beams of light shot down, and she began to fight the replicas. It seems we all guessed wrong. The number of replicas is random. Zhang Hao smiled confidently. A minute and a half later, the 2 replicas were killed by Zhang Hao, and she successfully cleared the stage. Team leader Zhang is so strong. Yangzi clapped excitedly. It was not flattery, but a sincere compliment. The next one was Jia Hongyao. She also did not take the joker. I would not even panic if 4 of them came out. Jia Hongyao ran excitedly to the center of the arena, looking up at the dome, waiting for the replicas to appear. Damn, There are 4 of them. Yangzi felt a headache coming on. Thinking that Jia Hongyao was done for. Hongyao, Lin Baici wanted to throw the joker over, but the girl with the high ponytail shook her head. It is fine. Jia Hongyao held her black-bladed short sword and spun it in a flourish. Just watch and see. The high ponytail girl spoke lightly, but everyone was still sweating for her. The 4 replicas had just appeared and had not even begun to charge when Jia Hongyao started sprinting, then teleported. Appearing behind one of them, swish, the black-bladed short sword shot out like a meteor, piercing into the target's nape. As Jia Hongyao lifted her arm, the replica's head was split in 2. The first one, Jia Hongyao flew up and kicked the corpse toward the 3 replicas that were turning around to charge. The corpse exploded, sending the 3 replicas stumbling and scattering their formation. Swish, Jia Hongyao teleported, appearing behind another replica. Repeating the same trick, she took down another. The second one, Jia Hongyao was as relaxed as if she were picking mushrooms in the countryside. Like cutting melons and vegetables. She perfectly demonstrated what it meant to have you all surrounded by me alone. Is this not too strong? Aizu exclaimed. And even her arrogant brother was dumbfounded at this moment. Even colleagues from the security bureau who had heard of Jia Hongyao long ago, such as Andy Dai and Zhang Hao, were wide-eyed with shock as they watched her go all out. She is worthy of being Jia Hongyang's sister. Zhang Hao praised her repeatedly. Even if she were to go down there herself, she might not necessarily be able to beat her. Lin Baici looked at their expressions and felt great joy in his heart. The high ponytail girl had a rank strength and speed and was indeed a formidable fighter. As long as the rule corruption did not require using her brain, she could solve it quickly and pull off stunning operations that would blind everyone else. But once she had to use her brain, it was a no-go. There was no help for it. Her intelligence was a double D. It is a pity. If only this combat power belonged to Guqinkyu. How great would that be? Lin Baici sighed with regret. In 2.5 minutes, Jia Hongyao easily handled the 4 replicas without even breaking a sweat. Little Lindsay, this teleportation skill is truly too useful. My combat power has increased by at least 3 times. Jia Hongyao was truly overjoyed. Learning from Huoyuyu's example, she pounced and jumped onto Lin Baici, hanging off him like a koala, wrapping her arms and legs around him. Do you have no idea how tall and heavy you are? Lin Baici was pushed back to steps by the impact. What was even more terrifying was that when Huoyuyu hugged Lin Baici, her head rested on his chest. But the high ponytail girl was the exact opposite. Her height meant that her chest slammed straight into Lin Baici's face like a cannonball. Lin Baici felt like Sun Wukong being pressed under the 5 fingers mountain by the Buddha. He could not breathe and was about to suffocate. Get down, Lin Baici said in a muffled voice, tugging at Jia Hongyao's ponytail. I have to say, it felt pretty good. Don't pull my hair. Jia Hongyao got down and gave Lin Baici a light punch. She hated it when others pulled her hair because her father was bald and suffered from severe hair loss. She worried that it was hereditary. So she cherished her hair and bought the most expensive shampoo. But as for little Lindsay, he was her best friend. He could be an exception. If he wants to pull my hair, I can just style it in twin tails. Teleportation. This kind of divine ability can greatly enrich tactical choices. Zhang Hao was envious. Lin Baici's great impression hand had terrifyingly strong attack power. But if she had to choose one, she would want a divine ability because the latter had higher versatility. Next, Aizu was chosen. She immediately looked at Lin Baici pitifully, like a little raccoon waiting to be fed. Lin Baici handed over the playing cards. Thank you, Brother Lin. Aizu bowed 90 degrees, took the joker with both hands, and even changed her form of address to show closeness. You know how to play draw the joker, right? Play this, and you will definitely win. Lin Baici whispered instructions. This time, 4 replicas appeared as well. Aizu's luck could be said to be quite terrible. If she had followed the normal solution, she would have been dead for sure. But now there was no need for a life and death struggle. She could just play draw the joker. In 3 minutes, Aizu won 2 rounds in a row and secured the victory. After she ran back, she kept bowing to Lin Baici. Thank you, Brother Lin. Thank you, Brother Lin. Next was Fang Mingyuan. He looked at the portraits on the mirror. He swallowed nervously and looked at Lin Baici. "Don't be afraid," Lin Baici encouraged him. "It is just like playing cards in the dormitory." Fang Mingyuan took the joker and walked to the center of the arena. Zhou Xian's mangled corpse lay not far away, already attracting some flies. "Play cards. Play cards," Fang Mingyuan muttered to himself. This time there were two replicas. Amidst his anxiety, Fang Mingyuan won 2 rounds. "I won." Fang Mingyuan returned the ghost cards to Lin Baici. Was he happy? Not at all. Instead, he felt a sense of relief at having escaped death. Because without Old Bai's ghost cards, he would have been a goner. Fang Mingyuan had previously only seen the benefits of being a god hunter, but he hadn't expected that experiencing rule corruption firsthand would be so terrifying. He felt he couldn't withstand that kind of pressure of death. Playing basketball was better after all, if he could make it into the NBA. Although as a Jeju native his annual salary might not be that high, the endorsement fees would definitely be substantial, easily reaching hundreds of millions. Fang Mingyuan suddenly wanted to get out quickly. Play some basketball and earn 100 million a year wasn't that sweet. Coming into a god ruins to risk his life. He really must have been out of his mind. Except for Zhang Hao and Jia Hongyao, who were exceptionally confident in their own combat abilities. Everyone else chose to play the ghost cards, including the stubborn Izuri. Yangzi had the worst luck, with a total of 6 replicas appearing, but fortunately, when playing cards, whether you win or not has nothing to do with the number of people. Long Miao had the best luck, with only 1 appearing. Lin Baici's worry that the ghost cards might be disabled due to excessive use did not come to pass. 20 minutes later, everyone had completed their replica challenges. Next is the 4th stage. I wonder what the difficulty has become. Big Ant let out a sigh of relief. No sooner had she finished speaking than the glass on the dome shattered. Crash! Glass shards rained down like a torrential downpour. Everyone covered their heads with their hands. Submerged in the glass fragments, their vision obscured. When the glass shards vanished, everyone looked up and found themselves standing in a small plaza. Beneath their feet was a floor paved with marble, and all around them was an endless, vast desert. A wind blew, whipping up clouds of yellow sand. The golden sun hung in the sky, scorching everything. Everyone immediately felt an unbearable, dry heat, and sweat began to ooze out. The air temperature is at least 40 degrees. Yangzi fanned himself with his hand. That's an understatement. Zhang Hao looked up at the cylindrical tower 20 meters ahead. It rose vertically, piercing through the clouds. It stopped completely invisible. The 4th stage is climbing the tower, Big Ant explained. You just need to reach the top of the tower within 10 days. Climb this. Fang Mingyuan's scalp tingled. The tower was only about 5 meters in diameter and looked very slender. On the outside of the tower, there was a spiral staircase leading upward. The terrifying part was that the stairs had no railings. If one were to be even slightly careless, they would fall off. I have a fear of heights. What should I do? ICU felt a headache coming on. If this were a normal assessment, one could withdraw. But now that the rule corruption had changed, participation was mandatory. Time is tight. Let's go. Zhang Hao took the lead and walked over. Those stairs spiraled upward and were only half a meter wide. They looked incredibly frightening. Thinking about having to spend 10 days on them to reach the top made everyone feel numb. Woo-woo, can we withdraw? Long Miao, sucking on a lollipop, shouted out. She was also afraid of heights. Who's going first? Big Ant asked. Chapter 490 for Fruit Ninja. When the twin siblings heard this, one lowered their head as if looking for ants, while the other looked up at the heaven-reaching tower, seemingly not having heard Big Ant's question. Compared to a pure newcomer like Fang Mingyuan, who only knew a tiny bit of the surface, this pair of siblings clearly understood much more about the profession of God Hunter. When purifying rule corruption, the person walking in the front always bears the greatest risk. Therefore, in a temporarily assembled team, the small fry and cannon fodder were definitely expected to go first. What kind of attitude is that? Zhang Hao frowned, unhappy with the siblings' reaction. Before we examiners are all dead, we won't let any examinee take risks. Examiner Zhang, you've misunderstood us. Aizu made a bitter face, looking aggrieved. I know that with Brother Lin here, he certainly wouldn't let the examinees be cannon fodder. So, are you implying that we would let you be cannon fodder? Yangzi snorted. He was extremely unhappy right now because, no matter how he calculated it, he seemed to be the most suitable candidate to lead the way. He had the weakest strength and the lowest status. Even Yangzi felt he should be the one to go. No, no. Aizu waved her hands quickly, looking like she was about to cry. I'll go first. Guqinkyu licked the corner of her mouth. Swish. Everyone looked over. Big Ant was stunned. Did this girl have something wrong with her brain? She didn't seem afraid at all. And there was even an expression of excitement between her brows. Hongyao, will you walk behind me? Guqinkyu wasn't stupid. She knew to range a bodyguard. Stop messing around. I'll walk in the front. Jiu Hongyao didn't want to see anything happen to Guqinkyu. It's settled, I say. Everyone. This stage requires us to reach the top of the tower within 10 days. I think this time is more than enough. Should we wait for the people behind us? Yangzi suggested cautiously. Wouldn't it be sweet to have more people to share the risk? Team leader Pan is dragon level. I think he will be able to get here very soon. When he arrives and clears this stage, we can just pick up the ready-made results. The more Yangzi spoke, the less he wanted to leave. In his view, spending a day or two waiting for Pan Yangshan was completely worth it. I listened to God Lin. Shan Hao smiled slightly, giving Lin Baici plenty of face. In reality, she didn't want to wait. This was the confidence and pride of a strong person. Little Lindsay. Jia Hongyao looked at Lin Baici. She wanted to climb the tower, but she also cared about Lin Baici's opinion. We're climbing the tower. Why are you just standing there? Lin Baici waved his hand at Jia Hongyao, signaling her to set off, then looked at Fang Mingyuan. Your body cannot withstand the radiation of the god remains. If you stay in the god ruins for too long, you might turn into a dead flesh man. However, your life is your own. You make your own decision. There are others. If you want to leave, then leave. I am not forcing anyone to stay. Lin Baici never forced anyone. Let us go. Jiu Hongyao ran to the foot of the heaven-reaching tower and began to climb the steps. Although there were no railings on the outer side, there were handles on the side against the tower. They were steel bars bent into arcs like car door handles, nailed into the bricks. Every foot, there was one such steel handle. Guqinkyu followed closely behind. Xiaobai, let us go. Huo Yuyu was the third to step onto the stairs. It was a pity she could not livestream, otherwise, if this were broadcast, it would definitely dominate the rankings every day and appear on the homepage. A beautiful woman risking her life. How much of a gimmick would this game have? Coming. Lin Baici followed up. You get behind me, in this way, with Guqinkyu in front and Huo Yuyu behind, if danger rose. Lin Baici could provide timely rescue. Zhang Hao and Andy did not try to persuade the others anymore and began to climb the tower. Miao Miao, let us go. Old Bai is a good person. If danger appears, he will definitely protect us. Fang Mingyuan persuaded the little chubby girl. The little chubby girl sighed, biting her lollipop until it crunched. Let us go. What should we do? Aizuri muttered in a low voice. Following Pan Yangshan should be the safest. But Examiner Lin is handsome. After Aishu finished speaking, she trotted toward the heaven-reaching tower. She was actually worried that the time limit for this stage had been shortened. Once they lingered, they might not be able to reach the top of the tower in time. Bye, you superficial person. Aizuri cursed and followed as well. Yangzi watched as everyone set off, and he looked back. Damn it, why has Pan Yangshan not come yet? And those people like Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao, are they idiots? Clearly, the plan he proposed was the safest. Yet they insisted on taking the lead themselves. Simply extremely stupid. Yangzi looked back once more, but he did not even see a shadow. He struggled for a few minutes, but still walked toward the stairs. If he did not go now, he would be looked down upon by people like Zhang Hao and Lin Baici. Besides, when Pan Yangshan arrived, if he asked when you arrived, how was he supposed to answer? Could he honestly say that he was afraid to climb the tower and was waiting for someone? He could not afford to lose that face, actually. The most important reason was that Yangzi was worried. What if big shots like Pan Yangshan or Dang Mingyu made him climb first? At least by climbing the tower now, there were people in front, and Lin Baici's performance was also quite outstanding. I hope he can handle it, Yangzi prayed. The group climbed the tower, spiraling upward. If viewed from high above, they wound along like a small snake. The section with long meow was bulging and fat, as if it had developed indigestion. The steps of the heaven-reaching tower were too narrow to allow the people to walk side by side, so if everyone wanted to communicate, they had to shout at the top of their lungs. It was too troublesome. Therefore, the entire team remained silent. Jiu Hongyao had great physical stamina, but this climb was a process that would last for several days, so she controlled her speed to ensure the examinees could keep up. The golden sun hung in the azure sky, radiating intense heat, making people feel as if they were in an oven. In just half an hour, everyone was drenched in sweat. Zhang Hao unzipped her leather jacket, revealing her fair belly and underwear. If she were not worried about getting sunburned, she would have wanted to take off her clothes. Cough, cough. This is too hot. Gu Qingqiu looked up, shielding her eyes with her hand to gaze into the distance. Looking out, the vast desert was boundless, like an ocean. If we were on the ground, we could still set up a tent to rest and travel at night. But these steps are too narrow. That will not work. Andy wiped the sweat with the back of her hand. Her clothes were already soaked through and sticking to her body. When everyone came in, they were wearing winter clothes, so they were really suffering now. Qingqiu, shall you take these? Lin Baici took out 5 umbrellas and distributed them to everyone. He did not use one himself. After all, he was a man. It did not matter if he got tanned. It is fortunate to be with Lin Baici, otherwise, food and drink would be a problem. Zhang Hao remarked with emotion. Indeed, and he felt fortunate. According to the normal assessment process, after each town ended, everyone could go out to rest. So the examinees did not have any supplies, and the examiners only had 1 day's worth of food and water. For the 4th town, the heaven-reaching ladder and tower, it was far from enough. Did you notice? That kid has to space-type divine taboo items. Zhang Hao was envious. Lin Baici had a reindeer sled, besides carrying people. The 2 saddlebags on its back could also hold things. In addition, he also had a monk's bowl. It felt like the internal space was quite large, compared to him. I feel like I have lived my last 10 years in vain. And he gave a bitter smile. By the way, we do not need to be this stingy with water, right? In Andy's view, Lin Baici was very generous and certainly would not be stingy with supplies. Drink as much as you want. Zhang Hao curled her lips. If there were a man willing to give me a teleportation divine grace, I would not even need him to do anything. I would put on a dog collar myself and kneel down calling him master. Zhang Hao recalled the way Jiu Hongyao fought just now and felt as if she had eaten 10 pounds of lemons. It was sour. Moreover, she could tell that the girl with the high ponytail and Lin Baici had definitely never had any intimate contact. Yangzi was thirsty. He took out a bottle of Baiswishan water from his backpack that was 1/3 empty. He unscrewed the cap and was just about to take a drink when, as soon as the bottle mouth reached his lips, a foul odor assailed him. Yangzi was almost made to vomit by the stench. What is going on? Yangzi frowned, moved the water away, and observed it carefully. It was clear and bright, no problems. But when he brought it to his face again, the stench was overpowering. He hurriedly took out the remaining unopened bottle from his backpack and unscrewed the cap. This one had no smell. Yangzi took a sip, but it tasted like he had drunk foul water from a stagnant pond, the kind that had rotting animal carcasses soaking in it. Tui, tui, tui. Yangzi spat the water out, his stomach spasming in disgust. As a god hunter, he realized in an instant that they were in deep trouble. Captain Zhang, God Lin, the water I brought has gone foul. You two should check yours quickly. I suspect this is caused by rule contamination. Yangzi's anxious voice drifted up from below. Andy and Zhang Hao heard this and hurriedly pulled mineral water from their backpacks. They were all unopened. When they twisted off the caps, there was no smell. But the moment they took a sip, what the hell is this? Andy spat more than a dozen times in a row. I would rather drink a man's foot-soaking water than taste a drop of this. It wasn't just foul. It was sour, along with some other indescribable, strange stench. Xiaobai, we've got a problem, Zhang Hao shouted. Can the water in your space-type divine item still be consumed? Wait a moment. Let me try again. Lin Baici had 2 bottles of water in his backpack. He had tasted them, and they were foul. He then took 2 more from his black bowl, but they were still problematic. They are foul. As soon as Lin Baici finished saying this, everyone grew frantic. Without water, how are we supposed to climb the tower? Fang Mingyuan worried. Do you think the food is also problematic? Aizu shouted. So that's why my lollipop tasted foul. It was rule contamination all along. Long Miao suddenly realized, damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yangzi complained. If we had discovered the anomaly sooner, we could have waited below. What do we do now? They had already been climbing for over an hour. For God's sake, we have no choice but to descend the tower, without food and water. We won't be able to hold on, Izuri suggested. Let's go. Let's go. Let's head down, Yangzi urged. Xiaobai. What do you think we should do? Zhonghao shouted. She wanted to hear Lin Baiqi's opinion. As for herself, she wanted to continue. She felt that by climbing higher, they should be able to find a solution. Continue. Lin Baici shouted, his attitude resolute. What about something to drink? Izuri yelled. We can endure not having food, but without water, and this scorching weather, we'll be dehydrated and suffer heat stroke in half a day. You can go down. Lin Baici saw Jia Hongyao stop and waved his hand, signaling her to continue climbing the tower. Qingqiu, are you all right? High Ponytail asked, worried about Gu Qingqiu's condition. Don't worry, I won't die. Gu Qingqiu gazed upward, though unfortunately, she couldn't see anything. Do you think some food and drink might just jump out in front of us later? To reach the top of the tower for this stage, the fastest time in the past was 3 days. Surely we won't have to resort to eating human flesh to make it through, right? Jia Hongyao speculated. Or perhaps before climbing the tower, we were supposed to go into those sand dunes to find some food to bring along. Ascending the heavenly ladder, tempering the will. Every day, some food will be randomly airdropped. Once missed, you will have to go hungry. Fortunately, you brought enough backup food this time. It is recommended to save the fattest one for last. The fattest one. Does that mean Long Miao? Lin Baici felt much more at ease upon hearing that food would be airdropped. The team continued to move forward, but because they lacked food and water, the pressure increased significantly, and everyone was filled with worry. The weather was scorching, the sun beating down mercilessly. 3 hours later, everyone was parched. This won't work. We have to find a way, or we'll die like this, Yangzi roared. Collect your urine. And he shouted as a reminder. Since it comes from your own body, it shouldn't go foul like the water. I'm so thirsty I'm about to pee blood. Izuri cursed under his breath. He thought this woman was incredibly stupid. If they couldn't even drink water, where would the urine come from? Brother Lin, why don't we go down? Izuru was also losing her nerve. Lin Baici didn't answer, so she immediately poked Fang Mingyuan in front of her. Hey, you talk to him, old bai. Do you have a plan? Fang Mingyuan licked his lips, his throat aching from shouting so loudly. No plan. Lin Baiqi's answer left everyone feeling cold to the bone. I originally thought Lin Baici had enough supplies, and that this stage was in the bag. I didn't expect it to be like this, Zhonghao sighed. But she wouldn't back down. At the very least, she would walk for another day. If it remained like this, then they would stop and wait for the people behind them to catch up. Brother Lin, can we stop and rest for a while? Aishu shouted. I'm so tired. Rest for 15 minutes. Everyone had long since wanted to stop climbing, and upon hearing this, they immediately sat down on the steps. There was wind at this high altitude, but it was all hot air, blowing against their bodies. It felt sticky, as if it were trying to desiccate them. It was incredibly uncomfortable. Lin Baici rested one hand on his knee and looked up at the sky. When will the airdrop come? And how are we supposed to get our hands on it? Lin Baici was contemplating various possibilities when the gluttonous god suddenly cried out, It's here! They are here! Lin Baici's spirits lifted. What was here? The airdrop, Hongyao Qingqiu. Stay alert. Lin Baici activated ear to memory. Sure enough, there was a faint, dense sound rapidly approaching from the distance. About 10 seconds later, a watermelon with fur-thin little legs suddenly darted down from the steps ahead like a mad dog. What the hell? Jia Hongyao was startled and hurriedly drew her blade to strike. Swish! The watermelon used its little legs to push off, leaping over Jia Hongyao's head and pouncing toward Gu Qingqiu. Gu Qingqiu drew her red ghost blade with a metallic clang. just as she was about to hack at the watermelon monster. It exploded with a bang. The emerald green rind burst open, and the red flesh, propelled by the force of the impact, sent juice flying everywhere. Guchenkyu was splattered in the face with melon pulp, and immediately after, a mango scurried over from beside Jia Hongyao's feet like a mouse, then slammed headfirst into her calf. Guchenkyu screamed, stumbling from the impact as she fell down the stairs. "Watch out! A swarm of fruit monsters is rushing down," Jia Hongyao roared, causing the atmosphere to instantly turn tense and panicked. Chapter 495 Storming the Tower. What fruit monsters? Zhang Hao heard Jia Hongyao shout, but before she could even visualize the corresponding monsters, she saw a group of fruits with thin little legs shrieking and squealing as they charged down the spiral staircase. From large ones like apples, pears, and grapefruits, to small ones like cherries, bayberries, and mulberries. They were like a pack of mad dogs, charging down to kill. "Grab the railing," Zhang Hao bellowed, grabbing the steel railing embedded in the tower wall. Then, she realized, aren't these fruits just food? Regardless of whether they were edible or not, she would hack them down first. Hack these fruits to death. The voices of Zhang Hao, Lin Baici, and Guchenkyu rang out at the same time. Long Miao shouted excitedly, staring straight at the fruits. They looked delicious. "Hurry and grab the railing." Fang Mingyuan held the railing with both hands, anxiously urging Long Miao. Some fruits collided with people and burst open, spraying juice and pulp everywhere. It splattered onto faces and arms, wet and sticky, while a fragrant aroma of fruit filled the air, making one want to take a bite immediately. However, when the large fruits exploded, although they didn't have the massive power of a grenade, the shockwaves made it impossible to stand steady, causing everyone to sway and stumble, let alone hack at the fruits. They didn't know that this was only the scene after Jia Hongyao had wielded her black-bladed short knife to hold back the main charge of the fruit monster army. Otherwise, even more fruit monsters would have come down. Swish, swish, swish. Jia Hongyao slashed repeatedly, and soon, the area in front of her was piled high with fruit remains. Haha, this is so much fun. Jia Hongyao was having a great time. Beware of the durians. The jackfruits will explode in a chain reaction. Lin Baici pulled Guchenkyu, who had fallen down the steps, back up. Once she had a firm grip on the railing, he was just about to go forward to help Jia Hongyao when he heard the food god's commentary. "Hongyao, watch out for the durians and jackfruits." Lin Baici swung his sword, slicing a cantaloupe into two halves, one large and one small. Got it. She didn't need Lin Baici's reminder. Durians and jackfruits were so large that the power of their explosions would surely be significant. But the high ponytail girl wasn't afraid. Seeing a durian to sizes larger than a basketball lunging at her while she was swinging her blade, trying to ambush her, Jia Hongyao immediately slapped out with her palm. The high ponytail girl wanted to slap the durian down the stairs. Otherwise, if this thing exploded, not only would the impact be terrifying, but it would probably stink too. However, while her idea was good, the execution didn't go as planned. The moment her left hand struck the durian, the thing acted like a triggered landmine and exploded instantly. Green juice sprayed out in an instant, splashing onto the stairs and bricks, forming a cloud of mist that not only obscured their vision, but also released a foul stench that filled the air. From a distance, it looked like a rain cloud. Ugh. Everyone felt as if they had been attacked by a biochemical weapon. They began to experience nausea, queasiness, and vomiting, which was completely beyond their control. Even people with nerves as tough as Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao, who could face the stench of corpses without changing their expressions or vomiting, couldn't handle this. Lin Baici's stomach churned violently, and waves of bile surged up his throat like a fountain. Of course, the most troublesome part was that their vision was blocked by the green mist, and they couldn't see anything. Jia Hongyao prepared to rush up to get out of the mist. "Don't go up. It's too dangerous," Guchenkyu shouted. This wasn't flat ground. If they took a wrong step, they would fall. Lin Baici activated the red rolling stone and summoned the little mud man. But as soon as it landed, it stepped on the fruit juice and slipped. The little mud man scrambled up, grabbed Lin Baici's trousers, and climbed up like a squirrel, quickly reaching the top of his head. Then, it swung its slingshot and fired stones in rapid succession. It attacked the fruits that were hurling themselves at the heads of Jia Hongyao and Guqinkyu. The little mud man's vision was also obstructed, but it could identify targets by sound. Everyone, hold steady. Lin Baici wanted to help Jia Hongyao, but he was worried that if he left Guqinkyu and Huoyu's side, something might happen to them. Screams also echoed from below. Zhang Hao was hacking through the fruit monsters like she was chopping vegetables. She ignored the small ones and focused on the big ones. She loved eating pineapple. So any pineapple that passed by her suffered. Some bananas, like little snakes, crawled along the ground. Some exploded, leaving behind a puddle of pale yellow, sticky substance. If you stepped on it, you would immediately take a tumble. Jia Hongyao rushed out of the durian mist and looked up to see a large jackfruit rolling down the stairs like a boulder in a mountain stream. If Lin Baici hadn't warned her, given the high ponytail girl's personality, she would have definitely kicked it with a powerful strike. But now, she decided to use her short knife to swat it away. However, before she could act, a large hand condensed from divine power shot out from behind, grabbed the jackfruit, and threw it away. The jackfruit flew more than 20 meters before exploding with a loud boom. The walnut-sized pulp inside scattered everywhere, followed by a series of chain explosions. Bang! Bang! The sky looked like it was filled with fireworks. Jia Hongyao was having fun slicing fruit when suddenly, the space in front of her cleared. The fruit monsters were gone. The monster wave must have ended. She looked back. The durian mist hadn't completely dissipated yet. Is everyone okay? I'm fine. I'm all right. Can we eat these fruit corpses? Everyone responded in a chaotic mix of voices. Some were so thirsty they couldn't stand it, and their mouths watered as they looked at the corpses of the fruit monsters on the ground. Don't just eat them. Before Zhang Hao could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Long Miao Miao. They're edible, especially this red grape. It's so sweet. The little chubby girl squatted on the ground, picking up fruit to eat. Miao Miao, don't just eat anything you find, you'll get yourself killed. Fang Mingyuan was startled, asking for death. Izuri curled his lip, his face full of mockery. A woman who couldn't even control her own gluttony wouldn't survive for long. It really is edible. Long Miao Miao had gotten hold of half a watermelon without a spoon. She quickly reached her hand in, scooped out a handful of pulp, and stuffed it into her mouth. As her teeth closed, the sweet watermelon juice was immediately squeezed out of the pulp, flooding her little tongue. So grainy, so sweet. This was definitely a reward fruit. Long Miao Miao lowered her head, trying to find the other half. High above, the airflow was strong, and the foul-smelling green durian mist had been blown away. On the steps, it was a complete mess. Piled high with the remains of fruit, various fruit pulps and juices were mixed together, looking like fresh blood as they flowed down the stairs. Where Jia Hongyao was, she had killed many fruit monsters. She was buried in them up to her knees. Hongyao Baici, are you too hurt? Huoyu asked with concern. I'm fine. Jia Hongyao picked up a peach to examine it and asked Guqinkyu, do you want to eat one? It should be edible. Lin Baici still remembered the gluttonous god's commentary. It had said that the Tangshan Tower would airdrop some food every day, and these fruit monsters must be it. Perhaps there might be some side effects, but Lin Baici would definitely not be affected. After all, his stomach could even digest the remains of gods. Eat up. Do we even have a choice? Guqinkyu squatted on the ground, looking for fruit that looked to be in good condition. The sun was scorching in the sky, and everyone had been walking for several hours under the 40+ degree heat. Never mind being thirsty, people were about to wither away. Now, they didn't care about anything else. They had to eat first. There were many fruits on the ground that had been sliced open, and everyone picked the ones with the most juice to eat. Lin Baici was very cautious. He took out a bottle of water from his black altar bowl and tasted it. What a pity. It still tasted like water from a sewer. How by, here. Huoyu handed a piece of watermelon to Lin Baici, holding a survival knife to pick out the watermelon seeds from it. You eat it. Lin Baici picked up a few grapes and tossed them into his mouth. It was so sweet it made his teeth ache. Xiao Bai, how many containers do you have? Can you try to carry as much fruit as possible? Zhang Hao shouted. Although the fruit they took might spoil quickly, they had to at least try. I know. Lin Baici took out 3 cooler boxes and handed 2 of them to Hou Yu. Pass these to Zhang Hao. Having a spatial divine item is so luxurious. You dare to carry anything, Zhang Hao said with envy. Lin Baici actually had 2 more car refrigerators, but they were too heavy to carry on his back. If he put them into the black altar bowl, he didn't know if the food would spoil. After everyone finished eating the fruit and rested for a while, they set off again. After walking for about half an hour, the big ant suddenly shouted in anxiety, "I think I've gotten fat. What's going on?" Lin Baici stopped. "Everyone, wait a moment." The physique of a god hunter was usually excellent, even with binge eating. They wouldn't gain weight within half a month. It's rule pollution. Zhang Hao observed the big ant. Her entire body had grown a size larger, making her clothes fit tightly. The big ant had also discovered her rapid weight gain through the discomfort of her clothes. This sentence made everyone nervous. So those fruits really couldn't be eaten, right? Yangzi regretted it. "Everyone check yourselves and see if there are any problems." Lin Baici called out and turned around. "Xiaoyu, lean against the wall. I'm going to go down and take a look. Be careful." Hou Yu stood against the wall, letting Lin Baici brush past her. Fortunately, the female streamer was small and thin. If it had been that little chubby girl Long Miao Miao, Lin Baici would have had to climb over her head to get past. "Is there any discomfort?" Lin Baici asked. The big ant had become round all over, her cheeks very full, like a large plate. The big ant shook her head. "I just feel hot. And I'm a bit out of breath when I walk, Brother Lin. My brother has become thinner." Izu leaned over and reported nervously, "He's lost 2 sizes. Eating dragon fruit will make you fat. Eating kiwi will make you thin. Eating bananas will give you diarrhea." The gluttonous god commented, "Is there anything else?" Lin Baici asked in his heart. If it was just getting fat or thin without other side effects, then it didn't matter. But the bananas definitely couldn't be eaten. Eating grapes will make your chest larger. Eating strawberries will cause freckles. Damn it. Lin Baici was startled when he heard the part about eating grapes and quickly touched his chest. Thank goodness, it hadn't bulged. You are the king at the top of the food chain, no matter what food it is. You can digest it, and you won't have any adverse reactions. Don't eat randomly next time. And it's best for everyone to eat only one kind. Keep track of it. If there's no reaction after a few hours, it means that kind of fruit is safe. Lin Baici arranged. The temporary team set off again, on the stairs. Wan Lei shouted to Shen Nan in front. "Why are you walking so fast? It's so hot. Are you in a rush to reincarnate?" "Someone is up ahead," Shen Nan replied calmly. His speed changed. "So what if there is?" Wan Lei had previously wanted Shen Nan to take first place to save face for the Yujing branch. But now he was so hot he was panting like a dying dog. And he had no such thoughts at all. He was even hoping that the other party would quickly resolve this rule pollution. Shen Nan did not answer again. "I'm telling you all, the top priority is to find a way to get food and drink. Otherwise we definitely won't make it to the top of the tower." Yuan Jufeng, who was below, heard Wan Lei's words and shouted back. This group was massive, consisting of nearly 50 people, including over a dozen examiners. Without exception, the water and food they carried had all gone rancid. "Examiner, I am so thirsty. Please give me a drink. Even if it is foul water, it does not matter," a candidate pleaded. "Are you not afraid of being poisoned to death?" Yuan Jifeng scolded. "I would rather be poisoned to death than die of thirst, Examiner. Give me a sip too, I beg you." The candidates were chattering incessantly, truly unable to hold on any longer. "Hang in there a little longer," Yuan Jifeng encouraged them. "There is someone above. Perhaps in a few more hours, this stage will be cleared." He did not know who was up there, but they had cleared the Colosseum so quickly, leaving behind only a corpse. They were quite formidable. In the third town, 9 people had died. It was not until Shen Nan discovered that they did not need to fight, but only needed to win against the replicas in a certain way to pass, that they avoided large-scale casualties. "Careful! Monsters are coming down," Shen Nan roared, his voice carrying down. Everyone braced themselves. 20 seconds later, various fruit monsters with 4 legs poured down from the stairs like a waterfall. "Hack them to death!" Wan Lei, who was already feeling frustrated and out of sorts, immediately roared. He gripped an axe and slashed forward. Swish! A cantaloupe was chopped in half, followed by a loud bang as it exploded. Wanlei felt a jolt in his heart and raised his hand to block. This movement caused him to fail to intercept the other fruit monsters in time, and they all surged down. Of course, Wanlei himself had no intention of acting as a bridgehead to intercept these fruit monsters. They swarmed down, quickly engulfing this temporary team. The examiners were fine. They had enough strength to protect themselves, but the candidates suffered. Unlucky ones were knocked down the stairs by the fruit monsters one after another. The long, drawn-out screams were filled with the terror of impending death. After walking for another half hour, Lin Baici opened the cooler he was carrying and picked out a slice of orange, tossing it into his mouth. It did not smell bad, but after chewing, a burst of foul liquid exploded in his mouth. Tui. Lin Baici spat several times in a row. It has gone bad. It seems I can only wait for the next wave of fruit monsters to replenish my food and drink. Lin Baici discarded the cooler. Everyone continued to climb. In the entire group, only Fang Mingyuan was an ordinary person, but he was a member of the school team and exercised regularly, so his stamina was still decent. As the sun set in the west, the sky gradually darkened, and the temperature began to drop. No longer as sweltering as before. Everyone felt much more comfortable. Are we climbing at night? Zhang Hao was worried. Climbing the tower at night meant the light was too dim, posing a risk of slipping and falling. Moreover, if monsters attacked, it would be even more troublesome than during the day. Of course we are climbing. The big ant was irritable, wondering if her body would slim down after clearing the stage. This cannot go on. It is too slow. We must find a way. Gu Qingqiu looked at Lin Baici. Chapter 496. Reaching the summit. What do you intend to do? Jiu Hongyao sat on the steps. The temperature difference was significant. At this rate of cooling, once night fell, people might catch a cold from the chill. Facing Gu Qingqiu's suggestion, Lin Baici shrugged indifferently. This day had been hard to endure, but for him, aside from the intense sun, it was not a problem at all. There was no helping it. Lin Baici's physical constitution was simply too formidable. Likewise, the girl with the high ponytail did not find it hard to endure. She was just bored. You and Hongyao go first, Gu Qingqiu suggested. With your physical fitness, you can quickly rush to the top of the tower. If you clear the stage, perhaps we can take advantage of it and go directly to the top. So, we won't have to climb the tower anymore. That is a good idea. Huoyu felt that Gu Qingqiu's brain worked fast, but she immediately worried. But what if it does not work? Climbing the tower herself was very tiring, but compared to the hardship, the little fish girl was more afraid of being separated from Lin Baici. That is right. If it does not work, we will have to face the monsters by ourselves. Gu Qingqiu's voice was not soft, so the people below heard it too. Izuri immediately expressed his opinion. In his view, Lin Baici was the most powerful, and being with him was the safest. I think it would be better to let Examiner Jia and this Examiner Yang go first. Izuri glared at his sister, signaling her to speak. Just shut up. Izu rolled her eyes. Do you not have any sense of your own status? Do you think these examiners will listen to you? Besides, Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao are so close. How could he let her go take risks alone? That is a good idea, Zhang Hao agreed. I am so weak. I will only hold Hongyao back. Yangzi did not want to go, and for that, he did not hesitate to belittle himself. Hongyao, what do you think? Zhang Hao ignored Yangzi. Whether such a person went or not was irrelevant. It mainly depended on what the girl with the high ponytail thought. I will listen to little Lindsay and crazy Qingqiu. Jia Hongyao's greatest strength was her self-awareness. When Lin Baici and Gu Qingqiu were present, she would never make decisions on her own. Of course, her large chest was also a strength. Crazy. Gu Qingqiu was stunned. Qingqiu. Jia Hongyao thought to herself, oh no, I let it slip. She quickly fanned herself with her hand and changed the subject. It has gotten so much cooler. You do not need to panic. I like that nickname. Gu Qingqiu smiled sweetly. Really? I told you right. I, Jia Hongyao, am great at giving nicknames. They are absolutely fitting. Jia Hongyao was taken aback, then proudly raised her eyebrows at Lin Baici and Huoyu. Right. Little Lindsay. Little fish girl. Izuri watched Jia Hongyao and the others still in the mood to chat and joke around, and he could not help but feel annoyed. He really wanted to scold them, asking if they could take things seriously since they were literally risking their lives. Izuru, on the other hand, felt that the team atmosphere was excellent. If she performed well in this assessment and managed to get recruited by the Security Bureau, she wanted to join this team. Make a decision. Jia Hongyao signaled for Lin Baici to provide a plan. Useless. The heaven-reaching tower can only be climbed by oneself. If you cannot climb to the top within 7 days, you will die of sudden cardiac arrest on the spot when the time is up. However, eating fruits in certain combinations can produce different effects. Durian plus avocado plus passion fruit plus lemon. After eating them, you will be teleported directly to the top of the tower. When Lin Baici heard this, his expression flickered, just as joy bloomed on his face. He suppressed the pleasant emotion. It was fortunate that he had the food god's commentary, otherwise, as someone who did not like eating durian, he would never have discovered this combination in his entire life. Watermelon plus cherry plus grape plus strawberry. After eating them, you will be teleported to the bottom of the tower. Lin Baici's heart skipped a beat. This combination consisted of delicious fruits, and most people might accidentally taste them, so there was a high probability of being teleported back down. That would be a disaster. But it was fine, as long as someone was teleported. It would let everyone know that eating certain fruits could trigger specific effects, and then everyone would start experimenting. Let's keep climbing the tower for now. Lin Baici was no longer in a rush. Let's wait until we finish the next wave of fruit before deciding. That works too. Gu Qingqiu respected Lin Baici's opinion quite a bit. Moreover, for some reason, as she watched the change in Lin Baici's expression from contemplation to calmness, she always felt that he might have discovered some key points. What is it that I haven't noticed? Gu Qingqiu earnestly recalled everything she had experienced since climbing the tower. Lin Baici did not know that his subtle facial expressions could trigger Gu Qingqiu's speculations. As night fell and the weather cooled down, everyone felt much more comfortable and had more energy to climb the tower. However, an hour later, the initial excitement wore off, and their speed began to slow down again. Miao Miao, aren't you tired? Fang Mengyuan supported his knees with his right hand, panting heavily. It is all right. Long Miao Miao licked her lips. It is just that there is no food, which is too miserable. Fang Mengyuan looked at the little chubby girl's physique and felt that she should have been exhausted long ago. From this, it could be seen that the physique of a god hunter was truly formidable, crushing top-tier athletes. He looked up and glanced at the twin brother and sister in front. They clearly still had energy to spare. Damn, it seems I am the weakest one. Fang Mengyuan felt depressed. He persisted, and he did not know how much time had passed before he finally heard Lin Baici give the order to rest on the spot. Thump! Fang Mengyuan plopped down onto the steps. Hang in there. Once we get out of the god ruins, I will treat you to a big meal. Long Miao Miao encouraged him. How can I let a girl pay? Fang Mengyuan gave a generous smile. I will pay. Then I will not be polite. Long Miao Miao laughed. And because she was too chubby, her eyes were hidden from view. Fang Mengyuan wanted to say that he would not live a normal life anymore, that he could even save his living expenses by eating steamed buns for 3 months to treat her. But when the words reached his lips, he felt reluctant. To put it bluntly, Long Miao Miao had a good personality, but she was too fat. Fang Mengyuan had an above-average appearance, and he had been on the school sports team in middle and high school. He always stole the spotlight at every sports meet and never lacked girlfriends. Aside from her identity as a god hunter, Long Miao Miao had absolutely no attraction to him. He thought of Zhang Hao, that mature aunt who still possessed charm that even Cao Cao would definitely love if he were alive, as well as the busty Jia Hongyao and the female streamer Huo Yuyu. These women were clearly more interested in Lin Baici. As for himself, they would not even bother to glance at him. After all, besides being handsome, Lin Baici was also powerful. In all honesty, if he were a girl, he would also like him. Thinking of this, Fang Mengyuan, who had originally intended to give up on the assessment, now had a bit of motivation, because once he succeeded, money and women would be throwing themselves at him. If he were just an ordinary person, He would never be able to pursue women like Xiao Hongyao in his entire life. Just as Fang Mengyuan was lost in his wild thoughts, the rest time ended, and the team continued on their way. When the soreness in his legs returned, Fang Mengyuan felt again that giving up was the most rational choice. Tonight, Lin Baici clearly did not intend to let anyone sleep. The moonlight was like water, pouring down. Midnight arrived. Just as Fang Mengyuan was so tired that he wanted to call for his mother, an excited shout from Xiao Hongyao suddenly came from the front. The fruit monsters are here. Hack them. For the girl with the high ponytail, these were not life-threatening monsters, but supplies. We do not know how long we have to wait for the next wave of fruit monsters, or if there will even be another one, so this time, everyone should kill as many as possible. Gu Qingqiu shouted, drew her blade, and summoned the red ghost Maru. It stood at the very front, slashing repeatedly with its katana. Swish, swish, swish. With one slash, over a dozen fruits were severed, falling onto the steps and rolling down the tower. Juice splattered everywhere. Qingqiu, you are hacking too fiercely. Let some of them down, Lin Baici shouted, gripping his bronze sword tightly. It was not easy to get 11 portions of the 4 types of fruits, and there was also a possibility. Did they need to be whole? Lin Baici watched as the fruit monsters with legs surged down like mercury pouring onto the ground, and he immediately abandoned the idea of capturing them alive. They were too hard to catch. He would hack them this wave. If eating them did not work, he would try catching them whole later. Lin Baici gripped his bronze sword and slashed toward a reddish passion fruit. But this fruit seemed to have a stress response. The moment before the blade was about to touch it, it suddenly split open, and the passion fruit seeds inside sprayed out like eggs being laid. This large patch floated in the air, resembling frog spawn. Lin Baici had estimated that the 4 types of fruits that could teleport people to the top of the tower would be hard to kill. But he had not expected to encounter trouble with the very first one. Do not chop the durian, let it pass. Gu Qingqiu still remembered the foul-smelling mist that erupted after she chopped a durian earlier. The feeling of nausea had not yet faded. Got it. Xiao Hongyao saw a spiky durian hurtling toward her face and ducked to dodge it. Thwack. The durian landed on the steps, pushed off with its 4 legs, and darted toward Gu Qingqiu. Gu Qingqiu wanted to get closer to the heaven-reaching tower, but 2 lemons collided in front of her and exploded. Gu Qingqiu had closed her eyes as fast as she could, but she still got splashed in the face with lemon juice, and quite a bit of it got into her eyes. The sour, stinging pain immediately forced her to keep her eyes shut by instinct. Bang! Bang! The fruit monsters began slamming into Gu Qingqiu, especially that large durian, which bombarded her like a grenade. Qingqiu, Lin Baici stepped forward, grabbed the classmate by her collar, and pulled her in front of him. The staircase was too narrow, otherwise he would have pulled Gu Qingqiu behind him. Bang! Bang! Gu Qingqiu took over a dozen hits, the pain making her want to curl up into a ball. Damn it! Gu Qingqiu cursed. This pain felt like being physically abused, but in an instant, the number of fruits hitting her body decreased significantly. She knew it was Lin Baici who had intervened. At this moment, a thick, powerful arm was wrapped around her waist, and her waist and hips were pressed against a hot, solid body. This made her twist involuntarily. Don't squirm. Lin Baici felt helpless. He was a normal man, and Gu Qingqiu's squirming would cause him to get an erection. The key was that he couldn't let go right now. So if he did get an erection, the classmate would definitely notice. That would be too awkward. I'm sorry, Gu Qingqiu apologized, struggling to control her body, and began to shift her focus to observing the fruits. She felt that these fruits were related to reaching the top. Be careful. Lin Baici watched that durian run past him and immediately shouted, Zhang Hao, catch that durian. I want a whole one. Although he didn't know why Lin Baici said that, Zhang Hao would do his best to complete the task. The second passion fruit showed a stress response before Lin Baici could chop it, cracking open and spraying a large amount of passion fruit seeds. Lin Baici had originally planned to secretly handle all 4 types of fruits by himself, but seeing the current situation, he figured it wouldn't work, so he shouted, Hongyao, chop the lemons and avocados. Lin Baici was still considering what excuse to use, but Xiao Hongyao had already spoken. Little Lindsay, I didn't expect you to actually like such obscure fruits. The girl with the high ponytail was very surprised. Lemons could be used to make water. But what the heck was an avocado? Fortunately, it wasn't papaya. Or else Jiu Hongyeo would have suspected Lin Baici of having some strange preferences. Got it. Jiu Hongyeo stared at an avocado and swung her blade. But the moment the edge was about to strike, the avocado slid to the side like a soccer player dribbling past an opponent. It successfully dodged. The high ponytail girl was stunned, then delighted. This fruit was unusual. She had to catch a live one. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Jiu Hongyeo reached out. The avocado was caught by the high ponytail girl. But then, the avocado secreted a large amount of mucus, making it slippery as she squeezed hard. Squish! The avocado slipped out from between her thumb and forefinger. I don't believe it. Jiu Hongyeo reached out again, as if catching a loach. If it had been anyone else, they would have failed. But Jiu Hongyeo's reflexes were simply too fast, and she easily secured it. Lin Baici stopped trying to chop the passion fruits and instead chose to use the back of his blade to swat them, even activating his lightning flash speed boost. Finally, catching the passion fruits off guard, he knocked them unconscious. Got them. 3 minutes later, the fruit monsters had finished running past, leaving a mess behind. Drip, drip. Fruit juice flowed down the steps, because everyone hadn't chopped the durians, but instead caught or swatted them away. There was no explosion of foul-smelling mist this time. It's over. Fang Mingyuan looked at the pile of fruit debris on the ground. Which ones are edible? No one answered, because no one knew. Let's just eat them and see if we're lucky. Izuri squatted down and picked up a piece of watermelon. The foul-smelling durian can eliminate the adverse reactions after eating the fruits, but for a few days after eating it, your whole body will smell like stinky durian. You must not eat too much, otherwise the stench will never dissipate. Xiaobai, here is the durian for you. Zhang Hao had caught 3 durians in total. This thing moves around like a wild dog once caught. I had to smash them twice before they behaved. Little Lindsay, here are the avocados and lemons. Jiu Hongyeo came over to deliver the fruits. I accidentally invented a way to eat this. It's delicious. You guys should try it. Lin Baici smiled, took the fruits, and then grabbed a durian, prying it open with force. A unique, pungent odor immediately filled the air. Many people immediately covered their noses. Anyone who can eat this thing is a god. Huo Yu couldn't handle it, but if Lin Baici gave it to her, she would eat it. Lin Baici took out a piece of durian flesh, dug a hole in it, then cut open a lemon, mashed the flesh, squeezed the juice into the hole in the durian, then stuffed in some avocado pieces, and finally added some passion fruit pulp. It's done. Lin Baici smiled, his gaze sweeping across the faces of Huo Yu and Gu Qingqiu. Who wants to go first? No one took the bait. Little Lindsay, do you think climbing the tower is boring and want to play a prank game? Jiu Hongyeo shook her head. You are too childish. Don't try to argue. I read the Sherlock Holmes collection whenever I have free time. You can't fool me. The girl with the high ponytail was very confident. Chapter 497, Crushing a Genius. The steps of the heaven-reaching tower were only half a meter wide, making it impossible for everyone to gather together. They could only stand in a single file to talk. Izuyu stood on tiptoe, looking upward, wanting to know what Lin Baici and the others were doing. Gu Qingqiu watched Lin Baici, then glanced at the fruit sandwich he had just put together. Her eyes were suspicious. This guy was not the type to play around, so doing this must have some sort of purpose. Huo Yu wanted to raise her hand to tell Lin Baici that if no one else wanted to eat it, she could be the one to try it. I guessed it right, didn't I? Jiu Hongyeo put her hands on her hips, wearing a smug expression that said, I am so amazing. Hurry up and praise me. Yes, 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 you are amazing. Lin Baici handed the fruit over. Do you want to eat it? I don't eat durian. The girl with the high ponytail refused immediately. I'll do it. Huo Yu gave a sweet smile and reached out to take it. This way of eating is actually quite novel, using the flavors of lemon and passion fruit to mask the distinct smell of the durian, and adding avocado on top. It should be a pretty good diet meal. Zhang Hao sized up Huo Yu. This girl likes Lin Baici, that is for sure. Honestly, she is so humble. To please Lin Baici, she would even eat something like this and help him find excuses for it. But looking at Lin Baici's looks and physique, plus his strength, if she weren't a god hunter, she would probably chase after him like this too, right? It definitely won't let you down. Lin Baici handed the fruit sandwich to the little fish girl. Hey, are you guys for real? Jia Hongyao was a bit shocked to see Huo Yuyu actually about to eat it. Your sense of taste and your stomach are your own. Don't abuse them. Supplies are scarce right now. Don't waste it. After Huo Yuyu finished speaking, she stuffed the durian into her mouth. Good grief, this taste was indescribable. Passion fruit and lemon could be considered fruits with strong scents, but they couldn't suppress the smell of the durian at all. Is this thing a devil fruit? Huo Yuyu chewed twice, and that slimy texture made her want to throw up. Don't spit it out. Swallow it, Lin Baici quickly urged her. Hearing this, Huo Yuyu forced herself to swallow the fruit mixture in her mouth. Eat a few more bites, Lin Baici urged. Huo Yuyu's lips moved, but in the end, she said nothing. She forced a smile at Lin Baici and began to do her best to eat the fruit sandwich in her hand. Izuri poked his sister, signaling her to hurry up and see this man's true colors. This was just too twisted. Could it be that he gets a thrill from watching a beautiful woman eat durian? Of course, there was another possibility. He was viewing this girl, training her obedience. What are you guys eating? Long Miao Miao wanted to have a taste. Fang Mingyuan sat on the stairs, gnawing on a watermelon. How does it feel? Lin Baici asked with a smile, then made another one. It was hard to eat at first, but if you accept the flavor, it's actually not bad. Huo Yuyu said what sounded nice. She actually really wanted to rinse her mouth, but there was no water. Really? Jia Hongyao didn't believe it. Why don't you try it and see? Lin Baici handed the fruit sandwich over. I'm not eating it. This taste. What's the difference between this and licking a man's feet? Jia Hongyao shook her head. What kind of messy metaphor is that? Zhang Hao laughed out loud, then asked with some curiosity, have you ever licked a man's feet? Why would I lick that for no reason? Jia Hongyao rolled her eyes. Hongyao, if you did a live stream, regardless of whether you were barefoot or wearing silk stockings, there would definitely be plenty of men licking their screens. Huo Yuyu glanced at the high ponytail girl's ample chest and extended an invitation. How about it? Any interest in coming to my live stream room as a go? Before Huo Yuyu could finish the word guest, she suddenly saw the expressions of Jia Hongyao and Gu Qingqiu turn serious. Oh, if you don't want to come, then don't be angry. Huo Yuyu quickly apologized. No, your head, Jia Hongyao exclaimed. How? What's wrong with my head? Huo Yuyu's heart skipped a beat, and she subconsciously reached out to touch her head. Lin Baici grabbed Huo Yuyu's arm. On my hand. Huo Yuyu was terrified. Her hands were starting from her fingertips, spreading up her arms, and rapidly disappearing, as if they had been shoved into a shredder. What's going on? Jia Hongyao was full of worry. Little Lin, what's happening? Gu Qingqiu crossed her arms, revealing an I knew it expression. Zhang Hao was stunned, looking Lin Baici up and down. The fruit sandwich he made really did have a problem. Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. This is the downside of acting with smart people. No matter what you do, it's easy to give the game away. The girl with the high ponytail is better. She's silly and cute. Don't panic. Lin Baici comforted Huo Yuyu. No matter where you end up, don't run around. Just wait for us. MMHMM. The little fish girl nodded. Hongyao, hurry up and eat. Go protect her. Lin Baici shoved the fruit sandwich at Jia Hongyao. Oh, when it came to friends, the high ponytail girl was truly loyal and would go through fire and water for them. She didn't mind the durian stench anymore. She took the fruit from Lin Baici's hand and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing it down. Little you, don't be afraid, I'm coming. Because her mouth was stuffed, Jia Hongyao's speech was slurred. Less than 10 seconds later, the high ponytail girl finished the palm-sized portion of fruit, and then she too began to be teleported. What happened? Yang Zi was at the very bottom and couldn't see anything. Lin Baici cleared his throat and analyzed with a straight face. It seems that eating the mixed fruit can teleport people to the top of the tower. What if it is the bottom of the tower? Gu Qingqiu interjected. Lin Baici was speechless. You are doing this on purpose, right? Gu Qingqiu smiled slightly, leaned into Lin Baici's ear, and whispered, "We are companions. You can fully trust us. And we will not dig into your secrets. So, there is no need to rack your brains to find excuses to cover them up in the future." Her hot breath sprayed onto his earlobe, making it feel a bit itchy. Lin Baici dodged backward. Seeing Lin Baici dodge, Gu Qingqiu frowned and punched him with her small fist. "What, is my scent unpleasant?" Gu Qingqiu bit her little white teeth. "Do you know that avoiding a girl's closeness is very impolite? I am afraid of you." Lin Baici tore open a fruit shell, scooped out a piece of durian, and made a sandwich. "Eat it and get going. Give it to them first. I will wait for you." Gu Qingqiu did not feel that it was safer to be by Lin Baici's side, but rather that if there were any unexpected situations, she could help. "One vegetable fish. One brainy double D. Are you sure you want them to act alone?" Lin Baici urged. "Eat it quickly and go up." Gu Qingqiu took the fruit and began to gobble it down. She heard a deep sense of trust and approval in Lin Baici's tone, which made the corners of her mouth curl up, and she felt wonderful inside. "I knew it. I can become the number 2 person in this team." Watching Gu Qingqiu teleport away, Zhang Hao asked curiously, "Do you not plan to give me an explanation? Living a bit more confused is good for everyone." Lin Baici politely declined. He did not have the patience for others and would not personally make fruit sandwiches for them. "People below, be quiet and listen to me. We just discovered that mixing durian, lemon, passion fruit, and avocado and eating them can teleport you to the top of the tower." "Really?" Iziri shouted. "How did you discover that? Is there any more durian?" Iziri lowered her head and hurriedly looked for fruit. "Is it delicious mixed like that?" Long Miao licked her lips. "Are you sick in the head?" Yangzi felt that this little chubby girl was missing a screw. At a time like this, even if it were excrement, as long as eating it could immediately get you to the top of the tower, you would have to eat it. "I have fruit here. You can mix it yourselves." Lin Baici kept a portion for himself and Fang Mingyuan, then passed the rest down. "Mingyuan, I saved some for you." Swish! Yangzi and the siblings stared at Fang Mingyuan. "Your friend is really good to you," Long Miao said with envy. Old Bai. "Can you save a portion for Miao?" Fang Mingyuan knew this request was a bit excessive, but for the sake of Long Miao's safety, he had to swallow his pride and ask for a portion. Rest assured, there is enough for everyone. Although Lin Baici said so, he still signaled to Zhang Hao to help him make another portion. No need to fight. There is enough fruit for everyone. Compared to Lin Baici, Zhang Hao had more authority and was also good at threatening people. "Don't play any tricks, or I will throw him down." Yangzi had urgently wanted to urge the people above to pass the fruit down faster, but upon hearing this, he held back. "Baici, tell me, what price do I have to pay to poach you?" Zhang Hao really wanted Lin Baici. He had strength and was pleasing to the eye. She wouldn't even trade him for Xiao Hongmian. After all, Xiao Hongmian was a woman, and she couldn't use her. "Don't even think about it. It is impossible." Lin Baici signaled for Zhang Hao to eat the fruit quickly. "My team was also carefully built over 3 years. I really can't bear to give it up, otherwise I would have joined you." Zhang Hao sighed. In fact, the more important reason was that Zhang Hao didn't know what Lin Baici thought of her. If she went to the 7th star, what if she wasn't valued? Let's cooperate when there is an opportunity in the future. Lin Baici could not leave, nor could he recruit Zhang Hao, because his team consisted of companions who knew each other's roots and had life and death friendships. After everyone ate the fruit, they began to be teleported. Soon, only Fang Mingyuan and Long Miao remained at the scene. "Eat quickly." Lin Baici took a bite of the durian and almost threw up. This thing's taste was truly indescribable. Fang Mingyuan couldn't get used to it either, but Long Miao was eating with gusto. After eating, they teleported. Lin Baici's vision went black, and when it recovered, he saw a clear sky for 10,000 miles with white clouds drifting by. Little Lindsay, Xiao Hongmiao rushed over, hugged Lin Baici, and excitedly ruffled his hair. The 4th town, the heaven-reaching tower. Lin Baici pushed away the high ponytail and observed his surroundings. This was the top of the tower, a huge circular platform about the size of more than half a football field. In the center, a bronze bell was hanging. "God Lin, you are too amazing," Yangzi complimented. "Should we go over and flatter him a bit?" Izuri hesitated. That is not flattery. It is a fact. Izuru stared at Lin Baici with glowing eyes. This man must have a big secret. No need to endure hunger or climb the tower in high temperatures. This is great. Yangzi laughed loudly. The others are miserable. I guess they won't think of those fruits. Or that eating them in a certain combination can teleport people to the top of the tower. Zhang Hao originally wanted to say that they should leave a message to tell the people behind. But she suddenly realized that this was a key discovery made by Lin Baici. If he didn't say anything, she had no right to speak out of turn. God Lin, I want to join your team. The Andy was convinced by Lin Baici's performance and felt that there was a future in following him. You have to ask my team leader. Lin Baici gave Jia Hongyao plenty of face. Jia Hongyao laughed loudly. My 7th star has finally become a hot commodity. So satisfying. Where do we go next? Izuri wanted to leave the God Ruins as soon as possible. According to the normal procedure, ringing the bell 3 times should teleport us out to the next town. But I tried it, and it is useless. Zhang Hao frowned deeply. I suspect there is a new level here. Could it be that we have to wait for everyone to come up before the bell works? Izuri speculated. That should not be the case, right? Big Ant felt it was unlikely. In any case, let us just ring the bell. After each time we ring it, we will wait for 10 minutes. We should try every possibility, Gu Qingqiu suggested. I will do it, Izuri volunteered. One night passed, dawn arrived, and the scorching sun was about to bake the earth once again. Everyone had been ringing the bell all night, from 1 strike up to 50, but it still did not work. The most troublesome thing was that it could be inferred from this that ringing the bell alone was not enough to leave the heaven-reaching tower. At the very least, we do not need to climb the tower. Yangzi leaned against the railing and looked down into the distance. Above their heads was an arched dome that could shield them from the wind and rain. In the middle of the night, a batch of fruit monsters would also attack. Killing a few of them was enough to solve the food problem. 2 days passed, and the group was still at the top of the tower. Lin Shen, please think of a way, Izuri pleaded. Although he did not say it out loud, in his heart, he admitted that Lin Baici was the wisest among them. To clear the 7 towns of Luoyang, they had to rely on him. There is no way. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. When noon arrived, faint footsteps were suddenly heard. Swish. Jia Hongyao, who was lying on the ground, immediately sat up. Did you guys hear that? Someone is coming. Zhang Hao immediately ran toward the stairwell. Before long, Shen Nan, shirtless and drenched in sweat, ran up. He froze when he saw all these people at the top of the tower. So many. Am I seeing things? Shen Nan had given it his all, running day and night without stopping, resting for less than 4 hours a day. He knew there were people ahead of him, and he might not be able to get first place, but he was certain he would be in the top 3. Yet now, there were actually so many people here, and half of them looked like complete rookies at a glance. Shen Nan was very intelligent and immediately realized there must be some kind of shortcut to reach the top of the tower directly. Did you run all the way up here? Zhang Hao was shocked. Your stamina is just too good, right? Zhang Hao was offering a sincere compliment, but to Shen Nan, it sounded like mockery. He did not greet anyone and walked alone to a corner. He needed some peace and quiet. What should we do? Jia Hongyao poked Lin Baici on the arm. He seems to have been hit hard. It is all because you are so strong. Big Ant felt that Shen Nan was too miserable. Climbing to the top of the tower in 3 days was a record-breaking achievement, but in front of Lin Baici, it still paled in comparison. By the afternoon, someone else came up. It was another examinee. Chapter 498. If you do not get lost now, I will eat you alive. The people who climbed to the top of the tower at this time were all geniuses, so everyone's gaze naturally turned toward the newcomer. And then they were shocked. Is this guy a mental patient or what? Izuri muttered. In this town, it was hot as hell. The daytime temperature could reach over 50 degrees, a scorching heat that could blister the skin. Yet, this examinee was not wearing any pants, only underwear, while his upper body was wrapped in a red down jacket with the zipper pulled up, and his hands were tucked into his pockets. He seems to have some mental issues, Yangzi analyzed. Has he been contaminated? Shen Nan, who was sitting silently in the corner sulking, looked over with a curious and probing expression. Hey, are you all by yourself? Zhang Hao called out. The young man in the down jacket had a dull gaze. He paused for a few seconds before looking at Zhang Hao, but he had no intention of answering. He walked alone to the edge of the tower top, held the railing with both hands, and looked out into the distance, confirmed. He is definitely a mental patient. Izuri chuckled. He is a mental patient. So what are you laughing at? Are you gloating? Big Ant mocked. Not liking Izuri's attitude. Lin Baici heard this, and his heart stirred. He glanced at Izuri. Forget about him. I reckon in another 2 or 3 days, he will turn into a dead flesh man, Yangzi sighed. We should hurry up and think about how to get to the next town. Everyone else lost interest in watching the young man, but suddenly, the young man stepped onto the railing with one foot, then pushed off with his right leg, stood up on it, and leaned his body forward. Holy crap, Fang Mingyuan exclaimed. Just when he thought the young man was about to fall, the other party suddenly leaned backward, and then his body just swayed back and forth like that. It looked incredibly dangerous, as if he could fall off the building at any moment. A piece of processed rotten meat. It looks disgusting, the gluttonous god commented. Full of disgust. Rotten meat. Lin Baici frowned so hard he could have pinched a sea crab to death. This young man wrapped in a down jacket should no longer be a normal human. Right. Hey, come over and sit. Let us have a chat, Shen Nan invited. The young man turned his head, glanced at Shen Nan, then turned his head back with an expressionless face. His eyes swept over Xiao Hongyao and the others, and finally, his gaze rested on Lin Baici. The young man jumped down and walked in front of Lin Baici. I am hungry. The young man spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse and devoid of emotion. I am hungry too, Fang Mingyuan complained, walking to Lin Baici's side, wanting to stand up for him. Since entering the god ruins, Old Bai had always been taking care of him, and Fang Mingyuan wanted to return the favor. Do you not know that everyone's food has gone bad? Fang Mingyuan stared at the young man's yellow, murky pupils. If you want to eat, you have to wait for the fruit monsters to come. You can eat as much as you kill. The young man did not listen, nor did he even look at Fang Mingyuan. He stared fixedly at Lin Baici, stubbornly demanding, I'm hungry. Everyone felt that something was wrong with this guy. Back off. Gu Qingqiu whispered a warning, her hand gripping the red ghost Maru, ready to fight at any moment. I'm hungry. The young man suddenly roared, because he was exerting so much force. The veins on his neck bulged like earthworms. Why are you yelling so loudly? Long Miao narrowed her eyes and rubbed her ears. You scared me, okay, besides. Do you think I'm not hungry too? If there were even a single bite of food, do you think I would have left it for you? Fang Mingyuan, having been ignored, felt very annoyed. Seeing Long Miao angry, he immediately stepped forward and shoved the young man in the chest. Back off. Fang Mingyuan scolded, go stay over there, or I won't be polite. The young man was pushed, but he remained unmoved, still staring at Lin Baici. I'm hungry, stop shouting. Lin Baici took a bag of bread and a carton of milk from his black alms bowl and handed them to the young man. The young man sniffed, stared at the food, but did not move. Hey, take it and be satisfied. Izu was, of course, on Lin Baici's side. The young man pulled his hand out of his pocket, took the food, and then looked at Gu Qingqiu. I need a woman. The young man's tone was matter of fact. What the hell? Fang Mingyuan rolled up his sleeves, looking down for a brick to smash this guy with. Do you even know what a girlfriend is for? Yangzi chuckled, full of sarcasm. Damn, even a fool knows how to look for a woman these days. The young man didn't catch Yangzi's sarcasm. Instead, he looked at him very seriously. Of course, Yangzi's laughter cut off. It was mainly the young man's vacant expression, his matter-of-fact tone, and that demeanor of I'm so big. It's not unreasonable to find a backup ration, right? That was truly chilling. Even Zhang Hao and Xiao Hongyao became serious, staring at the young man with greatly increased hostility, because no matter how you looked at it, the guy didn't seem to be joking. Shen Nan, who had been feeling bored, suddenly became interested. He sat on the railing, one leg bent, his right hand resting on his knee, his chin propped up by his half-clenched fist, enjoying the show. I need a woman. The young man stared at Gu Qingqiu, very seriously. Come with me. If you don't get lost right now, I'll eat you alive. Lin Baici blocked Tu Qinghu's path. He had originally wanted to say he would throw him off the building, but as the words reached his lips, he changed it to eat you alive. He didn't know why, but he instinctively felt that this line had more deterrent power. Zhang Hao felt that such a threat was useless and was already preparing to make a move. But the young man just sniffed, grabbed the food with both hands, stuffed it into his pockets, and walked toward the railing. Zhang Hao and the older woman frowned, looking at Lin Baici in confusion. Although he said very cruel words, his appearance was too handsome. He wasn't the type to look fierce, so his intimidation factor was very low. To put it bluntly, Lin Baici wasn't the type to be a villain. Saying lines like "Is this melon ripe?" just didn't have any impact. "Brother Lin, you're the ruthless one," Izuru teased. "Look, everyone," Izuru exclaimed. The young man walked to the railing, sat down, and took out the bread. He didn't tear open the plastic packaging. Perhaps he didn't understand how, and just shoved it directly into his mouth. As for the milk, he didn't use a straw. Instead, he bit and tore it open with his teeth. Squish! Because he was gripping the carton with too much force, the milk squeezed out, running down his arm and spilling onto his pants and the floor. The young man immediately stuck out his large tongue and licked his arm, then licked his pants, and finally even licked the milk spilled on the ground. "This guy is definitely mentally ill," Fang Mingyuan whispered a warning to Lin Baici. "It's best not to provoke him." The food was clearly spoiled, but the young man didn't mind at all. It would be strange if he weren't mentally ill. At midnight, hurried footsteps echoed. Yangzi, who was in charge of the night watch, immediately woke everyone up. 2 minutes later, Pen Yongxiong came up. He was wearing only shorts and was drenched in sweat. When he saw that there were already so many people at the top of the tower, his expression darkened. It wasn't because others were faster than him, but because he suddenly realized there must be other ways to reach the top of the tower directly. Fortunately, even the examinees had enough social awareness not to ask Pen Yongxiong, "Did you run all the way up?" Otherwise, they would have been hated by Pen Yongxiong for the rest of their lives. "You haven't found a way to the next town?" Pen Yongxiong didn't ask how long they had been up there, as that would be asking for trouble. Yangzi smiled apologetically. "We're still counting on you. You all should rest." Pen Yongxiong waved his hand, first searching the entire top of the tower, then going to study the bronze bell. The next morning, everyone looked at Pen Yongxiong with eager eyes, waiting for an answer. Pen Yongxiong felt very awkward and had to bite the bullet and make an excuse. Nothing found for the time being. It's possible that the gate to the next town can only be opened once a certain number of people have reached the top of the tower. This dragon level is just average, Izuru muttered to his sister. Dragon level isn't a god, and there's no way to break the rule-based pollution in the blink of an eye. In any case, as long as it's purified in the end, that's fine. Izuru didn't look down on Pen Yongxiong. Instead, she observed him with interest. Seeing that Lin Baici's group had many people and worrying they would ask this and that, Pen Yongxiong took the initiative to go to Shen Nan's side, sitting on the ground with him to discuss how to get out of their predicament. By noon, Yuan Jifeng came up, also having run the whole way. Seeing so many people at the top of the tower, especially Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao, left him with a complex mix of emotions. A newcomer. "Do you really have to be this strong? This is making me lose a lot of face. You know, team leader Yuan." Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao stood up to greet him. As a senior from the Haijing Security Bureau, it was only right and proper to show him respect. Since Lin Baici had stood up, the others naturally followed suit. Good grief. Yuan Jifeng felt his heart skip a beat. The small fry were one thing, but Zhang Hao was one of the 3 heroes of Shangjing. How was it that she was now following Lin Baici's lead? Just how impressive must Lin Baici's performance have been to win her over? Yuan Jifeng chatted with Lin Baici for a few moments, though he felt too embarrassed to ask, "Why were you all so fast?" Just as he was planning to go find Pen Yongxiong to report on the situation, a hand suddenly appeared. "What the hell?" Yuan Jifeng was startled, but then he realized that Lin Baici and the others must have arrived the same way. As for who had discovered the key point, that remained unknown. After the arm finished teleporting, it was followed by a shoving motion. About 10 seconds later, and Yixian appeared on the top of the tower. It worked. Li Xiong was right. Eating mixed fruits produces different effects. And Yixian was very excited, but her enthusiasm dampened slightly when she saw the people already at the top of the tower. It turned out she wasn't the only one who had discovered this secret. And Yixian, "Are you all right?" Yuan Jifeng asked with concern. Sisters Yan, Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao greeted her. "No way. Is our Haixing Security Bureau really that amazing?" And Yixian looked around, feeling quite satisfied. Judging by the numbers, the Haixing Security Bureau had the most people who had made it up. Of course, we were the first group to arrive. Jia Hongyao didn't say we, but us, instantly strengthening in Yixian's sense of team identity. "How did you discover that eating fruit could teleport you up here?" And Yixian looked at Yuan Jifeng curiously, hoping to exchange experiences. Yuan Jifeng felt incredibly awkward. He couldn't very well tell her that he had run up, could he? That would be too stupid and too embarrassing. It was little Lin who discovered it. Jia Hongyao patted Lin Baiqi's back hard, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "The person I've got my eye on is amazing. Don't you think you should praise me a little? Impressive." And Yixian gave a thumbs up, then leaned in close to Yuan Jifeng and whispered a suggestion. "Team leader Yuan, that Li Xiang is also quite good. Our Haixing team must recruit him." Just as they were talking, another group of people teleported over. Haha, it worked. As soon as Li Xiang appeared and saw the surrounding environment, he punched the earth 3 times in delight. "Thank you, Xiangzi." And Yixian, who held Li Xiang in high regard, waved at him. "Come over here quickly and report to team leader Yuan how you discovered this key point. Don't worry, no one is going to steal him from you." Zhang Hao shook her head and chuckled. If Li Xiang really reported to Yuan Jifeng, he would inevitably offend the other examiners. Her. And Yixian let out a dry laugh, then felt a bit surprised. Since when had Zhang Hao become so easy to talk to? What happened to your pride as one of the 3 heroes of Shangjing? And Yixian's gaze slid toward Lin Baici, and she suddenly had a guess. No way, right? Did little Lin even manage to capture Zhang Hao? Li Zhang's group consisted of over 30 people, the majority of whom were examinees. I left information down below, so everyone should be able to come up soon. Of course. For those ahead of us, I'm sorry. Li Xiang shrugged his shoulders. As time passed, people teleported over from time to time. Through conversation, they quickly learned that Lin Baici was the first person to discover how to teleport to the top of the tower. They were struck with awe. Many people took the initiative to come over to understand the situation, wanting to know how he had analyzed it. Lin Baici gave them perfunctory answers. Amidst this socializing, the time reached the evening of the second day. Ziyangchen arrived with a group of people, and the total number finally reached 100. When everyone had finished teleporting, before Ziyangchen could exchange pleasantries or figure out the situation, the bronze bell suddenly began to sway back and forth, as if struck by an invisible abbot. Dang, dang! The melodious tolling of the bell traveled far, even startling the wispy white clouds that looked like lambs, causing them to drift away with the wind. Everyone looked at the bronze bell, then at Pen Yangsheng. The bell, which had been silent all this time, had suddenly rung, which meant an opportunity had arrived. As long as they found the key point, they could move on to the next town. Pen Yangsheng was under immense pressure. As a dragon-level expert, he had to provide an answer as quickly as possible. When the bell rings, jump off the top of the tower to proceed to the next town. Lin Baici heard the gourmet god's commentary and frowned deeply. What should he do now? Jump directly? It would definitely arouse suspicion, and most people probably wouldn't follow. But if he didn't jump, who knew how long they would have to wait for the next bell toll? Damn it, forget it, I'm jumping. Lin Baici didn't want to waste any more time, so he ran quickly to the edge of the platform and peered down over the railing. Han Yao Qingqiu, Yu, I think if we jump down now, we can enter the next town. It was so high, the ground was blocked by the cloud layer, making it impossible to see. This deduction has a certain degree of feasibility. Zhang Hao agreed. The key is how to prove it. Ziyangchen analyzed. Come, take my hand. Lin Baici reached out. Jia Hongyao and Huo Yu ran over and grabbed Lin Baiqi's hands. Gu Qingqiu was quite bold, hugging his waist from behind. Huo Yu curled her lips in silence. Little Kiqiu, I didn't realize you were so thick-skinned. Mingyuan, trust me. Just jump with me. After Lin Baici finished speaking, he looked back at Zhao Hongyao and Huo Yuyu. He intended to offer a few words of comfort, but realized they weren't panicked at all. Hurry up and jump, Gu Qingqiu urged. Chapter 499. I bet Lin Baici is a genius. On the top of the tower, a warm breeze blew past. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Baici, filled with confusion, shock, and contemplation. Jump. Zhao Hongyao nodded toward Lin Baici. She and Huo Yuyu trusted Lin Baici unconditionally, let alone jumping together, even if he didn't jump and asked them to go first. Neither Zhao Hongyao nor Huo Yuyu would have hesitated for even a fraction of a second. Gu Qingqiu patted Lin Baici on the back, signaling him to hurry. No one would believe that a fellow student like Lin would suddenly make such a life-or-death decision. Although he had performed exceptionally well since entering the 7 towns of Luoyang, his reputation was still too small. If a dragon-level expert had said these words, at least half the people would have believed it. Lin Baici had already given the warning. As for whether Fang Mingyuan and the others chose to jump, that was their own business. Let's go. Lin Baici grabbed Zhao Hongyao and Huo Yuyu, carried Gu Qingqiu on his back, stepped onto the railing, and then pushed off with all his might, leaping across. The older and covered her mouth and gasped. Lin. Xiangchun had originally intended to ask for the reasoning behind Lin Baici's deduction, but the other party had jumped off the tower immediately decisively, to an extreme degree. Is this guy crazy? Xiangchun looked at Pan Yongxiang, team leader. What do you think? Pan Yongxiang remained silent. What do I think? I don't understand at all. He actually really jumped. Zhang Hao was dumbfounded, then followed up by glancing at the bronze bell. It was still swaying, still emitting its melodious, clanging toll. Team leader, I believe in Lin Baici. Zhang Hao thought about Lin Baici's performance along the way and decided to trust him. After saying this to Pan Yongxiang, she sprinted toward the railing, braced herself with one hand, and vaulted over. The entire movement was fluid and smooth, even more graceful than Dongguan's eye flipping over a railing. Damn it, I'll take the gamble. The older aunt cursed under her breath and followed by jumping off the tower. Her strength might not be top tier, but years of experience dealing with rule-based contamination had taught her one truth. If you can't figure it out yourself, watch what the big shot does and imitate them. Fang Mingyuan ran to the railing, looked at the thick clouds below, and gulped. I'm so nervous. But since Old Bai jumped, he shouldn't lead me to my death, right? Fang Mingyuan looked back and saw that everyone had expressions of uncertainty. Clearly, no one knew what to do. Meow meow. I believe in Old Bai. After saying this, Fang Mingyuan climbed over the railing and jumped off the top of the tower. He had self-awareness. He knew that he had made it this far entirely thanks to Lin Baici's help. If he left him, he would be dead for sure. These people, even if they were willing to help him, wouldn't risk their lives to save him, but Old Bai would. If Examiner Lin treats me to a big meal, I'll believe him. The chubby girl hoisted her thick legs onto the railing, leaned forward, and dove head first, flipping over. Her posture looked just like a large potato falling down. Are these people crazy? Wan Lei was speechless. Chen Nan, what do you think? In Wan Lei's view, even if Lin Baici's method was correct, one should verify it first before taking risks, rather than gambling with their life right off the bat. After all, this wasn't a video game. There was no way to insert a coin to respawn. Jump the tower. Shen Nan had been hesitating, but seeing Lin Baici jump, he followed immediately. What should we do? Izuri poked his sister's arm. Follow them. After Izuyu said this, she rushed toward the edge of the tower. This time, I'm following. I bet Lin Baici is a genius. Damn, no way. There's no reward for being the first to clear the level. No need to be so urgent, right? Li Xiong blustered, his face showing complete lack of understanding. The remaining examiners and candidates were not as brave as Lin Baici's group. One by one, they glanced at Pan Yongxiang. They were still more willing to trust the judgment of a dragon-level expert. Wait a little longer. Pan Yongxiang's intuition told him that Lin Baici was likely correct. But for the sake of caution, he decided to wait for the next bell toll before making a decision. The bell stopped, and everyone felt a heavy heart. Wan Lei was about to speak with Pan Yongxiang when a beam of light shone down on his head, enveloping him completely. Sizzle. Wan Lei's skin immediately began to burn. 2 other people experienced the same thing. Zhao Fengxing from the Haijing Security Bureau and 1 other candidate. What the hell? What's going on? Wan Lei scrambled to dodge, but the beam of light followed him like a shadow. Even the roof of the tower couldn't block it. The most terrifying part was that the heat of the beam was intense, just like a god holding a magnifying glass and burning ants. The skin of the 3 men became increasingly hot and visibly turned red, with blisters the size of grapes forming on their skin. Team leader Wan Lei was in agonizing pain and begged Pen Yangxiang for help. Now that the bell has stopped, jumping off the tower is certain death. I suggest you choose to endure it. There are 2 possibilities. 1. You are burned to death. Or 2. You survive after being severely injured. Pen Yangxiang's expression was grave as he analyzed the pros and cons at high speed. This burning was truly too painful. The clothes on Wan Lei and the other 2 were already catching fire. Zhao Fengxing screamed and rushed to the railing, but he hesitated, unsure whether to jump. The candidate with weaker willpower couldn't stand the pain and jumped down directly. Wan Lei gritted his teeth and held on. This beam of light lasted for a full minute. By the time it disappeared, there wasn't a single patch of intact skin left on Wan Lei and Zhao Fengxing. They were completely scorched red and covered in blisters, looking exceptionally gruesome. Next time the bell rings, we jump. And Yixian and Liu Lanqing discussed. They would rather fall to their deaths than endure this kind of torture. This time we were lucky not to be chosen, but next time, it might not be the same. Lin Baici was falling from high altitude. The powerful airflow made it difficult for him to open his eyes, but he gripped Zhao Hongyao and Huo Yuyu tightly with both hands. He did this because he was worried that they would be separated after the fall, which would be troublesome. Above, Zhao Hongyao looked up, wanting to say that someone else was jumping down, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a mouthful of airflow rushed in. Lin Baici shook his head, signaling the girl with the high ponytail not to speak. Huo Yuyu was a bit panicked. Skydiving from high altitude was exciting, but without a parachute, it was a bit too much. Fortunately, the little fish girl had experienced many rule-based pollutions and was still with Lin Baici now. Otherwise, she would have been scared to the point of wetting herself. When the 4 of them passed through a layer of clouds, the ground suddenly rushed into their view. Everything was so tiny, with vast stretches of green rolling out like an endless ocean. Lin Baici had sharp eyes and saw that it was a primeval forest below. In the distance, there was a towering tree that reached into the clouds, several times higher than the sea level. Looking like a giant mushroom, the ground approached rapidly, and the 4 of them showed no signs of slowing down. Is there anything we can do to avoid falling to our deaths? Huo Yuyu racked her brains, but her mind was a mess, and she couldn't think at all. In the air, it was hard to judge the distance. Before the 4 of them could come up with a solution, they had already fallen to the vicinity of the treetops at an extremely high speed, and it looked like they were about to be smashed into for meat patties. Chapter 500. Qiufu chasing the sun. Giant hunting. The 4 of them fell, their bodies crashing through the branches and making a rustling sound. Huo Yuyu had completely given up. Anyway, being able to die with Xiao Bai wasn't a loss. Lin Baici and Zhao Hongyao did not give up. Zhao Hongyao grabbed Lin Baici with one hand and reached out with the other to grab a nearby branch, trying to slow their descent. Let go, Lin Baici shouted, wanting to throw Zhao Hongyao and Huo Yuyu away. He estimated that at this falling speed, even if he threw them onto the trees, they would likely not survive. But he had to try, however, before he could act. Huo Yuyu grabbed him even tighter. Because of this delay, the 4 of them fell close to the ground. Swish! Just as the 4 of them were about to hit the ground, they suddenly stopped. Due to gravity, Zhao Hongyao's ponytail and Gu Qingqiu's shoulder-length hair hung down, their strands already touching the grass. Are we alive? Huo Yuyu exclaimed, then began to cry. Woo! It was so scary. This was much more exciting than bungee jumping. Fortunately, she hadn't wet herself, or it would have been too embarrassing. It worked. Zhao Hongyao looked happy and was about to praise Lin Baici when the 4 of them fell to the ground with a thud. However, the distance was only a little over a foot, so it didn't hurt at all. Stay alert. Gu Qingqiu immediately climbed up, drew her Hongguamaru, and observed the surrounding environment with focused attention. This was a primeval forest. The surrounding trees towered into the clouds, and mushrooms grew everywhere. The most bizarre thing was that these mushrooms were in clusters and were larger than a human head. A line of black ants the size of fists marched in a straight line, climbing over a thick tree root, carrying the severed limbs of insects on their backs. Flap, flap. Birds were startled and flew away. Through the gaps between the branches, Guchinkyu saw that even the smallest of those birds were as large as bald eagles. In this primeval forest, humans appeared very small in terms of physique. Aren't these leaves a bit too big? Jiu Hongyao picked up a fallen leaf. It was 3 times larger than her face. The oxygen concentration here is very high. Guchinkyu took a few deep breaths, feeling excited and refreshed. It's a bit like the Cretaceous period. Are you saying that a dinosaur might run out of this jungle? Hu Yu's eyes lit up, but then she felt it was a pity. This was a license examination, and leaking content was prohibited. So she hadn't brought her otaku camera. Otherwise, she could have taken pictures of the dinosaurs as a souvenir. Have dinosaurs lived in Hunan? I do know that this place was called the Central Plains in ancient times. Jiu Hongyao didn't like studying, but she knew these basic facts. Yes, they have. Guchinkyu gave a clear answer. Dinosaur fossils have been unearthed in this province, but I don't think dinosaurs will appear. Why? Hu Yu asked back. Intuition. Guchinkyu smiled faintly. Actually, I hope dinosaurs appear here because they are easy to kill. If monsters like mythological demons appear, that would be troublesome mythology. Hu Yu was confused. Divine ruins are formed by radiation pollution after meteors carrying divine remains fall. This Luoyang 7 towns has existed for more than 20 years and has never been completely purified. This time, a sudden outbreak of pollution must mean big trouble. Guchinkyu looked at the ground. This province has such a long history, and there are too many things buried underground. It's too ancient. If the remains of Fuxi or Newell were polluted by divine remains and turned into monsters, and they were reborn, wouldn't that be exciting? Aren't those just myths made up by people? Do they really exist? Hu Yu was startled, but thinking about it carefully, it wouldn't be bad if she could really see Fuxi or Nua. There is no scientific explanation for divine remains pollution yet, so anything is possible. Guchinkyu smiled. By the way, Laozi riding a green ox out of Hangu Pass also happened in this province, and so did Zhang Ziya. I'd rather fight King Zhou for fun. Jiu Hongyao used to watch Investiture of the Gods and hated that guy the most. Regardless, classmate Lin guessed right again this time. Guchinkyu looked at Lin Baici with a playful expression. There was definitely a secret about this boy. Sooner or later, I will dig them all out. Speaking of which, is it worth trading this secret to become his woman? In Guchinkyu's view, a chauvinistic straight man like Lin Baici would definitely dote on a girl once he slept with her, wanting to give her the entire world. Asking for a secret would certainly not be difficult. However, 3 seconds later, Guchinkyu abandoned this idea. One should not scheme like this against a friend. That goes without saying. Little Lin's deductive ability is on the same level as mine. Jiu Hongyao smiled triumphantly, reached out, and wrapped her arms tightly around Lin Baichi's head, causing her large breasts to naturally press against his face. One must know that because the weather was so hot, the girl with the high ponytail was only wearing a sports tank top. With this contact, Lin Baici immediately felt as if he had fallen into a marshmallow. PFFT, haha. Hu Yu burst into laughter. Don't you know what your own intelligence level is? You're not even as good as me. I'm going to throw away the Sherlock Holmes collection I bought for my home to look sophisticated. Reading the same books as you is super embarrassing. The environment was too unfamiliar and too dangerous. The 4 of them hadn't even decided what to do next when a scream came from the sky. Rapidly moving from far too near, someone jumped down. Jiu Hongyao shielded her eyes with her hand and looked up. But the foliage was too dense to see clearly. However, she could roughly tell which direction someone had fallen from. And besides, there was the sound. Let's go, find the people first. Lin Baici followed the sound and headed over. Where did they fall? Jiu Hongyao shouted. Over here, Zhang Hao shouted back. I'm here. The great aunt's voice also rang out. A few minutes later, the 2 groups converged. Little Bai, you guessed right again. Zhang Hao remarked with emotion. Amazing. The great ant gave a thumbs up, secretly resolving that she was definitely going to cling to this thigh. It was a pity that she had no ambition and only wanted to live out her life peacefully. Otherwise, joining Lin Baici's team would definitely lead to quite good prospects. And fortunately, these people were full of drive and would certainly enter many god ruins with high pollution intensity, which was something the great ant did not want to participate in. In this town, the original goal was to fight giants and collect enough giant heads to clear the level. But the way we entered has changed. So I think the conditions for clearing the level must have changed too. Zhang Hao was worried. Those giants must have become stronger due to the increased pollution. Don't worry, even if the giants are stronger, they can still be killed. It'll just take a bit more effort. Jiu Hongyao rubbed her hands together, eager to speed-run the 7 towns of Luyang. In the sky, a shrill scream pierced the air. Someone else had jumped down. Let's go, find the people first. After Zhang Hao finished speaking, she saw that no one had moved and realized that the person in charge here was Lin Baici. So she gave an awkward smile. Let's go. As soon as Lin Baici spoke, Jiu Hongyao took the lead, very consciously acting as the vanguard. When Lin Baici found Fang Mingyuan, he was lying on the ground, gasping for air, with an expression of exhaustion as if he had just survived a disaster. That final moment had truly scared him out of his wits. If he had any heart condition, he would have been scared to death long ago. Mingyuan. Lin Baici pushed aside the branches and walked over. Old Bai. When Fang Mingyuan heard Lin Baici's voice, it was like seeing a savior in times of distress. He instantly became excited, and a sense of security welled up within him. But immediately after, he felt embarrassed, his face turning awkward as he covered his crotch with both hands. He had peed himself from fear, and now his pants were wet and dripping. Lin Baici, of course, would not embarrass his friend. So he acted as if he hadn't seen it and changed the subject. There was one more person who jumped. It's that little chubby girl. Right, it must be her. I said trusting you was the right move. And she jumped too. Let's hurry and find her. It's too dangerous for one person to be alone in a place like this. Fang Mingyuan was worried and looked around. Don't rush, Lin Baici comforted him. 5 minutes later, they found the little chubby girl. She was squatting in front of a cluster of mushrooms, wiping drool with the back of her hand. This thing looks so good. It must be eaten in a beef tallow hot pot, otherwise, it would be a waste. Speaking of which, surely I'll see little people after eating these mushrooms, right? Looking forward to it. Don't look at them. Those mushrooms are poisonous, Jiu Hongyao warned. Are they delicious? Lan Miao asked curiously. Jiu Hongyao was speechless. How would I know that? I've never eaten them. Wait, so what if they're delicious? They're poisonous, Brother Lin. Brother. Little you. Team leader Lin, voices called out, startling the birds in the forest. It's those twin siblings. The great ant recognized the 2 voices over there. Let's go. Lin Baici pondered whether he should use the divine tortoise shell to perform divination. Meow. Keep up, Fang Mingyuan urged. The little chubby girl looked at the mushrooms, but still couldn't resist. She grabbed a few and stuffed them into her pocket. The temporary team moved forward, and suddenly, Jiu Hongyao spoke up. Wait. Jiu Hongyao half squatted, lowered her body, and stared in the 2 o'clock direction. There's someone. Everyone immediately became alert, preparing for a fight. It's me. Shen Nan walked out. You jumped too. Zhang Hao was surprised. Shen Nan glanced at Lin Baici and spoke the truth. I believe in his judgment. At least you have an eye for talent, Jiu Hongyao said triumphantly. Let's get everyone together first. Shen Nan didn't want to be treated as dead weight and just wanted to voice his opinion when he suddenly heard the sound of a large tree snapping and crashing heavily to the ground. It's in the direction of the twins. Something happened. Jiu Hongyao dashed out, roaring loudly. Run this way. The girl with the high ponytail shouting like that might very well attract danger. But everyone present was an elite, and they were not afraid. Lin Baici activated eidetic hearing to enhance his auditory perception. After everyone had been running for 3 or 4 minutes, Lin Baici made a sharp turn and lunged toward the 11 o'clock direction. Swish! Izu rushed out from behind a patch of bushes and collided head-on into Lin Baici's chest, suddenly hitting something. Izu was startled and let out a cry. Swinging her machete in a rage. At his mate, Lin Baici shouted, grabbing Izu's wrist with a slap. Seeing Lin Baici, Izu immediately pleaded, please, save my brother, take me there. Lin Baici spoke with extreme speed. What kind of monster is it? A giant. Izu turned and ran. The place where they had fallen was by a stream, where a giant over 5 meters tall was crouching and drinking water. After the monster spotted them, it immediately charged over. To buy his sister time to escape, Izuri had stayed behind to stall it. With Izu leading the way, the group quickly found the location. Bang! Bang! Following the heavy thuds were the sounds of large trees snapping and crashing to the ground. Zhang Hao saw that trees as thick as a person could embrace were being broken, and he quickly warned everyone. The monster's strength is immense. Brother, over here, Izu shouted. Shen Nan roared. The group halted. More than 30 meters ahead, a giant over 5 meters tall stood with its back to them. Its skin was bronze. Its muscles knotted and bulging, looking full of power, coupled with the fact that it only wore a pair of animal hide shorts and was covered in mysterious tattoos. It unreservedly displayed a wild, primal beauty. Brother, Izu did not see Izuri and grew anxious. But Shen Nan had already seen him. In front of the giant, there was a large tree where blood and shattered flesh were splattered radially in all directions. Izuri's entire body had been flattened by the immense force of the blow, as if crushed by the tires of a heavy dump truck. Only a sheet of human skin remained, plastered against the tree trunk. His head was still intact, dangling by the skin of his neck, and one of his legs had been severed and lay on the ground. The giant turned around, its pair of brutal, violent eyes sweeping across them like a predator locking onto lambs. In its hand, it held a thick wooden club, with a polished stone block tied to the front end with hemp rope. A primitive man, the great ant frowned. This monster looked so ferocious and savage. Brother! Izu saw her brother and cried out in grief, wanting to go over but not daring to. The one it locks onto, it will chase to the ends of the earth, never stopping until death. Run, you will die, the gluttonous god commented. An excellent predator should learn to be the oriole behind the mantis catching the cicada. Let others fight the strongest monster, Lin Baici growled, grabbing Izu's arm and diving into the jungle behind them. This was the first time the gluttonous god had shown cowardice and not urged him to eat. Eat. Everyone already trusted Lin Baici implicitly, so they turned and ran upon hearing this. However, Shen Nan did not move. He had been trailing behind Lin Baici, which had made him very unhappy. This time, he wanted to win back around. Isn't it just a monster that is a bit bigger and stronger? Smash it! Shen Nan, Lin Baici shouted. Shen Nan, not caring whether Lin Baici could see him or not, raised his right hand and made a V sign. The giant arrived, swung its stone hammer in a full arc, and with a whoosh, smashed it toward Shen Nan's head. Shen Nan leaped lightly and landed on the stone hammer, crouching there and staring into the giant's eyes. Just as he was about to deliver a victory declaration to show off, he suddenly fell silent. Damn it! This monster seems really strong. Shen Nan was shocked, then immediately suspicious. Did Lin Baici see through its true strength and choose to retreat? Whoosh! The giant threw a punch. Shen Nan dodged, but he was half a beat too slow. Shen Nan was sent flying. The giant followed up with a charge, slamming into Shen Nan and pinning him against a large tree. The tree snapped, and leaves scattered. Shen Nan climbed up from the ground and turned to run. Too strong, not fighting anymore. But the giant pursued relentlessly. Baici, are we not going to help? Zhang Hao stopped and looked back. Shen Nan was a genius. Dealing with a giant monster should be no problem, even if he couldn't handle it. They could at least leave each other severely wounded, and then their side could pick up the scraps. Run, Lin Baici urged. Let's figure out the origin of the giant first. This kind of monster must have a special way to be killed. One cannot fight it head-on. Chapter 501 The Golden Crow appears, divine fire burns. Listen to little Lin. Jiu Hongyao was not afraid of battle, and seeing the giant, she also wanted to fight and test the opponent's mettle. But since Lin Baici had spoken, she had to listen. There is no movement behind us anymore. Zhang Hao looked back, concentrating on listening. Shen Nan is very powerful. If he gets killed in an instant, Then the giant monster will have to be left for the dragon-level experts to deal with. The great ant was deeply worried. Lin Baici took the lead, running through this primeval jungle. As he dashed past a low-hanging branch, a venomous snake as thick as an arm suddenly darted out from the lush foliage, its mouth wide open and its fangs bared, biting toward his neck. Careful! Just as Zhang Hao finished shouting, Lin Baici had already struck with his sword. Swish! The snake's head fell to the ground, and venom sprayed from its mouth, drenching a few passing ants. They immediately collapsed, kicked their legs a few times, and then went still. The headless snake body writhed and coiled tightly around the branch. Drip, drip. Fresh blood flowed. Your reaction is really fast, Zhang Hao exclaimed in admiration. If Lin Baici really fought, his combat power would likely be on par with his own. Lin Baici sniffed and ran over. What are you doing? Fang Mingyuan followed closely behind, and when he saw the chubby girl reaching out to entangle a venomous snake from a tree branch, he was startled. That is dangerous. He was worried that Lin Baici would act on her own and cause trouble for the team. It would be a disaster if she annoyed Lin Baici. After all, the only reason the two of them were still alive was because of Lin Baici. A snake this tender, whether it is stewed or stir-fried, is absolutely delicious. Lin Baici smiled as she brought the snake's body to her mouth, tore through the skin and flesh with force, and then used her fingers to gouge out the gallbladder, which she handed to Fang Mingyuan. Here, it is great for your health. Eat it while it is fresh. Fang Mingyuan shook his head, looking at the ring of crimson snake blood around the chubby girl's mouth. He felt that her current smile was exceptionally chilling. I am not lying to you. It is a great tonic. Lin Baici urged him earnestly. It is too disgusting. Fang Mingyuan could not accept it. Besides, raw meat like this is full of parasites. You have to cook it before eating. You are so pretentious. Lin Baici rolled her eyes, then set off on her short legs to chase after Lin Baici. She must hate me now. Fang Mingyuan felt a bit depressed, but looking at the chubby girl's barrel like that, he did not feel any regret. If it were a beauty of the caliber of Gu Qingqiu or Zhou Hongyao, he would certainly feel terrible if their relationship went from intimate to distant. But the chubby girl, forget it, to put it bluntly. Fang Mingyuan thought she was ugly, so he cared about her. But he would not spoil her, listen to her every whim, or be willing to suffer grievances for her sake. Team leader, Lin Baici caught up to Lin Baici and shoved the snake gallbladder in front of him. This is for you. The gallbladder was covered in blood and sweat, which mixed together to make the chubby girl's palms and the gaps between her fingers sticky. Wilderness venomous snake gallbladder has the effects of dispelling heat toxins, treating rheumatic pain, loss of appetite, and cold stomach pain. However, the snake ball contains toxins. If consumed by someone with a weak constitution, it will cause dizziness and skin sores at best, and at worst, it will lead to paralysis of the limbs, cardiac arrest, and death. Lin Baici glanced at Lin Baici and gave a serious warning. This snake gallbladder is quite good, but people who have just undergone several enhancements cannot eat it. You should keep it and sell it for money. Do not be greedy. If little Lin says you cannot eat it, then you cannot eat it. Trust him. Although they had not been together for long, Zhou Hongyao already knew that this chubby girl was a glutton. A god hunter who was even slightly self-disciplined would never have grown to be this fat. You have helped me quite a bit. It is a gift for you, Lin Baici insisted. Thank you, I appreciate the sentiment. Lin Baici smiled slightly and politely declined. Lin Baici pursed her lips, gripped the snake gallbladder, and stuffed it into her pocket. Once the others ran ahead and were no longer looking in her direction, she immediately shoved the gallbladder into her mouth. A bunch of ignorant and cowardly bumpkins. Snake gallbladder is only delicious when eaten raw. Lin Baici felt that this gallbladder was very chewy, just like eating beef jerky, so she looked around, preparing to find a few more. Speaking of which, I have not eaten a giant yet. That thing should be edible too, right, Miao? You. Fang Mingyuan was dumbfounded and worried, fearing that the chubby girl would ruin her health. I know what I am doing. Lin Baici licked her lips. At the top of the heaven-reaching tower, a group of people waited anxiously. Because Wanlei had been burned, the pain was unbearable, and he wanted the bell to ring quickly so he could jump off the tower. With injuries like these, He had to clear the 7 towns of Luoyang as soon as possible and get out to receive treatment to minimize the long-term effects. The young man wearing the red down jacket was circling the bronze bell, which made Wanlei feel agitated and annoyed. "Can you stop walking in circles?" Wanlei cursed. "Get lost and go sit somewhere else." The young man ignored him, kept his hands in his pockets, lowered his head, and continued to circle. "Hey, I told you to get lost," Wanlei roared. The young man turned his head, glanced at Wanlei, and then continued to circle as if no one else was there. "Damn it!" Wanlei, who was already in a bad mood, was instantly enraged. He stomped over to the young man and grabbed him by the collar. "Damn it! If I do not lose my temper. Do you think my status as a half-step dragon level is a joke?" Wanlei used his right hand to exert force, throwing the young man away. The young man slammed into the railing. "Ah, you do not know what is good for you," Wanlei spat. If it were not for the fact that so many examiners were present, he would have thrown this guy off the top of the tower directly. The young man climbed up, walked to the bronze bell, and continued to circle it. Not to mention the examinees. Even the examiners were shocked. "This kid is so arrogant." Wanlei's face darkened. "Damn it. You think you are something special, don't you?" Stomp, stomp, stomp. Wanlei walked to the young man's side and slapped him across the face. "If I do not beat you into a pig's head today, I will write my name backward." Chief Examiner Wan. "Don't." Li Xiong chuckled, wanting to offer a word of advice. But before he could finish, the young man in the down jacket moved. He pulled his right hand out of his pocket and slapped it onto Wanlei's forearm with a snap. Crack! Wanlei's arm broke. "What?" Everyone who had expected the young man in the down jacket to be the one in trouble was stunned by this turn of events. And even Wanlei was momentarily bewildered. Wanlei looked at his broken arm, his expression shifting from confusion to fury, just as he was about to activate his divine grace to hammer this examinee to death. The opponent's right hand swung over again. The sound of the slap was crisp. What looked like a casual, effortless slap shattered the left side of Wanlei's face, embedding the bones into his cranial cavity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pan Yangshang, Zi Yangshun, and Deng Mingyu all stood up in unison. At this moment, even a fool knew that something was wrong with this young man. The young man did not care about these people and backhanded him with another slap. With this blow, Wanlei's head was directly blasted apart. Bone fragments, minced flesh, and brain matter mixed together and sprayed outward, leaving only a headless corpse swaying unsteadily. Crimson blood erupted from Wanlei's neck cavity like a fountain, shooting straight into the sky. Whoosh! Li Xiong let out a whistle, his expression full of mockery. Swish! Pan Yangshang charged toward the young man and threw a punch. The young man had originally intended to counterattack, but for some reason, he suddenly turned around, sprang up, and darted off the top of the tower. Several examiners rushed over and saw the young man falling. "That kid is named Li Chenguang." Ziyangchun recalled the information on the youth in the down jacket and looked at Li Xiang. These two had spent a relatively long time together. "I'm not familiar with him. We just met on the road," Li Xiang hurriedly explained. Clang, clang, clang. The bell suddenly rang. "Jump off the tower," Pan Yangshang roared, ran toward the edge of the tower, stepped on the railing, and leaped down. Whether intentional or not, he chose a spot to jump that was 180 degrees opposite to Li Chenguang. Since a dragon-level expert had jumped, everyone naturally followed suit. At this point, an hour had passed since Lin Baici and his group had jumped. Consequently, some people were dissatisfied because, during this time, everyone had gained nothing and wasted their efforts. They might as well have jumped with Lin Baici earlier. Li Chenguang had slapped Wanlei's head into a pulp, which had terrified the crowd, so no one chose that side. Besides, no matter how mediocre Pan Yangshang might be, he was still a dragon-level expert. Following him offered a higher safety margin. A bunch of cowards. Li Xiong strolled over to the spot where Li Chenguang had jumped, hands in his pockets, stepped onto the railing, took a step forward, and slid down vertically. In the jungle, snakes, insects, rats, and ants emerged, their sizes terrifyingly large. "We've run this far, should that be enough?" Fang Mingyuan was exhausted. He realized that compared to the god hunters, his physical stamina was completely inadequate. A bit further, Lin Baici was not at ease. Where is the tribute? A sharp, piercing, and grating question suddenly rang out. Swish. The group stopped and scanned their surroundings in alert. Little Lindsay. Jia Hongyao pointed toward the 3 o'clock direction over there. Lin Baici followed the high ponytail girl's finger and looked over. A crow was standing on a tree branch. Its feathers were pitch black, appearing as if the darkness of night had solidified upon its body. This crow was staring at the group with a condescending gaze, as if these bipedal crawlers before it were the lowest form of life. This is my territory. Offer me a tribute that satisfies me, or die, the crow spoke. Its voice filled with murderous intent. Damn it. I'm actually being extorted by a crow. Fang Mingyuan was so angry he laughed. What kind of tribute do you want? Zhang Hao observed the crow. The creature looked completely ordinary. Eyes. The crow swept its gaze over the people and pointed with its wing. This pair, and this pair. The people the crow chose were Lin Baici, Xie Hongyao, and Gu Qingqiu. Fang Mingyuan gasped. He hadn't expected the tribute this crow demanded to be eyes, and it was even calling them out by name. The eyeballs of you 3 look the most intelligent and the most delicious. The crow cackled. Gu Qingqiu really wanted to ask, are you a stupid bird? Jia Hongyao thought to herself. I admit I'm well endowed, but if you're talking about intelligence, I'm not convinced. Ha, even a crow knows I'm smart. Jia Hongyao put her hands on her hips and laughed triumphantly. My time spent reading the adventures of Sherlock Holmes wasn't in vain. In the high ponytail girl's heart, Lin Baici and Gu Qingqiu had hikes, and now she was on their level. How delightful. If Jia Hongyao had a tail, it would definitely be wagging in the sky. Excuse me. I pointed at the wrong one. It's her. The crow corrected itself, pointing at Zhang Hao. No, Jia Hongyao froze. Take another look. No need to look. The crow cackled. Forget it. All of your eyeballs are beautiful. I've decided. I want them all. The crow flapped its wings, its voice becoming cruel and savage. Dig out your eyeballs and I will let you leave, otherwise, you will all die. Take it down. Jia Hongyao rolled up her sleeves. Anyone who looks down on my intelligence must die. A talking crow. It feels like it would be delicious. Long Miao licked her lips, also preparing to fight. Should we roast it? Sprinkle plenty of cumin. Cannot defeat it. Run, run. The golden crow has appeared. The divine fire is burning. Anything ignited by it is extremely difficult to extinguish, and it will turn into a living flame bomb. Only a giant can kill it. Lin Baici heard the gourmet's commentary, and his scalp went numb. Why were all the monsters in this trial so difficult to kill? Get out of here, Lin Baici roared. Gu Qingqiu and Huo Yu turned and ran. We're not fighting. Long Miao felt a little aggrieved. She had wanted to eat roast crow for dinner. Run, Lin Baici scolded. Zhang Hao felt that Lin Baici was being overly cautious. At the very least, they should have tested it before leaving. Seeing these people fleeing, the crow flapped its wings. Swish. Starting from its bird claws, golden flames ignited, instantly spreading across every feather, turning it into a golden crow in the blink of an eye. Swish. The crow flapped its wings and swooped down, its eyes fixed on the group. And as it spread its wings, it shot out a dozen feathers. While in flight, they transformed into balls of flame the size of fists. Scatter. Jia Hongyao shouted. Whoosh. 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 The flaming feathers whistled through the air like shotgun pellets, slamming into the tree trunks and exploding with a thunderous roar. Boom, boom. Scorching heat waves spread out, and the branches and leaves caught fire. Swish. The crow caught up to Zhang Hao. You go first. Lin Baici stayed behind, intending to buy some time. You go. I will handle this, Zhang Hao urged, feeling that since she was the one being targeted, it was only logical for her to cover the retreat. Can you even block it? If it weren't for the gluttonous god saying that only a giant could kill this crow, he absolutely would not have stayed behind. Zhang Hao pursed her lips and hacked at the crow, wanting to prove herself, although Lin Baici's words were unpleasant and carried a hint of looking down on her. Zhang Hao felt deeply moved in her heart because Lin Baici was reliable. When things got tough, he truly stepped up. The crow swooped down, crashing toward Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao dodged. A ball of flame exploded, and the scorching heat wave singed the hair on Zhang Hao's forehead. Swish. The crow flew out from the flames, pursuing Zhang Hao. "Go to hell." Zhang Hao swung her blade, striking the crow squarely. Another ball of flame exploded, and Zhang Hao's blade melted rapidly. Visible to the naked eye, the crow, having been knocked away, circled back and flew over once more. Its speed was extremely fast. Zhang Hao's expression turned grave as she stared at the crow, activating her divine grace. However, from an oblique angle, an iron fist wreathed in icy frost struck out. Winter chant long fist. The heavy punch slammed into the crow, and the surging frost enveloped it. Frost crackled as it formed on the crow's body, suppressing its flames. Lin Baici held his sword in his right hand and took the opportunity to slash at the crow. Swish! The crow was sliced into two halves and fell to the ground. As it dead, Zhang Hao wanted to vent her anger on the corpse, but Lin Baici grabbed her and ran. The two had just dashed out more than 50 meters when flames ignited on the crow's corpse, merging back into a ball. A new crow was reborn from the fire, and then it shot out like a bolt of lightning, chasing after Lin Baici and Zhang Hao. As the two were fleeing at full speed, suddenly, a young man wearing a down jacket fell from the sky. Chapter 502. Pseudo-God number 156. Whoosh, whoosh. Li Chenguang fell from the sky and crashed into the forest. The dense branches and leaves tore through his red down jacket, sending white feathers flying everywhere, much like the scattered feathers of a duck after it had been struck. Although the branches provided some resistance, Li Chenguang's falling speed was still too fast, rendering them ineffective, and he slammed headfirst into the ground. Li Chenguang was like a water balloon filled to the brim, dropped from a dozen stories onto concrete. His entire body exploded, shattering into a bloody, unrecognizable mess. Splatter, blood, and minced meat sprayed in a radial pattern, even bursting through the down jacket. His body was as mangled as a rotten tomato that had been stepped on by a giant's foot. Did this guy jump before the bell even rang? Zhang Hao's body shuddered. Although she was accustomed to killing, witnessing such a death at such close range was still terrifying. The visual impact was simply too horrific. "Go around this place," Lin Baici shouted urgently, telling Zhang Hao to hurry. Zhang Hao felt that Lin Baici was being too cautious. Although the young man in the down jacket had acted strangely at the top of the tower, he was now smashed to pieces, his bones exposed, dead as could be. What more could he do? Call. The pursuing crow, whether it sensed a crisis or was startled by Li Chenguang, suddenly stopped on a large tree. The golden flames on its body faded, returning to the appearance of black feathers. It pecked at its wings with its beak, and then stared at Li Chenguang on the ground. Zhang Hao ran and took a leap, intending to vault over Li Chenguang. But halfway through her jump, the corpse on the ground suddenly sprang up, and a bloody arm reached out. Li Chenguang grabbed Zhang Hao's ankle and then, like a whip, smashed her into the ground. Zhang Hao was shocked. What is going on with this guy? Was he contaminated by divine remains and turned into a dead flesh man? But dead flesh men weren't like this. As these thoughts raced through Zhang Hao's mind, the moment she hit the ground, she exerted force from her waist and twisted her body rapidly, like a crocodile performing a death roll while hunting. If it were an ordinary god hunter, either the grip would have slipped or the arm would have been twisted off. But Li Chenguang's right hand, stripped of skin and flesh, twisted 3 times and still did not let go of Zhang Hao. He pulled Zhang Hao toward him and threw a left hook. Whoosh! Because the punch was so fast, the air was torn apart, emitting a piercing sonic boom. This is bad. Zhang Hao's expression turned grave. Because her ankle was grabbed, she couldn't counterattack and could only cross her arms, preparing to take the blow head-on. She had already braced herself for the possibility of a broken arm bone. But at that moment, a green light struck, shooting into the back of Li Chenguang's neck and piercing through his throat. Swish! Lin Baici teleported to Li Chenguang's side, holding a plumber's pipe wrench, and smashed it into its head. Li Chenguang collapsed to the ground. Lin Baici grabbed Zhang Hao and rushed out. At the same time, he reached back with his other hand, and a giant hand condensed from divine power shot out, grabbing the pipe wrench on Li Chenguang's neck. Grasp of death. Swish! Lin Baici pulled the pipe wrench back. What was that thing? Zhang Hao looked back. She saw Li Chenguang, with his throat pierced, standing back up. One eyeball had burst. while the other was dangling by nerves and muscles near the corner of his mouth. On many parts of his body, one could see muscle fascia and jagged, broken bones. Zhang Hao didn't even see what he did, but the bits of flesh and blood that had splattered onto the soil, leaves, and weeds began to flow toward Li Chenguang, reattaching themselves to his body. In less than half a minute, Li Chenguang's body had mostly recovered. He stuffed his eyeball back into its socket and, instead of chasing Zhang Hao and Lin Baici, he fixed his gaze on the crow. Li Xiang, with his hands in his pockets, descended from the sky in a cool, upright posture, only to stop abruptly a foot above the ground. Li Xiang landed, glanced around, and shook his head helplessly. Can you please be obedient? Bringing this thing along is like keeping a stupid dog. It is far too much trouble. But now that we are here, it is finally coming to an end. Once this mission is complete, I am definitely going to take a proper vacation. Li Xiang looked at the crow perched on a tree branch and snapped his fingers. Let us begin. Li Chenguang, who had been looking dull and vacant, suddenly lunged at the crow as if he had received a command. Caw, caw. The crow shot forward, golden flames instantly engulfing it from head to toe. Like a meteor, it slammed into Li Chenguang. The crow pierced through Li Chenguang's chest, but he did not die. He turned around and reached out with a large hand. The crow was caught. The next instant, Li Chenguang's right hand ignited, and the flames spread along his arm, sweeping over his entire body. Li Chenguang looked like a lit torch, standing out vividly in this dim forest where sunlight could not penetrate. Li Xiang whistled. This crow is quite fierce, however. Li Xiang was not panicked at all. Number 156 should be able to handle it. Li Chenguang was not the name of this youth in the down jacket. He was a cousin of Li Xiang. As for the youth before him, he was known within the organization as 156. He liked to stare blankly and preferred to be alone. Number 156, now fully engulfed in flames, was not burned to death, although his flesh and skin emitted a foul, charred odor. He did not let out a single scream or wail. Beneath the flames, his expression remained dull. Number 156 waited for the hole in his chest to heal, then opened his mouth, shoved the crow inside, and began to chew. Crunch, crunch. Number 156 swallowed the crow, and a few seconds later, he let out a burp with a soft sound. A ball of flame shot out from his mouth. More to go, and the mission will be complete. Li Xiang smiled slightly, but his brows furrowed as he watched number 156 still burning. This appearance is too eye-catching. I need to find a way to extinguish these flames, but before that, I need to deal with a little mouse. Come out, I see you. Li Xiang turned his head and looked toward a bush in the distance to the right. Swish. And Yixian from the Haijing Security Bureau turned and ran. She had heard the sounds of fighting and come over, never expecting to witness such a terrifying scene. That examine named Li Xiang was, in all likelihood, a member of the Eclipse of Darkness. Li Xiang ordered number 156, but the guy just stood there, hiccuping incessantly, each time spitting out a ring of fire. As expected, inferior products beyond number 100 are just not useful. Li Xiang curled his lip, his face full of disdain. He was not panicked about an Yixian running away and leaking the information, because as long as he killed everyone in the 7 towns of Luoyang, there would be no secrets to leak. Dragon level is very powerful. It is nothing more than a meal for number 156, little Lin. Jia Hongyao was waiting in a tree. Seeing Lin Baici and Zhang Hao arrive, she immediately jumped down. What happened? Was that crow that strong? It is not just the crow. Zhang Hao panted heavily. We will talk later. Run first. Lin Baici's expression was grave. Run as far as you can. Let us go. Jia Hongyao led the way, and the 3 of them quickly caught up with Gu Qingqiu's group. Without exchanging pleasantries, they continued to move. Is it very troublesome? Gu Qingqiu asked. It was truly rare to see a situation that could make Lin Baici this nervous. Lin Baici estimated that the youth in the down jacket was likely targeting the divine remains in the 7 towns of Luoyang, and there was a high probability that other enemies were hiding in the shadows. After running for another half hour, Fang Mingyuan could no longer hold on. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. His tongue lolled out like a hunting dog that had been run to death. Damn it! Divine hunters are all physical monsters. It is one thing that I cannot outrun Izuyu, but I am actually worse than weaklings like Hoyuyu and the chubby girl. As for someone like Lin Baici, who had not even broken a sweat, Fang Mingyuan did not even dare to compare himself. Rest for 10 minutes. Lin Baici ordered. Taking out mineral water to distribute to everyone, the group stopped, and after thanking him, they took the bottles and gulped the water down. Woo-woo, Brother Lin. My brother is dead. Izuyu hugged Lin Baici, crying uncontrollably, heartbroken. Try to grieve in moderation, Xiao Hongyo advised. Being a divine hunter is like this. You are always walking on the edge of a cliff of death. Cough, cough. But the rewards are also immense: a strong physique, powerful divine grace, a longer lifespan. Guchenkyu smiled faintly. Just think about it. When others are in their 50s, their physical functions decline, and their faces wrinkle, while you still look like you are 27 or 28, capable of 7 bouts in one night, radiant and full of life. Who would dare say that risking one's life like this is not worth it? For Guchenkyu, things like delaying aging were just side benefits. She simply loved this kind of adventurous thrill and wished for death to come even more fiercely. Fang Mingyuan had been very sad and scared because of Izuri's death, and he had been prepared to give up the examination and become an ordinary person. But after hearing Guchenkyu's words, he felt reluctant again. Miao Miao, what do you think? Fang Mingyuan looked at the chubby girl. Brother Lin, do you have any snacks? Long Miao Miao licked her lips. My mouth is so bland I could die around her neck, like a necklace. Hung the venomous snake from which she had extracted the gall. Lin Baici took out a few packs of crispy noodles and tossed them over. Thank you, Brother Lin, the chubby girl beamed. Ripped open a pack of noodles with a tear, and crunched away, finishing more than half in 3 bites. Brother Lin, from now on you are my own brother. I will work like a horse or an ox for you. By the way, brother, are you tired? Do you want to sit on my back? As the chubby girl spoke, she dropped to the ground on all fours. Lin Baici was speechless. You are such a glutton. You really would do anything for a bite to eat. Stop clowning around. If we want to get out of this god ruins, we probably have to take down that giant and the crow. Let us think about how to handle it. Zhang Hao recalled the sight of Li Chenguang resurrecting and felt that this was a massive problem. Let Pen Yongshang and his group kill them, Izuyu suggested. Regardless of who kills them, we need a plan. If we run into them, we need to avoid being caught off guard. Guchenkyu toyed with her scabbard. A frontal assault seems difficult, so let us use strategy. Let us go for the giant first, Lin Baici pondered. The God Eater had said that only the giant could kill the crow. By logical extension, after the giant died, it should drop some kind of divine favor. How about using poisoning its food? Long Miao Miao sat cross-legged on the ground and offered an idea. When it is eating, we find someone to lure it away and poison its food. Or we can cook a delicious dish and lure it over to eat. Let me tell you a secret. I am actually an excellent cook. Everyone felt that this was unreliable. How good are you? Fang Mingyuan did not want Long Miao Miao to feel embarrassed, so he smoothed things over. Whenever I cook, my kitchen is full of mice coming to steal a bite. Long Miao Miao thought for a moment and decided to reveal a bit more. My divine favor can make food delicious, but it can also turn food into deadly poison. Zhang Hao frowned. Poison was something that sounded unpleasant. Are you sure you can poison it to death? Guchenkyu wanted to be clear about the effects of the toxin. I do not know, but poisoning it into a stupor should not be a problem, Long Miao Miao analyzed. Besides, as long as it is poisoned, its combat effectiveness will definitely drop. By then, Brother Lin, Sister Hong Yao, and Sister Hao should be able to kill it, right? You can try. There is no way to kill it through normal means. What if it does not eat it? Big Ant frowned. And monsters do not have the same digestive systems as humans, do they? I can stimulate its appetite. Long Miao Miao patted her chest. Leave it to me, however. I must state first that the better the ingredients, the more it will stimulate the giant's appetite. But I do not have any. The chubby girl dug into her pockets, but they were empty. I have some. Lin Baici took a piece of beef out of his black altar bowl, before he could even ask Long Miao Miao if it would work. The chubby girl had already sniffed hard and shouted excitedly. "Well, what kind of beef is this? It smells so good." Long Miao took the beef and immediately stuck out her large tongue to lick it. So tender. Long Miao could not help herself and took a bite. Hey. Lin Baici was startled and quickly stopped her. Do not eat that. This is mad beef. It will make people go insane after eating it. Fang Mingyuan curiously examined the piece of meat. The others were not surprised. In the god ruins, anything could appear. Long Miao spat out the beef with regret. Is this okay? I also have a few pufferfish, a jar of honey, and some crow balls. Lin Baici thought for a moment and did not mention the beautiful dried corpse. That thing was quite precious. Xiao Bai, you have quite a lot of good things, Zhang Hao teased, feeling very envious. Having a spatial divine taboo item is truly convenient. You can pack up everything you see in the god ruins. Yes, it is perfect. Long Miao's eyes lit up as she listened. Brother Lin, can I be your personal chef in the future? You just need to give me some of the scraps from the ingredients. We will talk about that later. Lin Baici signaled to Gu Qingqiu. Come up with a plan. Just as everyone was discussing countermeasures, the giant discovered that outsiders had entered this forest. It picked up its stone hammer and began to hunt. This was the giant's home, and it was exceptionally familiar with every blade of grass and tree here. Before long, it discovered some footprints. The temporary team led by Pan Yangshan searched forward cautiously. This round is about fighting the giant, Xi Yangchen introduced. But the pollution should have changed. Everyone was not panicked at all because Pan Yangshan was with them. That was a dragon-level expert. Swish! Pan Yangshan, who had been silent, suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look in the 3 o'clock direction. Chapter 503, The Dying Giant. In this primeval forest, a thin layer of mist permeated the air, exuding a wild and mysterious aura. As Pan Yangshan stopped and turned his head, everyone else also halted. Although they were slightly nervous, they were not panicked, because the dragon-level boss Pan was their source of confidence. Soon, a giant over 5 meters tall pushed aside the branches blocking its path, emerged from the dense forest, and arrived about 40 meters away from them. Everyone gasped. The opponent's strong and burly physique brought an intense visual pressure. As the giant's gaze swept over them, everyone felt that in the next second, they would be hunted, butchered by the creek, and become food on a grill. This giant is 2 meters taller than what was recorded in the data. It must have mutated, Xi Yangchen reminded them. The giant had an ugly face and knotted muscles, wearing only a filthy animal hide skirt stained with spots of congealed blood and brain matter. In its hand, it held a stone hammer, clearly a weapon unique to the Stone Age. Hey, can you understand me? Pan Yangshan's expression was cold and stern. If it were a rule-based corruption that required using his brain, Pan Yangshan wouldn't dare guarantee an easy pass. But as long as it involved fighting monsters, sorry, I am super strong. The giant looked at Pan Yangshan, not saying a word, but suddenly swung its arm and hurled the stone hammer in its hand. Whoosh! The stone hammer whistled through the air, like a rocket-propelled grenade fired from a shoulder-mounted launcher, reaching Pan Yangshan in the blink of an eye. Pan Yangshan threw a right punch. The stone hammer was sent flying. It's coming, Zhu Wei screamed. The moment the giant threw the stone hammer, it also took long strides and charged forward. It leaped into the air, caught the stone hammer that had been knocked away, and then landed with a fierce strike. Pan Yangshan retreated to dodge. The giant landed, and the stone hammer slammed into the ground like a comet crashing into the surface. A massive amount of soil surged upward, rolling outward in all directions like a tsunami wave. A large crater appeared. Everyone had thought that being near Pan Yangshan was safe, so they had gathered around him. But now they were suffering because of that very decision. Pan Yangshan ran, and examiners with quick reflexes like Xi Yangchen and Deng Mingyu also dodged away. The remaining candidates, faces pale with panic, had just started to move when the giant swung its stone hammer in a wide sweep, covering a 120-degree arc in front of it like a folding fan. Bang! Bang! 5 candidates were struck. Their bones shattered and flesh splattered as if they had been hit by a dump truck. They flew backward, spraying blood. They didn't even have time to scream before they died on the spot. This scene terrified the others, who scrambled to hide, not even daring to call for help for fear of being targeted by the giant. The giant charged forward, pursuing Pan Yangxiang. Damn it, Pan Yangxiang cursed. After gauging its combat power from that single strike, he decided it was fightable. So he launched an attack. Focus fire, Pan Yangxiang shouted, simultaneously activating his divine grace. Gravity lasso, 3 translucent hula hoop-like rings appeared around the giant's neck, chest, and calves. The next second, they suddenly tightened. Snap, snap. They bound themselves onto the giant's body. The giant, in the middle of its pursuit, was like a wild horse caught by a lasso, unable to move. It fell face first onto the ground. The soft soil of the ground was scooped up by the giant's impact. Boom, boom. Fireballs, arrows, lightning. Various offensive divine graces rained down upon the giant. Having succeeded with his first strike, Pan Yangxiang darted in front of the giant, wielding a large ghost head blade to hack at the giant's neck. And swish. The blade descended, and the sharp edge easily severed the giant's head. However, not much blood sprayed out, which gave Pan Yangxiang a jolt of alarm. Something is wrong. Pan Yangxiang kicked the head away to prevent it from regenerating, intending to follow up with another strike to completely hack this giant into a pile of mush. But the giant spread its arms wide and suddenly exerted force. Crack! It snapped the gravity lasso. It raised its right hand and, like swatting a cockroach, slapped toward Pan Yangxiang. Pan Yangxiang's eyes narrowed. He didn't dodge, but instead countered with an upward slash. Swish! The giant's right arm fell off like a piece of shaved sugar cane. Pan Yangxiang kicked out, striking the giant in the chest. The giant was sent flying. Pan Yangxiang stepped forward, preparing to press the attack, but the severed hand suddenly moved, grabbing at his ankle. Watch out for those severed limbs, they can move. Pan Yangxiang shouted as he dodged, but he didn't succeed. The severed hand grabbed his ankle, and the opponent pulled with all its might. Pan Yangxiang was pulled into a split. If his body hadn't been flexible enough, he would have been injured by that pull. Seeing that Pan Yangxiang was unable to crush this giant and seemed to have suffered a minor setback, everyone's faces changed in alarm, and they wanted to get even further away. But there were a few unlucky ones who didn't get the chance. The giant's head that Pan Yangxiang had kicked away flew over 20 meters and landed on the ground. 3 meters away from it were Ziyangchun and the examiner from Shijing, Duke. Pan Yangxiang's intention had been for Ziyangchun and the others to smash that head, but Ziyangchun had been too slow. The head bounced off the ground like a basketball and slammed into Duke's chest. Duke swung his blade to hack at it. The giant's head forcefully deflected the blade and slammed into Duke's chest again, knocking him over. Then, its mouth opened wide and bit into his neck. The giant's large teeth easily pierced into the flesh, and blood began to ooze out with a sickening squelch. Duke screamed, punching the head. Bang, bang. But it was useless. He couldn't inflict enough damage. From the severed neck of the giant's head, dense clusters of granulation tissue rapidly sprouted, piercing into Duke's neck, taking root, and anchoring firmly onto him. Duke! Ziyangchun rushed over to save him, but just as he reached Duke, Duke suddenly swung his blade, slashing at Ziyangchun's calf. Swish! Ziyangchun retreated, his expression one of shock. Possessed, Duke leaped up, pouncing on Ziyangchun with full force. Don't kill me, save me, Duke cried out. His body was suddenly out of his control, while the giant's head loosened its teeth and spat a mouthful of saliva at Ziyangchun. Wearing a hideous grin, "You are all my prey." The voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with such a violent aura that it made one's blood run cold. Pan Yangxiang hacked off another leg of the headless giant, but it was useless. This thing simply wouldn't die. Retreat. Pan Yangxiang knew that there must be some specific method required to kill this giant, otherwise, even dismembering it would be completely meaningless. As soon as he said those words, the scene descended into chaos. Could it be that even a dragon level was useless? Save me. Duke watched the back of Pan Yangxiang as he left and let out a hoarse scream. He used every ounce of his willpower to control his body, preventing himself from attacking the examiners and examinees. With Pan Yangxiang gone, everyone lost their backbone, not daring to linger in the fight. They fled one after another, picking up their pace. Duke stumbled and staggered, running in the direction where Lin Baici had jumped off the tower. I have to find Lin Baici. I have to find Lin Baici. Duke's mind was filled with this single thought. He felt that Lin Baici was righteous and would lend a hand. So only by finding him would he have a chance to survive. Once the headless giant retrieved its severed hands and feet and reattached them, its head was nowhere to be found. It was not in a hurry, however, and began to pursue them in a slow, methodical manner. Chapter 504. The Jinx. Lin Baici. This forest was the giant's hunting ground. Without a head, it could not see, but that did not affect its hunting. Any outsider who entered this place should not expect to leave alive. A headless giant hunted through the forest, with blood occasionally spraying from its neck cavity, landing on the weeds and leaves and emitting a thick, pungent stench. Yet, no wild beasts were attracted to it. Instead, they were scared away. Here, the giant was the existence at the very top of the food chain. Time to return to 2 days ago, when the intensity of the divine remains pollution in the 7 towns of Luoyang increased. The entire divine ruins were activated. Darkness surged out and began to spread outward once again. That morning, at the base, because his performance in the first 2 rounds had been too poor, Lin Baici had lost his qualifications as an examiner and was left at the base, responsible for guarding the examinees who had given up on the exam. He sat in the cafeteria with the other 3 unlucky fellows, eating side dishes and using alcohol to drown their sorrows. When we go back, if someone asks me about the situation in the 7 towns of Luoyang, what do you think I should say? Lin Baici sighed heavily and gulped down a large mouthful of liquor. This was a massive loss of face. Come on, bottoms up. Everyone's expression was grim, as they were all in the same boat, because they were preoccupied. The drinking felt uncomfortable. They all wanted to get drunk to avoid the annoyance, but halfway through, several examinees suddenly rushed in. Examiner Li, Examiner Mao, black mist. There is black mist drifting over from the east. Gu Qianshan was wearing jeans and a down jacket, her face covered in sweat from anxiety. It must be the dark mist, Tan Yan added. These examinees who had given up were not allowed to leave early, with nothing to do. They had been playing cards in the dormitory, but someone had suddenly spotted the black mist drifting over. This thing could absolutely not be a sandstorm. Fortunately, although they had never entered the divine ruins, they had heard about what it looked like when the divine ruins expanded. So they immediately guessed that this was an outbreak of rule pollution, and the intensity was extremely high. Dark mist. The examiners were stunned. I didn't feel the impact of a meteor falling, did I? Lin Baici was puzzled. He stood up and walked unsteadily out of the cafeteria. The other examiners followed. Hurry up! Gu Qianshan was anxious. Lin Baici and his group stepped outside and looked up into the distance. They were immediately shocked, cold sweat breaking out all over their bodies, and their drunkenness vanished by more than half. Good heavens! It really was the dark mist. What should we do? Should we retreat first? Wait, where did this dark mist come from? Let's figure that out first. But once we are trapped in the divine ruins, we can't leave unless we contain the divine remains. The examiners spoke all at once. Leave first, Gu Qianshan shouted, annoyed to death. She did not want to go and purify rule pollution. Damn it, why is my luck so bad? I even get trapped after giving up on the exam. If I had known, I shouldn't have listened to He Zhan and come to participate in this crappy assessment. Qianshan, calm down first. Tan Yan comforted her. Don't even think about it. You examiners who were left behind don't have the strength. How could you possibly purify the divine ruins? Gu Qianshan was anxious and spoke without thinking. Run away quickly. Although this was a fact, the moment she said it, the expressions of Lin Baici and the others turned incredibly ugly. One of them, who had a violent temper, immediately wanted to slap her. If we contain the divine remains and purify this divine ruins, I won't dare to say we'll become famous, but we'll definitely be able to hold our heads high. Lin Baici looked at the surging dark mist and proposed loudly, wanting to wash away his previous shame. Screw you, looking down on me. I'll show you what I'm capable of. The examiners looked at each other, feeling somewhat tempted. After all, returning without even entering the 7 towns was truly too shameful to face anyone. Let's do it. Let's take it on. Drive. Let's go to where the meteor fell. Everyone began to clamor. Then can we leave? Gu Qianshan shouted. This is strictly speaking, they weren't even examiners anymore and didn't have the authority to let people go. Furthermore, they didn't dare to say, You guys can leave. Because if the higher-ups blamed them later, who would take responsibility? I say, everyone. This dark mist seems to be surging from the direction of the 7 towns of Luoyang. Examiner Mao discovered a key point, and I didn't feel the impact of a meteor falling at all. Hiss. Are you saying? Li Bo gasped, having also guessed a possibility. Holy crap. Are you saying that the 7 towns of Luoyang have expanded again? No way. If the Qin Palace can be reactivated, why is it impossible for the 7 towns of Luoyang? Everyone discussed it heatedly. And within their words, there was already a deep sense of terror. Damn it. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and drive away, Li Bo cursed, no longer mentioning anything about holding their heads high. Purify the 7 towns of Luoyang? Are you kidding me? 7 lives wouldn't be enough to lose. No one thought Li Bo was a coward, because everyone was running. Get in the car, get in the car. They did not even bother to pack their luggage. Shouting as they dashed straight toward the parking lot, the cars were started, and they fled at full speed. However, the dark mist surged and spread with terrifying velocity. By the time the few cars reached the military camp ahead, the dark mist had finally caught up to them, swallowing them whole in an instant. In that moment, many felt a chill run through their bodies, their hair standing on end, as if their very souls were being blown away by the black fog. The soldiers were tasked with protecting their homes and country and could not abandon their posts. So they watched helplessly as the dark mist enveloped them. Just as they were wondering what to do, they were suddenly overcome by nausea and vomiting, their heads spinning as if they had been riding a roller coaster for 8 consecutive hours. Back in the day, the 7 towns of Luoyang were a divine ruin with an extremely high level of contamination. Now that it was radiating again, the danger was naturally immense. Barely 10 minutes later, Li Bo and his group heard the sounds of vomiting and screaming. Go, go, Li Bo shouted. Get out of the military camp and find a place to hide first. They could no longer escape. The most urgent priority was to get away from here immediately. These soldiers were being contaminated and would soon become dead flesh men. If they did not flee in time, they would be surrounded by them. The black fog blotted out the sky and sun, reducing visibility to almost nothing. Just as Li Bo relied on his memory to turn the steering wheel, a bloated dead flesh man suddenly thudded onto the hood of the car in front of them. The front of the car dipped sharply. The dead flesh man was over 1.8 meters tall, its fat bulging so much that it had burst through its military uniform. It looked like a corpse that had been soaking in water for over half a month. Utterly disgusting. As it jumped up, some viscous fluid splashed onto the windshield with a wet splat. Get out of the car. Li Bo had barely finished speaking when the dead flesh man's fist smashed down. The glass shattered, showering the interior of the car. Gu Qianshan covered her head and screamed. Qianshan. Tan Yang got out, intending to pull Gu Qianshan from the car, but a massive hand slammed into him. Tan Yang was sent flying. Before he could even scramble to his feet, another dead flesh man leaped onto him. Tan Yang shrieked. His legs had been crushed. The dead flesh man stepped on him, bent down, grabbed his head, and then, like pulling a radish, gave a violent tug. Tan Yang's head, along with over half a meter of his spinal column, was ripped out from his neck cavity. The dead flesh man, as if eating a spicy snack, tilted its head back, shoved the spine into its mouth, and began to chew. Crunch, crunch. Tan Yang's head was crushed, and one of his eyeballs popped out, falling to the ground. Xiang, this is all your fault. Gu Qianshan bit her lip, curled up inside the car, and prayed that she would not be seen by the dead flesh men. Haijing Security Bureau, Director's Office. Only half an hour after the dark mist began to spread, she had received the news, and less than 5 minutes later, the headquarters called. You must immediately take a plane to the 7 towns of Luoyang and purify that divine ruin. Deputy Director Zhang Xin's tone allowed for no argument. There was no response from the other end. Only the sound of coffee being sipped. Xie Hongmian. Did you not hear me? Zhang Xin was very angry, feeling that he had been slighted. You should call me Director Jia. Jia Hongmian's voice was calm. Also, Luoyang is in Xijing. That should be the responsibility of the Xijing branch. Do you have any idea what the re-expansion of the 7 towns of Luoyang means? Zhang Xin roared. Jia Hongmian certainly knew. Although the 7 towns of Luoyang were not as intense in contamination as the Qin Palace, the disaster was greater because the Qin Palace was located in the uninhabited Qinling Mountains, while the 7 towns were within 100 miles of a county seat and a prefecture-level city, home to millions of people. If handled poorly, many people would die. In normal circumstances, the entire Xijing Security Bureau would be enough to handle it, but now, with the safety of millions at stake, the headquarters naturally wanted Zhao Halmian to step in. Seeing that Zhao Halmian still remained silent, Zhongxin took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Fine, you will have full authority over all matters regarding this divine ruin. Then, I will leave Han Chengming to you. Zhao Halmian smiled, get moving immediately. After saying this, Zhongxin slammed the phone down. Han Chengming was the director of the Xijing Bureau. Generally speaking, whoever's territory the divine ruin was in, they were responsible for it. If Zhao Halmian went over there, he would certainly have objections. This was clearly a sign that the headquarters did not trust him or the capabilities of the Xijing Security Bureau. Han Chengming was also a big shot, and Zhao Halmian could not order him around. Therefore, Zhao Halmian had remained silent specifically to secure this full command authority. Zhongxin actually did not want to offend Han Chengming, as it would take a lot of effort to make such a person listen. So, he had wanted Zhao Halmian to coordinate it herself, but she had not taken the bait. This troublesome matter could only be handled by Zhongxin himself. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Halmian was not in a hurry. After having her secretary arrange a flight, she leaned back in her chair and fell into deep thought. Lin Baici, why is it that wherever you go, a divine ruin appears? Are you a harbinger of disaster? Zhao Halmian took a sip of coffee. This time, will you give me another surprise? 10 minutes later, Zhao Halmian took a car to the airport. The entire bureau was instantly in an uproar. Did you hear? The 7 towns of Luoyang have started spreading again. The danger is definitely greater than the Qin Palace. If it weren't, our director wouldn't be heading out herself. Han Yo and that Lin Baici are also in the 7 towns of Luoyang right now. How incredibly unlucky. You must not know their strength. They just finished the Train to Bizen mission. Maybe this time they will directly contain the divine remains of the 7 towns of Luoyang, completely resolving this divine ruin, and becoming famous in a single battle. I think it's you who doesn't know how terrifying the 7 towns of Luoyang are. Do you want me to tell you about its history? Everyone was arguing noisily. Although some in the bureau said that Zhao Hongyao's team had completed the Train to Bizen mission, there had been no witnesses after all. Staying in the Bizen God ruins for a few days, clearing a few stations, purifying a dozen rule-based contaminations, or even containing a god remnant, the value of these experiences is vastly different. Who knows which category Zhao Hongyao's team falls into? But this time it is different. Inside the god ruins, everyone is a colleague. Once Zhao Hongyao and Lin Baici come out, everyone will know how they performed. Because of the rapid running, tree branches whipped against his face and body, causing sharp pain. But Zhu Wei did not dare to stop. Behind him, that monster was pursuing him relentlessly. Pen Yangxiang, you are a total piece of trash. Is your dragon level rank fake? Zhu Wei muttered to himself, wishing he could show Pen Yangxiang alive. If he could kill that giant monster, why would he have to suffer like this? Big brother giant, please stop chasing me. Why don't you go after someone else? Zhu Wei felt like crying. There were several of them at the beginning, but when the giant appeared, they all scattered in fear. He was just super unlucky to be the one chased by the giant. Is my meat that delicious? Or am I just that handsome? Just as Zhu Wei was worrying to death, wondering how to shake off this giant, he vaguely heard shouting. He was immediately overjoyed and ran toward the sound. As long as there are other people, there is a chance to divert the disaster. Brother giant, where are you? I have something delicious here. Come quickly. The closer he got, the clearer Zhu Wei heard the voice. And then he was somewhat dumbfounded. Who was this? Are they looking for death? Soon, he saw those people. It was the group with that examiner Lin. The one shouting was a little chubby girl. The giant is right behind me. After saying this, Zhu Wei let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't outrun the giant, but as long as he could outrun the others, that was enough. However, as he followed them, he became puzzled. Since these people were calling out to the giant, They must have seen it before, right? Are they not afraid of death? One must know that even Pan Yangxiang chose to run away. Could it be that it is not the same giant? Zhu Wei muttered. Miao Miao. It is up to you. Xia Hongyao encouraged. Leave it to me. Long Miao Miao held a sharpened wooden stick in her left hand, with a piece of beef coated in honey skewered on it, and a torch in her right hand, roasting it. Because spices were applied to it, a scent of cumin wafted out. The little chubby girl prepared to release her divine grace to increase the aroma of the roasted meat. But when the giant appeared, she stopped. What the heck is this? The one who arrived was an examiner, but on his neck grew the head of the giant they had seen earlier. Baici. Save me, Duke cried out, rushing toward Lin Baici. He didn't expect his luck to be so good that he actually found Lin Baici. Everyone, be careful. Xia Hongyao held a short blade and took the initiative to meet Duke. But she was somewhat unsure of how to strike. He is beyond saving. Just cut him down, Gu Qingqiu spoke up. At this moment, Duke's body had already expanded by 2 sizes. Growing to 2 meters tall, it would be more than enough to play in the NBA. In this situation, even if the giant's head were cut off, he probably wouldn't survive. Save me, Duke cried out. But as the giant's head grew, he had completely lost control of his body, leaving only his self-awareness. His body isn't even his own anymore. So eating the meat probably won't poison it to death, right? Huo Yu whispered. Cut that head off. Lin Baici rushed out. The situation was better than expected. The giant did not have its original body, so its combat power should be significantly reduced. Perhaps they could kill it directly. Chapter 505, Meeting Friends Over Wine. A tongue like a lotus. After Lin Baici gave the order to attack, Xia Hongyao gripped her black-bladed short knife and immediately charged toward Duke. Slap, slap. Every time Xia Hongyao's toes stepped on the ground, she would lunge forward 3 or 4 meters. In an instant, she reached a spot 5 meters in front of Duke, then accelerated, lifting her knee like a heavy cannon, slamming it toward the giant head on Duke's neck. Duke waved his large hand, swatting at the high ponytail girl, but he was half a beat too slow. Xia Hongyao's flying knee collided with the giant's face, the powerful impact causing it to stumble backward, its body leaning back. Xia Hongyao grabbed the arm the giant swung at her, twisted her waist, and turned, wrapping her legs around the thick arm like a python, attempting to take it down and lock it in a cross-arm bar. However, the giant's joints were too tough, and it didn't fall to the ground. It took a few steps back, stood firm, and then slammed its right arm, with Xia Hongyao still attached, into the ground. Whoosh! Lin Baici, who was sprinting, teleported behind the giant and struck with his bronze sword. Flesh-shattering strike. Whoosh! The blade cut into the giant's neck, but after entering halfway, it met with immense resistance. Lin Baici tried to pull the blade out, but the flesh on the giant's neck immediately began to swell and heal the wound. Wrapping around the blade, Lin Baici tried again, but it wouldn't budge at all. So he decisively abandoned the sword and pulled a pipe wrench from behind his back, striking the giant's head with it. Teleportation is really fast. Zhang Hao was envious. She was sprinting at full speed, but she still couldn't be faster than Lin Baici and Xia Hongyao. Save me, Duke wailed. Zhang Hao arrived, originally intending to stab her knife into the giant's heart. Now, seeing Lin Baici's bronze sword get stolen, she immediately changed tactics to slash at Duke's head. I am sorry. Zhang Hao whispered an apology. In her view, Duke in this state was clearly beyond saving. Even if he survived in the end, there would be huge after effects. It was better to die and find release. Compared to the hard-to-kill giant head, Duke's body was certainly easier to destroy. Whoosh! Zhang Hao slashed, cutting for 1/5 of the way into the neck. Duke's head immediately slumped down, hanging in front of his chest. Sizzle! Blood sprayed wildly, the fishy smell assaulting their noses. Xia Hongyao and Lin Baici, of course, had also thought of this. The girl with the high ponytail did not behead Duke because Lin Baici had not given the order, and even for a colleague she did not know, she still wanted to try her best to save him. Lin Baici had only known Duke for a few days. To say they had a deep friendship would be nonsense, but within his capabilities, he still wanted to lend a hand. After all, it was a human life. Zhang Hao's decisiveness also made Lin Baici realize that his own heart was not yet hard enough. But since Zhang Hao had already taken action, he would not be soft-hearted either. Continue. Lin Baici struck the giant's head again with the pipe wrench. Swish. Jiu Hongyao's short blade stabbed into Duke's arm, hindering its attack. Zhang Hao followed up with a strike, severing Duke's head. However, the body remained completely unaffected. Instead, it flew up and kicked Duke's head. The head flew off and landed in front of Fang Mingyuan. Is it a monster now? Fang Mingyuan breathed heavily, gripping his knife, hesitating whether to hack the head to pieces. Otherwise, what if it came back to life? It definitely is. Zhu Wei was cunning. He hid behind Fang Mingyuan and Long Miao so that even if there was trouble, he would have cannon fodder to block the blows. Fang Mingyuan gathered his courage and walked over. Just as he was about to hack down, the eyes on the severed head suddenly snapped open and glared at him. Holy crap! Fang Mingyuan shuddered in fear and scrambled backward. Useless. Zhu Wei sneered with contempt. Can you do it? Long Miao rolled her eyes. This guy was really good at making sarcastic remarks. Duke's head was not dead. It suddenly began to roll toward Fang Mingyuan, seeking a new body. Holy crap! Fang Mingyuan retreated in a hurry. Don't panic. I've got this. Wu Yu rushed over. If I can't beat the giant, can't I at least beat a head? But before she could act, Long Miao stepped forward with her thick legs and met the head, kicking it like a goalkeeper clearing a ball on a soccer field. The head flew away and then exploded with a bang. Flesh, brain matter, and bone fragments splattered onto the nearby branches and leaves in an instant. The big ant also joined the siege. The giant was constantly being beaten, but its resistance to damage and regenerative abilities were extremely strong, and its attack power was also terrifying. Everyone had to be extremely cautious. If their side landed a blow on the giant, it was like a tickle to the monster. But if they took a single hit, they would lose half their life. You guys keep it occupied. I'll deliver the finishing blow. Jiu Hongyao did not want to drag this out. I'll do it. Lin Baici stepped back more than 10 meters, stared at the giant's chest, and extended his left hand. Divine Grace activated. Hand of God. 1 second, 2 seconds. Swish. Duke's body suddenly stiffened, as if struck by sudden death, and collapsed to the ground. What's going on? Zhang Hao and the big ant were shocked by Duke's condition. Such a powerful giant. How did it suddenly go limp? When they turned back, they saw Lin Baici holding a bloody heart in his left hand. Holy crap! Both women, who prided themselves on being ladies, cursed in unison due to extreme shock. What kind of divine grace was this, extracting a heart directly? Isn't that too overpowered? The big ant felt nothing but shock, but Zhang Hao, being a genius, thought a bit more. What if one day in the future, she ended up against Lin Baici? How could she survive an attack from this divine grace? She had to understand it thoroughly. Zhang Hao already had a favorable impression of Lin Baici, and now she wanted to become good friends, even more. The kind that could engage in negative distance interaction would be even better. It's a good thing I'm a woman. If I were a man, how uncomfortable would this be? Deep down, Zhang Hao also possessed the arrogance of a genius, but right now, she felt quite devastated by Lin Baici's display. Squish, squish. Duke's body began to bulge with lumps of flesh, expanding rapidly and irregularly. Back away, Zhang Hao shouted. Jiu Hongyao wanted to land another hit, but seeing this, she gave up. Just as the group retreated more than 10 meters, Duke's body exploded. Minced meat scattered everywhere. Giant rotting flesh. If you come into contact with it, you will be contaminated and become a mindless giant monster that attacks all life. Don't touch that flesh, Lin Baici warned quickly. He was overthinking it. Zhang Hao, the big ant, and the others were experienced. Although they didn't know the flesh was problematic, they would avoid touching it if they could. The head flew off. Jiu Hongyao shouted and gave chase. The giant's head had been blown by the shockwave of the explosion towards Zhu Wei, and then it bounced, snapping its jaws toward his neck. Holy crap! Zhu Wei's face turned pale with shock, and he dodged in a hurry. Long Miao wanted to fight, but Fang Mingyuan pulled her back. Hu Yu had no intention of saving anyone. She just wanted to help Lin Baici and prove she was useful. But she still didn't have time to act. The giant's head was suddenly slashed by a blade, leaving a wound, and it rolled away. It was the invisible Japanese samurai. Guchinkyu had guessed that after the giant was severely injured, it would definitely look for a new body. So she had the Japanese samurai lie in ambush near the strong and sturdy Fang Mingyuan. It was a perfect waiting for the rabbit, but unfortunately, it failed to kill it in one strike. The head rolled away, starting to flee for its life. Jiu Hongyao went to chase it, while Lin Baici extended his left hand toward it. "Come back here." Lin Baici was activating Hand of God when a stone hammer came spinning toward him like a meteor. This divine grace required staring at the target for 9 seconds to activate. Lin Baici dodged, and the skill failed. The stone hammer slammed into a tree behind Lin Baici that was thick enough for two people to embrace. Crack, crack. The trunk snapped and collapsed, hitting the ground with a thud, sending green leaves and branches flying like scattered flowers. "Hongyao, come back," Lin Baici shouted. A headless giant, moving with the stride of a dragon and the gait of a tiger, charged out of the dense shrubbery with murderous intent. It picked up the head from the ground and placed it back onto its neck. The flesh at the severed edge squirmed, fused, and grew back together. The giant twisted its neck from side to side, producing a series of cracking bone sounds. The air at the scene instantly became oppressive. Everyone's expression turned grim. They couldn't even defeat the giant when it was just a head. Now that it had become a complete entity, how were they supposed to handle this? "It's over." Zhu Wei's eyes were filled with panic as he retreated while hiding behind Fang Mingyuan. "Human." The giant looked at Lin Baici. "You are strong. Come, fight me one-on-one." As a warrior of the tribe, the giant loved to challenge the strong from other tribes and then turn their skulls into necklaces to hang around its neck. "I'll go first." Jiu Hongyao rolled up her sleeves, afraid that didn't exist. The girl with the high ponytail had always been the type to charge and head first whenever she was unsure of what to do. "Miao Miao." Guchinkyu gave the little chubby girl a look. The little chubby girl understood instantly and immediately picked up the wooden fork. Holding up the steak coated in honey, divine grace activated, and the secret fragrance overflowed. Visible wisps of golden ore drifted from the roasted meat. Fang Mingyuan and Zhu Wei, who were standing nearby, smelled it immediately, and their mouths began to water uncontrollably. Gurgle, gurgle. Their stomachs also began to growl. Fang Mingyuan desperately wanted to pounce over immediately, snatch the roasted meat, and shove it into his mouth. This thing was absolutely the most fragrant food he had ever smelled in his life. "Big brother giant, you've been fighting for so long, you must be hungry, right?" The little chubby girl ran forward a few steps, luring the giant like she was fishing. "Come and have something to eat. This is dragon meat." The giant's massive eyes swept over the little chubby girl, and it suddenly swung its arm, smashing it into a large tree nearby. The tree toppled over, and the giant grabbed it, hurling it at Long Miao Miao like a javelin. The little chubby girl dodged without panic and continued her fishing, but unfortunately, the giant had no intention of taking the bait at all. "This tactic isn't working." The great ant sighed. "I told you. Why would a monster eat the meat you roasted for no reason? Then let's just fight it." Jiu Hongyao was full of fighting spirit. She didn't feel the slightest bit discouraged just because the giant couldn't be killed. Lin Baici took a deep breath and quickly pulled 2 bottles of liquor from his backpack. "Hey, I think you're quite strong. How about becoming my subordinate?" Lin Baici shouted. "Follow me. Hunt the fiercest beasts. Sleep with the most beautiful women. And wipe out the most powerful tribes." As Lin Baici spoke, he activated meeting friends through wine and tossed the woolly egg over. If it were something thrown by an ordinary person, the giant would have disdained to catch it and would have smashed it long ago. However, Lin Baici had shattered its heart, demonstrating combat power worthy of its respect. Furthermore, Lin Baici's words also piqued its interest and fed its pride. Although the other party was asking him to be a subordinate, it also represented a form of recognition. "You, be my slave," the giant spoke. "Follow me, and we will trample every tribe we see." "What is your ultimate pursuit?" Lin Baici curled his lip. "A great tribal chief is not just strong in physique, but also in will and ideology. Why do you slaughter other tribes for fun, conquests? To show off your own strength? If that's all it is, then I'm sorry. You aren't worthy of drinking with me." Lin Baici formed his fingers into a blade and chopped at the bottle cap. A rich aroma of liquor immediately permeated the air. Lin Baici tilted his head back and took a few gulps. It was spicy and uncomfortable, but fortunately, Lin Baici had already activated Wine Pool and Meat Forest, which allowed him to negate the harmful effects of the white liquor. "What do you mean by that?" the giant asked in return, its interest fully piqued. "Eating the best, wearing the best, and killing all the enemies in front of you. What is the point of that? What I want to do is leave behind a monumental legacy that can stand tall on this continent long after I am dead. I want every single person on this continent, 10,000, a million, 10 million years from now, to still look up to and worship me when they mention my name to be an insurmountable peak." Lin Baici's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked down at the giant. "Although you are taller than me, your heart is not as big as mine, and your pursuits are not as high as mine." As Lin Baici spoke, he even thumped his chest hard. The giant fell silent. Lin Baici drank his liquor. Seeing this, the giant crushed the bottle neck and poured the contents into its mouth. "No way, this actually worked." Xie Hongyao was shocked. She hadn't realized that little Lin could be such a smooth talker. Gu Qingqiu, on the other hand, was lost in thought. She had obtained detailed information about the 7 towns of Luoyang from the girl with the high ponytail. In her view, this giant had been corrupted by divine remains and had already developed self-awareness. Or perhaps there were divine remains within its body. As for the entity itself, it was likely the bones or some relics of a tribesman from the Stone Age that had been corrupted into a divine taboo. No matter how much experience it had, it couldn't compare to the mindset of a modern person. And what Lin Baici said was devastatingly effective for a man with ambition. After all, who doesn't want to achieve great things? Of course. Lin Baici's meeting friends through wine had also played a part. With this divine grace, even if he used the clumsiest drinking toast, the other party would still feel his sincerity and drink the cup dry. As long as they drank with Lin Baici, the other party would treat him as a friend. "I finished my drink. You do as you please." There was no stopping it, in my opinion. "Someone like you is just wasting time." Lin Baici took 2 cases of liquor from the black om's bowl, opened them, and tossed 2 more bottles over. "Come, let's drink and chat, and once we're done, we can continue fighting." The giant caught the Wuliang, bit off the bottle neck, and poured it into its mouth. He liked this human style of doing things. Zhang Hao waved his hand, signaling everyone to step back and not interfere with Lin Baici. The giant saw the movements of these people, but it did not care to it. These people were nothing more than crawling ants that could be crushed to death at any moment. How can one have wine without meat? After Lin Baici said a few words, he frowned. "You, come over here. Serve the meat." Just as Zhang Hao was worrying that Long Miao might be too scared and mess things up, the little chubby girl ran over excitedly and handed the roasted meat to the giant. "My treat, friend, eat first." Lin Baici waved his hand grandly. The giant refused, wanting to share it with Lin Baici. A real man acts decisively. "How can you be so wishy-washy?" Lin Baici feigned disdain. "You eat first." The giant ate the meat, stuffing it into its mouth in one go. It worked. "My brother Lin is awesome." The little chubby girl beamed with joy. Chapter 506, Divine Taboo Item Acquired. Body of the giant. Lin Baici chopped down a large tree and sat on it with the giant, chatting about everything under the sun, from the 5,000 years of Chinese history to the last century of world history. The key was to brag, making it sound as impressive as possible. Before this, after his salary arrived, Lin Baici had bought a lot of alcohol while stocking up on supplies: white spirits, red wine, and beer. He didn't drink them himself. The main purpose was to activate the friendship through wine ability, because to use this divine grace, one must have alcohol. The giant was massive and had a huge appetite. A bottle of wine was like mouthwash to it. Fortunately, Lin Baici had plenty in stock. In reality, once the effect of friendship through wine was triggered, it didn't make much difference whether it was expensive Wuliang or cheaper Guotu. In any case, it was all about the depth of the bond. "I drink it all down." The giant had quickly come to regard Lin Baici as a close friend, and its hostility had greatly diminished. The ground was covered in empty bottles, and the aroma of alcohol drifted through the forest. "Is this monster still not drunk?" Zhu Wei and his group stayed to the side, waiting anxiously. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been drunk and vomiting long ago. But the giant's metabolic rate was simply too strong. It acted as if nothing had happened. Fortunately, there was still Long Miao Miao. Her divine grace could infuse food with a potent anesthetic toxin. Otherwise, even if Lin Baici finished all his wine, he wouldn't be able to knock this giant down. Come, try these dried fruits. The little bit of meat Lin Baici had couldn't possibly be enough for the giant to eat. But fortunately, there were other snacks. If it weren't for friendship through wine, the giant wouldn't have eaten these things at all. Nor would it have listened to Lin Baici's tall tales. Now, it all depended on the little chubby girl. This forest is so big. Don't you feel lonely living here by yourself? Why don't you come out with me? Lin Baici probed for information. There are many heads of powerful people outside, waiting for us to cut them down. I must guard the goddess. The giant shook its head. Goddess. Lin Baici narrowed his eyes. Who is that? The owner of this place, the goddess. It seems it is a female divine corpse. But it shouldn't be a living deity, right? The giant didn't say anything, but frowned and stared at Lin Baici. This was its instinctual reaction. This topic was top secret, carved into its very bones. Seeing the giant become guarded, Lin Baici immediately changed the subject. I saw a crow earlier. It was so annoying. That thieving bird is indeed noisy. I chased it for a month before I caught it, then plucked its feathers and hung it on a tree for over half a year. The giant said with disdain, if it weren't the goddess's pet, I would have eaten it long ago. Chased it for a month? That sounds difficult. Lin Baici shook his head, wearing an expression that said, you don't seem to be all that impressive. That was the first time. I wasn't familiar with it. Now I don't even need to catch it. I just have to roar. And it has to bring meat over. The giant snorted coldly, used a hand blade to open a bottle of wine, and poured it into its mouth. If it doesn't listen, can you still catch it? Lin Baici continued to probe, wanting to see the goddess. 9 times out of 10, he would have to get past that crow. Of course. The giant was halfway through its sentence when its eyes suddenly rolled back, and its body toppled to the side. The giant's massive body crashed to the ground, crushing the weeds and nearly hitting Long Miao Miao. Yeah, it worked, Long Miao Miao cheered, grabbed a handful of peanuts, and stuffed them into her mouth. Little Lindsay, Jia Hongyao and her group, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately rushed over. Zhu Wei lagged behind, mainly worried that in case the giant was faking drunkenness or suddenly woke up, it would go on a killing spree and finish him off. Better to play it safe for now. Lin Baici first picked up the giant's stone hammer, then went to check the giant's breathing. Without its weapon, the giant's combat power would be significantly reduced. Is it dead? The big ant asked excitedly. If we kill this kind of monster, it should drop a divine corpse, right? Not dead. Lin Baici shook his head. The key is, how do we kill it? Zhang Hao frowned. Cut out its heart, smash its head, chop it into pieces. I don't believe it can still come back to life. ICU was full of hatred, gripping a machete, and was about to stab the giant's heart. Lin Baici and the others had just chopped off the giant's head earlier, but it hadn't died. So, ICU chose the heart, thinking it was the vital point. The big ant grabbed ICU's wrist and scolded her sternly. What are you doing? This is little Lindsay's spoils of war. ICU's face stiffened. The big ant had already saved face for ICU. As a candidate, she had no say here at all. It was only because Lin Baici was magnanimous. If it had been any other man with a strong desire for control, he would have slapped her across the face long ago to teach her a lesson. If you stab it, and it wakes up from the pain, what will you do? Lin Baici glanced at ICU. I understand your grief over losing your brother, but you must remain calm. Otherwise you will die too. I understand. ICU lowered her head. Should we continue to poison it? Well, you suggested. Or we could all strike it once. Before it wakes up from the pain, we can hack off its limbs. That way, even if it does wake up, it shouldn't have the strength to fight back, right? Lin Baici looked at the giant's massive body and sighed. It fell too quickly. I actually wanted to ask it for the method to kill that crow. The God Eater had said that only a giant could kill that crow. I think I heard it say goddess earlier. That must be the divine remains, right? Zhang Hao was full of anticipation. If they could contain the goddess, They should be able to completely purify the 7 towns of Luoyang. This achievement would be enough to make all of them famous. And as for the prize money, it would be more than they could ever spend. It didn't say where it was. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. Then what should we do? Should we find a way to interrogate it? Huo Yu looked at Gu Qingqiu, waiting for an answer. Don't bother. A loyal giant will not leak any information about the goddess. Like Qiufu chasing the sun, giants are hunters. They maintain a combat stance at all times. Only when they drink water do they relax their vigilance slightly. The God Eater commented. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. A river, relaxing. Lin Baici suddenly thought of a way to kill it and immediately asked in his mind, will it drown? The God Eater remained silent. Forget it. Let's try it first. Hong Yao Zhang Hao, Andy. Come over and give me a hand. Let's move this guy to the river. Lin Baici called out. You want to drown it? Gu Qingqiu immediately guessed Lin Baici's plan. I can do it alone. Jia Hong Yao was incredibly strong. After looping a rope around the giant's neck, she began to drag it along. Half an hour later, the group dragged the giant to the side of a mountain stream with rushing water. Phew, we finally made it. Fang Mengyuan let out a sigh of relief. The giant was so bulky that dragging it all the way here was like plowing a field, and Fang Mengyuan was terrified it would wake up from the pain. This mountain stream isn't deep enough. Zhang Hao inspected it. The stream was only about 3 meters wide and waist deep. It was slightly insufficient to fully submerge the giant. It's enough, Lin Baici instructed. Miao Miao. Feed it some more of that spiked liquor. Got it. The little chubby girl took the bottle, activated her divine favor to turn the liquor into poison, and poured it into the giant's mouth. Then, Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao each grabbed one of the giant's wrists and dragged it into the mountain stream. Splash! Cool water sprayed everywhere. As soon as the giant touched the water, it acted as if it had encountered its greatest fear and immediately began to struggle. It's waking up. Jia Hongyao immediately went to pin down the giant's head. Lin Baici hurried to help. But the giant was like a rat thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Struggling more and more violently, whoosh, the muscle Buddha appeared, one hand gripping the giant's neck and the other pressing down on its head, pinning it firmly into the stream. Gurgle, gurgle. The air exhaled by the giant churned up a long string of bubbles. The group immediately grew tense. Dewey stepped back, feeling that the monster was about to wake up. Cut off its hands and feet, Zhang Hao said. Then jumped into the water with a splash, ready to strike. Cut off its head. Gu Qingqiu drew her red demon blade, jumped into the stream as well, and walked quickly toward the giant. I'll do it. Lin Baici had thought of this too. But he was worried that if the head was cut off, the drowning method might become useless. Gu Qingqiu guessed Lin Baici's concern and persuaded him. With your strength, at worst, you can just catch it again. In Gu Qingqiu's view, even if the giant escaped, Lin Baici had the ability to capture it once more. Others might not be able to do it, but classmate Lin definitely could. Let me do it. The giant's neck was very thick. Zhang Hao looked at Gu Qingqiu, who appeared delicate and coughed from time to time, and worried that she wouldn't have the strength to sever the giant's cervical spine in one blow. I can do it, Gu Qingqiu emphasized, her voice not loud, but filled with an unquestionable tone. Zhang Hao glanced at Lin Baici and, seeing he had no objections, decided not to bother with it. She didn't care about Gu Qingqiu, but she had to give Lin Baici face. Gu Qingqiu saw Zhang Hao's small gesture and curled her lips slightly. Just you wait. I will definitely win respect through my own strength. That said, it really is nice following Lin Baici. I can borrow his influence to act tough. Gu Qingqiu walked to the giant's side, gripped the katana with both hands, and raised it. Is she not afraid? Fang Mengyuan saw Gu Qingqiu's calm expression and felt a mix of astonishment and envy. Not to mention that it was a terrifying and killable giant. Even a tiger being held down by someone would make a person's heart race. Slash! Gu Qingqiu swung down. The bright, sharp blade cut into the giant's flesh and bone, continuing downward until it grazed the surface of the stream and sliced through. Splash! The giant's head fell into the stream like a large meatball, splashing water that looked like shattered pearls under the dim sunlight. Not much blood flowed out. The headless giant's body began to struggle violently. Just as expected, Hong Yao, keep it restrained, Gu Qingqiu ordered. The Japanese samurai red demon blade had already been lurking invisibly beside the giant, and at this moment, it struck with a blade. Slash. The giant's left lower leg was severed. Zhang Hao suddenly understood. This girl was a pervert who loved blood and slaughter. Lin Baici thrust his bronze sword into the water, piercing through the giant's head and pinning it to the bottom of the stream. Gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles emerged from the giant's mouth. No matter how it struggled, it was to no avail. Because it had consumed the poison and was submerged in water, the giant's struggles, while present, were weak and visibly fading with every passing moment. Lin Baici had guessed correctly. This giant spent its whole life hunting. No matter how else one killed it, it would always revive. Only by drowning it in water could its life be brought to a definitive end. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the giant body that had been fighting Jia Hongyao suddenly collapsed limply to the ground. As mud splashed everywhere, a large amount of bright red blood flowed from its neck. The head, which had been pressed into the stream, stopped bubbling as well. Is it completely dead now? Long Miao squatted by the river, picked up a rock, and threw it at the giant's corpse. Hurry up and dissect it. Monsters with self-awareness always have divine remains in their bodies, the great ant urged. After swallowing its finger into your stomach, you can transform into a giant. Spit out the finger to return to your original form. The giant form consumes a massive amount of divine power and requires a robust body for support. Once you run out of divine power or physical stamina in this state, you will suffer sudden death immediately, the gluttonous god commented. Lin Baici picked up his bronze sword, which still had the giant's wide-eyed, unresigned head impaled on it. Swallowing a finger raw was quite disgusting, but if he could turn into a giant and fight like this monster, it was something he could endure. Sizzle! As the giant died, a massive amount of steam began to rise from its head and body. The entire corpse rapidly evaporated, dehydrated, and shrank within a few minutes. It had shrunk to just over 1.8 meters, looking as thin as a sun-dried mummy. Lin Baici discarded the head, walked over to the corpse, and looked at the 10 wind-dried fingers before hacking them off. The others gathered around, confused by Lin Baici's actions. Miao, come pick one. Lin Baici called the little chubby girl over. This isn't even edible. Why would I want this thing? Long Miao pouted. As a souvenir, in truth. The little chubby girl wanted to taste what this giant was like. Even a dried corpse would be fine. She would just treat it as if it had been roasted. But with so many people watching, she was too embarrassed to bring it up, lest she be seen as a pervert. Swallowing this giant finger into your stomach will allow you to turn into a giant. Before Lin Baici could finish, everyone gasped, especially Zhu Wei. Holy crap, for real. Zhu Wei squeezed over, his large eyes fixed on the giant's fingers. It's real. But if your body is weak, you will suffer sudden death once you run out of divine power after transforming. Lin Baici emphasized. How do you know that? Zhu Wei asked curiously. The great ant slapped him on the head. Do you have to talk so much? The great ant scolded, though she felt a bit anxious inside. Would little Lin give her a finger? She trusted Lin Baici's judgment. After all, who didn't have a few secrets? She hadn't contributed much, so she was afraid she wouldn't get a share of such a good item. However, Lin Baici was truly generous to let a candidate pick first. If it were her, she definitely wouldn't be willing to part with them. Zhang Hao looked at Lin Baici with interest, his gaze appreciative, gaining a new understanding of his magnanimous character. I'm really picking one. Long Miao looked at Lin Baici. She had been worried he was just being polite, but his calm, bright eyes were filled with sincerity. I'm sorry, Brother Lin, I misunderstood you. The little chubby girl happily picked a thumb. It was fat, but a bit short, so she eyed a middle finger instead. In the end, she chose the right thumb and prepared to put it in her mouth. Don't eat it now. Lin Baici couldn't help but laugh. What's the rush? There will be plenty of opportunities later. Oh. The little chubby girl nodded repeatedly. You guys come pick two. Lin Baici signaled. Examiner Lin. Then I won't be polite. Zhu Wei said politely, then stared at the remaining 9 fingers with glowing eyes and reached out his hand. Chapter 507 Become a Giant. Catch the golden crow by the mountain stream. The water gurgled. If they weren't in the divine ruins, Setting up a tent for a camping trip and having a barbecue would have been quite a rustic pleasure. These fingers should all be the same, right? Zhu Wei looked greedily at the remaining 9 fingers, not knowing which one was the most valuable. I'll just pick the biggest one. Zhu Wei quickly made his decision, but before he could touch a finger, the great ant had already swung her arm and slapped him across the face. The great ant had a lot of strength, and the sound of the slap was crisp. Zhu Wei's head whipped to the side, and he fell to the ground. He felt as if his brain had been rattled out, and his lip was split, the taste of blood filling his mouth. Do you have any self-awareness? The great ant said speechlessly. What did you do? Do you think you have the qualifications to share the spoils? Forget about fighting the monster. You didn't even cheer for us. Zhang Hao was shocked. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Not to mention that these dried fingers could turn someone into a giant and were worth a fortune. Even the giant's corpse without any special effects could be traded for some meteor coins. Zhu Wei had no right to a share at all. Fang Mingyuan had originally wanted to take a finger, thinking he would have a trump card if he could turn into a giant. But hearing this, he immediately sobered up. He didn't have the qualifications either. Fang Mingyuan looked at Zhu Wei's rapidly swelling left cheek and felt fortunate that he hadn't reached out. It was God Lin who said. Zhu Wei looked at Lin Baici with pleading eyes. Lin Baici didn't even bother to glance at Zhu Wei. He was a speculative cheater. Lin Baici hadn't kicked him out during the first round just so he could taste the terror of the rule pollution. You guys come and take them. Lin Baici signaled for everyone to hurry. Is that really okay? The great ant hesitated. She had fought, but her contribution was far from enough. Take it. This guy Little Bai is worth befriending. Zhang Hao picked a finger at random. If you feel bad about it, just be Little Bai's maid for half a year, making his bed and folding his blankets. Hey! The great ant puffed out her chest, thinking to herself, I would love to, but would it ever be my turn? Unless Lin Baici was a cow type who enjoyed stealing other men's wives. The big ant had self-awareness, aside from still possessing a certain charm. She truly had no advantages compared to Gu Qingqiu and Huo Yuyu. Little Lin. Then, I will not stand on ceremony. The big ant was also reluctant to let such a god-tier item slip by. From now on, this ant's life is sold to you. Whenever you have an order, call me, and I will definitely arrive. After saying this, the big ant picked out a pinky finger. It was a display of not being greedy. Thank you, alumna. Gu Qingqiu smiled slightly, took a middle finger, and sniffed it in front of her nose. Can this thing really turn you into a giant if you eat it? Jiu Hongyao pinched a middle finger between her index finger and thumb, holding it up in front of her to observe it carefully. She did not stand on ceremony with Lin Baici. They were good brothers, and with the added status of godmother, their bond was stronger than gold. Lin Baici signaled for Huo Yuyu to hurry up. Why are you dawdling? Huo Yuyu felt embarrassed. After all, she hadn't contributed any effort. Lin Baici picked up a ring finger and tossed it to the little mermaid. Zhu Wei was immediately unhappy and muttered that she hadn't fought the giant either. However, he wasn't stupid enough to say it out loud. Looking at Huo Yuyu's beauty, she was definitely Lin Baici's little girlfriend, although her figure was a bit flat. Some people just like that type, as long as she didn't show her ID card. If Huo Yuyu put on a high school uniform, she would be a perfectly legal underage girl. Mingyuan, I won't give you one. If an ordinary person eats this, they will be corrupted into a dead flesh man, Lin Baici explained. I understand. Fang Mingyuan nodded hurriedly. He is doing this for your own good. Long Miao Miao chimed in, handing Fang Mingyuan a lollipop. Here, have some snacks and relax a bit. Lin Baici distributed 6 fingers and put the rest away. If this stuff were to be sold, it would have to be traded for meteor stones. Izu waited expectantly, but seeing that Lin Baici hadn't asked her from beginning to end, she felt a bit disappointed and depressed. I didn't contribute, but I have high beauty. Doesn't that deserve your care? Straight man, so insensitive. Her brother was dead, and she hadn't gained anything. Izu felt terrible, but she was a rational person. She couldn't blame Lin Baici for this kind of thing. If it weren't for him, she would already be dead. This corpse also has research value. It cannot be discarded. The big ant jumped into the stream to look for the giant's severed left lower leg. Hiss, hiss. The giant was emitting white steam and was still evaporating. Not only had its body shrunk by several sizes, but it had also become extremely dry. It was quite terrifying. Lin Baici took out a black coffin and wrapped the giant's remains in it. This object could prevent pollution radiation. Let's go. Let's find a place to rest first. Lin Baici still needed to test the giant's finger first and figure out how to kill that golden crow. He walked a few steps, then suddenly turned back and glanced at Fang Mingyuan. What is it? Fang Mingyuan puffed out his chest and held his head high. Don't worry about me. I can hold on. I know you have good physical fitness. Lin Baici smiled. He just suddenly realized that Fang Mingyuan was an ordinary person. So, why did he have no physiological reactions like dizziness or nausea when facing the giant's remains? The group followed the stream downward. Lin Baici took some water and biscuits for everyone. That crow is quite troublesome. I suggest we hide first and see how things develop. When the big ant said this, she stole a glance at Lin Baici's expression. She was worried that this young man was hot-blooded and would insist on clashing with it. In reality, hiding and waiting for others to go first was the most correct approach. No need. With little Lin and Qinkyu here, we are guaranteed to win. Jia Hongyao was full of confidence. Zhang Hao rolled her eyes. Have you forgotten how everyone was chased like dogs by that golden crow earlier? I am certain that everyone else is doing the same, the big ant advised. Not to mention Ban Yongshan, as well as Deng Mingyu and Wan Lei, those half-step dragon level experts. There is no need for us to take risks. Wan Lei was beaten to death. Zhou Wei interjected. The big ant was stunned. Beaten to death by whom? That giant. Zhang Hao was equally astonished. Wan Lei was no pushover. By that young man in the red down jacket. Zhou Wei gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. Zhang Hao frowned, just as she was about to ask for details about the situation. A shrill cry rang out abruptly. Team leader Yuan. The voice flashed by and then fell silent again. Everyone's nerves tightened immediately. There is a monster. The big ant's expression was grave. Soon, another shout rang out. Team leader, don't leave me behind. I don't want to die. You damn piece of trash. Are you just going to watch us die? From time to time, a scream or a curse would ring out in the forest. What is going on? Fang Mingyuan couldn't understand it. He only felt a huge threat approaching, and his hair stood on end. The enemy is too strong and is chasing some people. They don't dare to make a sound because they are afraid of being targeted by the enemy. So, they only call for help when they have no way to escape. Gu Qinkyu shrugged her shoulders, but clearly, including that team leader, no one is offering any help. So, does every shout mean someone has died? Fang Mingyuan's scalp went numb. This is too cruel, isn't it? Then he noticed that Lin Baici and the others didn't have any expressions of sadness or distress. It was clear they were accustomed to it and had seen death many times. What are we waiting for? Zhou Wei panicked. Let's run. Those cries for help were clearly heading in their direction. You run then. Gu Qinkyu wanted to see what was happening. Zhang Hao and the eldest ant urgently wanted to suggest finding a temporary place to hide. But seeing that Lin Baici and Gu Qinkyu had no intention of leaving, they wisely kept their mouths shut. In this temporary team, Lin Baici was the one calling the shots. Such guts. Zhang Hao felt that Lin Baici was being too reckless. But then she thought about how he had even killed a giant. So, he certainly had the capital to be arrogant. Jia Hongyao held her short blade and stood at the very front. Soon, the sound of rapid, chaotic footsteps approached from the distance, quickly becoming clear. Brother Z, help me! Another abrupt, panicked scream rang out, making the already dim forest feel even more oppressive. A bunch of lunatics. Zhou Wei cursed inwardly. Wanting to cry but having no tears, he wanted to leave. But he knew he would definitely die faster if he left Lin Baici. It is coming. Zhang Hao saw a familiar figure running through the trees. It is Yangchun. Over there, Huan Jifeng, the eldest ant pointed. These two were strong and ran the fastest. Behind them were many other figures, most of whom were examiners. Brother Z, what kind of monster is chasing you? Zhang Hao shouted. Zhang Hao. Yangchun had not expected to run into Zhang Hao here. So, he hurriedly waved his hand. Run, it is a burning crow. It cannot be killed. And whoever it touches will be burned to death. Lin Baici saw it. In the forest, a firebird was flying. When it collided with a person, that person would immediately be ignited, turning into a human torch. And then within a few seconds, they would be reduced to ashes. Damn, it is that crow. Zue panicked and reached out to pull Lin Baici. Let us run. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Jiu Hongyao signaled for everyone to move, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Baici. You must have a plan by now, right? Do you take me for an omnipotent god? Lin Baici teased. In truth, he already had a rough plan, but he dared not implement it rashly. After all, he only had one life. Run first. Ziyang Chen waved. Team leader Yuan. Did you discover anything? Gu Qingqiu shouted. Yuan Jifeng was immediately embarrassed. Feeling so ashamed he wished he could crawl into a hole in the ground. As a team leader, being unable to protect everyone was truly pathetic. But Yuan Jifeng had no choice. He had already killed that crow once, but the monster would not die, and he was out of options. That monster bird must require some special method to be killed. Yuan Jifeng analyzed. Do not be reckless. Run first, Cao. Today, you are all going to die. The crow laughed mockingly, its body burning with scorching golden flames as it flew through the forest. It was not in a hurry to kill, as it treated this as a game. Only a giant can kill this golden crow. Let it taste the iron fist of the king of the food chain. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. This time, the gluttonous god did not tell him to run away quickly. Did this prove that the tactic he had come up with was useful? Why are you spacing out? Ziyang Chen came over. Everyone looked at Lin Baici. This action also made Ziyang Chen stare at Lin Baici in confusion. What is going on? It seems Zhang Hao listens to him too. Ziyang Chen had known Zhang Hao for a long time, so he understood his friend's personality well. Proud, confident, and extremely opinionated. For her to listen to a man was very difficult. Retreat first, Lin Baici moved, and naturally, everyone else began to flee for their lives. Ziyang Chen was very curious. What had this kid done? He was already acting like a team leader. The golden crow chased everyone, making them flee in terror. This was a life or death escape. So everyone was giving it their all. Fang Mingyuan and Zhu Wei were left at the back within a few minutes. No way, Fang Mingyuan was stunned. Am I that useless? Team leader. Zhu Wei panicked. After the golden crow ignited another person, it finally set its sights on Fang Mingyuan, who had fallen behind. Xiao Bai. Huo Yuyu saw Lin Baici slowing down, clearly intending to save Fang Mingyuan, and she grew anxious. You guys go first. Jiu Hongyao had already slowed down. Cough, cough. Gu Qingqiu saw Lin Baici take out that giant's finger and became thoughtful. Lin Baici threw the giant's thumb into his mouth and then swallowed hard. This thing was quite large and scratched his throat. Old Bai. Do not worry about me, just run. Fang Mingyuan was moved to tears seeing Lin Baici stay behind. As the finger was swallowed, in about a second, Lin Baici felt his abdomen heat up, as if a ball of fire were burning inside. Following that, this surge of heat rushed through his entire body. Sizzle. White steam began to rise from Lin Baici's entire body, and in the blink of an eye, it engulfed him. Within the steam, massive muscle fibers sprouted from Lin Baici's neck, ankles, wrists, waist, and thighs, rapidly wrapping around his entire body. Lin Baici, do not be impulsive. Ziyang Chen was just about to advise him, but Lin Baici was like an old-fashioned steam engine, emitting massive amounts of white steam from his body, blowing so hot that the surrounding leaves and weeds were nearly scorched. What the hell? Everyone scattered to avoid being burned. Before the steam dissipated, a right leg stepped out from within, and immediately following it, a 12-meter-tall giant revealed its form. It took 2 thumping steps, charging toward the golden crow, then bent over and reached out, grabbing at the golden crow as it shot toward Fang Mingyuan in a sweeping motion. A giant suddenly appearing in front of it gave the golden crow a huge fright. It immediately flapped its wings, changed direction, and flew past Lin Baici's massive hand. Lin Baici changed his grab into a swat. Lin Baici's massive hand slammed into a nearby tree that was too thick for 2 people to wrap their arms around. Crack! The tree snapped, and the sky was filled with shaken-off leaves, falling like snowflakes in the air. Burning bird feathers drifted about. Just missed. Jiu Hongyao felt a pang of regret. The commotion here had drawn the attention of Yuan Jifeng and his group. They did not know that the giant was actually Lin Baici. Seeing that the crow had not been dealt with and now a giant had appeared, they nearly fell into despair, each of them running even faster than before. "What the hell is going on?" Ziyangchen asked urgently. Could this giant be Lin Baici? No one answered him. Zhang Hao stared intently at the giant swatting at the golden crow. Her fists clenched in excitement. "That is right. This is the effect of that finger. Oh my god, I have one too. I can also turn into a giant. This is simply too cool." Du Wei was so jealous he felt like he was going to explode. "If I could kill that giant, all 10 fingers would be mine. How many meteor stones could I trade those for, alumnus?" "That crow is trying to run," Gu Qingqiu shouted. Chapter 508 Divine Favor Acquired. Thanks to nature's gift, another monster is coming. Don't go over there. Because of the steam and the dense foliage, the others did not know that the giant was Lin Baici. They were already like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring, and now, suddenly seeing a giant over 10 meters tall appear, they were even more panicked and disoriented, because, judging by the strength of the crow, any monster that appeared here was bound to be incredibly powerful. Yuan Jifeng, however, had seen it, and he was left dumbfounded. How is Lin Baici still able to turn into a giant? Just how many trump cards has he been hiding? Immediately after, Yuan Jifeng felt a sense of relief. If Lin Baici could take down that firebird, everyone would be safe. Yuan Jifeng slowed his pace, waiting to see the outcome of the battle, regarding Lin Baici's strength. Although he did not say it out loud, in his heart, he acknowledged it deeply. "I want to go too." Seeing Lin Baici transform into a giant, Jiu Hongyao was also stirred with excitement. She opened her mouth, ready to toss the giant finger inside. "Wait a moment," Gu Qingqiu stopped her. Although the crow seemed to fear the giant and fled upon seeing him, Lin Baici had not yet made contact with the crow. They did not know if he could avoid being ignited. If this was a feint by the crow to lure him in, it would be disastrous. Moreover, they did not know what dangers lay ahead, so Jiu Hongyao's stamina had to be used sparingly. "There is strength in numbers." The girl with the high ponytail pouted, but she still followed Gu Qingqiu's advice. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Baici sprinted in pursuit, leaving footprints over a foot deep in the ground with every step. As he exerted force, the muscle groups all over his body tightened and relaxed, filled with the aesthetic of raw power. "Will you?" exclaimed Dot at this moment. The giant Lin Baici was not just a larger version of Lin Baici. His features were only slightly similar, and he lacked skin tissue. With his muscles exposed to the air. At first glance, it was somewhat gruesome. Swish, swish. The giant Lin reached out and swiped repeatedly, like a massive net. The golden crow was extremely fast, and its movements were agile as it dodged and weaved. "I caught it." "What the hell?" Watching the golden crow slip through the closing gaps of Lin Baici's fingers, Long Miao Miao stomped her feet in frustration. It was just a hair's breadth away. The golden crow was getting anxious, flapping its wings, trying to escape this place as quickly as possible. Its flames could not ignite the giant. It was a natural predator-prey relationship. The golden crow dove into the canopy of a tree, using the dense leaves to conceal its form. Lin Baici swung his fist, smashing into the large tree in front of him. The tree was snapped in half at the waist. Lin Baici grabbed the tree and used it like a fly swatter, smashing it toward the golden crow. Whoosh, whoosh, leaves flew everywhere, like a giant broom. The golden crow was struck, lost its balance, and tumbled toward the ground. However, just before hitting the earth, it took flight again and dove into a thicket of bushes. Lin Baici frowned deeply. The crow was too small. It felt just like trying to catch a fly with his bare hands. It was difficult. The giant Lin extended his right hand. His gaze locked onto the golden crow. 1 second, 2 seconds, it got away. Fang Mingyuan said with regret. Ziyangchen and Yuan Jifeng were staring at the giant's hand, their faces filled with confusion. What is he doing? It feels like something big is about to happen. Lin Baici stared fixedly at the golden crow, not losing track of it. 9 seconds later, the god's hand was successfully activated. Swish, the golden crow, which had already flown far away and was nearly disappearing into the forest, suddenly vanished. The next instant, it appeared in the giant's hand. Lin Baici squeezed hard. "Caw, caw," the crow shrieked, flames erupting on its body as it made a final struggle. but it was useless. The giant Lin did not feel the heat at all. What the hell? What kind of divine favor is this? Ziyangchen exclaimed. He was an elite, well-traveled and naturally talented, but at this moment, he was still shocked beyond measure. Experience told him that this divine favor was incredibly powerful and definitely not something obtained from an ordinary divine remain. Yuan Jifeng pursed his lips. Lin Baici truly did not disappoint. Yuan Jifeng's heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. If only he hadn't given the man a cold shoulder from the very beginning and had maintained a harmonious relationship. How good would that have been? Seeing the expressions on Ziyangchen and Yuan Jifeng's faces, Zhang Hao could not help but chuckle. So, everyone has this look when they see Lin Baici show his power. Ziyangchen did not go to greet the giant form Lin Baici, but instead quickly ran to Zhang Hao's side and asked in a low voice, "What is going on?" As you can see, Zhang Hao shrugged. Seeing that Ziyangchen looked a bit resentful, she quickly explained a few things. Ziyangchen was dumbfounded. You killed that giant, and then by using its finger, you can turn into a giant. Zhang Hao was surprised, looking at Lin Baici with a hint of admiration. He is truly bold and meticulous. Brother Z, a person like this, even if you cannot become friends, you must never offend him. Ziyangchen was a genius. While he appeared approachable, his standards were actually incredibly high. Zhang Hao was genuinely afraid that he might act arrogant and end up offending Lin Baici. I understand, Ziyangchen nodded, having caught the well-meaning and solemn tone in Zhang Hao's words. Yuan Jifeng, standing nearby, heard the exchange between the two. Jiu Hongyao had rushed to the feet of the giant Lin the moment he transformed. While looking up at him, she also gave his Achilles tendon to solid punches. So hard. Jiu Hongyao licked her lips, itching to swing her blade just to test the feel of it. Alumnus, how do you feel right now? Gu Qingqiu walked over, wanting to understand the experience of becoming a giant. Giant Lin did not answer. Gaga, don't kill me. I'll tell you where the goddess is. Go find her. She has countless treasures. Where is she? Giant Lin spoke, his voice deep and booming, yet slow. West, to the west, the crow shrieked, flapping its wings vigorously. How are we supposed to take this thing with us? Gu Qingqiu frowned. Can it be sealed using the black coffin? It should be possible for a short time, but if it stays sealed for too long, it will break through the black coffin seal, Zhang Hao explained. I suspect that the goddess is the divine remains. If we contain her, we can purify the 7 towns of Luoyang and get out of here alive. Yuan Jifeng spoke up, trying to assert his presence. Lead the way for us, Gu Qingqiu commanded. The goddess wills to me alive. You go yourselves, to the west. The golden crow did not want to go. I told you, let me go. Zhang Hao wanted to offer a word of persuasion, but Giant Lin grabbed the crow and shoved it toward his mouth. What are you doing? Let me go, Ga. The golden crow's screech came to an abrupt end. Giant Lin placed the crow into his massive mouth, bit down, and gave a sharp tug. The crow's head was gone. Swish. Fresh blood sprayed from the crow's neck, staining Giant Lin's body. Everyone was dumbfounded. He just killed it like that. Isn't that a bit too decisive and ruthless? Giant Lin turned his head and spat out the crow's head with a puff. Sizzle. Sizzle. A massive amount of white steam suddenly erupted from Lin Baiqi's body. Because the temperature was so high, the people nearby quickly retreated to avoid it. Jiu Hongyao's eyes widened as she kept her focus on Lin Baici, ready to provide rescue at any moment should something go wrong. The white steam rose, completely obscuring Lin Baici as it spread in all directions. This process lasted for about a minute before the white steam slowly dissipated. Lin Baici walked out, his steps slightly unsteady, his face showing signs of fatigue. Jiu Hongyao and Zhang Hao immediately rushed over to support him. Gu Qingqiu and Huo Yu also wanted to help, but they couldn't squeeze through. How does it feel to be a giant? Gu Qingqiu observed Lin Baici. His clothes were soaked through, presumably with sweat, and they were still hot to the touch. Aside from looking haggard and drenched in sweat as if he had just finished a sauna, there were no other adverse conditions. Everything looked small. So, I'm not quite used to it. My control over my limbs is as natural as my own body. Other than that, my senses have become dull. If I were to take a blade, I probably wouldn't feel any pain. Lin Baici pulled at his collar to let in some air. In his right hand, He held the dead golden crow. Why did you kill it? Yuan Jifeng was a half-step dragon level and had always acted as a team leader. So the question came out as a reprimand. Only after he finished speaking did he realize his tone was inappropriate. Fortunately, Lin Baici was not angry. The flames on this strange bird can ignite many things. The black coffin cannot seal it. So I had no choice but to kill it. Once the giant state was deactivated, Lin Baici would be unable to touch this golden crow. So killing it was the simplest and most effective solution. What a pity, Jiangchun said with regret. If you could bring such a divine ruined species back alive, you would receive a massive reward. Lin Baici chuckled. Say less. Zhang Hao patted Jiangchun's arm. What kind of status does Lin Baici have? He certainly doesn't lack those rewards from the Security Bureau. Everyone, come over. The strange bird has been killed by God Lin. It's safe now. The big auntie shouted. Many people were about to run out of sight. To slender, transparent arms extended from Lin Baici's shoulders, looking as if they were condensed from starlight. They reached out from the crow's corpse and plucked out a transparent orb the size of a walnut. Inside the orb, a small golden ball was suspended. Divine grace, Zhu Wei exclaimed. That strange bird was so powerful that it chased so many examiners away. The divine grace it dropped must be incredibly potent as well. Thank you for nature's gift. Lin Baici pressed his palms together and bowed piously. The arms grabbed the orb and delivered it into Lin Baici's mouth. It melted upon contact. A warm current rushed into his stomach, and then his mind shook violently. Amidst a sharp, piercing pain, he gained some mysterious and profound knowledge. Samadhi golden crow fire, a powerful exotic flame that can scorch most things in this world, burning them to ashes. At the same time, it increases your resistance to fire. You won't have to worry about being burned or disfigured by short-term contact with flames. When the target dies, it carries an explosive splash effect. Setting fire to the mountains will land you in prison. After using this divine grace, you will feel thirsty and feverish. If your constitution is too poor, you might suffer heat stroke and faint on the spot, the gourmet god commented. There are still 5 more. A curve formed at the corner of Lin Baici's mouth, and he smiled with great satisfaction, as expected of the gatekeeper of the final boss. The loot is truly abundant. Han Yao Qingqiu, Xiaoyu, open your mouths. The arms reached out from the crow's corpse again and pulled out 2 more orbs of light. With a crisis looming, Lin Baici needed to boost the strength of his companions. Thank you for the gift, little Lin. Jiu Hongyao playfully bowed to Lin Baici, then opened her mouth, waiting to be fed. They were dear friends and brothers in arms, the kind of relationship where not even a bribe could make them betray each other. So Jiu Hongyao did not act coy or refuse. Thank you. Gu Qingqiu said nothing else. Nor did she feel embarrassed, because in this life, as long as Lin Baici did not drive her away, she would be a member of the 7th star in life and a ghost of the 7th star in death. The 2 of them ate the light orb, savoring it slowly. Xiaobai, it's too much of a waste to give it to me. Huoyu felt uneasy. This favor was far too great. I wonder if I can pay it back with my body. Don't be shy. Just say the word. I've been practicing yoga lately, and I can pull off most poses. Hurry up, Lin Baici urged. Zhang Hao watched as Huoyu consumed a divine grace, feeling so envious she could wither away. Isn't this too generous? Little brother Lin, I want to be your dog. Give me a chance. Yuan Jifeng was surprised. Don't be surprised. Xiaobai even shared the giant's fingers with everyone. The big ant took the opportunity to flatter Lin Baici. God Lin is magnanimous. Ziyangcheng gave a thumbs up. What do you plan to do next? What is your opinion, team leader Yuan? Lin Baici knew how to handle people. He asked for Yuan Jifeng's thoughts first. If they aligned with his own, he would follow them, which showed respect for Yuan Jifeng. I see you're tired too. Let's rest first. And at the same time, send out signals to have everyone gather. Once we're all here, we'll go to contain the divine remains. Yuan Jifeng's plan was very sound. We'll listen to team leader Yuan. Lin Baici went to the side, picked a patch of open ground, took out a camping tent, and had everyone set it up. Then, he brought out some food and water for everyone to collect. Thank you, God Lin. Many thanks, brother Lin. God Lin, I heard you once cleared a god ruin by yourself. Could you tell us about it? The examiners gathered around, surrounding Lin Baici. Lin Baici smiled and declined. He was in no mood to talk about that. Yuan Jifeng took out a signal flare and fired it. Whoosh! The signal flare flew into the sky, exploded with a bang, and fireworks bloomed. It was a pity it wasn't night, or it would have been truly spectacular. Every 10 minutes, Yuan Jifeng fired a signal firework. 20 minutes later, Pen Yangxiang arrived with 7 or 8 people. Why are you all so lax? There is a giant in this forest. It cannot be killed and is extremely powerful. Looking at these people who were as relaxed as if they were on an outing, Pen Yangxiang frowned. Team leader. That giant has already been killed by God Lin and Zhang Hao. Ziyangchun quickly reminded him to prevent Pen Yangxiang from making a fool of himself. It was mainly God Lin who killed it. Zhang Hao did not dare to take the credit. Killed it. Pen Yangxiang was surprised. How did you kill it? Drowned it. Zhang Hao explained a few details. Pen Yangxiang thought for a moment, nodded, and stopped wasting words. Though the look in his eyes as he watched Lin Baici held much more appreciation. What a pity. Such a strong newcomer is not one of my people. One after another, people arrived. By 4 in the afternoon, there were already 150 people, most of whom were examiners. Let's go. Pen Yangxiang, having rested enough, stood up. Let's try to contain the divine remains and purify this god ruin before the sun sets. When we get out, it's my treat. A full package deal. We'll party for 3 days and 3 nights. Pen Yangxiang had already gathered information. The goddess was in the mountains to the west. Since the dragon-level big shot had spoken, naturally no one objected. Everyone packed their things and headed toward the western mountain. Shannan isn't here. Ziyangchun felt regretful. He was an absolute powerhouse. With Xiaobai here, it's enough. Zhang Hao felt there would be no problem. Ziyangchun was not so optimistic. The giant and the golden crow were already so powerful. How terrifying must the divine remains that radiated and polluted them be? 4/5 of the people in this team would likely die. Chapter 509. The Uri stone statue had sky gradually darkened. The temporary team of about 150 people moved toward the western mountain that the crow had mentioned. Because of the large number of people, the line stretched out quite long. Yangzi hesitated for a while, but still came over with a fawning expression. God Lin, it's truly amazing that you were able to take down that strange bird. Yangzi flattered him, giving a thumbs up. He had climbed to the top of the tower with Lin Baici, but because he didn't trust Lin Baici's judgment, he had stayed behind. As it turned out, Lin Baici and his group were alive and well, which proved that the man's decision was correct. It was he who had been too cautious, and he hadn't had a clear understanding of Lin Baici's excellence. Lin Baici gave a polite smile and said nothing. Yangzi felt a headache, pondering how to converse more with Lin Baici to improve their relationship, when Ziyangchun walked over and pushed him aside. What do you think about that goddess? Ziyangchun valued Lin Baici's opinion highly. She should be the divine remains that polluted this god ruin, right? Liu Lanking had also followed the signal fireworks to find them, walking openly alongside Lin Baici. Though she was a little unhappy, it was clearly she who had taken a liking to Lin Baici first. Yet after the journey through the 7 towns of Luoyang, he had gained several more sycophants, not to mention the big An and Yixian. Even Zhang Hao was being friendly to him. Liu Lanking's appearance was slightly above average, which really didn't hold much attraction for men, especially when compared to the fresh wildflowers by the roadside. Now that there were so many more wildflowers, including top-tier beauties like Zhang Hao, she felt she might only be able to scrounge for some leftover medicinal dregs. Baici is truly amazing. And Yixian walked with Xiao Hong, watching Ziyangchun and Zhang Hao on either side of Lin Baici, chatting with him. And she was filled with emotion. Who could have imagined that a newcomer who had been a god hunter for less than a year could receive such courtesy from 2 elites? That goes without saying. Jia Hongyao was very proud. This was the person she had handpicked. Minister Jia has such a great eye for talent. And Yixian flattered her again. Who else would dare to drop 100 million on a recruitment contract for a rookie genius? Wait, it was my eye for talent, right? Jia Hongyao tilted her head, thinking to herself that she was praising the wrong person. Yes, of course. And Yixian couldn't help but chuckle. Hanyo's ample chest probably played a part too. After all, even she felt like giving them a squeeze when she looked at them. Fang Mingyuan watched Lin Baici's back, his mind in turmoil. He never expected that his roommate was hiding such depth. He had always thought that among those in their dorm, the one with the best prospects would be Jin Jiayui, a natural-born rich kid. As long as he didn't start some reckless business, the money his family left him, even if he spent 1 million a month like crazy, would never run out. Next should have been Liu. Although his character wasn't great, he studied hard and was mature for his age, knowing exactly what he wanted for his future. Plus, with a father who was a section chief, he would likely enter the government system. He might not make a fortune, but he would certainly never have to worry about food or clothing. Zhu Daoguan was a streamer. If he could successfully transition or save up a large sum of money before the industry's dividends faded, his life shouldn't be too bad either. As for Lin Baici, he had a good personality and got along with everyone. But he didn't like to study and was a master at skipping classes. Despite coming from a single-parent family, he spent money lavishly. Fang Mingyuan had felt that once Lin Baici graduated, he would definitely suffer some setbacks. If he made it through, he would have smooth sailing, but if he couldn't handle it, he would be completely finished. Now it seemed he had been completely wrong. The path Lin Baici was walking was fundamentally different from that of the general public. His own cousin, Fang Tianhua, had a high annual salary and drove a Panamera, yet he didn't even have the qualifications to be an examiner. So, Lin Baici's annual salary must be at least 10 times that of his cousin. Right, hey. Long Miao poked Fang Mingyuan. Are you hungry? Not hungry. Lin Baici had just handed out food earlier. The little chubby girl rubbed her stomach and trotted toward Lin Baici. She had intended to ask Fang Mingyuan to come along, but since he wasn't hungry, that was that. Jiangchen kept a straight face as he looked at Long Miao. Someone so fat showed a lack of self-discipline, and he didn't like that. Brother Lin, I'm so hungry. Can you give me something to eat? Long Miao looked at Lin Baici with expectant eyes. What do you want to eat? Lin Baici pulled the black alder bowl out of his bag. Anything is fine. The little chubby girl was like a greedy cat, stretching her neck to peer into Lin Baici's backpack. Lin Baici took out quite a few snacks: potato chips, bread, and melon seeds, and handed them to Long Miao. Seeing that Lin Baici was good to Long Miao, Jiangchen immediately put on a faint smile, looking at her as if she were his own younger sister. Thank you, Brother Lin. The little chubby girl beamed with joy and went back, hugging a large pile of snacks. Soon, the sound of cracking melon seeds could be heard from behind. After walking for more than an hour, everyone arrived at the foot of West Mountain. Spread out. Report immediately if there is anything unusual, Pen Yangshang ordered. The crow hadn't specified the exact location of the goddess, so everyone had to search for it. Some went up the mountain, while others searched along the foothills. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach growled, and a sense of hunger set in. He turned his head and looked toward the west. Let's go this way. Lin Baici took the lead. Many smart people followed him, because based on everything that had happened before, they felt it was safer to be with Lin Baici. After walking for about 10 minutes, Yangzi, who was walking more than 20 meters ahead, suddenly shouted, "Come quickly." Everyone quickened their pace. At the foot of the mountain not far away, there was a huge, protruding mound covered in lush green vines that looked just like hair. After a simple inspection, everyone discovered that this was a giant stone head, pushing aside the vines. They could see a face. Yangzi grabbed the vines and climbed onto the stone head. Afterward, several others, including the great ant, climbed up as well. I can do it myself. Yangzi wanted to show off in front of Lin Baici. This head is lying face up. The great ant inspected it carefully. The nose of the stone head was raised, and nostrils had even been carved into it. She took a look and began to pull at the vines. The stone head gradually revealed its true form. Weathered by wind and sun, there were strange patterns on its face, which were likely tattoos. Jiangchen knocked on the stone head. Thump thump. It should just be an ordinary stone statue. Let's keep looking. It was almost dark, and Jiangchen urged everyone to hurry. Yangzi walked toward the edge of the stone head, intending to jump down, but when he reached the mouth, The stone head suddenly opened its giant jaws. The great ant and the others felt the vibration beneath their feet and scrambled to the side, wanting to jump off the stone head as quickly as possible. Damn it! Yangzi fell into the mouth, his face pale with terror. He reached out to grab the nearby vines, but just as he was about to call for help, the stone head's full set of stone teeth snapped shut rapidly. Yangzi was bitten in two. Yangzi let out a shrill scream. "Prepare for combat," Ziyangchun shouted. After the great ant and the others jumped off the stone head, they quickly moved away. "Save me," Yangzi wailed. After the stone head bit Yangzi, it took no further action. "Test it with an attack," after Ziyangchun shouted. Those with ranged divine abilities opened fire on the stone head. For a moment, stone dust flew everywhere, but no large chunks of rock fell off, and the stone head didn't move again. "Stop." After Ziyangchun stopped everyone, he cautiously walked to the side of the stone head and jumped up. Jiu Hongyao and Zhang Hao followed. "Don't come over." Lin Baici saw that Gu Qingqiu was also about to go, so he told her to stay where she was. On top of the stone head, Yangzi, now only the upper half of his body remaining, was struggling to crawl away from the side of the giant mouth, a trail of intestines dragging behind him. "How did you all check this?" Ziyangchun took one look and knew Yangzi was beyond saving. So he irritably scolded Dandy and the others who had just been up on the stone head. "Watch out for the facial features," Zhang Hao reminded them, while simultaneously tearing away all the vines covering the surface. The facial features of the stone head were now fully exposed. If someone hadn't died, we never would have noticed anything unusual. Jiu Hongyao stomped her foot hard. "Should we just smash this thing to pieces? Go find a live small animal." Ziyangchun was preparing to test that mouth when, just as he finished speaking, the stone head suddenly opened its eyes. Gray eyeballs within them swiveled, locking onto Ziyangchun, just as the attention of Lin Baici and the others was drawn to these eyes. The stone head's mouth opened again. A soft, stone tongue extended from within, resembling the slender, flexible tongue of an anteater, and lashed out towards Ziyangchun. Swish! Ziyangchun swung his tang saber, striking the tongue. Clang! Stone chips flew everywhere. The immense force knocked Ziyangchun off the stone head, and the tongue then whipped toward Jiu Hongyao. Everyone hit down. Lin Baici snapped his fingers. Sparks erupted from the tips of Lin Baici's fingers, followed by a burst of flame that coalesced into a crow the size of a basketball. With a whoosh, it flew at high speed and slammed into the giant mouth of the stone head. After the crow collided with the mouth, it exploded like a grenade, sending waves of fire rolling outward. Lin Baici saw that the tongue remained undamaged and jumped off the stone head. The group retreated 30 meters away, remaining cautiously on guard. "It seems that if you don't climb onto it, this thing won't launch an attack," Zhang Hao analyzed. "Could it be the key to finding the goddess?" Gu Qingqiu speculated. "We need to find a way to make it speak or something similar." "That is possible," Ziyangchun pondered. "Should we call Team Leader Pen over?" As soon as An Yixian finished speaking, shouts rang out from the west, and a signal flare rose into the sky. "Support!" Ziyangchun gave the order and led the group to rush over. It wasn't far. Only about 50 meters away. Over a dozen people were there, staring nervously at a stone head. Another one, in the dim forest. The stone head lay on its back, the vines atop it looking like hair, or perhaps a shroud covering a corpse. That stone head eats people. An examiner surnamed Cao from Xijing had been bitten, losing half his body. Zhang Hao's brow twitched, and he immediately ordered, "You all, go in pairs and search along the foot of the mountain. See if there is a stone head every few dozen meters." Half an hour later, the various groups returned to report. Along the foot of the mountain, there was a stone head every 50 meters. So far, over 30 had been discovered. This must be a rule contamination. Yuan Jifeng stroked his chin, thinking of a way to break it. "As long as you don't climb on the stone heads, you won't be attacked. So just leave them alone." Liu Lanking had already figured it out. Finding the goddess is the priority. "It is almost dark. We might as well rest and continue tomorrow," Zhang Hao suggested. Ever since they entered the 7 towns of Luoyang, no one had rested properly. Next, they would have to contain the divine remains, so they should save up their strength. These stone heads are definitely related to the goddess. Pen Yongxiang waved his hand. You all go rest. I will take another look. The others felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, with a dragon-level expert taking action. They could just lie back and win. Xiaobai, let's go. Let's go make something good to eat. Zhang Hao walked over to Lin Baici and muttered in a low voice. Preparing a sumptuous meal for Pen Yongxiang might make the big shot look at you differently. Lin Baici laughed indifferently. He didn't care about that at all. Alumnus. I'm going to take another look at those stone statues. Gu Qingqiu was a bit tired, but she was more interested in breaking the rule contamination. Little Lindsay, let's go to. Jiu Hongyao grabbed Lin Baici's arm and pulled him along. If they could solve the mystery of these stone heads before Pen Yongxiang did, how prestigious would that be? Just thinking about it felt great. Hurry up, hurry up. Lin Baici was dragged away by the girl with the high ponytail. Damn it. Zhu Wei was furious. He only felt safe when Lin Baici was nearby. And Yixian and the others did not hesitate and followed along as well. Lin Baici has a lot of influence, Ziyangchun remarked with emotion. If we don't come up with an outstanding performance, we will just become his stepping stones. Zhang Hao stopped resting as well and continued to study the stone heads. Let's go. This time, Zhang Hao did not look for Lin Baici, but teamed up with Ziyangchun instead. What should we do next? Jiu Hongyao rubbed her hands together, starting to rack her brain. Should we climb a tree and look down at these stone heads from high up? If they are connected, could the pattern they form be some kind of coded message? First, there are no trees tall enough to overlook them. And second, trees that tall have dense foliage, you wouldn't be able to see anything. Gu Qingqiu analyzed. Then what should we do? Jiu Hongyao was used to looking toward Lin Baici. Let's check them one by one first and find the differences. Walking this entire circle would take a lot of time, which is why Lin Baici wanted to leave it to Pen Yongxiang. But who knew Gu Qingqiu would be so obsessed with it? Half an hour later, Lin Baici's group had checked 7 stone heads. Is this one missing its eyes? Jiu Hongyao suddenly called out. It should be called blinded. Gu Qingqiu corrected her. The 2 eyes of the stone head were covered in scratches. Just like a blind person. Hurry, let's go check the others. If the others have eyes, then this one is special. Jiu Hongyao was very excited. No need to go anymore. Just fire the signal flare. Gu Qingqiu smiled slightly. Zhang Hao and Ziyangchun should have already inspected quite a few stone statue heads. We can just compare them and find out. Aren't they resting and cooking? Long Miao was still waiting to eat dinner. Anyone with a shred of self-respect wouldn't let Lin Baici be their stepping stone. Gu Qingqiu told Jiu Hongyao to fire the signal. I trust you. The girl with the high ponytail launched the signal flare. Soon, a group of people arrived. What's the matter? Ziyangchun asked urgently. You inspected the stone statue heads. Did you find anything? Zhang Hao scanned the area and noticed that Pen Yongxiang was not there. If any living creature walks to the edge of the statue's mouth, it will bite. Seeing Gu Qingqiu's expression, Ziyangchun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Have these people found the key? Do they all have eyes? Jiu Hongyao pressed. Yes. As soon as Ziyangchun finished answering, the girl with the high ponytail happily pumped her fist. Yeah, we found it. Chapter 510, Lin Baici's Little Cake. What did you find? Ziyangchun looked suspicious, eyeing this stone statue head, covered in vines. It showed signs of weathering from wind and sun, and there was nothing unusual to be seen. The eyes on this head have been scratched out, unlike the others, Jiu Hongyao explained. Looking at Gu Qingqiu, as for the specific situation, she didn't understand it. Upon hearing this, Ziyangchun and Zhang Hao immediately jumped onto the stone head. After inspecting it, they also became excited. Finally, there was a lead. So what do we do next? Zhang Hao asked humbly. Try to find a way to make it speak. Go catch some live animals, Gu Qingqiu arranged. Although the stone head was not small, there wasn't enough room for many people to stand by its mouth. Apart from elites like Lin Baici and Ziyangchun, the other examiners were not qualified to be here. Of course, Gu Qingqiu was an exception. I'll go. Before Jiu Hongyao could leave, she was pulled back by Zhang Hao. You stay. Zhang Hao turned his head and ordered the people below. You guys go. Jiu Hongyao's combat power was superb. How could it be wasted on catching animals? The examiners immediately took the order and left. With their skills, Hunting was far too simple. 10 minutes later, some people returned with pheasants, squirrels, and even a wild boar. Everyone, be careful. Gu Qingqiu gave a word of caution and signaled to Zhao Hongyao. Throw a pheasant down. You got it. The girl with the high ponytail took the pheasant from her colleague's hand and tossed it into the stone statue's mouth. Squawk! The pheasant shrieked as it fell. It seemed to sense danger and tried to fly up, but it was too late. The stone head's teeth clamped shut. Its teeth were too large. The pheasant wasn't bitten in half like Yangzi had been, but was instead crushed directly into a pulp of meat. Bird feathers flew everywhere. Whoosh! The stone head's large tongue shot out, sweeping across the face of the statue. Watch out! Lin Baici, who was standing beside Gu Qingqiu, grabbed her and jumped toward the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone was jumping down. Once no one was left, the large tongue retracted. The group fell silent, looking at Gu Qingqiu. Throw another boar. Gu Qingqiu patted Lin Baici. Let's go back up. Zhao Hongyao went to carry the wild boar but was stopped by Ziyangchun. I'll do it. Ziyangchun went up himself. After standing by the edge of the stone mouth, he asked, how do you want me to drop it? Just drop it normally. Gu Qingqiu's expression was calm. She wasn't discouraged in the slightest. Ziyangchun dropped the wild boar. The boar grunted as it fell. Before it could even land deep in the stonehead's mouth, the Yuri monster clamped shut once again. The lower half of the boar was bitten off, and then that large tongue began to sweep across the face again. The few people jumped down once more. Is that it? Ziyangchun glanced at Gu Qingqiu, his tone carrying a hint of complaint. If this examine weren't Lin Baiqi's friend, he would have started berating her long ago. It was almost dark, and firing a signal flare without having figured it out was a waste of precious time. Don't be so impatient, Zhao Hongyao advised. It's fine. Don't take it too hard. Brother Z is just anxious. Zhang Hao glared at Ziyangchun and smiled to comfort Gu Qingqiu. What do you plan to do? Say it. Don't be afraid. Give me the squirrel. Gu Qingqiu knew that Zhang Hao was only being pleasant to her for Lin Baiqi's sake. Your health isn't good and your movements are slow. Whatever you want to do, I'll do it. Zhao Hongyao didn't think it was shameful to be a lackey for her team member. Find a rope and tie it to that squirrel. After the girl with the high ponytail was ready, Gu Qingqiu took the squirrel and walked to the edge of the stonehead's mouth, then loosened her hand. Whoosh! The squirrel fell. Squeak, squeak. The little thing struggled, but without wings, it could only fall. However, just after it dropped into the mouth, Gu Qingqiu suddenly yanked it back out. The stonehead's teeth closed, but they didn't catch the squirrel. Immediately, the large tongue shot out, licking the face wildly like an anteater ravaging an anthill, trying to sweep Lin Baici and the others into its mouth. Everyone jumped down once again. After waiting a few minutes, Gu Qingqiu climbed onto the stonehead as if no one else was there, and once again held the squirrel over the stonehead's mouth. Squeak, squeak. The squirrel shrieked. Go, catch some more squirrels. Preferably ones from near this stonehead, Gu Qingqiu ordered. What exactly are you trying to do? Ziyangchun crossed his arms, his brow furrowed deeply. Can you say a little less? Zhang Hao pushed Ziyangchun and called for everyone to go catch squirrels. Don't let Lin Baiqi's impressive track record and fame fool you. Having just joined the security bureau, he lacked status. If you needed someone to get things done, the words of Zhang Hao and Ziyangchun still carried more weight. Of course, Zhao Hongyao worked too. Aside from the simps who only cared about her ample chest, everyone else gave her face out of respect for Zhao Hongmian. Having a god hunter catch squirrels was simply a waste of talent. In a quarter of an hour, the examiners brought back over 20 squirrels, under Gu Qingqiu's instructions. They tied ropes around all of them. Gu Qingqiu picked them up, one by one, and slowly lowered them into the giant mouth of the stone statue. She had expected to experiment many times, but to her surprise, one squirrel with particularly fluffy fur started struggling desperately the moment Gu Qingqiu lifted it onto the stone head. Once she pulled the rope and held it over the mouth of the stone statue, it began to squeak frantically. The sound was shrill and miserable, as if it were about to be torn limb from limb. It clutched the rope tied around it as if it were a lifeline, trying its best to climb upward. Gu Qingqiu came down, held the squirrel in her arms, and stroked its fur. You reacted so strongly. You must know that this giant stone mouth is dangerous, right? Gu Qingqiu smiled sweetly. Then, can you tell me how to get inside without being bitten to death? Ziyangchun was speechless. Is this girl crazy? What a pity. She was actually quite pretty. Squeak, the squirrel shrieked. Gu Qingqiu loosened her grip, and the squirrel immediately fell to the ground, scrambled up, and ran. However, after running more than 10 meters, it was jerked back by the rope on its body. Be good. If you don't want to die, tell me how to get into that mouth. Gu Qingqiu led the squirrel, letting it pull her along as it ran. What is she doing? And Yixian was completely confused. If she can't figure this out, it would be too embarrassing, right? The older woman worried. Does she have a divine grace that allows her to talk to small animals? Long Miaomio's eyes were filled with wonder. As soon as the chubby girl said this, everyone froze, and then their gazes shifted in unison toward Gu Qingqiu. That was actually a real possibility. Follow her, quickly. Zhang Hao chased after them. The little squirrel ran for 50 or 60 meters until it reached a tree that looked like a poplar. It scrambled up and began to peel the bark with its teeth and claws. Lin Baici noticed that there were quite a few ragged scratch marks like this on the large tree. As the squirrel tore the bark, some amber-colored mucus flowed out from the gashes, much like sap from a rubber tree. A faint, strange odor began to drift through the air. The little squirrel immediately rubbed itself all over the mucus. The crowd looked on in amazement. After the little squirrel had coated its body with plenty of the mucus, it finally climbed down. Lin Baici took a handful of roasted northeast pine nuts and handed them to Gu Qingqiu. Gu Qingqiu fed the squirrel while returning to the stone head. It wasn't just Ziyangchun and Zhang Hao who were curious. Several other examiners, who were inquisitive and confident in their own strength, followed along. Gu Qingqiu let go once more, and the little squirrel dropped toward the giant mouth of the stone head. This time, the little creature didn't struggle, and the stone head didn't snap shut. It landed steadily on the ground. What does this mean? Ziyangchun asked. It seems that if we want to find the goddess, we should climb in through this mouth, Gu Qingqiu analyzed, watching the little squirrel scurrying around below, and tossed the pine nuts in her hand inside. That is highly likely. Zhang Hao nodded. Can you communicate with animals? And Yixian pressed. Gu Qingqiu shrugged. Then you. And Yixian frowned. The others also looked at her, waiting for an explanation. But Gu Qingqiu had no intention of explaining. Ziyangchun and Zhang Hao exchanged a glance. In truth, the next step was simple: find someone, coat them in that mucus, and have them go in to scout the path. But saying such a thing out loud was too cold-blooded. Send a signal and wait for team leader Pan to return, Ziyangchun suggested. Hearing this, Gu Qingqiu curled her lip. These people were all clever in their own ways, but this time, she feared they wouldn't get their wish. The signal flare was launched, shining brilliantly against the twilight sky over the forest. The examiners who had previously scattered to search were all rushing back. But 20 minutes passed, and Pan Yangshan was still nowhere to be seen. Ziyangchun sat by the campfire, glancing at his watch from time to time, his expression anxious. Stop looking. He isn't coming, Gu Qingqiu chuckled, roasting a sausage. Ziyangchun's brow furrowed immediately. He had actually anticipated this result, as Pan Yangshan hadn't returned even after the signal was fired. There were two possibilities now. First, Pan Yangshan had met with an accident. The probability of this was very low, because given Pan Yangshan's strength, he would definitely have been able to send a warning signal before anything happened. Second, Pan Yangshan had accidentally found the path and, for some reason, didn't have time to notify everyone. You don't intend to have everyone go look for Pan Yangshan, do you? Gu Qingqiu stood up and walked toward the stone head. It's so dark. What could you possibly find? Then what do you propose we do? Ziyangchun complained irritably. Do it ourselves. Of course. As Gu Qingqiu passed by Long Miao, she handed her the roasted sausage she was holding. Thanks, Sister Qiu. The chubby girl beamed, not minding the heat, and took a bite directly. What? Are you planning to risk your life? Ziyangchun goaded her. Brother Z. Zhang Hao pulled Ziyangchun back and muttered in a low voice. If you don't respect the monk, at least respect the Buddha. You haven't been with Lin Baici, so you don't know how strong he is. Is that not allowed? Gu Qingqiu smiled faintly. Everyone is here to purify the divine ruins and protect the lives and property of the people. Both of you, say less. I will arrange the personnel. Zhang Hao prepared to play the villain. No, I will do it. Gu Qingqiu refused. Ji Yangchen thought Gu Qingqiu was just putting on a show, but soon noticed her calm eyes and thoughtful expression. Gu Qingqiu in this state radiated an aura of confidence and intelligence, and combined with her stunning looks, she was quite charismatic. Many of the examiners were left staring in a daze. Qingqiu, you cannot afford to take any risks, let me do it. Jiu Hongyao quickly tried to dissuade her. We still do not know how much slime is needed, or whether it should be applied to our clothes or our bodies. All of this requires experimentation. Gu Qingqiu analyzed, then looked at Lin Baici. What do you think? Your little cupcake is quite excellent. This charming fragrance makes one want to take a bite, but wait a little longer. Wait for her to grow. Harvest her at her sweetest moment. The gourmet commented. Her judgment is correct. The mouths of the blind stone statues lead to the goddess altar. After applying some oak sap to your bodies, you will be nothing but pests to the stone statues. And they will absolutely not take a bite. Just smear some on your clothes, hands, and faces. Lin Baici smiled. I think Qingqiu's judgment is correct. Let us go in together. Zhang Hao was startled when she heard this and quickly tried to stop them. Xiao Bai. Doing it like this is too reckless. Using cannon fodder might be inhumane, but at least it is safe. I trust her, Lin Baici explained. Come on. You have been following me the whole time. It makes no sense that I discovered the secret to avoiding being bitten. But you did not. Gu Qingqiu rolled her eyes. In her mind, Lin Baici had a very high IQ. Long Miao Miao was eating until her mouth was oily and nudged him with her elbow. What secret? Did you discover it? Fang Mingyuan felt very awkward. I did not discover a damn thing. Shall we explain it? Ziyangchen stopped walking and crossed her arms. If you can convince me, then everyone will go in together. Gu Qingqiu looked at Lin Baici. Lin Baici made a gesture for her to continue. Student Gu was not wrong. He had actually noticed some clues as well, but he had not expected her to think so quickly. Inside the mouths of those stone statues, there are pine nuts and bitten walnut shells. Judging by their positions, they did not fall in naturally, so they must have been left behind or hidden by rodents that eat these things. Gu Qingqiu explained, naturally. That leads to the squirrels. This one. As soon as it went up, it panicked and struggled violently. It clearly knew the stone statue's big mouth would bite people. When I put it down, it immediately went to apply the tree sap, simply because it was worried I would throw it back into the stone statue's mouth. Ziyangchen and Zhang Hao exchanged glances, both seeing the admiration in each other's eyes. This examinee is not only meticulous and observant, but the key is how quickly she made the discovery. In certain rule-based pollutions where every second counts, this speed can increase one's survival rate. What is your name? Ziyangchen laughed and apologized with a friendly attitude. I am sorry. I underestimated you. Her name is Gu Qingqiu. Jiu Hongyao was very happy. Ziyangchen had clearly been won over. Are you interested in joining my team? Ziyangchen invited her. This girl is beautiful and intelligent. She will surely shine brightly in the future. No way. Are you poaching my people? Jiu Hongyao frowned. Your people? She is still just an examinee. Ziyangchen was speechless. Do you take me for a fool? In Ziyangchen's view, Jiu Hongyao had simply seen that Gu Qingqiu was performing well in the divine ruins and was preparing to recruit her. During the winter break, we went on a business trip, and Qiqiu is my right-hand woman. Jiu Hongyao felt both happy and distressed. Even an elite like Ziyangchen was trying to poach Gu Qingqiu, which meant she was quite formidable. She had not misjudged her, but Lin Baici and Gu Qingqiu were destined to continue excelling and become famous throughout the 9 provinces. If a dragon-level team tries to poach her in the future, will little Qiqiu leave? It feels like I cannot keep her. Should I let little Lin use his charms? That will not work either. Little Qiqiu clearly has no feelings for that kind of thing. What? Ziyangchen and her group were shocked when they heard this. Chapter 511. Continuous attrition in the forest. The night wind began to rise, and the temperature dropped. The distant mountains were covered in a layer of mist, as if dormant monsters were waking up to go out hunting. You heard me right. Qiqiu is my capable general. Jia Hongyao put her hands on her hips with a smug little expression. The high ponytail girl would not usually bring up the Bizen trip without reason to show off. But once the opportunity rose, she would certainly not be humble. Ziyang Chun's lips moved, wanting to speak, but the words died on her tongue, and she did not know how to phrase them. Damn it! Not to mention newcomers without official licenses. Even experienced veterans would not enter a 10-year-old divine ruin unless absolutely necessary. That is risking one's life, not going on a picnic. Reason and experience told Ziyang Chun that there must be some exaggeration in Jia Hongyao's words because it was too incredible. But based on her character and what she knew of the high ponytail girl, she would not lie. She is an honest person. So, it is true. Impressive, Zhang Hao complimented her, though in her heart, she felt that Jia Hongmian must have been leading the team, otherwise, these people would have died in the Bizen trip. Little you went to. Jia Hongyao patted Huo Yuyu on the shoulder. She performed very well. The little fish person shrank her shoulders and gave a bitter smile. Do not praise me. I am just a hanger-on. The kind who only knows how to shout 666. Zhang Hao narrowed her eyes, sizing up Huo Yuyu, then glanced at Gu Qingqiu. I do not believe you for a second. You streamers are the best at acting. I shout to the top donor and the tips come pouring in. If I were not a god hunter, I would want to go into streaming too. I am really quite useless. If it were not for Xiaobai, I would already be dead. Huo Yuyu was a bit unhappy. Could it be that she really has no talent for being a god hunter? Ziyang Chun did not doubt a single punctuation mark of that statement. Anyone capable of returning from the Bizen Divine Ruins was undoubtedly an elite. Judging by Gu Qingqiu's performance, this little merman must be quite formidable as well. I should find an opportunity to dig a little deeper. Can we end the idle chatter now? Gu Qingqiu looked up at the sky. Pen Yongxiang hasn't shown up for so long. He's likely not coming back. We should get moving. I want to cleanse this divine ruin tonight. Go out, take a shower, and get a good night's sleep. Gu Qingqiu stroked the squirrel and walked toward the oak tree. Buck up, everyone. Time to move, Ziyang Chun shouted. A quarter of an hour later, everyone had smeared themselves with the viscous, amber-colored oak sap and returned to the front of the blind stone statue's head. I'm going down first. Without waiting for Zhang Hao to call out names, Jia Hongyao had already jumped onto the stone head. Gu Qingqiu was her person, so naturally, she had to support her. Zhang Hao felt helpless. If your sister weren't Jia Hongmian, I wouldn't care whether you lived or died. Ming Yuan, with this kind of rule-based contamination, staying outside isn't necessarily safe. So, it's better to stay with me. Lin Baici whispered his explanation. By staying together, Lin Baici could look after him if a crisis arose. I understand. Fang Mingyuan knew the gravity of the situation. I'll listen to you. If there's a task, just assign it to me. I'm not afraid of death. Being unafraid is useless. You have to actually survive. Long Miao had finished her grilled sausage, and there were only 2 lollipops left in her pocket, which made her very anxious. She looked at Lin Baici repeatedly, wanting some snacks, even if it were just sunflower seeds. But she was afraid of being scolded. Zue heard this and felt so envious he might as well have been soaked in lemon water. His whole body felt sour. Ziyang Chun and Zhang Hao stared at Jia Hongyao when she put on a hard hat equipped with an LED light and descended along the rope into the depths of the stone statue's mouth. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Those 2 rows of large teeth did not bite her. Gu Qingqiu's deduction was correct. Impressive. Ziyang Chun gave Gu Qingqiu a thumbs up. Enter, 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 Zhang Hao urged. The examiners had already prepared torches, and some had high-intensity flashlights, which they now switched on. God Lin, could you lend me a hard hat? Zue pleaded. Once we get out, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Do you need a camping lantern? Lin Baici handed out hard hats and various lighting equipment to Gu Qingqiu, Huo Yuyu, and the others. Inside his black altar bowl, he even had a diesel generator. How big is it? Zue was worried it would be too large and a waste of physical strength to carry. At a time like this, you're still being picky. The great aunt looked at him with disdain. Little Lin, give the camping lantern to me. Zue offered a fawning smile and stopped asking for the lantern, as he planned to follow behind the great aunt and soak up her light. Lin Baici was not short on money, so the camping lantern he bought was quite large, bigger than a basketball and weighing about 20 pounds, but it was extremely bright and had a long battery life. The great ant took the lantern and shoved it into Zhu Wei's hands. "You walk in front of me later." "Huh?" Zhu Wei was dumbfounded. Smack! The great ant slapped him across the face, leaving a 5-fingered print on his cheek. "Can't you understand human speech?" The great ant raised her hand, ready to deliver to more slaps. I understand. Zhu Wei cowered. Lin Baici was easygoing, which made him forget that these people were all divine hunters. They had no obligation to save the examinees. They were already being merciful by not using the examinees as cannon fodder. "It's so great to have a spatial divine item," Liu Lanking said with envy. After some commotion, everyone entered the mouth of the stone statue. It was a large cavern. On the right side, there was a tunnel wide enough for 3 people to walk abreast, winding downward. It felt just like a human esophagus. "Hong Yao, come back, don't go too far," Gu Qingqiu shouted, the echoes reverberating. The girl with the high ponytail had already gone to scout the path. "Don't worry, I'll be careful," Xiao Hongyao replied. "I'll go to the front. Bi Kai, you take the middle, okay?" Xiang Chen suggested, displaying the courage and responsibility of an elite. "I'll go," Yuan Jifeng spoke up. As those below the dragon rank, he and Deng Mingyu should have stepped up to give orders and lead everyone in cleansing the divine ruin. But the 2 of them hadn't had a chance to shine. Of course, Deng Mingyu had no desire to shine at all. His skin was much thicker than Yuan Jifeng's, and he was content to stay in the ranks, not wanting to take even the slightest risk. After all, these people were not his beloved friends or family. How many died had nothing to do with him. Inside the cave, the rocks were jagged from the stalactites. Water droplets condensed and fell from time to time, making a dripping sound. Because the environment was relatively enclosed, everyone's footsteps sounded loud and chaotic, creating a sense of oppression. As they moved forward, the team gradually stretched into a line. Lin Baici held a pinewood torch. This way, if he suddenly encountered danger, he could attack directly without needing to switch weapons. However, this thing had quite an effect on the people nearby. Behind Lin Baici, separated by Liu Lanking, Fang Mingyuan kept feeling that the firelight was so warm. It was like the rising sun on a winter day, or a campfire in a cold night, making him gradually obsessed, unable to take his eyes off it. After watching for more than 10 minutes, he suddenly lost control of himself and lunged at Lin Baici. Wanting to hold the torch in his arms, Fang Mingyuan crashed into Liu Lanking. "What are you doing?" Liu Lanking was knocked staggering and was given a huge fright. Fang Mingyuan didn't answer. He used his arms, pushing Liu Lanking away as if he were body-checking someone in a basketball game. Damn it, Liu Lanking was annoyed. Although she was a woman, her enhanced physique was far stronger than Fang Mingyuan's. He couldn't just push her around. Snack! Liu Lanking reached out and grabbed Fang Mingyuan by the collar. "Let go of me!" Fang Mingyuan struggled like a madman, roaring and even throwing punches at Liu Lanking. "Damn it!" Liu Lanking cursed. If he weren't Lin Baiqi's friend, she would have already knocked every tooth out of his mouth. "Fang Mingyuan, what are you doing?" Long Miao went to grab Fang Mingyuan's arm, but he shoved her away. With this commotion, everyone stopped. Those behind could not move forward, and those in front turned back to look. Has a rule corruption broken out? Zhu Wei was worried, but he didn't forget to immediately set down the camping lantern. This thing was truly too heavy. Pick it up, hold it high, and shine it behind us, the great ant scolded, kicking Zhu Wei. Zhu Wei dared not disobey and obediently did as he was told. "Everyone, do not look at this torch of mine," Lin Baici warned. "Is it a god-forbidden item?" Liu Lanking was stunned. No wonder Fang Mingyuan was acting crazy. It turned out he had been mildly corrupted. Zhu Wei looked at Fang Mingyuan, his expression flickering slightly, and then he hugged the camping lantern and rushed toward Lin Baici. He wanted to pretend he was corrupted so he wouldn't have to carry the camping lantern anymore. The great ant kicked Zhu Wei in the thigh and snatched the camping lantern back, making sure it wouldn't break. Zhu Wei crashed into the stone wall, his breath knocked out of him by the pain. Lin Baici extinguished the torch and switched to a high-intensity flashlight. Without the light from the torch, Fang Mingyuan became much calmer. "What is wrong?" Yuan Jifeng's inquiry came from the front. It is nothing. We can continue moving, Zhang Hao replied. The team set off again. Honestly, this kind of claustrophobic dark cave terrain was depressing enough on its own. If you added the uncertainty of when you would be able to get out, the mental pressure was even greater. I think he is just hungry. If he eats something to replenish his sugar levels, he will be fine. Long Miao analyzed with a serious face. For example, a lollipop. I think you are the one who wants to eat, right? The great aunt felt this girl was too gluttonous. The little chubby girl giggled, taking that as an admission. Lin Baici gave Long Miao a bag of white rabbit creamy candies. Thank you, brother Lin. The little chubby girl bowed 90 degrees. You are my own brother. If you don't have children in the future, I will take care of you in your old age and see you off. The team continued moving. The tunnel sloped downward and became increasingly narrow and steep. After walking for about half an hour, they even encountered a cliff. Fortunately, it was only about 3 meters high. How long is this going to take? Zhu Wei worried. I have watched quite a few wilderness survival shows. This kind of tunnel is very dangerous. If it were summer, the water level could rise suddenly. We should have split into 2 groups. We shouldn't have put all our eggs in one basket. Zhu Wei felt his reasoning was quite thorough. Can you guarantee that you weren't the group sent in to be sacrificed? The great aunt mocked. Zhu Wei's face turned black instantly. God Lin, Team Leader Z, Team Leader Yuan. Something has happened. From the back of the team, a desperate shout suddenly rang out. Baici and I will go take a look. Everyone else stay put. After shouting, Zhang Hao headed back. Lin Baici followed, and Gu Qingqiu, who loved excitement, naturally wouldn't stay behind either. When the 3 of them reached the middle of the team, they were forced to stop. Most of the examiners had gathered here, clearly trying to avoid rule corruption. What is going on? Zhang Hao asked. It seems someone is dead. An examiner with a side-part hairstyle replied. What do you mean by seems? Zhang Hao was very angry. These people had joined the security bureau years before Lin Baici, yet they were this cowardly. Gu Qingqiu walked quickly toward the front. After walking about 50 meters, she saw the corpse of a male examiner sitting on the ground. The examiner's eyes were wide open, his eyeballs bulging, his mouth agape, and his tongue hanging out. This was the appearance of someone who had been strangled. As for the murder weapon used to strangle him, it was the examiner's own intestines. Interesting. Gu Qingqiu walked over. The examiner's abdomen had been ripped open. Judging by the blood on his hands, it was clear he had torn his own stomach open, pulled out his intestines, wrapped them around his neck, and strangled himself. Without the restraint of the abdominal wall, the internal organs had spilled out, mixing with blood on the ground, creating a pungent, bloody stench. Because the intestines had ruptured in some places while being used to strangle him, feces had leaked out, adding a foul, fecal odor to the air. His name is Wu Yangxi, from Xijing. Seeing the state of Wu Yangxi's death, Zhang Hao understood why the other examiners had stayed away. Who wouldn't be terrified after seeing this? Thinking of this, Zhang Hao glanced at Gu Qingqiu, who was standing by Wu Yangxi's corpse, poking at the intestines with her katana. This girl either had nerves of steel or was a psychopath. Lin Baici examined the surrounding environment, trying to find some clues. Up ahead, an examiner's shout rang out again. God Lin, Team Leader Zhang. Someone else has been corrupted. Lin Baici and Zhang Hao rushed back and saw the examiner with the side part grabbing his own neck with both hands, as if trying to remove something that was preventing him from breathing. Yet there was clearly nothing on his neck. The examiners all backed away, on high alert, perhaps suffocating to the extreme. The side part examiner suddenly let go of his neck, then used all his strength to plunge his hands into his navel, digging into his skin and tearing it to the side. Qingqiu. Lin Baici didn't risk going over and let his fellow alumnus take action. Understood. Gu Qingqiu drew her katana and summoned Red Ghost Blade, ordering it to attack the area around the side part examiner. Perhaps there was an invisible monster controlling him. Red Ghost Blade did not succeed. The man with the parted hair tore open his own navel. He did not seem to feel any pain, simply ripping a foot-long gash into his stomach with raw force. Then, he thrust both hands inside, pulled out his intestines, and wrapped them around his neck. 1 loop, 2 loops, 3 loops. The man with the parted hair was dead. and no one even knew how to save him. What kind of rule-based contamination is this? This is fucking terrifying, Lin Baici. What do you think? The examiners were whispering among themselves. This type of rule-based contamination was the most helpless kind, because one could not even see the monster. It is either an invisible monster, or it is caused by imperceptible elements like sense or light, or perhaps it is a hallucination, Zhang Hao analyzed. Lin Baici was deep in thought when Huo Yuyu shouted from the front, her voice full of tension, "Xiao Bai, Andy is being contaminated." Lin Baici immediately rushed forward. The examiners hurried to follow, and the scene descended into chaos. At this moment, everyone wanted to stay close to elites like Lin Baici and Zhang Hao. Chapter 512 Dive for Inside the cave tunnel. Although it was slightly more spacious than the esophagus, there was no room for so many people to crowd together. Coupled with the dim environment and flickering firelight, it was chaotic and noisy. "Everyone stay quiet," Zhang Hao roared. Lin Baici rushed back. At this moment, Andy had a look of suffocating agony on her face. Her hands were clawing at her throat, and because her fingernails were long, more than a dozen bloody scratches had been left on her neck. Seeing Lin Baici return, she tried to call for help, but she could not utter a complete sentence. "Hold by. Do you have a way to help?" Fang Mingyuan was partly sympathetic toward Andy, and partly worried that he might end up the same way. "Get out of the way." Zhang Hao shoved Fang Mingyuan, complaining irritably. "You are just an examinee. Why are you joining in the commotion?" Zhang Hao was anxious too, mainly because the way the man with the parted hair had died was too terrifying. Fang Mingyuan stumbled from the push. He should be grateful. If he didn't know Lin Baici, Zhang Hao would have slapped him across the face. Andy, who was still clawing at her neck, suddenly grabbed her collar and ripped it open violently. Reap, her clothes were torn, hanging off both sides. Under the glare of the high-powered flashlight, one could see her undergarments and her fair, flat abdomen. Andy's hands plunged toward her stomach with such ferocity that it looked as if she were trying to disavow a sworn enemy. Sisters Yu, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire, everyone had moved away from Andy, but now, a few people who were close to her rushed over. Whoosh! Lin Baici teleported, appearing in front of Andy, his large hands shooting out like lightning to grab her wrists. "Xiao Bai." Huo Yuyu was worried, her hands clasped together, covering her lips. Zhang Hao raised an eyebrow. Lin Baici was truly a loyal friend. Lin Baici did not know the man with the parted hair, so he naturally did not want to take the risk. But Andy had been traveling with them, so she counted as a friend. One had to realize that by stopping Andy, Lin Baici was taking a huge risk and could very well become the next person to be contaminated. With her hands held, Andy immediately began to struggle. She even kicked her left leg out, aiming for Lin Baici's crotch. Lin Baici pulled his legs inward, knees together, and with a thud, blocked Andy's foot. Then, he exerted force with his hands, pulling on her arms while simultaneously lifting his knee to strike her stomach. Crack! Andy's left arm was pulled until it dislocated. Lin Baici actually wanted to dislocate both of her arms, but he didn't succeed. However, Jiu Hongya arrived in time and yanked her other arm down. Because she was suffocating and already contaminated, Andy's combat strength was currently low. "What now?" Jiu Hongyao habitually asked Lin Baici. "Knock her out. It's likely an invisible monster." Lin Baici took off his backpack and pulled out the ghost spirit oil lamp as fast as he could, blowing on it twice. After a flare of light, the oil lamp ignited. A soft, orange glow poured out like a rising tide. Everyone touched by the light shivered, as if they were walking down a night road and had suddenly stumbled into a graveyard, catching a glimpse of a ghostly shadow. Lin Baici hadn't used this oil lamp earlier because its illumination wasn't bright enough and it had no offensive effects, making it inferior to a pine torch. Moreover, carrying this thing around felt like watching a horror movie. It always made the surroundings feel gloomy and hair-raising. "Is it there?" Jiu Hongyao pressed. "Yes." Lin Baici frowned and immediately reached for the black alms bowl. On Andy's back was a translucent woman. Her long black hair was not draped over her shoulders but was instead hanging forward, covering her entire face. The monster's legs were fused with Andy's, which was why Andy had been able to kick Lin Baici earlier. From the waist up, the entity was crawling on Andy's back, A pair of hands, like slippery water snakes, were stroking and wandering over Auntie's fair belly. A length of intestine was wrapped around Auntie's neck. Gradually tightening, this was the cause of her suffocation. Lin Baici took out a fire axe with a blade painted in red lacquer. It was called the Ghostbusters, a trophy Lin Baici had seized from the great shaman of the Yellowstone group. As long as one held it, it could exert a deterrent effect on evil spirits and ghosts. No skull could withstand its strike. It was quite powerful. The only problem was that holding it filled one's heart with a desire for destruction, urge to hack at ghosts and spirits, or even anything living. At first glance, Lin Baici wasn't looking at the face-covering female ghost, but at Auntie's fair belly. He wanted to slice her open to see if the intestines pulled out from inside could be used to fly a kite. Little Lindsay, Jiu Hongyao noticed that Lin Baici's state seemed off. Get back! Once the ghost spirit oil lamp was released, the face-covering female ghost would become invisible. So Lin Baici had no choice but to hold the fire axe in one hand and hack at the monster. Swish! The intestines that the female ghost had wrapped around the ant's neck quickly uncoiled, then darted toward Lin Baici like a venomous snake. Once you are strangled by this intestine, your mind will be filled with thoughts of disaboweling yourself, wrapping it 3 times around your neck, and tying it into a rainbow. The food god commented. Lin Baici dodged repeatedly while swinging the fire axe. This thing was not as easy to use as a bronze sword, and he dared not block with it. If the intestines were to wrap around the fire axe, it would be troublesome, as this was the only weapon he had that could deal with this monster. Seeing Lin Baici dodging back and forth, everyone knew there was trouble and retreated once again, clearing the area. Hurry up and help him, Zhu Wei urged, putting on a look of extreme anxiety and concern for Lin Baici, though in reality, he was hoping the kid would suffer a major loss. But he did not know that this remark drew the attention of the face-covering female ghost. Its intestines shot over like a lasso, snapped onto Zhu Wei's neck, and then dragged him, slamming him toward Lin Baici. What the hell? Zhu Wei felt the world spinning. Lin Baici raised his right foot high, and as Zhu Wei flew in front of him, his right leg swung down like a battle axe. Lin Baici's heel struck Zhu Wei's shoulder, slamming him into the ground. Zhu Wei was thrown into a daze, feeling as if his internal organs were crushed. But because his neck was bound, he couldn't even let out a scream. In the eyes of others, Lin Baici was stepping on Zhu Wei's back, but he was actually stepping on the intestine. He then quickly swung the fire axe and hacked down. Crack! The intestine was severed. Little Lin, what kind of monster is it? Without the restraint of the intestines, the ant could speak again. She wanted to save herself. Old Bai, is there anything I can do? Fang Mingyuan wanted to help. Don't go over there and make things worse. Long Miao Miao was munching on melon seeds, thinking that Brother Lin was super cool. His movements were elegant and fluid, just like those top-tier martial arts stars. At this scene, if she had another cup of milk tea, she could watch for an entire afternoon. Lin Baici, having severed a section of the face-covering female ghost's intestines, immediately teleported behind it and swung the fire axe. Die for me. Chapter 513. Gravel Beach, Dead Man's Swamp. Swish! The fire axe struck the neck of the face-covering female ghost, under the enhancement of the Colossus strength gloves. Even though Lin Baici was using only one hand, the striking force was immense. This blow directly severed the face-covering female ghost's neck. Ahead, like a ripe peach, fell from the monster's cervical spine. With a thud, it hit the ground, and the long, pitch-black hair spread out, looking like a jellyfish at first glance. Lin Baici swung the axe again, chopping the head into as if it were firewood. In the eyes of others, they could not see the face-covering female ghost, so Lin Baici's combat made them panic and anxious, wanting to help but unable to do so. Yuan Jifeng heard the commotion behind him and rushed over, only to see Lin Baici swinging the fire axe as if performing a shamanic dance. The face-covering female ghost was not dead yet. After losing its head, its hands suddenly plunged into the ant's body, and its upper torso pressed tightly against her back, attempting to burrow into her body to complete the possession. Whoosh! That intestine whipped toward Lin Baici's head like a lash. The ant, who thought she was about to be saved, stiffened, losing control of her body. Lin Baici could have chosen a safer tactic to kill the face-covering female ghost, but to save the ant, He slammed his right hand and the fire axe down onto the ground. The fire axe embedded itself into the stone. Lin Baici grabbed the incoming intestine with his right hand, quickly wrapped it around his hand a few times, and then pulled it toward him with force. The face-covering female ghost, along with the ant, was dragged over. Lin Baici lifted his foot and kicked the ant in the buttocks. The ant let out a scream and lunged forward, while the face-covering female ghost was forcibly pulled off the ant's back like a radish being plucked from the soil. The face-covering female ghost fell to the ground. It wanted to attack, but its intestines were being held by Lin Baici, and since it had no head to bite with, its hands flailed wildly. Lin Baici kicked the fire axe with his right foot. The fire axe flew up, spinning. Lin Baici released the intestine, grabbed the axe, and then hacked down onto the ghost's body with all his might. Bang, bang. After 4 or 5 strikes, the headless monster stopped moving completely. Cough, cough, the ant coughed, gasping for air. She wasn't suffocating, so she should be alive. The face-covering female ghost stopped moving and shattered into wisps of black smoke, dissipating into the air. Lin Baici let out a long breath. Is it done? Zhang Hao immediately ran over, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat from Lin Baici's forehead. God Lin, what kind of monster was that? Your oil lamp seems quite magical. God Lin, don't be careless. Look around to see if there are any similar monsters. Seeing Lin Baici stand still and relax, everyone knew he had finished purifying the rule-based pollution and immediately began asking questions. Most people's eyes were fixed on the oil lamp in Lin Baici's hand. It was the kind used by European medieval nobility, with a distinct baroque flair. Sisters, are you all right? Lin Baici had used a lot of force with that kick earlier to ensure the monster was knocked off. I'm fine. The ant rubbed her waist, looking at Lin Baici with enthusiasm, her eyes practically melting. I really have to thank you this time. When we get out, I'll treat you to a meal. You must give me that chance. A life-saving favor was enough to let him come and go 7 times in one night without any issues. Come on hard, sister can handle it. Is it a monster that can only be seen using special methods? Yuan Jifeng asked. Lin Baici's answer made everyone's heart skip a beat, and their scalps went numb. This type of rule-based contamination is quite special. It generally appears in haunted castles, desolate villages, ancient mansions, or eerie, massive tombs. You either use divine grace to purify it or use divine taboo items. Relying on intelligence alone is useless. Because the Qin Palace divine ruins have recently begun to radiate contamination again, it is speculated that it is very likely a massive imperial tomb. Such rule-based contamination is bound to exist inside, so the market price for divine taboo items that allow one to see such monsters has skyrocketed, with premiums over 100 times higher. Even then, there is still no supply for the demand, and they were snatched up long ago. Lin Baici, a newcomer, actually possesses such a high-quality item. He really is wealthy. Everyone was so envious that they felt sour to the bone. If he weren't Jia Hongmian's little boy toy, I would write my surname Deng backward. Deng Mingyu curled his lips. He felt that Lin Baici could not have obtained so many top-tier divine taboo items on his own. Brother Lin is truly so handsome. Long Miao Miao was cracking melon seeds. Still wanting more, she wanted to watch for another 10 minutes. Fang Mingyuan also wanted to be praised like that. Jia Hongyao patted Lin Baici on the shoulder. This is basic operation for little Lin. No need to make a fuss, alumnus. Lend me the oil lamp to use. Gu Qingqiu was curious. The monster's corpse has already disappeared. Lin Baici handed over the oil lamp and urged everyone, hurry up and search for the divine remains. The longer we drag this out, the higher our mortality rate will be. There was no need for Lin Baici to remind them. Everyone was a god hunter and had this awareness. Staying behind meant giving up and relying entirely on others. This is the behavior most despised in the circle of god hunters. More than 100 people set off again. Although only 2 people had died, the atmosphere was still very oppressive because it was foreseeable that rule-based contamination would erupt again. Trembling with fear, they walked for half an hour before finally leaving the winding, intestine-like tunnel and arriving in a huge cavern. The place was very large. The ground was covered with gravel the size of black dates. It was relatively flat without much of a slope, and one could see vertical stone pillars, all of which looked weathered. as if they had been gnawed on by wild dogs. Who will volunteer to scout the path ahead? Yuan Jifeng turned his head to ask, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Jia Hongyao prepared to raise her hand but was pulled back by Gu Qingqiu. No one spoke. There was a high probability that this place had issues. In that case, let's draw lots, Yuan Jifeng proposed. I will do it. Ziyan Chen was very bold, and at the same time, he had the intention of competing with Lin Baici and did not want to be outdone. Be careful. Yuan Jifeng patted Ziyan Chen on the shoulder. Ziyan Chen picked up a few stones and threw them forward. After waiting for a few minutes, there was no reaction. So, he started to move forward. The stones on the ground were a bit hard on the feet, and as soon as one walked in, one could feel wind blowing. About force 5 or 6. Ziyan Chen threw stones while walking. Soon, his back disappeared from everyone's sight. Let's wait patiently. Yuan Jifeng sat down. What are we waiting for? He has walked too far, and there is no way for him to notify us. Zhang Hao was worried about Ziyan Chen. Let's set off together. Some people looked at Yuan Jifeng and Deng Mingyu, while others looked at Lin Baici in the current team. The first two were the examiners and were half-step dragon level, possessing the strongest strength, while Lin Baici had performed excellently and held significant influence. As one of the three heroes of Shangjing, Zhang Hao did not care about Yuan Jifeng and Deng Mingyu and asked Lin Baici directly. Is that okay? Yuan Jifeng and Deng Mingyu felt a bit awkward, especially Deng Mingyu, who was quite displeased. This clearly showed that he was not being taken seriously. Lin Baici felt that waiting any longer was a complete waste of time. Let's go. With Lin Baici having spoken, Jia Hongyao was the first to walk down the bank and enter the gravel beach. I am second, Huo Yu trotted over, taking the initiative to act as cannon fodder to scout the path. Let's go. Long Miao Miao spat out a melon seed shell and urged Fang Mingyuan keep up. Zhu Wei swallowed his saliva, looked at Deng Mingyu, then looked at Lin Baici, and then he chose to follow. And Yixian and Liu Lanqing did not hesitate. After being saved by Lin Baici, the older aunt was an even more die-hard fan, let alone entering a gravel beach. Even if it were climbing a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of fire, she would follow. Team leader Yuan. Your people from the Haijing Security Bureau don't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. Deng Mingyu teased. Don't try to stir up trouble for me. Yuan Jifeng glanced at Deng Mingyu. I am not as narrow-minded as you think. Deng Mingyu had originally wanted to propose letting Lin Baici and the others walk a distance ahead so that if they encountered rule-based contamination, they would be the ones to bear it first. But Yuan Jifeng had seen through his intentions. You are at least a half-step dragon level. Don't smear that status. Yuan Jifeng walked down onto the gravel beach. Damn it! Deng Mingyu spat on the ground. He still cared about his reputation after all. So, he had no choice but to follow. All three groups of people had come down. With the most people around Yuan Jifeng, the examiners were not stupid. Walking at the very front meant the greatest danger, and walking at the back meant Deng Mingyu seemed relatively selfish. Only Yuan Jifeng, although always wearing a stern face, was not a bad person. In case something happened, everyone was still waiting for him to lend a hand. The soles of their shoes rubbed against the gravel, making a rustling sound. The wind blowing here felt a bit like knives cutting the skin, which was quite painful. Other than that, there was no danger for the time being. There must have been a lake here before, right? Liu Lanqing reasoned. When her left foot landed on the ground, the gravel beneath her suddenly turned soft, like silt, causing half of her foot to sink in. Liu Lanqing did not take it too hard. She used her right foot to support her weight and shifted her center of gravity, trying to pull her left foot out with force, but it was useless, and her right foot also sank in. This sudden development gave Liu Lanqing a start, as she keenly sensed that her body was sinking. Little brother Lin, something is wrong. After Liu Lanqing shouted, she saw that Lin Baici and the others were also unable to move, all standing in place and sinking. Damn it, what is going on? Zhu Wei was shocked. Is this rule contamination? Or have we encountered terrain similar to quicksand? Fang Mingyuan did not quite understand. It must be rule contamination. Long Miao Miao tried hard to pull her legs out, but the harder she struggled, the faster her body sank. Coupled with her small stature and heavy weight, in just this short moment, Everything below her knees had already sunk into the gravel beach. It is over. I'm going to die. Lin Baici accelerated the speed at which she was eating melon seeds and shouted at Lin Baici, "Brother Lin, hurry up and think of a way." Fang Mingyuan felt a bit uncomfortable seeing the little chubby girl asking Lin Baici for help instead of him. Why was Yi Yangchun fine when he came over just now? Is it because there are too many of us? The contamination has already erupted. Finding a way to purify it quickly is the most important thing. Everyone was clamoring, all trying to think of ways to save themselves. Stop moving. The more you move, the faster you sink, Deng Mingyu scolded. He did not care whether these people lived or died, but he was worried that they would drag him into it. I should have been shameless and stayed behind earlier. Yuan Jifeng activated his divine grace, and a dragonfly larger than a calf appeared above his head, its wings vibrating and leaving behind trails of afterimages. Yuan Jifeng grabbed its abdominal legs. The dragonfly took off, pulling Yuan Jifeng out of the gravel beach. The dragonfly rose into the air. Team leader Yuan, old Yuan, you are capable. Team leader, hurry and think of a way, everyone shouted, as if they had seen a glimmer of light in the darkness. Stop shouting. Be careful not to let the contamination spread. Yuan Jifeng let out a low roar. I will go around the vicinity first to find the source of the contamination. Although he said that, Yuan Jifeng still maneuvered the dragonfly to fly above Jia Hongyao. Hongyao, grab my ankle. This was Jia Hongmian's younger sister. If she died, he might as well kill himself. Otherwise, if he returned, he would be turned into a specimen while still alive by Jia Hongmian. I can hold on. Save Lin Baici first. After Jia Hongyao finished speaking, she suddenly realized. No, save little Kikyu first. Little Lindsay is so powerful. He can definitely handle it himself. Gu Qingqiu rolled her eyes. It was obvious that in the heart of the girl with the high ponytail, her relationship with Lin Baici was better, but she trusted Lin Baici more, confident that he could absolutely resolve this rule contamination. And she herself was the one who needed help. I can carry two people at once. Yuan Jifeng thought to himself that she was truly all brawn and no brains. Did she not understand that one person could hang from each foot? Moreover, even if Jia Hongyao had not said it, he would have saved Lin Baici. His priority was even higher than Zhang Hao's. Then at Little Yu, Jia Hongyao ranged. It had to be said that the big-hearted girl had a strong sense of responsibility and accountability as a team leader. At this moment, she did not think about running away first. Stop arguing. Team leader Yuan, go search the surroundings first and see if there are any monsters, Lin Baici ordered. Then you guys. Yuan Jifeng frowned. I have a way to get out of this. Lin Baici's voice was very calm, not at all anxious despite being trapped in the contamination. What a big heart, Yuan Jifeng muttered, glancing over and discovering that besides Lin Baici, Jia Hongyao and Gu Qingqiu were also not panicking. Even calmer than Zhang Hao. What kind of people are these? Are their nerves made of steel? You guys be careful. After Yuan Jifeng finished speaking, he was carried away by the dragonfly to patrol. Deng Mingyu was, after all, a half-step dragon level. So, he was not trapped. He activated a divine taboo item, and a grasshopper the size of a pony appeared. The grasshopper's legs were thin, so it sank slowly. Deng Mingyu climbed up quickly, and then the large grasshopper jumped, covering more than 20 meters at a time, successfully carrying him to the nearest stone pillar. Hongyao, get on the grasshopper, Deng Mingyu shouted. The first person he saved was also Jia Hongyao, because it could earn him a massive favor from Jia Hongyao. No need. Save others first. After Jia Hongyao finished speaking, she looked at Lin Baici with eager eyes. Little Lindsay, it is up to you. You really trust me. Lin Baici was caught between laughter and tears. That is a must. Jia Hongyao gave a thumbs up. As the top ace of the 7th star, who else would I trust if not you? Do you see that weathered stone pillar more than 40 meters away? Lin Baici pointed it out to the girl with the high ponytail. Turn into a giant and throw me over there. No problem. Jia Hongyao took the giant's finger out of her pocket, stuffed it into her mouth, and swallowed it hard. The giant's finger was a bit long, and the nail was sharp, scratching her throat. But the effect was extremely powerful. As the finger went down, a large amount of white steam immediately began to emerge from the high ponytail's body. Hiss, hiss, within the steam, A large amount of muscle fibers grew out, wrapping Jia Hongyao within them. Chapter 514 Lin Baici. Still saying you are not Jia Hongmian's little boy toy. The white steam surged in all directions, causing Gu Qingqiu, the big ant, and others to hurriedly cover their faces. The temperature was a bit hot, but fortunately, it was not enough to scald anyone. As the wind from the gravel beach blew past, carrying away the white steam, Jia Hongyao, who had turned into a giant, appeared in everyone's eyes. Damn, there is a monster. Don't attack. It seems to be one of our own. What is the situation? Those examiners who did not know the reason all shouted, their faces filled with fear and panic. After Jia Hongyao transformed into a giant, she stood over 12 meters tall. And like the skinless giant Lin, giant Jia possessed skin, and certain areas such as her chest, hips, and the spinal line along her back were covered in hard, keratinous layers that looked much like scale armor. Long Miao exclaimed, feeling that Sister Hongyao's form was incredibly cool. Fang Mingyuan's gaze couldn't help but fall onto giant Xia's chest. So big, and there was no sagging. The scale armor wrapped her on and supported them, making them appear quite firm and upright. The only regret was that there was too much armor, so he could only see the upper portion. Of course, even if he could see more, it would be useless. Jia Hongyao herself was encased within the giant's body. The flesh on the outside was merely formed by divine power. Little Lin, giant Jia spoke, but what came out was a roar. She lowered her head and bent at the waist, stretching out her long arm to grab Lin Baici's upper body. She pulled him out of the gravel beach, then swung her arm and tossed him toward the nearest rock pillar. About 50 meters away, whoosh, Lin Baici flew out just like a baseball. Hu Yu cried out in alarm. This was Jia Hongyao's first time transforming into a giant. She was completely unfamiliar with her own strength and hadn't practiced, so she had used a bit too much force. It was clear that Lin Baici was going to fly right over the top of that rock pillar. Why didn't he use teleportation? Aizu didn't understand. If he used it, then what? Gu Qingqiu retorted. Her own body was also sinking, but at the slowest rate, because she hadn't moved at all since everyone started sinking, remaining as calm as if she weren't in any danger at all. Obviously, to throw a rope and save us. Zhu Wei felt that Lin Baici's response this time was terrible. With so many people, how long do you think that would take? Gu Qingqiu countered. At our current rate of sinking, the most optimistic estimate is that he could only save 5 or 6 people. Do you think you're high enough on the priority list ahead of the rest of us? Zhu Wei's face turned pale instantly. Then Zhu Wei's mouth trembled, and he couldn't say a word. He had assumed that once Lin Baici successfully landed on the rock pillar, he would throw a rope and he would definitely be saved. Now, after hearing Gu Qingqiu's words, wasn't he as good as dead? I don't want that. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Baici flew over the top of the rock pillar, 7 meters above it. Just at that moment, having swallowed the giant's finger in midair, Lin Baici transformed into a giant. A massive amount of white steam erupted from Lin Baici's body and spread outward. Following that, giant Lin flew out from within the steam, also moving away from the rock pillar. He failed. Seeing that Lin Baici hadn't succeeded, many examiners felt regret. Of course, there were also those who were deeply shocked by Lin Baici in his giant state. How much would this increase his combat power? Just as Jia Hongyao was feeling annoyed at her own mistake, Lin Baici stretched his body in midair and, like a diver reaching for the bottom of the sea, quickly extended his right hand. Lin Baici's 5 fingers gripped a stone on the rock pillar. Just like those who practiced rock climbing, he relied purely on the strength of his fingers to offset his momentum. His entire body began to descend, swinging down like a clock pendulum and slamming into the rock pillar. Lin Baici collided with the rock pillar, causing a large amount of stone dust to shower down. Hongyao, start, Gu Qingqiu urged. Jia Hongyao didn't understand. Start what? Grab people and throw them over, Gu Qingqiu shouted. Fishing for people with a rope would definitely be too slow, but throwing them was very fast. So that's it. Jia Hongyao suddenly realized and immediately began to act. The first person she grabbed was Gu Qingqiu, and she tossed her toward Lin Baici. This time, she didn't use much force. Lin Baici was gripping the rock pillar with his left hand and bracing his left foot against a stone. his right leg dangling naturally. When he saw Guqinkyu flying over, he extended his arm. Lin Baici caught Guqinkyu and immediately placed her on the rock pillar. Waiting for the next person, transformed into a giant. Jiu Hongyao had the height and long arms to grab anyone nearby just by bending over. Plus, with the physique of a god hunter, even if they fell to the ground, they wouldn't die. So there was no need to be overly cautious. Whoosh! Huo Yu was tossed over, feeling the wind rushing against her face. It felt just like riding a roller coaster. Lin Baici caught the little fish and placed her on the rock. This tactic works. Zhu Wei was excited. Save me first. I'm an examine. You have an obligation to ensure my personal safety. After shouting, he looked at Zhang Hao. Can't you guys transform into giants too? Hurry up and throw us. There's strength in numbers. Jiu Hongyao ignored Zhu Wei. After tossing Huo Yu. She chose Fang Mingyu, and this was Lin Baiqi's roommate. So she had to help him, then Izu, and then Long Miao Miao. Izu was prioritized because her performance had been good, earning Jiu Hongyao's approval. Shut your dog mouth, Zhang Hao scolded. What should we do? Big Ant looked at the people around them. Compared to the others who were shocked by giant Jia, Zhang Hao and Big Ant felt an extra sense of excitement and superiority, because they could also transform into such powerful giants. Don't transform. Zhang Hao was very worried. This gravel beach was huge, even if they successfully landed on the rock pillar. What would happen next? Let Yuan Jifeng and Dang Mingyu ferry people over one by one. Moreover, after transforming into a giant, Jiu Hongyao was still sinking. Zhang Hao still had to wait to help her and cover for any mistakes. Giant Xia's movements were fast, and although she wasn't very bright, her motor skills were extremely strong. After throwing only 3 people, she grasped the trick. From then on, she was able to accurately toss people to Lin Baici. Seeing this scene, the examiners all struggled to come over, hoping to catch a free ride. Lin Baici caught Zhang Hao and placed her on the rock pillar. Make room. Zhang Hao descended rapidly, heading toward the base of the rock pillar. It is my turn. It is my turn, Zhu Wei shouted, nearly on the verge of tears. The giant Jia grabbed Zhu Wei and tossed him toward Lin Baici, then turned around, intending to help others. However, by this time, both of her legs had already sunk completely into the gravel beach and could not be pulled out. Save me! Zhu Wei screamed. Lin Baici caught Zhu Wei and casually set him down on the rock pillar. He then deactivated his giant state and quickly took a rope from his black altar bowl. After tying a box of instant noodles to one end, he threw it toward the giant Jia. Hongyao, catch it! Lin Baici shouted. Teleportation consumed divine power, so naturally, he had to save it whenever possible. The box landed on the ground and slowly sank into the gravel beach. The giant Jia picked it up and then deactivated her giant state. Amidst the hissing of white steam, Jiu Hongyao's voice rang out, I am ready. Lin Baici immediately exerted force and dragged Jiu Hongyao over. Lin Shen, help us. Team Leader Deng, Team Leader Yuan. You to hurry up and think of a way. Stop moving. The more you move, the faster you sink. The crowd was chattering incessantly as their bodies sank deeper and deeper. And seeing that they had only minutes left to live, everyone became frantic, especially upon seeing Lin Baici and his group successfully climb the rock pillar and temporarily escape danger. They were all incredibly envious and filled with regret. If we had known, we should have walked with Lin Shen. Team Leader Yuan and Team Leader Deng are too selfish. Lin Baici scanned his surroundings, trying to find the rule-tainted item that had triggered this phenomenon. Xiao Bai, my river raft did not sink. From below, Zhang Hao's voice called out. Lin Baici looked down and saw Zhang Hao standing at the base of the rock pillar, having deployed an orange river rafting raft, the kind that could seat 4 people. Can it be rowed? Zhu Wei's eyes lit up. It should be. Zhang Hao jumped onto the raft and took the oars to test if it would slide. It did not sink. It seems that water vehicles can be used here. Long Miao Miao spat out the sunflower seed shell in her mouth and turned to look at Lin Baici. Brother Lin, you should have a life buoy, right? Lin Baici took a box from his black altar bowl, opened it, and took out a pendant. The pendant was a golden model of a solar boat, the kind often seen in ancient Egyptian murals, about the size of a silver dollar. Zhu Wei, inject your divine power into this pendant, Lin Baici urged. My meager amount of divine power is definitely not enough. It will delay your important task. Zhu Wei took half a step back, and willing to do it. Not to mention whether injecting divine power would have side effects. In such a dangerous situation, without divine power, he wouldn't be able to manifest his divine gift. Seeing Zhu Wei dodging, Lin Baici's expression darkened. He reached out a large hand, grabbed him by the hair, and yanked him over. Hurry up! If this kid didn't do it, Lin Baici would throw him into the gravel beach. Sensing Lin Baici's fury, Zhu Wei didn't dare to talk back. He gripped the pendant and injected his divine power, just as Zhu Wei felt he was about to be drained dry. A golden ball of light flew out from the pendant and expanded wildly. Once it hit the ground, it formed a solar boat. Although it wasn't very large, it could easily accommodate 100 or so people. There is a boat. The examiners were excited. Brother Lin, you really have so many good things. Lan Miao stuffed the sunflower seeds into her pocket. What do you need me to do? No need. Lin Baici jumped onto the deck. Lan Miao was too fat. She would just take up space if she came up, without needing Lin Baici to give orders. The great aunt and Jia Hongyao had already jumped up, waiting for instructions. Zhang Hao looked up, staring at the gold leaf-covered No. 3, which was decorated with magnificent murals, and then turned to look at his own inflatable raft. Are you really a newcomer? Is your net worth really this substantial, Lin Shen? And you say you are not Jia Hongmian's boy toy? I wouldn't believe it even if I died. Impressive. Deng Mingyu did not speak. He narrowed his eyes, sizing up Lin Baici, wondering what he was thinking. After Jia Hongyao refused his rescue, he had saved 2 acquaintances and hidden on the nearest rock pillar. Now, Lin Baici had once again opened his eyes to a new world. Without needing Lin Baici to row the boat himself, the No. 3 sailed toward the examiners on its own. Jia Hongyao and the great aunt tied one end of the rope Lin Baici had produced to the railing and threw the other end to the people below. Yuan Jifeng flew around quickly, found nothing unusual, and rushed back in a panic, intending to save people first. Jia Hongyao absolutely could not die. As for the others, he could save a few, maybe a dozen. But Yuan Jifeng soon saw the solar boat. Damn, what is going on? The giant dragonfly grabbed Yuan Jifeng and flew over. When he saw the 3 people who had already boarded the deck thanking Lin Baici with tears of gratitude, he knew this was Lin Baici's item. My goodness. He even has this kind of vehicle. Isn't this too extravagant? Team leader Yuan, hurry and save people, Jia Hongyao urged. Yuan Jifeng's adaptability was also quite good. He first chose to save those who were furthest from the boat and sinking the fastest. Everyone boarded the boat and immediately helped out. As the number of hands increased, the efficiency of the rescue also rose rapidly. Soon, the deck was crowded with people, a sea of heads. In the end, except for 3 unlucky souls, everyone else was rescued. Lin Shen, this boat looks very ancient. If it carries so many people, won't it sink? Deng Mingyu worried. Lin Baici did not respond and looked up at the dome. It was a pity. This was deep inside a cave. If they were outside, he wouldn't be worried, because as long as there was sunlight shining on the deck, no matter how turbulent the river or sea tides were, this boat would never capsize or sink. Being ignored by Lin Baici made Deng Mingyu feel somewhat awkward and a little annoyed. Liu Lanqing, having finished a brief conversation with Zhang Hao, walked over to Lin Baici and asked in a low voice, I would like to buy one of those giant fingers. Actually, this kind of topic should have been discussed in private. But with danger lurking everywhere, Liu Lanqing could not wait. Having one more god-cursed item that could turn him into a giant would provide an extra layer of security for his life. Deng Mingyu heard this, his eyes lighting up. He stared at Lin Baici with a burning gaze and said, God Lin, I want to buy one too. You name the price, I guarantee you will be satisfied. Yuan Jifeng, holding onto his status, felt too embarrassed to speak up. Sorry, not for sale. Lin Baici refused. Keeping them is just a waste of resources. You might as well sell them to us. If we all work together, we can contain the divine remains as quickly as possible. Deng Mingyu tried to persuade him. Lin Baici waved his hand and walked toward the bow of the ship. Damn it! Deng Mingyu spat on the ground. Ever since he reached the half-step dragon level, He hadn't been treated so dismissively in a very long time. Everyone sat on the sun ship as it moved forward, which was both energy-saving and safe. "Do you think Xiangchun drowned?" Xia Hongyao looked around. That kid had gone ahead, and there was no telling if he had managed to escape. "Don't come over here. It's dangerous," a shout rang out, but it was instantly scattered by the wind. "It's Xiangchun." Zhang Hao's expression brightened. 3 minutes later, everyone saw Xiangchun. He was sitting on top of a rock pillar, shouting once every dozen seconds or so. When he saw the sunship, he was dumbfounded. "God Lin, I'm impressed." Xiangchun cupped his hands in salute. The sunship sailed for over 20 minutes before finally reaching the shore. The group disembarked. The ground was black soil that felt slightly muddy, as if it had just rained a light drizzle. The group continued to move forward. After walking for about half an hour, mud figures began to appear in front of them. The large ones were dozens of meters tall, while the small ones were only a dozen centimeters high, standing there like chess pieces on a board. The faces of these mud figures were incredibly lifelike, with expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness carved with startling realism. "Should we stop for a moment?" Xiangchun suggested. This place looked wrong. Chapter 515. We are running for our lives. Be serious. Xiangchun's words made everyone look at Lin Baici. After the rule-based contamination just now, Lin Baici had saved everyone. His status had now surpassed that of Yuan Jifeng and Deng Mingyu, making him the temporary leader of this group. Lin Baici pondered, gazing into the distance. This was a vast expanse of muddy black soil. After walking through it, the soles of their shoes would be caked with mud, which was quite uncomfortable. Mud figures of all sizes stood here. It would be more appropriate to say they were growing. These mud figures were like crops sprouting from this black soil. Lin Baici walked to the nearest mud figure on his left. Out of caution, he didn't touch the statue but instead squatted down to dig at the soil near its base. "What are you doing? Let me help." Huo Yuyu scurried over, rolling up her sleeves, ready to do some manual labor. "No need." Lin Baici dug about half a palm's depth and saw that the mud figure was indeed buried deep in the black soil. Moreover, there were fibrous roots thicker than a little finger, digging into the soil and frantically absorbing nutrients. "Keep moving. Stopping won't help." It wasn't that Gu Qingqiu didn't want to use cannon fodder to scout the path, but it was meaningless. There was a high probability that the cannon fodder would be fine, but when the main force moved forward, they would encounter rule-based contamination. That's right, soldiers come to block, water comes to cover. Jia Hongyao was full of confidence and fighting spirit now, because once they contained the divine remains and completely resolved this god ruin of the 7 towns of Luoyang, her 7th star team would directly become famous throughout the entire Kyushu Security Bureau and become one of these teams. "Be careful not to touch these mud figures. Let's go." Lin Baici continued to lead the way. "God Lin, you don't even need to say that. Anyone with a brain wouldn't touch these mud figures," Zhu Wei said with a fawning smile, trying to get closer to Lin Baici. "We will definitely follow your lead, Zhu." Before Zhu Wei could finish his sentence, his right foot suddenly kicked something. He tripped over his own feet and stumbled forward a few steps. Holy crap! Zhu Wei almost fell. After steadying himself, he looked back and spat in annoyance. "Damn it! A lump of dirt almost tripped me." "Look, everyone!" Shan Hao exclaimed, pointing a finger. A mud ball the size of a walnut was rolling on the ground. Looking closely, one could see it was the head of a mud figure. The facial features on it were vivid and lifelike. At this moment, it revealed an angry expression and opened its mouth to shriek. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." The voice was shrill and terrifying. Everyone stopped in their tracks instantly, looking at the mud figure ball on the ground with fear, then back at the lump of dirt that had tripped Zhu Wei. It was a small mud figure, and Zhu Wei had kicked its head off. How? Listening to the angry screams of the mud figure's head, Zhu Wei panicked and spoke incoherently. "God Lin, I didn't know it was a mud figure. You must save me." Zhu Wei felt very guilty. How could he have been so careless as to kick this thing? "Everyone be careful. That mud figure must have just grown out of the black soil," Xiangchun shouted. Zhu Wei was a clever person. It was impossible that he hadn't seen the lump of dirt on the ground. "Look over there, everyone," and he shouted. Everyone looked over. On the black soil, A small mound had risen, and then a small mud figure pushed through the mound and grew out, visible to the naked eye. It grew from a small ball, getting taller and larger. Xiangchun had guessed correctly. This type of mud figure had just broken through the soil, which was why Zhuwei hadn't noticed it. The mud figure's head shouted a few more times, its voice growing weaker and weaker, until finally, it went silent as if it had died. Zhuwei stared at his surroundings, terrified, but after waiting for several minutes, he was not attacked. Is it okay now? Zhuwei sniffled, his face full of anticipation. Hurry up and move. Get out of this area as soon as possible, Deng Mingyu urged. The group set off again. Zhuwei widened his eyes, staring at the ground, terrified of kicking another newly sprouted mud figure. At the same time, he tried his best to stay away from the mud statues, walking around them. However, Lin Baici did not detour. He walked normally. So Zhuwei ended up walking quite a bit more distance than necessary, because they hadn't encountered any danger. Zhuwei's nervous mood gradually eased. I think you should run out of here as fast as you can, Gu Qingqiu suggested. This pace is too slow. Zhuwei certainly wanted to run, but if he went ahead alone, wouldn't he just become cannon fodder? There might be a time limit. 10 or 15 minutes after the head of the mud figure you kicked shouted, I will kill you, the attack will arrive. Gu Qingqiu analyzed it with a serious expression. So, you don't have much time left. You don't scare me, Zhuwei stammered, wanting to cry. He looked at Lin Baici. Brother Lin, how about we walk a bit faster? Zhuwei was quite clever. There were people around Lin Baici, and he couldn't squeeze in. So he moved toward Fang Mingyuan. That way, if he encountered danger, Fang Mingyuan would also be affected. Since Lin Baici was loyal, he would likely save Fang Mingyuan, and he could ride on his coattails. Actually, the best position would be next to Huoyu or Gu Qingqiu, but unfortunately, he had enough self-awareness to know that if he went over there, Lin Baici would definitely give him a beating. Mingyuan, stay away from him. Long Miao Miao pulled Fang Mingyuan. Fang Mingyuan didn't want to stay with this person either. We are all examinees. Can't we look out for each other? No sooner had Zhuwei finished speaking than a 20-meter-tall giant mud figure, standing 8 or 9 meters away, raised its foot without warning and stomped toward him. A massive shadow descended from the sky. Damn it, watch out! The mud figure moved. The people behind, seeing this scene, immediately shouted. Fang Mingyuan was a sports student with super strong athletic reflexes. He reached out to pull Long Miao Miao, but Long Miao Miao was faster. The little chubby girl grabbed Fang Mingyuan and prepared to bolt. Zhuwei was wickedly selfish. He lunged toward Fang Mingyuan and reached out, grabbing his lapel. If Lin Baici wanted to save someone, he would have to save both. Damn it! Long Miao Miao didn't expect Zhuwei to be so shameless, but her reaction was quick. She used force with her right hand, which was holding Fang Mingyuan, and threw him away. At the same time, she balled her left hand into a fist and, as Zhuwei rushed in front of her, delivered a punch straight to his chest. This punch was incredibly heavy. Zhuwei spat out a large mouthful of blood, his whole body flying backward as if he had been hit by a speeding dump truck. Zhuwei crashed into the mud, rolled a few times, and ended up covered in black sludge, looking utterly wretched. After hitting him, the little chubby girl saw the giant mud figure's massive foot descending and immediately performed a backward roll. The posture was unsightly, but it saved her life. However, when the giant mud figure's foot was a meter from the ground, it saw Zhuwei fly away, so it didn't land its foot and instead chased after him. Splat! Mud splattered in all directions, and because it was mixed with blood, many of the mud spots were stained red. Deng Mingyu shouted, "Don't move!" Yuan Jifeng roared. The two team leaders issued different orders. At this moment, the quality of one's character became apparent. If everyone ran, there was a high probability of attracting the giant mud figure's attention and being attacked. However, Deng Mingyu was powerful, and with so much cannon fodder around, he could definitely escape easily. Yuan Jifeng's thought was for everyone to stay still, gambling that the giant mud figure would leave after killing Zhuwei. To be honest, with the monster right in front of them, staying still was too much to ask. A few people heard Deng Mingyu's words and immediately started to flee. Once they moved, it triggered a chain reaction, and everyone began to run. Some were even thinking, I don't have to outrun the monster. I just have to outrun the others. Damn it. Yuan Jifeng cursed when he saw everyone starting to flee for their lives. Zhang Hao ran a few steps, noticed that Lin Baici hadn't followed, and looked back to see him and Gu Qingqiu standing in place, observing the giant mud figure. What a calm and steady heart. Zhang Hao was impressed. Little brother Lin, let's go. Liu Lanqing urged. Little Lin, retreat quickly. And Yixian, the big N, and several examiners who hadn't even spoken to Lin Baici were all shouting at him, expressing their concern. Damn it, Deng Mingyu was annoyed. If everyone ran together, no one would be better than the other. But the reaction of Lin Baici and Gu Qingqiu made him and Yuan Jifeng look like cowards. Sure enough, Yuan Jifeng cared about his reputation and stood beside Lin Baici, stopping his run. Did you see anything? Yuan Jifeng admired Lin Baici more and more. Lin Baici shook his head. This monster kills people as easily as I step on a cockroach. Gu Qingqiu curled her lips. After the giant mud figure stepped on Zhu Wei, it even twisted its soul, grinding it hard. Clearly fueled by personal vendetta, Long Miao Miao climbed up, looked at the sunflower seeds in her pocket that had spilled all over the ground, and felt like spitting blood in distress. I saved a handful of the biggest ones to enjoy at the end, and now they're all ruined. So annoying. Long Miao Miao moved her chubby legs and started to run for her life, not forgetting to call out to Lin Baici, Brother Lin, stop watching, he's a goner. Brother Lin couldn't die, otherwise. Whose snacks would she mooch off of in the future? The giant mud figure lifted its foot. There was a bloody mess in the black soil, but no corpse was visible. The mud figure paused for a moment, then lifted its foot again, saw Zhu Wei step to the sole, and seemed satisfied. The giant mud figure landed its right foot and rubbed it back and forth, clearly trying to scrape Zhu Wei off. This scene was enough to make even Yuan Jifeng, who was accustomed to death, feel physically nauseated. After the giant mud figure disposed of Zhu Wei, it suddenly turned its head, its massive mud-caked eyeballs locking onto Lin Baici and his two companions. Kill them! Kill them! The giant roared as it began to charge, its massive feet slamming down and sending mud splattering in every direction. Lin Baici and the others immediately began to flee. As the giant mud figure roared, the surrounding mud statues, regardless of their size, began to tremble before pulling themselves from the ground, coming to life and charging toward the humans. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the air was filled with the deafening sound of running. There was no need for urging, everyone was pushing themselves to their absolute limit. Yang Chun, Zhang Hao, you to lead the way. Yuan Jifeng shouted. Hong Yao, you lead the team to hold the left flank. Xijing group, hold the right. Everyone else, stay in the middle and be ready to rotate at any time. Baici, you are the reserve force, support the others. Yuan Jifeng issued orders rapidly. He could not command Deng Mingyu, otherwise he would have been the one on the vanguard. But with the strength of Xiang Chun and Zhang Hao, it should be enough. The giant charged like heavy cavalry, its momentum terrifying. Those small mud figures, only the size of radishes, were barely a meter tall even after taking 10 steps. But even so, they were still aggressive. 2 o'clock direction. Run, run, the food god commented. Xiang Chun hacked down a mud figure, his heart filled with anxiety. This area was vast. How long would they have to run before they could get out? Everyone's stamina was limited. 2 o'clock direction. Lin Baici shouted. Are you sure? Xiang Chun hesitated. Should he listen to Lin Baici, or choose his own path and gamble on luck? Listen to Xiao Bai, Zhang Hao said, already charging toward the 2 o'clock direction. I trust you. Xiang Chun unleashed his full firepower. Those with long-range divine abilities were not idle either, bombarding the front to reduce the pressure on Xiang Chun and Zhang Hao as much as possible. Deng Mingyu rode his giant grasshopper, moving with ease. Lin Baici took out the white deer bone flute and blew it 3 times. Dude, a sleigh appeared. The reindeer pulling it were tall and powerful, with smooth fur and magnificent antlers, looking even more beautiful than those of Santa Claus. Lin Baici grabbed Gu Qingqiu and jumped onto the sleigh. Cough. Gu Qingqiu leaned against Lin Baici's chest, unable to stop coughing because they had been running too hard. Xiaoyu, get on. Lin Baici held the reins in one hand and reached out to Huoyu with the other. Huoyu approached the sleigh, pushed off with her legs, and leaped up. Before she could steady herself, her body swayed, and Lin Baici grabbed the clothes on her chest with a slap. Hu Yu felt like crying. Is he disgusted because my chest is so small? If I had known, I would have padded it with 2 silicone inserts. Seeing Gu Qingqiu and Hu Yu sitting on the sleigh without having to run themselves, everyone else was incredibly envious. Even Deng Mingyu, who had a giant grasshopper mount, was no exception. After all, the sleigh looked more magnificent and beautiful than the giant grasshopper, could carry more people. And the 2 large stuffed bags on the reindeer's back were surely filled with supplies. Brother Lin. Izu looked at Lin Baici pitifully. I am so pretty. Surely I should have a ticket. Lin Baici stood on the sleigh, observing the enemy situation, and ignored Izu entirely. Izu pursed her lips, feeling very aggrieved. Brother Lin, can I sit for a while? Long Miao Miao pleaded. Just for a little bit. The older Anne heard this and couldn't help but glance over, muttering to herself. Don't you have any self-awareness about what you look like? That Izu is very pretty and was still ignored by Lin Baici. What do you think you are? Liu Lanqing was speechless. You are so fat that 1 person would take up the space of 3. Lin Baici wouldn't let you up even if he were brain damaged. Brother Lin, I'll just go up and sit for a moment. I'll get down very quickly. Long Miao Miao envied Gu Qingqiu and Hu Yu. Under the pursuit of such monsters, sitting on a sleigh, eating sunflower seeds, and enjoying the scenery along the way must be wonderful. Run yourself, lose some weight. Lin Baici had no fondness for this girl, but he didn't have any malice either. So, he certainly wouldn't give her any special treatment. Then give Sister Yu some snacks. I want to watch her eat snacks. Long Miao Miao settled for the next best thing. Letting me watch others eat is fine too. The little chubby girl's words stunned many people. What kind of weird hobby is this? Hu Yu was embarrassed to death. During the peak of her food streaming days, she had done a few broadcasts, so she knew that some male fans watched her eat with clearly impure motives. Is the little chubby girl a lesbian? Stop talking nonsense, Yuan Jifeng roared, suppressing everyone. We are running for our lives here. Can you be a bit more serious? Chapter 516 Invincible. The mud figures on this dark land were like dumplings in a boiling pot, constantly churning. The mud figures chased and roared, their voices converging and carrying far, as if they could shatter even the soul. Those distant mud statues, hearing these shouts, also pulled their feet from the muddy, fertile black soil and began to charge toward this side. Ziyan Chen, Zhang Hao faster. Charge, 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 Yuan Jifeng urged. There was no need for him to shout. Ziyan Chen and Zhang Hao scanned their surroundings and knew that they absolutely could not slow down. Otherwise, once surrounded by the monsters, they would be unable to escape and would end up dying of exhaustion. Fortunately, these 2 were among the top elites in the Kyushu Security Bureau, with formidable attack power, and they were unstoppable along the way. The mud figures that rushed in front of them, regardless of size, were like mantises trying to stop a chariot, being smashed to pieces. After fleeing for 2 kilometers, if one were to look down from high above, they would see a dense mass of mud figures following behind the team, much like a herd of migrating wild horses. On the left flank, Jiu Hongyao held her position steadily, letting no stragglers slip through. However, on the right flank, Deng Mingyu was clearly slacking off and failing to coordinate with his subordinates. Consequently, 1 or 2 mud figures would occasionally break through the Shijing team's line and charge into the group. Although they did not cause any casualties, it was inevitable that they would cause panic. Of course, it was also possible that Deng Mingyu was doing this on purpose. If these people were frightened by the mud figures at close range, they would take the initiative to run for their lives without needing anyone to urge them to hurry. Lin Baici's sled was quite conspicuous in the middle of the team, on the ground. As if a volcano had erupted, a large mound of dirt quickly bulged and then burst open. A foot-tall mud figure shot into the air, fraying toward the sled. Squeak! The mud figure shrieked and reached out to grab Gu Qingqiu. Watch out! Hu Yu gripped her kitchen knife, named Blood Hand, staring at the mud figure while calculating the distance in her mind, preparing to stab it. In the small backpack on her back, a doll crawled out, exposing its head and looking round. Gu Qingqiu drew her blade and slashed at the mud figure. The mud figure grabbed the blade, and like Tarzan, swung its arm and body, launching itself into the air and flying toward Guchenkyu's cheek. Guchenkyu remained calm and threw a punch, but Lin Baici was faster. Swish! A bronze sword shadow flashed by. The mud figure was sliced vertically in half from head to toe. Before it could even hit the ground, Lin Baici swatted it down with the flat of his blade. Bang! Bang! The mud figure parts fell into the black soil, their bodies wriggling. Each half grew into a complete mud figure, then climbed up and continued the pursuit. Baici, go open the path. After Yuan Jifeng finished speaking, he felt uneasy. As a half-step dragon level, he had a deterrent effect on others. But it clearly had no effect on Lin Baici. Whether or not someone listened to his orders depended entirely on their mood. Xiang Chun and Zhang Hao were not tired, but they could not keep going like this forever. Rotation was the best way to ensure the team's combat effectiveness. Clear the way in front, Lin Baici shouted, and the people in front immediately gave way. Lin Baici flicked the reins, the sled accelerated, and it charged out. The reindeer's large hooves trampled the ground, sending mud splattering. God Lin, you really have so many good things, Xiang Chun teased, his words filled with envy. He had been a god hunter for much longer than Lin Baici, but compared to Lin Baici's assets, he was dirt poor. Lin Baici charged to the very front, stood firmly in a horse stance, holding the bronze sword in his left hand and the pipe wrench in his right, then roared at the mud figures charging toward him. You little bastards! Whether the mud figures understood this taunt or simply found the reindeer sled too large a target, they all rushed over, pushed off with their legs, and pounced toward Lin Baici. Get down! After Lin Baici shouted, he wielded his sword and wrench, beginning a slaughter. Swish! The bronze sword lopped off half of a mud figure's head, then followed with a backhand strike that entered its left shoulder and exited its right ribcage. Meanwhile, the pipe wrench smashed into the head of another mud figure, shattering it to pieces. The mud figure's corpse fell to the ground, knocking over several others. The ground was a mess of fallen figures. Huayuru crouched down, but Guchenkyu did not. She held her katana and guarded the left rear, her expression excited. It was a pity that the mud figures did not bleed, otherwise. How beautiful this scene would be. Bang, bang. A mud giant over 10 meters tall ran over quickly. Many people were nervous, watching the mud giant charge to within 5 meters of the sled and lift its foot to stomp down. Its supporting leg suddenly snapped cleanly at the ankle. The mud giant collapsed toward the ground. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. They could not see the invisible Hongwimaru and assumed it was Lin Baici's doing. Wherever the sled passed, the ground was littered with the corpses of mud figures. Everyone had originally thought that those giant mud figures would be a major threat, but who would have known that whenever they charged close and launched an attack, their ankles would be severed, failing to pose even the slightest threat. The only trouble was when they fell in the wrong direction and threatened to crash into the sled. But Lin Baici's strength was so great that a single strike with the pipe wrench would send the mud giant's body flying. Lin Baici led the charge, and although he controlled the speed, the sled was still fast, which caused the team to stretch out. People like Feng Mingyuan gradually fell to the back of the line, and the back of the line was also the weakest point of defense, because those with real ability were all at the front. Team leader Deng, it's your turn, Lin Baici shouted, accelerated, and drove the sled forward. Deng Mingyu frowned. If any other rookie from the security bureau had ordered him around like this, he would have already cursed them to high heaven, but Lin Baici, forget it. He would endure it for now. Lin Baici's performance made Deng Mingyu regard him as someone qualified to speak to him. So in such a critical moment, he did not want to sour the relationship. What if he ended up needing to rely on him? Lin Baici charged forward more than 30 meters, turned the reindeer, and killed his way back from the left side. As he passed Jia Hongyao, he called out to her. Hongyao, the girl with the high ponytail and long legs, strode forward, covered the distance in a few large steps, and jumped onto the sled. Huayuru retreated to the corner, trying her best to make room for the others. I'll drive. Guchenkyu sheathed her blade and sat in the middle. Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao stood on the left and right, because they were only responsible for one direction each. The pressure was much lower, and they were even more at ease. Before the mud figures could jump onto the sled, they were hacked down. Lin Baici had originally intended to test whether floating life night rain or wild Buddha blowing out the lamp could inflict damage on these mud figures. But there was no need now. Although killing the monsters was relatively slow, every strike felt solid, and the sensation was quite satisfying. The sled reached the end of the line, and having caused such a massive commotion, it naturally attracted the attention of most of the clay figures, which began to chase after it. Old Bai Fang Mingyuan was on the verge of tears, seeing the group of clay figures that had been relentlessly pursuing them being led away by Lin Baici. He wept with joy. Once we get back to school, I am treating everyone. We are not stopping until we are drunk. God Lin, there is something ahead. Xiangchun shouted. What should we do? Should we go around it? Directly in front of them stood a towering stone statue of a goddess. Chapter 517 The Dark Goddess. This was a naked stone statue in a kneeling position, judging by its appearance. With long hair and a full chest, it was clearly a woman. It was about 30 meters tall, with its hands pressed together in front of its chest, eyes closed, and head slightly bowed as if in prayer. Even though it was a stone face, one could still perceive a serene and peaceful expression. Head toward the stone statue. Lin Baici had seen it too. He guessed that if this wasn't the goddess mentioned by that golden crow monster bird earlier, it was at least related to her. Prepare for battle. Yuan Jifeng was worried. The most terrifying crisis was likely about to arrive. If one were to look down from high above, they would see that within a 50-meter radius centered on the goddess statue, there were no clay figure statues at all. Further out, the statues were scattered across this black land like cattle and sheep on a prairie. Regardless of their size or whether they were beautiful or ugly, they all shared one common trait. They were all facing the goddess statue. The scene looked as if some mysterious and eerie sacrificial ritual was taking place. A dwarf clay figure about a meter tall climbed onto the sled before it could launch an attack. Ho Yu poked its eyes out, and it was then pushed off the sled. Thump, clatter. The sled rolled over the clay figure, leaving two indentations like railroad tracks. Dang Mingyu charged into the 50-meter zone, and the view suddenly opened up. There were no more clay figure attacks, however. The monsters attacking from the sides seemed to react as if someone had broken into their treasure vault, launching even more ferocious assaults. If these were ordinary people, the casualties would certainly have been heavy. But these 100 or so people were mostly examiners. Although they were flustered, the number of casualties was not high, remaining in the single digits. Of course, this had a lot to do with Lin Baici drawing away a large number of the clay figures. Hurry and get inside. These clay figure monsters don't seem to enter this area. Zhang Hao shouted. Little Lin, hurry up. The great ant was only worried about Lin Baici. When fleeing for their lives, no one dawdled. Soon, everyone had entered this area. The reindeer pulled the sled forward for another 10 meters or so before coming to a stop. Lin Baici stood on the sled, gripping his bronze sword, watching the clay figures. They all stopped at the 50-meter line, each of them roaring and howling. Their terrifying faces were filled with unwillingness, and from time to time, they would reach out, trying to drag these humans out. They looked just like gorillas locked in a cage at the zoo. Yu Lanking joked. More and more clay figures gathered here, bustling and shoving. But they dared not cross the line by even an inch, as if this were a forbidden zone where entering meant death or punishment. Thump, thump, thump. Two massive feet walked over. Looking up, they were two thick, muddy legs, like pillars supporting the sky. Damn, that must be over 100 meters tall. Right, Fang Mingyuan gasped. The monster looked terrifying. To it, the other clay figures were like ants. It didn't notice them, and as it stepped on the other clay figures, they were instantly reduced to a pile of mud. We can't just keep wasting time like this. We have to think of a way. Zhang Hao walked to Lin Baichi's side and smoothed the fur on the reindeer. The clay figures were gathering in greater numbers, layer upon layer, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. If they wanted to charge out now, it would be much more troublesome. At the very least, the weaklings and cannon fodder would die in droves. Go to the stone statue. Yuan Jifeng felt that the key to purifying this rule-based pollution lay with the goddess statue. Of course, getting close to it would, in all likelihood, trigger new rule-based pollution. But they had no choice. The statue opened its eyes. Many people were observing the goddess statue. Seeing it open its eyes, a dozen or so people panicked and began to shout. Everyone subconsciously looked at the goddess's eyes, and the next instant, the clay figures gathered around them suddenly moved. Like wild horses breaking free from their reins, they swarmed out, pouncing toward Lin Baici and the others. Damn it! Didn't they say they couldn't get in? What do we do? Fight our way out. Tense and panicked shouts immediately erupted all at once. Yang Chun, Zhang Hao, let's fight our way out, Deng Mingyu shouted. Jiang Chun did not respond. He looked at Zhang Hao. He felt that the key to dealing with these clay figures lay in that goddess statue, but he didn't know exactly what to do. Zhang Hao didn't know either. So he looked at Lin Baici, because throughout their journey, every decision this man had made had been correct. Go to the goddess statue, Gu Qinkyu shouted, drawing her katana while running toward the goddess statue. Baici, hurry! Her ability to rally others was too poor, without Lin Baici taking action. No one followed her. Let's go. Lin Baici moved, and consequently, more than half of the people began to move. Yang Chun, let's go. Zhang Hao pulled Yang Chun along. Deng Mingyu was dumbfounded. Only about 20 people wanted to go out, and even within his Shijing team, 2 examiners were following Lin Baici. Lin Baici, do you have a plan? Deng Mingyu shouted, chasing after him. Breaking the formation on his own was too stupid, and besides, the more people there were, the safer Deng Mingyu would be while hiding among them. To him, these people were all targets to share the monster's firepower. Hong Yao, hurry to the base of the stone statue, Lin Baici shouted. He ignored Deng Mingyu, constantly turning his head to observe the enemy's situation. If running to the side of the goddess statue proved useless, he would need to break through the encirclement. What he needed to do was select a position where the enemy formation was weakest. The high ponytail girl sprinted at full speed, reaching the base of the goddess statue in the blink of an eye. But nothing happened. It feels like it is not working, Xia Hongyao analyzed. What if we kidnap this stone statue and use it to threaten these mud people? Deng Mingyu felt that this woman had a screw loose, compared to her sister. She was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. That comparison was an insult to fireflies. However, there was one thing. Deng Mingyu was incredibly envious of Lin Baici. What kind of trick did he use to make Xia Hongyao obey him so unconditionally? This stone statue had even opened its eyes and looked dangerous at a glance. Yet when Lin Baici told her to run over, she did it immediately. Was she not afraid of being attacked by the statue? How much trust must she have in Lin Baici? Attack the statue and see, Gu Qinkyu suggested. Xia Hongyao gripped her short blade and looked at Lin Baici, clearly waiting for an order. In moments like this, the high ponytail girl trusted Lin Baici's judgment more. Those who attack the goddess statue are guilty of great disrespect and must be killed. Don't attack. Lin Baici shook his head. Kneel, kowtow, and show submission to the goddess, and you may live. Do not think about charging out. There is no chance. Because the mud people have endless descendants, the gluttonous god commented. Is this the only way? Lin Baici frowned. He did not want to kneel. A great man knows when to bend and when to stretch. Han Xin endured the humiliation of crawling between legs, and Gu Jian slept on brushwood and tasted gall. As long as you eat it later, you will be the winner. It is very nourishing. Hong Yao, be careful. It is looking at you, and Yixian warned. The goddess statue's eyelids drooped, her contemptuous gaze falling upon Xia Hongyao. The high ponytail girl licked her lips. Just wait, old lady. I will chop your head off. Break out. That is right. The leader is taking the lead. Let us break out. Should we go around the statue? The crowd was noisy. Since running to the statue was useless, it was best to go around it. Run over. Kneel down. Lin Baici shouted. Quick! 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 Are you sick? Can this really work? It definitely will not work. Within the crowd, some complained, and some questioned. Lin Baici rushed to the front of the goddess statue and knelt down. Ziyang Chun was speechless. You are actually kneeling. Yuan Jifeng felt that Lin Baici was grasping at straws. Is there some logic to this? Don't look at the fact that Deng Mingyu was a half-step dragon-level expert. In this moment of contamination, he had no image to maintain as a big shot. With a thud, he knelt down. Not even far from Lin Baici. None, just intuition. Lin Baici was concise. Huoyu and Jiahongyao trusted Lin Baici 100% and knelt immediately. While Gu Qingqiu was curious, she did not believe for a second that Lin Baici was acting without cause. This kid probably discovered something others did not notice. Or his trump card is reliable again. Gu Qingqiu curled her lip, suppressing the urge to ask. Long Miao ran over without even stopping, pulling Fang Mingyuan along. She threw her body forward into a sliding kneel, trying to slide right next to Lin Baici. Fang Mingyuan was yanked by the little chubby girl and fell to the ground, getting covered in mud. The ant knelt decisively. Liu Lanqing and Zhang Hao were a bit hesitant, but after 2 or 3 seconds, they knelt as well. Hurry and kneel. Ever since I have been with him, I have never seen his judgment be wrong. Zhang Hao whispered a reminder. Ziyanchun knelt down, but he remained very nervous. Many examiners also knelt down, but looking at the mud people still charging over with aggressive momentum, their faces turned pale. Baici, give us an explanation, Yuan Jifeng urged. He was the only one still standing. He couldn't help it. He was a half-step dragon-level expert. How embarrassing would it be to kneel? There is no need to waste breath on the dead. The gluttonous god's words made Lin Baici's eyebrows twitch. He was observing the goddess statue at that moment and discovered that her gaze was fixed on Yuan Jifeng. Team leader Yuan, just kneel first, and Yixian advised. At a time like this, face was a small matter. Yuan Jifeng knelt on one knee, gripping his curved blade, watching the mud people who had already charged to his side. If these monsters made a move, he would immediately counterattack and carve out a path. Quickly, Cao. Do not stand up under any circumstances. And do not attack the monsters, Cao. Lin Baici shouted, and KOWTOWED. Damn it. I will definitely sprinkle salt and pepper on this goddess and eat her later. Most people followed suit, but there were still about 20 people who did not kowtow, among them Yuan Jifeng. The mud people stopped, surrounding these humans, glaring at them, bustling about, and constantly shoving each other. It seems to be working. Liu Lanqing's expression brightened. God Lin, you are truly a god, Ziyangchun joked. Just as he finished speaking, the mud people lunged in. It was like a pack of wolves charging into a sheepfold. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Many examiners subconsciously stood up, preparing to fight. Don't stand up, don't fight, Lin Baici roared. To increase the deterrent power of his words, he activated the Sanskrit sound of Buddha. Don't move, listen to him. Deng Mingyu activated his divine grace, lion's roar, his voice shaking the sky. After all, he was an experienced big shot with meticulous and sharp observation skills. Facing the swarm of mud people, he did not panic. And he immediately noticed that the targets of the mud people's attacks were those who had not kowtowed and those who were not kneeling. Lin Baici and Deng Mingyu's shouts stunned many people, causing them to temporarily abandon their attacks. The slaughter began. Swish, swish. Yuan Jifeng swung his blade twice, cutting down 7 mud people. This method is useless. Let's fight our way out. It is useful, Deng Mingyu retorted. Everyone, don't move. Although the battle erupted quickly, everyone could clearly see that the mud figures were only besieging the 40-some people, leaving the others untouched. You guys should run quickly, Deng Mingyu urged, wanting to see if these people could escape. Why are they only attacking us? Someone was on the verge of tears. Did you kneel? Did you kowtow? Isiu retorted, taking the opportunity to butter up Lin Baici. You definitely didn't listen to God Lin, did you? Long Miao rummaged through her pockets, but found nothing. So she looked at Lin Baici with a pitiful expression. In such a bloody and thrilling scene, how great would it be if she could snack on melon seeds and drink an iced cola? You guys go fight outside. Deng Mingyu shooed them away. Although the mud figures weren't attacking them right now. What if they got caught in the crossfire if this dragged on too long? God Lin, is there any way to salvage this? Yuan Jifeng watched the mud figures swarming over like a dense cloud of hornets, his scalp tingling. There were simply too many monsters. Lin Baici looked at the goddess statue. It is looking at you. Yuan Jifeng had been killing indiscriminately, which naturally attracted the attention of the goddess statue. Let's go, Yuan Jifeng shouted. I will take the lead. Some of the examiners who were being attacked followed him, while others knelt down and kowtowed, trying to beg for forgiveness. They felt that the chances of escaping were slim. Yuan Jifeng led these 40-some people, and just as they rushed 30 meters away, the ground suddenly sprouted female arms as if flowers were blooming, reaching out to grab them. A dozen or so unlucky souls were caught, and then those large hands squeezed with force, squish, squish, just like crushing a stink bug. They squeezed these people into a puddle of rotten flesh. Fresh blood flowed through the gaps between the fingers and dripped onto the ground. Commander Yuan should be able to escape, right? And Yixian worried. And likely. Zhang Hao was not optimistic. This was clearly the goddess statue taking action. If Yuan Jifeng were dragon level, he might be able to put up a struggle. Sure enough, in just over 10 seconds, those fleeing people were all crushed to death by the endless stream of giant hands, leaving only Yuan Jifeng behind. Yuan Jifeng was tough. He didn't beg for mercy but continued to break through the formation. He felt that if he could cut his way out of this sea of mud figures and get far away from the goddess statue, he might survive. A massive number of mud figures, regardless of size, surged from all directions, intending to drown Yuan Jifeng. Yuan Jifeng's eyes were cold and stern as he activated his trump card Divine Gift. Golden Armored War God. Swish. A layer of golden light brushed over Yuan Jifeng's body. He immediately charged forward, and wherever he went, the mud figures shattered. Commander Yuan is at least a half-step dragon level. Maybe he can escape. No sooner had Liu Lanking finished speaking than, without warning, a giant female hand fell from the sky like a plummeting comet, slapping down with lightning speed. Yuan Jifeng, who was in the middle of a killing spree, was hit dead on. Due to the massive impact of the fall, a large amount of black soil shot into the sky, surging outward like a tsunami, sweeping away many mud figures in the process. When things finally calmed down, a crater over 10 meters deep remained on the ground. As for Yuan Jifeng, he was so pulverized that not even bone fragments could be seen. It's a good thing I listened to God Lin. And Yixian felt a lingering fear, but then felt that her luck was at rock bottom. This was supposed to be a simple licensing proctoring job, a cushy gig that allowed for travel and extra allowances. Who would have thought they would run into a god ruin eruption? Chapter 518, No Minds at Home. But we have God Lin. Some soil mixed with blood and minced meat slowly flowed back into the large crater. Everyone present was stunned. A half-step dragon level. Just like that. Slapped to death with one palm. Wasn't that death a bit too simple? Many examiners even began to wonder if Yuan Jifeng's half-step dragon level title was fake. This wasn't entirely their fault, as they hadn't participated in many purifications of god ruins and had never seen how terrifying a great god ruin could be. In fact, if it weren't for the expansion of the Qin Palace God Ruin, which caused the Kyushu Security Bureau headquarters to send all their elites there, it wouldn't have been their turn to serve as examiners. Furthermore, because the licensing exams had been peaceful for years, those with connections had volunteered to be examiners this year to pad their resumes, gain experience, and enjoy government-funded trip. Deng Mingyu was someone who had seen big scenes, not to mention the towns where the pollution intensity had previously skyrocketed. Just looking at the scene of Yuan Jifeng being slapped to death, he knew that this god ruin, like the Qin Palace, had begun to expand again. The divine remains that had never been found had regained consciousness and awakened. Now, everyone was facing the rule-based pollution of a god. Forget about him. A half-step dragon level, even if a few dragon levels came, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it. If I can walk out of here safely, I'll be able to brag about it for 10 or 8 years. Deng Mingyu was on the verge of tears. I just wanted to take the opportunity to make a fortune in meteor coins. So why am I so unlucky? Everyone loves such hard currency. Just like how even the wealthiest people continue to accumulate wealth, Deng Mingyu naturally tried every means to get his hands on meteor coins, pulling strings, becoming a chief examiner. And now, not only did he owe favors, but he was also going to lose his life. It was a total loss. After the mud figures finished off those who had knelt too late and hadn't kowtowed, they turned one by one to stare at the people who were still alive. What do we do now? The older woman asked Lin Baici in a low voice. Should we kowtow a few more times? Ziyang Chun swallowed hard. He also realized things were looking bad. God-level rule-based pollution often has no patterns to follow. Relying on intelligence and deduction to pass isn't enough. one must also have extraordinary luck, the ability to respond to emergencies, and a deep reserve of divine gifts and divine taboo items. Even if you kowtow until you die here, it won't help. Jia Hongyao rolled her eyes. She had heard from her older sister that if one could find the main body of a god during rule-based pollution, one could force a kill using raw power to overcome all techniques. If you cannot find it, then cleanly and thoroughly purify the rule pollution in the process. Win the favor of the deity, and thereby survive. Of course, the personalities of deities are strange and varied. Some might even let a god hunter go just because he or she is handsome or beautiful. Beg for mercy, most of the time, it is useless. In the distance, more clay figures were running over, layer upon layer. Our situation is even worse than Xiangyu's when he was surrounded on all sides. At least Xiangyu had consort you, and could enjoy himself before dying. Long Miao Miao rubbed her stomach. And I do not even have a handful of melon seeds. My mouth is so bland it is driving me crazy. Everyone knelt on the ground, looking at Lin Baici. They did not dare to move at all. Those who were terrified did not even dare to scratch an itch. God Lin, we are counting on you. The attack power of this statue is too strong. I feel like we can only win by outsmarting it, damn it. Stop saying such useless things. What if you provoke this monster? The examiners whispered to each other, the atmosphere incredibly oppressive. Right now, Lin Baici was the only hope for the entire village. I should have discovered it sooner. Gu Qingqiu was annoyed. She saw that at the feet of the goddess statue, there were thumb-sized clay models kneeling. There were humans, beasts, birds, and monsters that looked human but were not. Among them, many were performing the full prostration ritual. Alumnus Lin's observation skills are truly meticulous. Gu Qingqiu pursed her lips. She felt that Lin Baici was still being conservative. If it had been her who discovered this first, kneeling would not be enough. Not only would she prostrate herself, but she would also shout long live, 10,000 years. She would have said a whole basket of nice things anyway. So that is how it is. Zhang Hao also saw those little clay figures. Because there was a layer of black mud at the feet of the goddess statue, they blended in. Without the sharp eyes to spot the difference, one would never notice them, let alone in the tense situation of being hunted by a group of clay monsters. Are we just going to keep kneeling like this? Fang Mingyuan's heart was pounding, ready to jump out of his throat. I am scared. If I can get out of this alive, I will be a dog if I ever have the thought of being a god hunter again. You can get up. The auntie mocked him irritably. If there were any other way, who would want to kneel? It is fine. Kneeling to a deity to save one's life is worth it. Long Miao Miao whispered to comfort Fang Mingyuan. Fang Mingyuan thought to himself, I am not complaining. If I can live, you can cover me in olive oil and make me do a hula dance for the deity, and I would have no problem with it. Do not make eye contact with the goddess, Lin Baici growled. And do not look at her. Hearing this, everyone immediately lowered their heads. Some even started kowtowing for real. Damn, what is the point of waiting like this? Liu Lanqing was short-tempered. If you want to kill us, just give us a sign. Stop complaining. We might be showing our sincerity. Once we have knelt enough, it will let us go, Huo Yu analyzed. I think you are a bit naive, Liu Lanqing chuckled, but after saying that, she suddenly remembered that this person had completed the Bizen trip. She had not really believed it before because Huo Yu's performance was too poor. She thought this girl was definitely a freeloader who just walked around the Bizen god ruins like those celebrities who crashed the red carpet, without actually purifying any rule pollution. Now it seemed that she might have actually seen the big stage, because there was not a hint of nervousness on her face. She was very calm. Zhang Hao also noticed this. It was one thing for Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao to be calm, but why were Gu Qingqiu and Huo Yu not panicking? Do they have a gold mine at home? If Huo Yu heard this inner thought, she would definitely say, no gold mine at home, but I have God Lin Xiaobai. Do you think that once a deity appears in this god ruin, how does it compare to that Bizen deity? Huo Yu worried. Who is stronger? Do not compare them together. Why would the deity from the kimchi country be worthy? Jia Hongyao muttered. Because they eat a lot of kimchi. You have seen the Bizen deity. Ziyan Chen was stunned. Although he knew the occasion was wrong, his curiosity was piqued. Little Lin slaughtered the Bizen deity. Otherwise, why do you think we were able to purify the Bizen god ruins? Jia Hongyao was thick-skinned. After kneeling for a while, she felt her knees were uncomfortable. So she swayed from side to side. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes popping out in shock. They instinctively did not believe it because this achievement was too terrifying. But, at this moment, Lin Baici's expression was calm. His brows furrowed in thought. Seen from the side, combined with his chiseled facial features, he truly gave people a great sense of security. God Lin, what does it feel like to kill a deity? Ziyan Chun was truly too curious. Why don't you try it yourself in a moment and find out? Lin Baici's words made those nearby gasp, because this meant that Lin Baici believed this goddess statue was a deity. Xiao Bai, don't scare me. Zhang Hao gave a bitter smile. As one of the 3 heroes of Shangjing, she was quite famous and had fantasized about killing a deity. But definitely not right now. Regardless, let's kowtow first. Jiangchun respectfully kowtowed to the goddess statue. It is better to be overly polite than not enough. Even if you are a killer, please kill someone else first. Just as Fang Mingyuan was wondering if he should also kowtow, a large amount of black mud surged out from under the goddess statue. Like a fountain, everyone panicked immediately. The amount of black mud was too great. It would drown them. Don't move. Keep kowtowing, Gu Qingqiu shouted. Except for Lin Baici, everyone followed suit. At this moment, they could only treat a dead horse as a living one. Just keep kneeling and don't get up. Whoever stands up dies. The black mud surged over like a tide. It first submerged everyone's feet, then rose rapidly. In less than 3 minutes, it reached their waists. If it goes on like this, we will drown. Right, Lin Shen. Think of something quickly. It is over. We are going to be wiped out. The crowd was clamoring, panicked and at a loss. This kind of rule-based contamination gave people a sense of despair where they had strength but nowhere to use it. Stay kneeling and do not get up, Lin Baici roared. The black mud tide rose very quickly. In just 1 minute, it had reached their necks. As it washed over their chests, everyone immediately found it difficult to breathe. Should we try attacking this stone statue? Deng Mingyu suggested. Lin Baici ignored him and once again urged Jia Hongyao and the others. You must not move. Even if you suffocate in the black mud, do not move. Less than a minute after Lin Baici finished speaking, the black mud rose and reached his mouth. As for the shorter Long Miao Miao and Huoyuyu, they had already been submerged. Inhale. Lin Baici took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and pinched his nose. The next second, the black mud engulfed him. His whole body felt as if he had been buried alive. With a heavy pressure weighing down on him, Lin Baici counted silently in his mind. Soon, a minute passed, but the black mud showed no signs of receding. If this continued, they would surely suffocate to death. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Baici. He remembered that after killing a member of the Lost Coast at the Haixing Museum, he had seized a divine taboo item called the white pufferfish tooth. As long as one held this item in their mouth, they could operate underwater for an hour without needing to surface for a dot. Unfortunately, he was surrounded by mud now and had no way to retrieve the tooth. Just as Lin Baici was feeling regret, the black mud receded. As soon as everyone's mouths and noses were exposed, they began to gasp for air greedily. That was suffocating. I thought I was a goner, Huoyuyu said, still shaken. If it weren't for her body being strengthened and her lung capacity greatly increased, she would not have been able to hold on. Stop talking. Jia Hongyao wiped her face, scraping off the black mud and flicking it away. Just treat it as a mud bath treatment. Cough, cough. Gu Qingqiu chuckled. This feeling of suffocation is actually quite nice. When I have a husband in the future, I might want to try it out. Zhang Hao, Andy Dao, and the others glanced over, their expressions stunned. My guess was right. This woman is truly a lunatic. Mingyuan, how are you? Lin Baici asked. I am all right. Fang Mingyuan asked with concern. What about you? Long Miao Miao, I am so fat. So my lungs are big too. I can hold my breath for several minutes. Long Miao Miao spat out the black mud in her mouth. Your theory is wrong, right? Jia Hongyao questioned. If a person is fat, their consumption is also higher, right? I read Sherlock Holmes. I know about this. Xiao Yu, how are you doing? Lin Baici reminded her solemnly. I estimate the black mud will come again. And it will last even longer. I am a singer who made a name for myself on the seafood platform. My lung capacity is quite decent. Huo Yu comforted him. Don't worry about me, Qinkyu. Take this. Lin Baici handed the white pufferfish tooth to his fellow alumnus. Keep it in your mouth. It can provide oxygen. You have way too many good things, don't you? Dang Mingyu was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Even if he had been dead for 3 days, his eyes would still be red with greed. Sure enough, before everyone had fully recovered, the second wave of the black mud tide arrived, quickly submerging them all. The feeling of suffocation and the boundless darkness struck again, pushing everyone's mental state to the brink of collapse. Gu Qinkyu calculated the time in her head. A minute passed, and the black mud tide had not yet receded. Lin, the fellow alumnus, had predicted correctly again. However, this time, because she had the white pufferfish tooth in her mouth, oxygen flowed continuously into her lungs, making Gu Qinkyu feel quite comfortable. I am my fellow alumnus another life. Gu Qinkyu had a weak constitution and was always coughing. She actually suffered more from this kind of rule-based contamination. But now, this tooth was a huge help to her. A male examiner who had been injured earlier could no longer hold it in. He exerted force with his legs and stood up. The examiners had popped out. Feeling the flow of air, he immediately took a deep, desperate breath before squatting back down. And fortunately, it was too late. The moment he surfaced, the goddess stone statue saw him. And so, the black mud surged over and covered him. It was thick, very thick. It formed a small mound. 3 minutes later, the black mud receded, and everyone surfaced. Everyone looked like a dying dog that had been strangled, gasping for air with their tongues lolling out. Old Bai Fang Mingyuan pointed at the 3 black mud mounds, his expression tense. Are there monsters hiding inside? It is not a monster, it is people. Xi Yangchun frowned. He remembered the people who had been kneeling in those 3 spots. Now it seemed certain that they had been killed for some reason. Do not try to be clever. As long as you do not stand up, you will be fine. Lin Baici warned them once again. Even if you suffocate, you must die inside the black mud. 3 minutes later, the black mud tide surged out from beneath the goddess stone statue once more, submerging everyone. Gu Qinkyu calculated the time. When it exceeded 5 minutes, she felt that some people would definitely die in this wave, in a state of suffocation. The instinct to survive would make people subconsciously stand up, wanting to take a breath of fresh air. 7 minutes later, the black mud tide receded. Everyone was coughing and gasping, their faces pale, sweat and black mud clinging to their bodies, making them look utterly wretched. Gu Qinkyu scanned the area. There were 9 more black mud mounds around them. Mingyuan, Lin Baici shouted. Fang Mingyuan was suffering from hypoxia and had passed out, his mouth and nose filled with black mud. Long Miao was kneeling beside him, helping to clear it out. Mio, throw him over here. Lin Baici shouted. He had studied first aid. I can do it. Long Miao finished clearing Fang Mingyuan's mouth and nose, then interlaced her hands and began to press hard on his chest, performing CPR. You better wake up. The black mud tide has ended. You can get up and relax now. Just wait for the next wave of rule-based contamination. Hearing this commentary, Lin Baici immediately lunged toward Fang Mingyuan to perform CPR. Chapter 519, God Lin. You are the hope of the whole village. Everyone was still reeling from the shock, and Lin Baici's actions startled them all. Xiao Bai, what are you doing? Huo Yu felt the hair on her body stand on end, and she reached out to pull him back. Damn it, don't get up. Are you crazy? The great aunt and Zhang Hao spoke in unison. As Lin Baici lunged past them, they instinctively reached out, trying to grab him and force him back to his knees. Yuan Jifeng had already been slapped to death by the goddess statue for showing insufficient respect. What are you trying to prove? Gu Qinkyu did not stop Lin Baici. She immediately looked at the eyes of the goddess statue. The monster was not paying attention to Lin Baici but was gazing into the distance, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Dian Chun was astonished. He had not expected Lin Baici to be so desperate for a friend, willing to risk his own life. Let me do it. Lin Baici took over from Long Miao Miao to perform cardiac massage on Fang Mingyuan. The little chubby girl's technique had been incorrect. He shouldn't be dead, right? The little chubby girl knelt to the side, observing Lin Baici. Following brother Lin really gives such a strong sense of security. What is that kid's background? Why is God Lin helping him so much? Don't you know God Lin is a freshman this year? They are roommates. Damn, a freshman. I know God Lin is young. But isn't this a bit too excessive? The examiners whispered among themselves. Regardless, Lin Baici had once again greatly boosted his reputation. From now on, within the Safety Bureau, everyone would know him as the loyal Lin. At this moment, even Deng Mingyu wanted to be friends with Lin Baici. Not to mention this incident. Just the fact that Lin Baici had yielded the God-forbidden item to Gu Qingqiu earlier had been seen by many. Who wouldn't want such a companion? Lin Baici pressed for over 2 minutes when Fang Mingyuan suddenly began to cough violently. Waking from his faint cough, some black mud sprayed from his mouth and nose. Fang Mingyuan looked miserable, staring blankly at his surroundings, and then began to feel a sense of relief. I'm not dead yet. Fang Mingyuan grabbed Lin Baici's hand, gripping it very tightly, as if he would be snatched away by black and white impermanence and sent to the underworld the moment he let go. Don't be so gloomy, you're far from dead. Lin Baici handed Fang Mingyuan a bottle of water, took one for himself, gulped down to mouthfuls, and rinsed his mouth. It's a good thing I already lost my first kiss, otherwise, I would have suffered a huge loss today. When we get back, you have to treat me. Although performing CPR was to save a life, it would have been better if the person being saved had been a girl. Definitely. A grand feast. Fang Mingyuan was moved to tears. It's a pity I'm an only child and don't have any sisters, otherwise, I would definitely introduce you to one. You wouldn't have to pay a single cent in bride price. Well, you thought this kid was seriously ill. Do you have any idea how many women are waiting in line to marry Lin Baici? And you still dare to ask for a bride price? If Xiao Bai were willing to marry me, I wouldn't want any bride price. I could even provide a dowry of 20 million. After we get married, I'll handle all the laundry, cooking, and earning money to support the family. And all the money I earn from streaming every month will be handed over to Xiao Bai. By the way, I have a cousin who isn't married yet. On a scale of 10, she's a 6. She's not that pretty, but her figure is top tier. Fang Mingyuan had just crawled back from the edge of death, and his emotions were fluctuating wildly. So his speech was inevitably incoherent. Why are you introducing in a married woman? Ziyang Chun made a joke. It's clear you don't understand the benefits of a married woman, except for Zhang Hao. He gave a polite smile. No one else could laugh because the crisis had not yet been resolved, and no one had the leisure to listen to jokes. Attention! It has lowered its head. Gu Qingqiu suddenly spoke, and everyone's hearts tightened again, as if gripped by the giant hand of a titan. Don't look up at it, Ziyang Chun warned in a low voice. He was overthinking it. No one dared to. At a time like this, even if they were destined to be contaminated, everyone wanted to stay as far back as possible, letting others encounter it first so they would have a chance to observe, summarize their experiences, and find a way to break the cycle. It's starting. Hurry up and offer your sacrifices, otherwise, you will be cursed and turned into mud figures, staying here forever. The gluttonous god urged. Sacrifices. Lin Baici looked her on and frowned. It wouldn't be human lives, would it? Apart from the black mud and mud statues everywhere. This place was barren. There were no valuable items to use as sacrifices. It can't be that we have to dig them from the ground, right? Lin Baici reached out and poked into the muddy ground. Although the black mud tide had receded, it had left behind a layer over half a foot deep. Like a tidal flood after the sea had retreated. Alumnus. That examiner has turned into a mud figure. Gu Qingqiu was very bold. She stole a glance at the goddess statue and found that it was staring at a male examiner with short hair. The examiner was keeping his head down, not looking at it. After about a minute, the male examiner's skin turned the color of earth, and his limbs began to stiffen. He realized something was wrong, but by the time he wanted to call for help, it was already too late. His lips felt like they were filled with lead. He couldn't open them and couldn't make a sound. Gu Qingqiu's words shocked everyone, and they immediately looked over. Xiao Zhao, Ziyangchen called out. Xiao Zhao, who was kneeling there, remained motionless. His skin lost its luster visibly, turning into soil. And when the wind blew, dust from the mud even fell off him. What exactly does this stone statue want? The great aunt felt her scalp tingle. It must want sacrifices, Lin Baici explained. The person it stares at must immediately offer a sacrifice that satisfies it, otherwise, they will turn into a mud figure. What kind of sacrifice? And Yixian pressed. Lin Baici spread his hands. Everyone pondered, following this line of thought, racking their brains to think. God Lin, hurry and think of a way. An examiner in his 30s named Zhou Chao shouted at Lin Baici. This time, he was the one being targeted. The eyes of the goddess statue were cold, contemptuous, and radiated an aura of a monarch who viewed all things other than herself as mere ants. Quick, find some offerings to present to her, Zhang Hao urged. Where are we supposed to find offerings in a place like this? Zhou Chao was sweating profusely from anxiety. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him, and he raised the long blade in his hand. I offer this to you. After Zhou Chao finished speaking, he even kowtowed. The goddess statue was clearly unsatisfied. As Zhou Chao's body began to turn into mud, he panicked. But it was useless. In less than a minute, he had transformed into a mud sculpture, the look of terror and panic on his face rendered with lifelike detail. The goddess statue turned its head. Those whose gaze it swept over were nearly scared to the point of wetting themselves, all praying that it would not look at them. But there were always unlucky ones. This time, the goddess statue was looking at Lin Baici. Damn it, Zhu Hongyao cursed. As she wondered what to do, Huo Yuyu did not hesitate. She stood up, rushed in front of Lin Baici, and knelt down. Goddess above, accept my bow. Huo Yuyu shouted, drawing the statue's attention. What are you doing? Liu Lanking looked bewildered. Don't make things worse. What if Lin Shen dies because of this? Holy crap, Big Ant was shocked. This girl was clearly trying to attract the goddess statue's attention to die in Lin Baici's place. Gu Qingqiu had not expected Huo Yuyu to like Lin Baici to such an extent. Should she call her a sycophant, or someone deeply in love? Lin Baici had not expected Huo Yuyu to pull such a stunt, which left him stunned. One had to know that two people had already died before. This action by the little fish girl would, in all likelihood, turn her into a mud statue. Move aside. Lin Baici reached out and pushed Huo Yuyu to the side. Although the movement was rough, deep down, Lin Baici was quite moved. Yet he also felt a headache coming on. If they managed to get out of here alive, how should he handle their relationship? She was willing to die for him, after all. Lin Baici looked up and met the gaze of the goddess statue. Just as he intended to ask what kind of offering she wanted, the monster actually turned its head away. It fixed its gaze on a male examiner. What the hell? Ziyangchen looked at Lin Baici with astonishment, completely confused. Why did this monster let him go? Could it be because he was handsome? What is the meaning of this? Zhang Hao was dumbfounded, then tried his best to recall everything Lin Baici had done since entering this place. Could it be that some of his actions had greatly increased the goddess statue's favor toward him? Zhu Hongyao let out a sigh of relief. I told you. Little Lindsay has always been lucky. Gu Qingqiu did not attribute this to luck. She always felt that there was a great secret hidden within Lin Baici. Long Miao Miao was stunned, her small mouth forming an O shape, large enough to fit a sausage. No way. Brother Lin, your charm can even capture a monster. Deng Mingyu narrowed his eyes, feeling that the key to surviving this time lay with Lin Baici. Why are you looking at me? The male examiner was on the verge of tears and felt exceptionally indignant. Wasn't it supposed to be Lin Baici's turn? Give it an offering quickly, Gu Qingqiu urged. I. The male examiner truly had nothing to give. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him, and he shouted, I offer myself as an offering to you. He had to find a way to survive first. The scene went quiet. Everyone watched the male examiner, waiting for the result. 1 second, 10 seconds. The goddess statue continued to stare at the male examiner, but he was not turned into a mud sculpture. It seems to be working. Big Ant was happy, but the moment she finished speaking, a giant hand, like a falling comet, slapped down from the sky. The target was the male examiner. Whoosh! Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they scrambled to dodge. The male examiner was desperate and helpless. He rushed toward Deng Mingyu, making a final struggle. Although Yuan Jifeng, who was also a half-step dragon level, had been killed by such a slap. What if Deng Mingyu could withstand it? Damn you! Deng Mingyu cursed and immediately accelerated to flee. He would never stand his ground against a powerful and terrifying monster for the sake of a colleague. The giant hand slapped down, like swatting a mosquito, smashing the male examiner into a pile of minced meat. Not even a large piece of flesh remained. Swish, swish, swish. Mud splattered like a rainstorm. The offerings must be mud figures. Gu Qingqiu remembered the strangely shaped mud figures in front of the goddess statue. Stop kneeling, it's useless. Hurry and mold mud figures. Your little cupcake is quite impressive. The god-eater sighed with emotion. I am becoming increasingly reluctant to eat her. Why not train her as a hunting dog? You can play with her when you are bored. And you can take her hunting. It kills two birds with one stone. Hurry and mold mud figures, Lin Baici shouted. The god-eater's commentary meant that Gu Qingqiu's deduction was correct. Regardless of whether it worked or not, he had to mold one first. Lin Baici grabbed a handful of mud and rolled it into a ball. Then his brow furrowed. Molding a mud figure took too much time. And there was another problem. What shape should he mold? Should he mold himself? Or would anything do? Lin Shen. Liu Lanking's voice trembled as she called out for help. She had been targeted by the goddess statue. Tell it you will offer a mud figure as a sacrifice. Lin Baici tried his best to think of a solution. Treat a dead horse as if it were still alive, goddess above. I will offer a mud figure as a sacrifice. Liu Lanking kowtowed, and then hurriedly began to mold a mud figure. 3 minutes passed, and Liu Lanking was not cursed into a mud sculpture, which made everyone feel a sense of relief. They had found the answer: mold mud figure offerings. 10 minutes of time passed like a thief, silently and without a trace. Liu Lanking had not yet finished molding her clay figurine, but the goddess statue was already growing impatient. Your offering, the stone statue spoke, its voice coarse and grating, like stone rubbing against a grinding wheel, scraping against one's eardrums until they ached. Here, it is here. Liu Lanking presented the clay figurine she had molded. To be honest, it was very crude. The goddess statue took one look, and a massive hand slammed down. Are you playing me for a fool? Even though it was a stone face, everyone could still see the fury etched upon it, amidst the splashing mud. Liu Lanking was crushed to death, leaving not even a bone behind. Stop spacing out. Hurry up and mold your figurines, Di Yangshan urged. The goddess statue scanned the crowd, its gaze landing on Zhang Hao. Damn it! Zhang Hao did not give up. She tried her absolute best to mold her figurine, while also remembering to ask for help. Lin Shen, you are the hope of the entire village. Lin Baici had already smoothed out the black mud on the ground in front of him. He had originally intended to make a figurine for himself first, but seeing the situation, he activated Soul Sketch. Using the muddy ground as a canvas, he quickly and skillfully outlined a sketch of Zhang Hao. It was an exact likeness. Next, Lin Baici activated Reverse to Dimensionality and gave the sketch on the ground a light slap. Divine power was injected into the sketch. As Lin Baici lifted his hand, a lifelike clay figurine of Zhang Hao rose up from the ground. It was over a foot tall and incredibly vivid. Long Miao Miao exclaimed, "Isn't this too realistic, Zhang Hao?" Lin Baici tossed the figurine over to her. Through this divine gift, he could summon things he had drawn from the two-dimensional world into the three-dimensional world. Zhang Hao caught the figurine, feeling a sense of bliss as if she had stepped from hell into heaven. She hurriedly kowtowed once and presented the clay figurine as an offering. The goddess statue nodded, looking very satisfied, and turned to look at the next examinee. I am alive. Zhang Hao let out a long, solid sigh of relief. Lin Shen, from today on, you are my god. Whoever dares to disrespect you, I will kill their entire family. Lin Shen, can you help me out? An examinee pleaded for help. Don't just stand there, keep molding your figurines. Only if you really cannot manage it should you ask Lin Shen for help. Ziangchun scolded. Such a powerful divine gift must consume a massive amount of divine power. Lin Baici might not be able to keep it up. Many people realized this, which made them very envious of Fang Mingyuan, Huo Yuyu, and the others. They were clearly just examinees, complete losers who should have died long ago. but simply because they knew Lin Baici, they could live comfortably. Once you know the key point of a rule-based contamination, things become much easier to handle. A small number of people did not need Lin Baici's help. They were able to mold passable figurines on their own. Among them, Long Miao Miao molded the most beautiful one. I love eating sugar figurines. Forget about the 12 zodiac signs. I could mold an entire zoo. The little chubby girl put her hands on her hips, looking extremely proud. Chapter 520. You can throw your tantrum, but if little Lin doesn't smash you to pieces, I'll lose. Everyone looked at Lin Baici with longing, regarding him as their savior. Don't wait for me. My divine power cannot mold that many figurines. Lin Baici stated the facts, pouring a bucket of cold water over everyone. Under the black mud tide contamination earlier, some people did not know that floating to the surface meant death, while others could not withstand the suffocating sensation and surfaced, thus turning into mud sculptures. By now, only about 100 people remained. If Lin Baici were to mold figurines for all of them, not to mention whether his divine power would be enough, there simply wouldn't be enough time. Lin Shen, it is my turn. Can you mold one for me first? An examiner begged. He knew the goddess statue was watching him, because that feeling was like having needles pricking his back, which was extremely uncomfortable. I am sorry, Lin Baici refused. The goddess statue was constantly staring at people. If Lin Baici finished one for this person, the goddess would just look at someone else. What would he do then? Keep molding? That would be endless. Moreover, Lin Baici worried that after the goddess statue gave its warning, it would definitely unleash a major attack. Lin Shen, I beg you. The examiner pressed his palms together and bowed to Lin Baici. Lin Baici did not respond. He used Soul Sketch to draw a portrait, then used reverse dimensionality to manifest the figurine. Jiu Hong Yao, Hoi Yu, Guqingqiu. Not bad. I actually managed to rank third. Guqingqiu took the figurine Lin Baici handed her. While admiring it, she teased, Alumnus, I am suddenly so moved that I want to have your babies. What should I do? Can't you see I am busy? Lin Baici rolled his eyes. Do you believe I will take you right here and now? Come on then. Guqingqiu puffed out her chest. It is my first time. You would be the one profiting. Lin Baici felt a headache coming on. He was terrified. Bickering with a mad woman like Guqingqiu was simply asking for trouble. After all, he was thin-skinned. Let's be serious. Hurry up and mold one for yourself. Guqingqiu frowned. I have a feeling something big is coming. That is right, Xiaobai. You should take care of yourself first in the future. Hoi Yu held her little clay figurine, feeling Lin Baici's care. Although she was happy inside, she was more worried. Xiaobai was just too kind. He would definitely be chewed up and spat out by some heartless woman in the future. No, I must protect him. From today on, I will work hard to study adult films, then find Xiaobai to practice with him and help him gain experience. You are the pillar of the team. We are all counting on you. In order to protect Lin Baici's interests, Hoi Yu did not mind playing the villain. Although Lin Baici did not speak, he understood everything in his heart. He had already weighed who should be helped and who should not, as well as whose priority was higher. The current Lin Baici had seen so much life and death that he was no longer the same Lin Baici, who was full of kindness and good intentions. After finishing the clay figurines for those close to him, it was the Great Ant's turn, followed by his colleagues from the Haijing Security Bureau, including An Yixian. Thank you. The Great Ant had previously taken the initiative to chat with Lin Baici, partly because she was interested in him, but she hadn't expected that she would end up benefiting from his favor in the end. Lanking, your luck was just too poor. If you had been targeted even a little later, you definitely could have managed to get a clay figurine and survive this ordeal. The Great Ant looked at the dirt pit not far away, where the remains of Liu Lanking, shattered into fragments, were mixed with black mud. He didn't even have a complete corpse left. Lin God. The examiner who had been targeted by the goddess statue didn't even finish his sentence before his body stiffened and turned into a clay sculpture. Afterward, the statue scanned the entire area once and closed its eyes. What's the situation? Ziyang Chun frowned. Is this rule-based contamination over? An Yixian analyzed. I think you're being a bit naive. Guqingqiu curled her lips. Do you even need to think about it? The big one is coming. Sure enough, someone cried out, "I can't feel my feet." Damn, this time it started area of effect contamination. Lin God, make me a clay figurine. About a dozen examiners shouted, their faces full of panic. They were also trying to mold clay figurines, but their efficiency was very low. The people around them, seeking good fortune and avoiding disaster, all moved away. The people are being chosen at random. Guqinkyu observed for a moment and discovered that these dozen or so contaminated people were in various positions, with no discernible pattern. Lin God, could you make one for us too? Deng Mingyu walked over, offering a fawning smile. I, Deng Mingyu, will remember this favor, and I will certainly repay it in the future. The examiners who were waiting for Lin Baici to make them figurines panicked. Team leader Deng, we are the ones in the most danger right now. Could you let Lin God make ours first? Please, help us out, I beg you. They felt that since Deng Mingyu had high status and great strength, Lin Baici would surely help him first. Are you all sick? Guqinkyu was speechless. It is alumnus Lin who is helping you. What is the meaning of you begging this team leader? Upon hearing this, the examiners looked embarrassed. They thought to themselves, obviously it's because he's a big shot. Lin Baici might not fear him, but he wouldn't offend him either, right? However, they soon discovered that in the face of Deng Mingyu's plea, Lin Baici, who was half squatting on the muddy ground drawing, didn't even lift his head. Holy crap! Lin God is really arrogant. Everyone was astonished. He wouldn't even give face to a half-step dragon-level expert. The key was that making clay figurines didn't cost Lin Baici any effort. It was practically a free favor. Zhang Hao gained another layer of understanding regarding Lin Baici. Lin Baici would never force himself to do things he didn't like. And since he was outstanding himself, he didn't care for Deng Mingyu's favor. Deng Mingyu's face darkened immediately. Lin Baici's attitude clearly showed he didn't hold him in any regard, and that Guqinkyu was also speaking too harshly. However, at a time like this, Deng Mingyu didn't dare to lose his temper. He could only smile and walk toward Long Miao Miao. Little sister, could you make a clay figurine for uncle? Deng Mingyu was like a creepy uncle trying to lure a little girl with a lollipop. After you enter the security bureau, if you join uncle's team, absolutely no one will dare to bully you. Such words were a bit blunt, and given Deng Mingyu's status, he wouldn't usually say them, but today was different. With life and death at stake, he couldn't care about that much. The little chubby girl glanced at Deng Mingyu. I only make them for whoever Brother Lin tells me to. Deng Mingyu's face turned black. If he hadn't still had his reason, he would have wanted to slap the little chubby girl's face to a pulp. Truly, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Team leader Deng, hurry up and make a clay figurine. Jiangchen acted as a peacemaker and offered a word of advice. Lin God, is it really necessary to be so disrespectful? Deng Mingyu called him Lin God, but there wasn't a shred of respect in his tone. You aren't qualified. Lin Baici replied indifferently. These words immediately made the atmosphere tense and ready to snap. Lin God, being too arrogant in life will lead to a big loss. And don't think that just because you have Jia Halmian as your backing, I wouldn't dare to lose my temper. Deng Mingyu was extremely unhappy. If I can't survive, I'll take you with me even if I die. When he said this, he glanced at Jia Hongyao, because he knew this girl was a fierce fighter and was completely obedient to Lin Baici. Deng Mingyu, let me clarify 2 points. First, my sister is not little Lin's backing. Everything he has achieved so far is due to his own excellence. Second, go ahead and lose your temper. If little Lin doesn't beat you to death, I'll lose. Jia Hongyao gripped her short blade, taking a protective stance. Bullying my trump card. Are you looking for death? Team leader Deng, there's no need to make things tense. Jiangchen felt his head throbbing and pulled Deng Mingyu to the side. Hurry up and make the clay figurine. Even if the chances are slim, you have to try. Aren't you going to persuade him? Guqinkyu saw that Zhang Hao hadn't moved and teased her. If a fight breaks out, I'll help Lin God. Zhang Hao smiled slightly. She had actually subconsciously wanted to be a peacemaker, but the words died on her lips. Not to mention Lin Baici's immense potential. Just looking at the present, she herself had to rely on him to survive. Deng Mingyu didn't want to die. He took a few deep breaths, suppressed his anger, and began to focus on molding his clay figurine. 3 minutes later, half of the dozen people from this wave of contamination had turned into clay sculptures. And then, after only about half a minute, a new wave of contamination began. The details can be rough, and the proportions of the body and limbs don't have to be normal, but the facial features must be there. Guchinkyu observed the clay figurines made by the examiners who had passed, except for the ones made by Lin Baici and the little chubby girl. Most people's were not refined, but in the end, some lived and some didn't. So after comparing them, she summarized this experience. Chinkyu is very sharp. Hurry up and mold your figurines according to what she said. There was no need for Jia Hongyao to remind them. With their lives on the line, everyone was certainly going to give it a try. The results proved that she was right. Everyone contaminated in the second wave survived. Thank you, Hongyao. Your companions are all so strong, as expected of the genius who completed the Bizan trip. The crowd offered their compliments. My eye for talent is pretty good, right? Jia Hongyao was very proud. We have to think of a way. We cannot let this stone statue monster keep leading us by the nose. If this contamination continues, no one will be able to hold out. Jiangchen stomped on the ground. Do you think the divine remains are inside the stone statue or underground? No one knew the answer. Amidst their trembling fear, the goddess stone statue suddenly spoke. Hey Sans, I only want living sacrifices. The voice was coarse, like river sand scraping against pebbles. Upon hearing this demand, everyone became tense. Living sacrifices. Does it mean killing people? Everyone instantly tightened their nerves, guarding against sneak attacks from others. Everyone stay calm. Jiangchen and Zhang Hao shouted. Lin Shen, it raised its hand. Izu moved closer to Lin Baici and tugged on his sleeve. She had to talk to Lin Baici more to deepen their relationship and cling to this powerful figure. Lin Baici had already seen it. The goddess stone statue was staring into the distance, its right arm raised as if pointing the way. What does it mean by this? Jia Hongyao stroked her chin. Are there living sacrifices over there? Why not go over and see for ourselves? Ji Yangchen rushed out. Bring your clay figurine. Take your respective clay figurines and go, Lin Baici shouted. His words carried weight now. Those who had already run out turned back to retrieve their clay figurines. The group ran for about a mile before seeing a vast expanse of mudflats, where many clay figurine sculptures lay scattered and soaking in the mire. Look, everyone, Jia Hongyao pointed. With her sharp eyesight, she spotted something black and palm-sized occasionally surfacing from the mud. It looks like a small clay figurine. Does that stone statue monster mean for us to catch these clay figurines and offer them to it? Izu asked. Can you shut up? Ziyangchen was annoyed. Where is there any room for you to speak? Izu lowered her head and stepped closer to Lin Baici. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach growled. A sense of hunger emerged. Could the divine remains be buried in here? This place is a swamp, right? People would probably sink into it, wouldn't they? And Yixian worried. Time was tight, and Deng Mingyu had no leisure to speculate. The three of you, go down and catch the clay figurines. Deng Mingyu pointed at 3 young examiners. The 3 of them dawdled, and willing to go down. Go now, Deng Mingyu roared, causing the 3 of them to shrink their necks in fear. Team leader Deng, why should we be the ones to go down? A short-haired examiner had barely finished speaking when Deng Mingyu rushed in front of him, smashed his head with a single punch, and then kicked the headless corpse into the mudflat. The crowd gasped, recoiling in unison out of fear. Swish! Deng Mingyu turned his head, staring at the remaining 2 examiners. Do you choose death, or will you go down? Ziyangchen and Zhang Hao did not try to dissuade Deng Mingyu, as this was also beneficial to them. Lin Shen, one of the examiners, turned to Lin Baici for help. But before he could finish, Deng Mingyu slapped his head into a pulp. When he backhanded toward the other one, the man covered his head with both hands. Don't kill me, I'll go down. The male examiner jumped into the mudflat. Deng Mingyu's mental state has collapsed. Big Ant sighed. This is divine contamination. Even a dragon-level entity might not be able to handle it. So I understand him. And Yixian's expression was grave. For divine hunters who possess power and money, life is so beautiful. Who wants to die? Deng Mingyu was not like Jia Hongyao, who enjoyed purifying divine runes. He treated this purely as a job, and once his life was in danger, he would immediately choose to protect himself. Of course, there was another point. Dang Mingyu had fallen out with Lin Baici, and since these people had just stood with Lin Baici, Dang Mingyu felt no psychological burden in using them. It was only because Dang Mingyu couldn't afford to provoke Lin Baici that he hadn't thrown their whole group into the mudflat already. The male examiner was named Kinvida, and he had been with the security bureau for 3 years with decent strength. The small clay figurine was like a loach, poking its head out to take a look before diving back down. Kinvida reached out to grab it but missed. The small clay figurine took the opportunity to dart out from behind him, leaped, and pounced onto his thigh, biting down hard. Kinvida's pants were torn, and a large chunk of flesh was ripped away along with them. Blood immediately began to flow down his leg. Damn it, where are you running? Kinvida grabbed again, throwing his whole body into the mud, thrusting his entire arm into the hole the small clay figurine had left behind. After about 7 or 8 seconds, Kinvida pulled his arm out, clutching a clay figurine in his hand. It was screaming and struggling desperately, afraid that there were greater dangers in the mudflat. Kinvida hurried back to the shore now that he had caught the figurine. Give it to me. Dang Mingyu reached out to demand it. Kinvida wasn't happy, but he dared not resist. Dang Mingyu took the clay figurine and discovered that, apart from being covered in black mud, the little monster looked like a miniature human. Go offer it to the goddess. Dang Mingyu returned the clay figurine to Kinvida. Damn you, Kinvida cursed inwardly. He knew this wasn't Dang Mingyu showing kindness, but rather wanting him to continue testing the rule-based contamination. With no choice, Kinvida ran back. The crowd followed immediately. In front of the goddess stone statue, Kinvida knelt, holding the one he had caught in both hands, offering it to the goddess. What I want is a living sacrifice that represents your sincerity. The stone statue's tone was dissatisfied. Kinvida was bewildered. He looked back at Lin Baici, then glanced at Guqinkyu. What does it mean? A giant hand slammed down, flattening Kinvida into a patty of minced meat. Swish, 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 mud splattered everywhere, pouring down like a torrential rain onto everyone present. It was filthy, but no one had the luxury of caring about such trivial matters anymore. The atmosphere at the scene was suffocating. Watching Kinvida turn into a puddle of mangled flesh after the giant hand vanished, a sense of intense despair gripped them, making it hard to breathe, as if a noose had been tightened around their necks and was rapidly pulling shut. We're dead. We're absolutely dead, someone muttered, their face deathly pale. This is divine corruption. Without a dragon-level expert, there's no way we can get through this. Where did Team Leader Peng go? Why is he missing exactly when we need him most? Probably dead, right? The examinees whispered among themselves, all feeling that this trial was impossibly difficult, though some refused to give up. Living sacrifices. Jiangchun stroked his chin, racking his brains to deduce the solution. The goddess statue points this way, which means these mud figures must be useful. But how do we use them? Are the mud figures too small? Or are there too few of them? Should we catch the bigger ones? And he analyzed. Just like in ancient times when people offered livestock to the heavens. If the sacrifice is too light, it surely won't work. That's a possibility. Zhang Hao hurried toward the mud pit 500 meters away. In any case, let's catch some more and try. With too little intelligence to analyze, they could only fill the gap with human lives. Lin Baici pondered as he ran. What did the God-Eater mean by telling him to bring the mud figure he had molded himself? It couldn't possibly be asking him to pair the two types of mud figures together, could it? Or perhaps, through some method, he was meant to bring the mud figure he molded to life. That's right. Isn't that exactly what a living sacrifice is? As everyone rushed back to the edge of the mud pit, the little mud figures that had been frolicking inside immediately burrowed into the mud like swamp eels, leaving only tiny holes behind. You lot, get down there and catch the mud figures. Dang Mingyu gestured casually, selecting a few people. Little Lin, what do you think? Jia Hongyao looked at Lin Baici, waiting for instructions. Go down and catch the mud figures. Lin Baici rubbed his stomach. He felt a sense of hunger, though he didn't know what this hunger signified. God Lin. Jiangchun grabbed Lin Baici. Should we wait a moment? The implication was clear. Let the cannon fodder go first. let others die so he wouldn't have to. I'm worried there might be a time limit, or that the sacrifice offered to the goddess statue must be prepared personally. Lin Baici knew Ji Yangchun meant well, and he wasn't acting recklessly. Once he entered the mud pit, if the God-Eater gave him a warning, he would pull out immediately. Brother Lin's deduction is very likely. Long Miao nodded. Lin Baici didn't even bother to roll up his pant legs before stepping straight in. Jiu Hongyao, Gu Qingqiu, Hoi Yuyu, and the others followed immediately. Let's go. Long Miao nudged Fang Mingyuan with her elbow. Do you think there are monsters in there? Fang Mingyuan was a bit panicked. When he was a child, he had been bitten on the thigh by a water snake while catching fish, and he still had psychological trauma. Isn't that a given? Long Miao rolled her eyes anyway. Staying by Brother Lin's side is safe. Splash! Long Miao jumped in. Because of her weight and short legs, the black mud sank up to her thighs instantly, making every step she took a struggle. How about you go back up, and I'll catch them for you, Fang Mingyuan suggested. I can do it. Long Miao bent over, starting to search for the little mud figures. Seeing this, Antian and Yixian also climbed down. Go down and catch the mud figures, Zhang Hao smiled. Lin Baici is still too young and hasn't seen enough. So, he's too high-minded. He's full of disdain for using cannon fodder. I finally understand why Jiu Hongyao trusts him. Ji Yangchun sighed. Purifying rule-based corruption in a god ruin meant facing life-threatening danger at any moment. Lin Baici had his own moral bottom line. So being teammates with someone like him meant not having to worry about being sold out in a crisis. With Lin Baici and elites like Ji Yangchun entering the mud pit, the other examinees naturally didn't stay on the bank and followed suit. In the blink of an eye, only Deng Mingyu remained, which made him feel quite awkward. Are you fucking crazy? Deng Mingyu thought Lin Baici was incomprehensible. In the circle of god hunters, the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Everyone except oneself was prey, and using their corpses to pave a path to victory was perfectly normal. Little Lin, I caught one. Jiu Hongyao held a mud figure in her right hand, shaking it happily toward Lin Baici. The high ponytail girl had a low intelligence stat and wasn't good at thinking. But when it came to any task involving physical action, she could do it quickly and perfectly. Impressive. Lin Baici gave her a thumbs up. Can we only catch these things alive? Jiu Hongyao examined the mud figure. If we could use knives, catching them would be much faster. That monster wants a living sacrifice. So of course we have to catch them alive. And he explained. Can we kill one to see what these mud figures are made of? Gu Qingqiu suggested. She stood in the mud pit, observing the mud figures that were scurrying about as the examinees chased them. But she didn't make a move herself. Upon hearing this, Jiu Hongyao grabbed the mud figure's head with her left hand, twisted it, and then pulled with force. Wait. Gu Qingqiu wanted to say that they should find some cannon fodder to kill the mud figure, although there was a high chance nothing would happen. What if? But the high ponytail girl had already acted, suddenly reckless. Of course, Gu Qingqiu also understood that while Jiu Hongyao wasn't insane, she wasn't selfish either. If asked to use cannon fodder, she would certainly refuse. People nearby heard Gu Qingqiu's words and looked at Jiu Hongyao. They had assumed it was just a figure molded from mud, but when the high ponytail girl twisted the mud figure's head off, it actually emitted a crisp cracking sound, as if a human spine had been snapped. Following that, the high ponytail girl pulled off the mud figure's head, and red blood immediately sprayed out, covering her hand. Moreover, attached beneath that head was a pale white spine. Holy crap! Fang Mingyuan was given a huge fright. The clay figure had its head yanked off, but it did not die. Its face was twisted in a look of agony, its tiny mouth emitting a shrill, mournful wail, and its spine was writhing about like a centipede. As for its body, it was struggling incessantly. If this had been an ordinary person, they would have been so terrified they would have tossed the clay figure away. But Jiu Hongyao did not. Instead, she observed it with great interest. Although everyone had been mentally prepared, seeing the clay figure in this state still made them feel physically uncomfortable. Because the monster's spine was too human-like, it triggered the uncanny valley effect. Except for the lack of muscle. It's just like a miniature human, Jiu Hongyao observed, then turned the clay figure upside down, wanting to pour whatever was inside its belly out through its neck. Splash, splash. Some miniature internal organs fell onto the ground. Alumni. Do you think the term living sacrifice means transplanting this head into the clay figures we molded? Guchinku deduced. Everyone had originally felt they had made no discoveries. But this sentence from Guchinku made them suddenly enlightened. That is right. Perhaps that is exactly what it is. Transplanting a head. Can it still live like that? Fang Mingyuan was shocked. Keep your mouth shut for a second. Lan Miaomiao gave Fang Mingyuan an elbow to the ribs. Someone come over and help me. Jiu Hongyao immediately followed suit. I will. And Yixian volunteered. But the big ant was faster. Being proactive now would definitely win her favor with Lin Baici. The clay monster's body struggled a few times before going still. Jiu Hongyao prepared to yank the head off the clay figure she had molded, hollow out its internal organs, and replace them with the head of this monster. Wait, Lin Baici stopped her. What is it? The girl with the high ponytail looked at the spine in her hand, which was struggling with increasingly less strength. Shouldn't we complete the transplant before it dies? It's too simple. Divine corruption shouldn't be like this. Lin Baici shook his head. Most importantly, the clay figure Jiu Hongyao was holding didn't elicit any reaction from him. Whereas when he saw a few of the big-bellied clay figures, he clearly felt a sense of hunger. What are you thinking? Guchinku asked curiously. The clay figure we caught is wrong. It's too ordinary. Have you seen those ones with the big bellies? Lin Baici pointed at one. He had already used quite a bit of divine power today. So, he didn't want to use the hand of death to catch clay figures. Otherwise, he could have caught one right now. I saw them. Guchinku had noticed them long ago. The number of these clay figures was small, and they generally moved quite fast and were very cautious. Hongyao, go catch one. Lin Baici ordered. The girl with the high ponytail tossed the clay corpse aside and immediately took action. The big-bellied clay figures were quite difficult to catch, and once they were targeted, they would burrow into the black mud and never come out again. The girl with the high ponytail looked like she was digging for swamp eels, her butt stuck in the air. Both arms plunged into the mud, feeling around frantically. Do we need to use some kind of bait to lure them out? Lan Miaomiao guessed. Like a lollipop. Is that you wanting to eat one? The big ant was speechless. At a time like this, how could you still be so greedy? Don't just stand there. Go catch the big-bellied clay figures, Ziyangshan urged. Some people moved, while others didn't want to waste their energy and just stood by waiting to watch. Fortunately, Jiu Hongyao was capable. After only 3 minutes, she had another harvest, caught one. As Jiu Hongyao said this, she pulled her arm out. In her hand was a big-bellied clay figure, screaming frantically. Everyone immediately gathered around. Should I twist its head off? Jiu Hongyao observed this clay figure. Its big belly looked like a woman 10 months pregnant. Extract the fetus and feed it to the clay figure you molded to bring it back to life. The gourmet commented, remember, when extracting the fetus, be fast, accurate, and ruthless. If the clay monster dies before the fetus is extracted, the fetus will lose its resurrection effect. Don't twist it. Lin Baici felt his scalp tingle. What kind of hellish corruption was this? It was quite disgusting. But at least he finally knew what the living sacrifice was. Slice the monster's belly open and take out what's inside to see. Lin Baici walked over to help the girl with the high ponytail. Jiu Hongyao held a short blade and made a light incision on the clay figure's big belly. Sizzle. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. The clay monster screamed and struggled. The other clay figures in the mud pool heard this sound and, as if driven mad, swam over and lunged at Jiu Hongyao. Hack these clay figures to death, Lin Baici shouted. Ziyangshan and the others had already taken action. These clay figures were as slippery as fleas. After dodging attacks, they continued to charge toward Jiu Hongyao. Hurry up, Lin Baici urged. Jiu Hongyao used her fingers to pry open the clay monster's belly and immediately let out a cry of surprise. There's a fetus inside. Everyone turned their heads to look at the fetus, then instinctively looked back at Lin Baici. What do we do next? Dig it out. Then bring your clay figure over and see what happens, Lin Baici ordered. Jiu Hongyao frowned. This fetus looked very much like a human infant, complete with an umbilical cord. So she felt very uncomfortable digging this thing out. Hurry up. Lin Baici waved his hand, swatting away a clay figure. Jiu Hongyao dug the fetus out and hurriedly placed the clay figure she had molded next to it. After waiting a few seconds, there was no reaction. Jiu Hongyao moved the clay figure closer to the fetus. Suddenly, the clay figure acted like a wild dog that had smelled meat. It opened its mouth wide and took a bite out of the fetus. The fetus immediately began to cry, while the clay figure ignored everything else, feeding frantically. Holy crap! Fang Mingyuan shuddered in fear, eating it raw. Did it really have to be this terrifying, little Lin? It seems you deduced it correctly again. Jiu Hongyao grinned, thinking this round should be in the bag. Be careful. Don't let the clay figure run away. Lin Baici frowned. The way this clay figure was feeding was truly horrifying. This must be the living sacrifice, Ziyangchen roared. Everyone saw that, right? Hurry up and catch the big-bellied clay figures. Lin God is awesome. Lin God. I have a younger sister. She is 12 this year and is the school beauty of their middle school department. Are you trying to get Lin God sent to prison to sew sneakers? Having found the key to purification, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and had the leisure to joke around. After Jiu Hongyao's clay figure finished eating the fetus, it still wasn't full and continued to gnaw on the clay figure monster. However, once it had finished the fetus, the other clay figure monsters that had been pouncing over scattered. It was clear that only the fetus was the object they wanted to protect. This little mouth is quite picky. Long Miao saw that the clay figure discarded the monster's internal organs, and as it ate more, the agility of this clay figure began to increase significantly. Suddenly, like a cricket being caught, the clay figure kicked off with force and darted out from between Jiu Hongyao's fingers. Damn it! Jiu Hongyao reached out to grab it. It ran. Lin Baici shouted and activated lightning flash. Everything in his field of vision immediately slowed down. Lin Baici bent over, reached out, and grabbed the clay figure just as half of its body was diving into the mud. The next instant, Lin Baici deactivated his divine gift, and the flow of time returned to normal. Jiu Hongyao looked at the clay figure struggling in Lin Baici's hand and let out a sigh of relief. Little Lin, you are my god. If that had run away, she would have been finished. I told you to be careful. Lin Baici handed the clay figure over. This thing is so slippery. Jiu Hongyao pouted, feeling aggrieved. Actually, she could have caught it even if Lin Baici hadn't intervened. But his movements were just too fast. However, this also showed that little Lin cared about her. Thinking of this, the girl with the high ponytail felt delighted, but the more favors she owed him. What was she supposed to do? She couldn't exactly pay him back with her body, right? Besides, it seemed like little Lin didn't even have an interest in her. Or should she introduce her sister to him? Jiu Hongyao thought about it. Among her relatives and friends, there were girls of the right age, but the only one worthy of little Lin was her sister. However, she felt that if the two of them started dating, little Lin would be beaten to death by her sister. So troublesome. Little Lin, you take a rest. I will do the catching. Jiu Hongyao flexed her wrists. Don't worry. I will definitely catch a full-term one. I guarantee your clay figure will eat until it is stuffed. Don't worry. I will help you catch one. Long Miao saw that Fang Mingyuan couldn't catch a clay figure and offered a word of comfort. This round is past. But what about the next one? Fang Mingyuan looked dejected, feeling it was too difficult. He feared he wouldn't survive until the end. Chapter 522. The Muddy Swamp of Time. Picking stones to mend the people. Fang Mingyuan still lacked experience and was easily discouraged, falling into self-doubt. The examiners were different. This was divine pollution, and the intensity had definitely reached above 8.0. Being able to find a way to circumvent the rule-based pollution now could be considered lucky beyond measure. It was equivalent to getting a new lease on life for free. Everyone cherished it deeply. Without needing to be urged, they stood in the mud, wanting to catch a big-bellied clay figure as quickly as possible. The number of big-bellied clay figures was clearly limited, and no one knew if there would be enough for everyone remaining to have one. So they were all secretly putting in their best effort. I got one. Jiu Hongyao caught another one, smiling as she walked toward Lin Baici with unsteady steps, handing it to him like she was presenting a treasure. Give it to Qingqiu or Xiaoyu. Lin Baici was not in a hurry. Don't always worry about us. Gu Qingqiu knew that Lin Baici didn't like her and that it was purely out of friendship. Otherwise, she would have thought he was a sycophant. Schoolmate, you don't need to help us the next time you encounter rule-based pollution. You just try your best to survive. Even if we die, we will be very gratified. For Guchenkyu, purifying rule-based pollution was like playing a game. Death wasn't scary, but one had to clear the level. Yeah. Well, you nodded repeatedly. You should hurry up and use it. Since things had reached this point, Lin Baici didn't stand on ceremony. He took the clay figure monster, held his bronze sword in a backhand grip, and used the tip of the blade to flick open its belly. Sizzle. A line of blood burst forth. Squeak. The clay figure monster began to struggle violently. Pop. Pop. In the black mud surrounding Lin Baici, more than 20 clay figures darted out, pouncing toward him with sharp teeth and mouths, intending to tear him apart. Jiu Hongyao stood guard nearby, holding a black short blade, and immediately began a flurry of slashes. Swish, swish, swish. It was just like playing Fruit Ninja. Those clay figures were slashed, falling to the ground with missing limbs. Squeak, squeak. The remaining clay figure monsters shrieked and burrowed back into the mud. Lin Baici squeezed with his left hand, and most of the fetus inside the clay figure monster's belly was pushed out. When it began to cry, Lin Baici placed the clay figure he had been holding next to the fetus. The clay figure immediately opened its eyes, looking like a mad dog that hadn't eaten for 10 days. It grabbed the fetus, pulled it in front of itself, and took a bite. Crunch, crunch. The sound of raw meat being chewed filled their ears, making one's skin crawl. After the clay figure finished the fetus, it still wasn't satisfied and ate half of the clay figure monster's body before it was finally content. Then, it suddenly struggled, wanting to escape from Lin Baici's palm. But Lin Baici had anticipated this. The clay figure didn't get away, so it began to scratch frantically. Lin Baici took a piece of rope, tied it up, and carried it in his hand. Brother Lin, I caught one too. Long Miao held up a clay figure and shouted happily. The mud monsters were agile, but for people like Zhang Hao and Ziyang Chun, they didn't pose much of a challenge. The problem was that there were simply too few of these monsters. Ziyang Chun heard Long Miao calling out and glanced over. If anyone else had caught a mud monster, Deng Mingyu would have already moved in to snatch it. Zhang Hao remarked sarcastically. Lin Baici's deterrent power is still immense. Ziyang Chun sighed with emotion. To be able to make someone at the half-step dragon level wary, how outstanding is that? Once we get out of here, let's invite him to Shangjing for a 7-day tour. We can have a good time and build a connection. At times like this, Ziyang Chun always envied Zhang Hao, because as a beautiful woman, it was much easier for her to make friends with men than it was for him. I think Lin Baici is a sentimental person. We should focus more on winning over his companions. Zhang Hao had high emotional intelligence and was very calculating. She had taken the initiative to separate from Lin Baici. Otherwise, if they had all stayed together, she would have felt embarrassed to snatch the mud monsters. What are you doing? I found this mud monster first, but I was the one who caught it. If you hadn't caught it, it would have been mine. Bullshit. If I hadn't caught it, it would have run away. Some people were already struggling with each other. Although everyone belonged to the Kyushu Security Bureau, they actually came from different branches and hadn't known each other before. So there was no bond between them. Even during regular sightseeing trips, people would get into fights over cutting in line, let alone now, when they were fighting over mud monsters. This thing was a matter of life and death. Who wouldn't want to get their hands on one first? Deng Mingyu had already caught a mud monster. Otherwise, he would have been the one snatching them himself. Ziyang Chun and Zhang Hao weren't that shameless, but they wouldn't stop others from arguing either. In a rule pollution, whether you live or die depends on your own strength. Furthermore, if one were to think more cynically, since these people were snatching from others, they shouldn't have any complaints when they were the ones being snatched from later. So, who was the most qualified to snatch from others? Naturally, it was the strongest ones, like Ziyang Chun and Zhang Hao. Here, take it. Long Miao kept her word and gave the mud monster to Fang Mingyuan. Fang Mingyuan felt too embarrassed to take it. You should hurry up and eat it. Don't let anyone snatch it away. Are you kidding? I'm Brother Lin's loyal little brother now. Little sister, who would dare snatch from me? Long Miao snorted triumphantly and shoved the mud monster at Fang Mingyuan. Stop arguing. I catch them faster than you. Fang Mingyuan gripped the mud monster tightly, moved to the point of tears. As time passed, everyone had gained something. It was just that the scene of letting the mud monsters eat the fetuses was a bit too horrifying. Does everyone have one now? Guchinkyu looked around. We can go make the offering. Let's go. Let's go. Lin Baici had been impatient for a long time. She wanted to get out quickly and have a big meal. There were still a dozen or so people who were less lucky and hadn't caught a mud monster yet. Seeing that Lin Baici and the others were about to leave, they immediately grew anxious. God Lin, don't leave us behind. Can you help us out, I beg you? Because those who had already obtained their living sacrifices hadn't left yet. They were waiting for Lin Baici. If he left, everyone would leave. Then they would be left all alone. Terrified, Xiaobai, give the sacrifice to the goddess first, so as not to invite trouble with delay, Zhang Hao suggested. That's right. Once the sacrifice is given, you can come back and help them. Big Ant didn't suggest dragging it out any longer. What if they returned too late and angered the goddess? Or what if the living sacrifice mud monster died? You guys keep catching them. We'll come back in a moment. Ziyangchen offered a word of comfort and pulled Lin Baici away. As soon as Lin Baici stepped onto the shore, everyone hurriedly followed. Within a few minutes, the group, all dirty and covered in mud, returned to the front of the goddess statue. Deng Mingyu knelt piously before the statue, kowtowed 3 times, and placed the living sacrifice at the feet of the statue. Seeing this, everyone scrambled to offer their mud monster sacrifices, fearing that if they were a step late, they would suffer the goddess's punishment. Lin Baici didn't kneel. He simply set the mud monster down. The goddess statue didn't react, which made everyone feel a bit uneasy. Why is there no movement? Big Ant worried. Shouldn't we have passed the test? And Yixian quickly looked up, glanced at the statue, and immediately lowered her head again. She didn't want to meet the monster's gaze. Everyone looked at Lin Baici, waiting for an explanation. Lin Baici shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know either. Suddenly, the mud monster sacrifices that everyone had set down kowtowed 3 times to the statue, then jumped up and scurried back toward the mud pit they had come from. Quick, follow them. What the hell? As expected, there are more. The examiners exclaimed and wailed. Knowing that the next round had begun, the sacrifice mud monsters ran back to the edge of the mud pit and dove headfirst into the black mud. God Lin, Team Leader Z, seeing Lin Baici and the others return, the dozen or so people who hadn't found a mud monster were very excited. Before long, the sacrifice mud monsters that had dove into the black mud suddenly lunged out from beside these people and launched an attack on them. We're in trouble. And Yixian's face changed drastically. What should we do? Jia Hongyao looked at Lin Baici, waiting for a plan. What else can we do? Kill them. Ziyangchen's expression was grim. That's right. We can't let these people kill our mud monsters, can we? Zhang Hao felt helpless. Who knew what kind of effect it would have on the original owner if the sacrifice mud monster was killed? Lin Baici, don't be soft-hearted. Deng Mingyu roared as he charged into the mud pit. Kill them. Otherwise your mud monsters will be killed. Damn it. This pollution is too ruthless. There's no choice. It's either them or us. We have to act. Divine pollution is too terrifying. The examiners hesitated for a moment before they began to fight. Facing Deng Mingyu and the others, those dozen or so people were dumbfounded. Some turned to run, others tried to surrender. But it was useless. Everyone's sacrificial mud dolls were attacking them. Everyone could only follow the lead of their mud dolls. 10 minutes later, those dozen unlucky souls were all killed. Lin Baici did not take action. It was not because he was above it, but because the others were too fast, especially Deng Mingyu, who intentionally used this slaughter to intimidate the rest, going all out. Half-step dragon level, quite impressive. Lin Baici exclaimed in admiration. Once those people were dead, the sacrificial mud dolls burrowed into the black mud and vanished without a trace. Everyone could only wait in silence. The Qin Palace must be even harder than this god ruins, right? Zhang Hao sighed. She had actually considered exploring the Qin Palace, but now, she had completely given up on the idea. Definitely, the Great Ant nodded. The number of dragon-level experts who died there added up to far more than those in the 7 towns of Luoyang. Where do you think the god remains might be? Ziyangchun stared at the mud flat. Could it be underneath this? This isn't a lake, even if it is underneath. You won't be able to find it. As Yixian finished speaking, a sacrificial mud doll surfaced in its hands. It dragged a thin stone slab, about the size of a 19-inch monitor. The great ant's heart suddenly jumped into her throat. Because that sacrificial mud doll was hers, the mud doll climbed onto the shore and brought the slab to the great ant. The group gathered around to watch. The slab was a thin layer. The front side should have had some kind of pattern. But now it was missing pieces here and there, much like a tiled wall that had peeled away over many years, with quite a lot missing. Could it be that this round is about us finding the fragments to complete this slab? Zhang Hao analyzed. Where are we supposed to find the fragments? As soon as Fang Mingyuan finished asking, everyone's gaze turned toward the mud flat in front of them. Damn it, it wouldn't be in here, would it? The great ant felt a headache coming on. How is this any different from looking for a needle in a haystack? Sacrificial mud dolls emerged from the mud flat one after another, each dragging a stone slab in their hands. Some large and some small. Lin Baici's sacrificial mud doll returned, holding a slab the size of a piece of printer paper. It was pitted and uneven, he counted, and it was missing 12 small pieces, the mud flat of time. Pick up stones to mend the person. This stone slab is like your life. As you grow older and move forward, the more harm humans suffer, the more they lose. Only by completing it can you return to perfection. Go and pick up the stones, mend your lives, the gluttonous god commented. The furrow in Lin Baici's brow was deep enough to crush a nest of sea crabs. He understood what the gluttonous god meant, but wasn't this too difficult to execute? A loud explosion rang out in the mud flat. At the 2 o'clock position, about 100 meters away, a pillar of mud shot into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Aside from mud splatters, one could see many small, glittering stone fragments. Clatter, clatter. A layer of stones quickly piled up on the ground. I understand. We just need to pick the stones from these. Jiangchun hurriedly stepped onto the mud flat. Hurry, or the stones will sink into the black mud. Everyone rushed over in a panic, partly out of fear that the stones would sink, and partly out of a desire to beat the others to them. Let's go. Lin Baici pondered whether there was a shortcut he could take. Everyone arrived at the site of the volcano eruption, bending over to pick up stones and then comparing them to the defects on their respective slabs. Don't just throw away the ones you don't need. What if someone else needs them? Zhang Hao saw someone throw a stone away in frustration after finding one that fit. How long is this going to take? It's too hard. There must be a trick to it. Everyone looked distressed. Brother Lin, I found one. Long Miao Miao happily showed her slab to Lin Baici. In the top left corner, a thumb-sized gap had been filled by a stone piece, smooth and seamless. You're quite lucky, Jia Hongyao encouraged her. Keep it up. Seeing the little chubby girl find a piece proved that it was feasible, and everyone's enthusiasm finally picked up. About 10 minutes later, with a bang, another mud pillar erupted like a volcano not far to the right, and then mud splatters mixed with stones of various sizes rained down like hail. Everyone covered their heads to defend themselves. Some felt that the newly erupted volcano might have a higher chance of containing the right stones, so they ran over there. Let's go take a look. Gu Qingqiu wanted to study the eruption site to see if she could find any useful information. I'll go with you. Jia Hongyao followed. Old Bai, after this round, is there more? Fang Mingyuan looked dejected. Probably. Lin Baici wasn't sure. Sigh. Fang Mingyuan wanted to chat, so he reached out to pick up a stone. As soon as his index finger touched it, the stone exploded like a firecracker. Stone powder, debris, and mud splatters sprayed outward. Fang Mingyuan immediately screamed. His right index finger had been blown off. This scene made those nearby shudder in fear. Careful, these stones will explode. Just as the Yangchun finished shouting, someone else was hit by an explosion. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Everyone suddenly dared not move recklessly. It felt as if they were walking in a minefield. Lin Baici rushed to Fang Mingyuan's side. Old Bai. Fang Mingyuan couldn't stop crying. His finger was blown off. Now he couldn't even play basketball. His professional dream shattered. It's okay. This kind of injury can be recovered. Long Miao Miao comforted him. I knew the godly contamination wouldn't be simple. The great ant sighed. Chapter 523. The big one is coming. Bang, bang. The stones that erupted from the depths of the mud pit like volcanoes would explode from time to time after scattering everywhere. Small ones were like a fart, splashing up a flower of mud, while the large ones were like cannonballs. The terrifying part was that even a piece the size of a fingernail could unleash immense destructive power. The group currently searching for stones in the mud pit felt their scalps go numb and their bodies turn cold. Some of the more timid ones were trembling uncontrollably. How was this any different from being in a minefield? Those stones would explode even if you didn't touch them. Lin Baici. Are you sure the way to clear this stage is to find the stone fragments and fill in the defects on the stone slab? And Yixian did not want to appear too cowardly, but her voice was trembling, and she simply could not control it. If they just died outright, that would be one thing, but this current situation was far too tortuous. Everyone looked at Lin Baici, hoping he would provide a different answer. I am sure. Lin Baici took a deep breath and stopped searching recklessly. He was not the favorite of the goddess of luck, so if he walked around too much, he would eventually be blown up too. Do you guys think there might be other ways to find the stones? Zhang Hao pondered. There should be, right? Jiu Hongyao crossed her arms over her chest, widened her eyes, and scanned the surroundings, trying hard to find a clue. Very good. Now is the time for me, the great detective Sherlock Jia, to show what I can do. No one moved. They were waiting. But the stones continued to explode regardless. 30 meters away to the right, it was as if a claymore mine had detonated. Two men were flipped over by the shockwave and fell into the mud, their heads covered in blood. Everyone was afraid of triggering an explosion, so no one went over to rescue them. The screams echoed, making the atmosphere even more panicked. Should we head out first? ICU muttered in a low voice, waiting to see what Lin Baici would do. While some people had already started walking out, they planned to wait until someone else found the trick before coming back down. Even if there was no trick, letting others walk around and trigger more stone explosions would make it much safer for them when they came back down later. God Lin, let's go up. Jiang Chen had the same thought and immediately called out to Lin Baici. Lin Baici did not move. Gu Qingqiu was deep in thought, her gaze fixed on those sacrificial mud figures. They were darting back and forth in the mud pit like goldfish, frolicking with great energy. Could they find some method through them? Brother Lin. Long Miao held her sacrificial mud figure and walked to Lin Baiqi's side, blinking her eyes as she looked at him pitifully. My mud figure is hungry. Can you give it something to eat? And Yixian was speechless. I think it is you who wants to eat, right, Miao? Don't mess around. Fang Mingyuan quickly advised her. Lin Baici had a good temper, but others might not. This kind of behavior from the chubby girl would annoy people. But I am hungry, no. I mean my little mud figure is hungry. Long Miao pouted, looking very aggrieved, even on the verge of tears. Gurgle. The chubby girl's stomach was actually growling. Stop crying. Lin Baici took a bag of sunflower seeds, a box of cake, and a bag of potato chips from his black alms bowl and handed them to Long Miao. Thank you, Brother Lin. The chubby girl took the snacks and quickly bowed. Do you want water or a soft drink? Lin Baici smiled. Long Miao was chubby with a round face. She was not beautiful, but she was very cute. Water. After the chubby girl finished speaking, she still could not help herself. She lowered her head and muttered, I want a soft drink. Lin Baici handed over a bottle of cola. Long Miao beamed with joy. She couldn't wait to twist off the cap, took 2 big gulps, and then let out a satisfied sigh. So refreshing. It would be even better if it were iced. Long Miao tore open the bag of potato chips, and the aroma of barbecue immediately wafted out. Sniff. The chubby girl leaned toward the opening of the bag and took a deep, blissful breath. Her hands and face were covered in mud and dirty, but she did not care. She picked up a chip and was about to stuff it into her mouth, but she saw Fang Mingyuan looking at her with a helpless and sighing expression. Long Miao felt a bit awkward. Her eyes darted around, and she immediately held the potato chip out toward the sacrificial mud figure sitting on her shoulder. Aren't you hungry? Eat up. The sacrificial mud figure looked at the potato chip, cautiously leaned in to sniff it, and seemingly finding the smell good, took a bite. Crunch. Damn, you are actually eating it. Long Miao was stunned. I only have 1 bag. The sacrificial mud figure opened its small mouth and crunched away, finishing a potato chip in 3 or 4 bites. It then lunged toward the bag, clearly wanting more. Don't. Long Miao tried to stop it, but it was too late. The sacrificial mud figure had already dived inside and started gnawing away wildly. It's over. It's all covered in mud. How am I supposed to eat this now? Long Miao wanted to cry. She really wanted to grab the bag and smash it on the ground to kill this little monster that stole her snacks. Seeing this scene, Guqinkyu had a flash of inspiration and teased Long Miao. You could let this little mud figure help you find the stone slabs, couldn't you? Long Miao was stunned, staring blankly at Guqinkyu. This big sister's mind is so sharp. It feels a bit scary. You can try it. Guqinkyu said this and called out her own sacrificial mud figure. Little rascal, you ate my potato chips. So go help me find the stones, okay? Long Miao showed the stone slab to the sacrificial mud figure. The stones that can fit into these grooves. The sacrificial mud figure looked up once, then continued to dive into the bag to eat the potato chips. Damn, what a glutton. Long Miao wanted to tell Guqinkyu that it was useless. But before she could speak, the sacrificial mud figure jumped out of the bag, fell into the black mud, and then dived headfirst into it, disappearing from sight. Guqinkyu's eyebrows immediately arched. There is a chance. Lin Baici also saw this and quickly called his own sacrificial mud figure back. Long Miao did not have to wait long. In just 3 minutes, the chubby clay figurine that Lin Baici had molded for the little girl suddenly emerged from the mud. It held a stone block above its head with both hands and trotted over. Is it really working? Yu was stunned. Long Miao was wide-eyed with amazement. She quickly took the stone block from the clay figurine and, after feeding it a piece of bread, began searching the stone slab. Soon, she found a suitable spot and pressed down with her thumb. Click. The stone block fit perfectly, leaving no gaps. Brother Lin. Long Miao was overjoyed and went to show off her success to Lin Baici. The people nearby, seeing this scene, hurriedly rushed over. Heaven never closes all doors. Di Yangchen was invigorated. He hadn't expected this little girl to be so lucky. Despite her gluttony, she had stumbled upon the key to clearing the level. God Lin, can you give me some potato chips? Someone immediately began to plead. Xiaobai, do you have enough potato chips? Zhang Hao was worried that Lin Baici's supplies might not be enough. Should other food work too? Dainty felt relieved. Why don't we go outside and wait? Yu looked at Long Miao with envy. If only she had been the one to discover it, that would surely have made Xiaobai think more highly of her. Come over and get some chips. Lin Baici began distributing potato chips to everyone. The crowd pushed and shoved. No need to rush, I have plenty. Lin Baici frowned. It's so good to have a spatial divine item, Zhang Hao said enviously. Deng Mingyu was so angry he wanted to kill someone. He had just clashed with Lin Baici, so if he asked for snacks now, the guy would definitely refuse, but if he didn't, he would die. Guqinkyu was in no rush to get snacks. Instead, she observed the little girl with a thoughtful expression. Little Loach. Jiu Hongyao grabbed several portions of snacks and handed them to Guqinkyu. Detective Jia failed before the battle even began. But there was no helping it. Sometimes cases were just like that, solved by pure coincidence. Even with the intelligence of Lin Baici and Guqinkyu, they hadn't deduced it. So, being in the same boat as them, she didn't need to feel discouraged. The auntie held her potato chips and anxiously fed them to her clay figurine. When she saw it eat, she was excited. It ate it. It ate it. Little darling, go help me find a stone block. Okay. Just find one that can fit on the slab. Be good. If you find one, I will give you something delicious. After eating the chips, the clay figurine went off to look for a stone block. Mine went too. Zhang Hao was very excited and cupped his hands in a salute toward Lin Baici. God Lin, Deng Mingyu walked over, wearing a fawning smile. Please. A great person like you shouldn't hold a grudge against a small person like me. Could you give me a few bags of chips? I, Deng Mingyu, will remember this favor. Deng Mingyu bowed. What if I don't give them to you? Lin Baici chuckled. Deng Mingyu's expression stiffened. But under the circumstances, he had to lower his head. Actually, with my strength, I could easily snatch chips from others. If I can't survive, I can also cause trouble. You might be fine, but these companions by your side. Deng Mingyu stopped at that, knowing Lin Baici understood. Are you threatening me? Lin Baici narrowed his eyes. Deng Mingyu, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Zhu Hongyao was furious. She rolled up her sleeves, ready to kill this guy first. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Deng Mingyu was frustrated to death. But he had no choice. He had to endure it for now. Get lost. Lin Baici snorted coldly. If you want to cause trouble, go ahead. Do you think I'm afraid? Deng Mingyu frowned deeply because he sensed Lin Baici's fighting spirit. This kid. He wasn't the type to be intimidated by mere harsh words. Why isn't mine eating? Jiangchun noticed that no matter how he tried to entice it, his clay figurine showed no interest in the potato chips. He panicked. Could it be that he couldn't use this tactic? That would be disastrous. Jiangchun looked at his chips. They were different from Zhang Hao's. One was cucumber flavored, the other barbecue. Zhang Hao, lend me some of your chips. Jiangchun pleaded. Perhaps the flavor was wrong. Hearing this, Deng Mingyu immediately looked over. Zhang Hao grabbed a handful of chips and passed them over. Jiangchun tried hard to feed them, but the clay figurine simply wouldn't eat, which made his heart sink to his boots. He was done for. What's going on? Mine won't eat either. Is the flavor of the chips wrong? No, I tried. Then what if we switch to other snacks? Some of the examiners whose clay figurines wouldn't eat the chips became restless and anxious, especially after seeing others' figurines starting to find stone blocks. They panicked even more and gathered around Lin Baici. God Lin, can you give us some other snacks? Can you give us some drinks? Please give us a few more varieties so we can try them all. Everyone pleaded. Lin Baici took a quick look. In his small team, except for Fang Mingyuan, everyone else's clay figurines had eaten the chips and gone off to find stone blocks. Lin Baici was speechless. What kind of luck did his roommate have? Mine isn't eating either. And Yixian was anxious. Her luck wasn't good either. Don't worry, everyone. After Lin Baici distributed some snacks to everyone, he quickly took some chips to feed his own clay figurine. You must eat. Hu Yu clasped her hands together, praying devoutly. It should be fine. Gu Qingqiu felt that Lin Baici's luck had always been excellent. He wouldn't fall over something like this. Sure enough, the clay figurine began to gnaw on the chips. It's okay. The little fish girl let out a sigh of relief. Deng Mingyu quietly walked away, suddenly reached out, and snatched a bag of chips from an examiner's hand. The other person had only just looked over when he smashed a fist into his face. If I cannot deal with Lin Baici, can I not deal with you? The unlucky guy dared to be angry but dared not speak. Though, he soon became happy because Deng Mingyu's clay figurine would not eat potato chips. Deserves it, hui. The unlucky guy spat fiercely. Half of the people have them. Gu Qingqiu did a rough count. Half of the people had clay figurines that would not eat potato chips. Old Bai, what? What should I do? Fang Mingyuan was at a loss. Why did it have to be him? God Lin, can you think of a way? Do you have any other snacks? Can you take them all out so we can try? Would fruit work? The examinees were all begging desperately. You can try your own flesh, Lin Baici suggested. Gu Qingqiu glanced at Lin Baici. She had actually thought of this as well. And Yixian was startled. You mean we should cut our own flesh to feed the clay figurines? Jiangchun pondered, recalling the ferocious way the clay figurine had eaten the fetus earlier. The method Lin Baici suggested seemed to have a high probability of success. It was just that cutting one's own flesh was too brutal. Would it work if they fed the clay figurines someone else's flesh? Of course. This topic was too cruel, and Jiangchun cared about his reputation, so he was too embarrassed to bring it up. The others also revealed thoughtful expressions. Snacks are useless. Only the flesh on their bodies will pique the interest of those clay figurines. The gluttonous god commented, eating someone else's flesh is useless. You can try it yourselves. Lin Baici heard this but did not offer a reminder, because he knew someone would definitely experiment, unless forced to the brink. Who would self-mutilate? The mud column volcano was still erupting, spewing out large amounts of rocks. And these rocks exploded frequently. Lin Baici and the others wanted to find a place with fewer rocks to stay in to avoid being blown up. But the frequency of the mud column volcano's eruptions increased, and wherever they went, eruptions would occur. Shall we go ashore? Izu suggested. She was a girl and worried about being disfigured by an explosion. Better not. Zhang Hao vetoed. We finally found a way. Do not let us fail because we went ashore. At a time like this, it was best to do as little as possible. Deng Mingyu was the first to take action, using his formidable martial prowess to launch a sneak attack and kill an examine who had been injured by an explosion. The crowd glared at him. Stop looking and come over to get the meat. Deng Mingyu sneered in his heart. Damn it. What right do you have to stand on the moral high ground and criticize me? Letting fellow Taoists die instead of oneself is human nature. Everyone did not move. Not because they did not want to, but because they were worried about angering Lin Baici and losing his help. However, they soon stopped struggling because Deng Mingyu fed the clay figurine meat, but the clay figurine would not eat it. Do we really have to cut our own flesh? Deng Mingyu gasped, feeling that suffering such pain was worse than just dying. Chapter 520 For Encountering a False God. The atmosphere in the mud pit was polarized. Some people's sacrificial clay figurines ate the snacks and dived into the black mud to search for rocks, which made them so happy they wanted to do a hula dance. Those whose clay figurines would not eat anything they fed them were as miserable as if they were mourning their parents, feeling so distressed they wanted to kill someone. If it were the case that everyone was failing, it would be one thing. But why did it have to be them who were the unlucky ones? But fortunately, there was still one chance. Feed the clay figurine your own flesh. I will try. Xiangqun pursed his lips, pulled out a dagger, rolled up his pant leg, and with a swish, sliced a thin piece of flesh from his thigh and fed it to his clay figurine. Xiangqun handed the slice of meat over. Hurry and eat, I beg you. I wonder if meat from the thigh will work. Everyone watched Xiangqun, full of anticipation as they waited for a result. Some were already praying to all the gods and Buddhas in their hearts. Xiangqun's clay figurine had been bored to death, but suddenly smelling the scent of blood, it stood up like a startled rabbit. When it saw the slice of meat Xiangqun handed over, it immediately pounced on it, grabbed it, and stuffed it into its mouth. It ate it. It ate it. It works. We are saved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Cutting one's own flesh was bloody and agonizing, but if it meant surviving, it was worth it. I wonder how much it eats. And Yixian wore a mournful expression. After the clay figurine finished the slice of meat, it licked its tongue, clearly still wanting more. Go find a rock that can be placed on this stone slab. Xiangqun held up the stone slab to show the clay figurine. The clay figurine did not look at it but instead darted directly onto his leg and took a large bite. Intense pain immediately assaulted Xiangqun's brain, and he subconsciously wanted to knock the clay figurine off. Don't, Zhang Hao stopped him. Xiangqun had good willpower, so his hand stopped. He was afraid that if he angered the clay figurine, he would truly be finished. Fortunately, the clay figurine did not push its luck. After tearing off a few bites like a hungry dog, it jumped down and dived into the black mud. After about 3 minutes, the clay figurine crawled out, holding a rock in its hands, and ran to Xiangqun's side. Thank you. Xiangqun took it politely. Swish. The little clay figurine darted onto Xiangqun's thigh again and began to gnaw. Xiangqun endured it, gestured on the stone slab, and then placed it in the upper left corner. It is done. Zhang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could live, this minor injury was nothing. Sister Xian, hurry and start, Xiu Hong urged. Why am I so unlucky? And Yixian was on the verge of tears. Will you use clay figurine returned holding a rock? After giving it to her, the clay figurine began to roll on the ground, asking for credit while squeaking. Well done, the little merman praised, handing over a potato chip. The mud figure quickly took it, ate it, then trotted away, took a running leap, and dove into the black mud, disappearing from sight. This scene made Yixian even more envious. With no other choice, she pulled down her pants and sliced a piece of flesh from her thigh. At least there is a way to solve this. And Yixian consoled herself. Damn. Deng Mingyu cursed loudly. But helpless as he was, he still had to slice his flesh to feed the mud figure. Everyone dared not delay, all rushing to find stones to patch the missing parts of their stone slabs. Old Bai could you help me? Fang Mingyuan asked for help, his voice trembling. He had never stepped foot in a kitchen in his life, and as a Juju native, aside from a kitchen knife. The number of times he had touched other blades could be counted on one hand, so Fang Mingyuan had absolutely no idea how to use a knife. If he were to make a cut himself, he was afraid he might slice right into an artery. "Shall I help you?" Long Miao volunteered. "My dad is a chef, and I learned from him, so my knife skills are very good," Fang Mingyuan refused. "How about I do it?" Jia Hongyao whirled her knife. "You, lend me your kitchen knife," Lin Baici said, taking the butcher mask out of the black altar bowl and putting it on his face. With this item, Lin Baici would instantly become proficient in slaughtering, reaching the level of a master butcher, and gain +1 to intimidation against beasts. "What are you standing there for? Take off your pants." Long Miao felt a bit aggrieved when she saw Fang Mingyuan ignoring her. "I treat you as a friend. I definitely wouldn't harm you. Old bye. Be gentle. Don't cut too much at once." Fang Mingyuan unbuckled his belt and instructed. Lin Baici took the kitchen knife, yanked down Fang Mingyuan's pants, and then made a single stroke across his thigh. Swish. Fang Mingyuan felt nothing at all. It wasn't until he saw Lin Baici handing him a slice of meat that he realized the deed was already done. "Old bye. Does your family sell pork?" Fang Mingyuan was amazed, especially when he saw that the slice of meat was as thin as a cicada's wing, actually translucent. In truth, he wanted to ask, "Aren't your ancestors executioners? The kind responsible for death by 1,000 cuts?" But that didn't sound very polite. "Hurry up and feed it." Lin Baici continued slicing meat, and Yixian saw this scene and immediately came over. "Little Lin, why didn't you say earlier that you had this skill? Come, help Sisters Yun slice some meat." As Yixian spoke, she lifted her thigh in front of Lin Baici. It was plump and well-proportioned. If she were wearing yoga pants, it would certainly be full of sensuality. "I can only minimize the damage, but it will still hurt." As soon as Lin Baici finished speaking, Fang Mingyuan began to hiss and gasp for her. "It really hurt. I understand." And Yixian patted her hip, causing a wave of movement. "Hurry up." Lin Baici went to work. Swish, swish, swish. The kitchen knife slicing flesh was clearly a terrifying thing. Yet in Lin Baici's hands, it was extremely aesthetic. The kitchen knife flew up and down like a butterfly passing through a flower garden, light and agile. As the blade descended, it was smooth and seamless, without causing a bloody mess. Looking at the slices of meat, they were uniform in size and thickness, even more precise than those cut by a machine. If this were tuna sashimi, just looking at this presentation, I could eat 10 pounds of it. Long Miao swallowed her saliva, missing wasabi and soy sauce. If you dipped this in seasoning and took a bite, it would be absolutely divine. Lin Baici's knife skills truly stunned quite a few people. "God, Lin, you should have said so earlier. I would have handed this body of mine over to you." "God, Lin, please help me. You can just treat me like sashimi." Cut away. Many examinees came over, begging Lin Baici for help. They could cut the meat, but they couldn't minimize the damage like he could. Lin Baici felt embarrassed to refuse such a small request. Bang, bang. The stones were still exploding frequently, but since everyone didn't have to go looking for them personally, they weren't getting hurt, which greatly reduced everyone's psychological pressure. Time passed. In this oppressive atmosphere, relying on their respective sacrificial mud figures, everyone collected enough small stones and finished patching all the defects on their stone slabs. "It's finished." And Yixian wept with joy. "Oh, bye, thank you." Fang Mingyuan was teary-eyed, having survived another hurdle. "When we get back, I'll treat you to a drink." After receiving simple treatment, everyone carried their sacrificial mud figures and stone slabs back to the goddess statue. Some knelt and kowtowed. Being a bit more polite never hurt. Lin Baici and his group did not kowtow. The goddess statue lowered its head and glanced at them, looking very satisfied. It smiled. It smiled. "Oh heavens. Please don't let there be any more pollution. Let this end quickly. Should we say a prayer? Something like long live. May you enjoy immortal blessings forever." Everyone muttered in low voices. The goddess statue's smile flashed and vanished, returning to normal. The sacrificial mud figures on the ground, after kneeling and kowtowing, stood up and began running toward the mud pool. "What the hell? What are they doing now? Who knows? Follow them quickly." The crowd hurriedly followed. Oh by, are these sacrificial mud figures going to lead us out? Fang Mingyuan was excited. You think too highly of yourself, Aizu instinctively retorted, then remembered this was Lin Baici's friend and immediately felt awkward, quickly apologizing. I mean, it's not that easy. Going out, don't lose them. The gluttonous god commented. Lin Baici raised an eyebrow. Can we leave the divine ruin? Then what about the deity? Lin Baici turned back and gazed at the goddess statue. Gurgle. The intense hunger made his stomach cramp. We cannot just leave empty-handed, can we? Lin Baici wanted to eat. The mud figures ran to the edge of the mud pit, jumped in without hesitation, and then began to trek through the sludge, running forward. Huyu, it should be over now. Following these mud figures will lead us out of the god ruins. Ziyanchun let out a sigh of relief. I hope so. Zhang Hao wanted to look back, but she held herself back. Forget it. At a critical moment like this, it is best not to create extra complications. Leaving. Jiu Hongyao was not very happy about it. Since we have already made it this far, shouldn't we purify this god ruins? I think that stone statue must be a god-forbidden item. If we purify it, we can find the god remains. The high ponytail girl analyzed, then looked at Gu Qingqiu. What do you think, little Kikyu, my dear Captain Jia? Could you just be a little more sensible? Ziyanchun was speechless. He really wanted to say, do you think you are Xiu Hongmian? Hongyao, I know you are feeling overconfident after purifying the Fushan god ruins, but this is the Luoyang 7 towns. We know nothing about those god remains, so it is better to be cautious, Zhang Hao advised. Little Lin, what do you think? Jiu Hongyao needed an ally. Based on the situation they had encountered along the way, the intensity of the pollution would only increase. If they wanted to reach this point again, they would have to pay a much higher price. You all go ahead. Hongyao and I will stay behind. Lin Baici said this to Huoyu and Gu Qingqiu. That is more like it. The high ponytail girl beamed with joy. Why should I leave? Gu Qingqiu rolled her eyes. Don't treat me like a burden. Lin Baici did not actually consider this alumno burden. Her combat strength was average, but her brain was sharp enough. The problem was, it was too sharp. If they continued to purify the god ruins together like this, his true colors would eventually be exposed. I do not want to leave, Huoyu said plaintively. I can serve as cannon fodder. Old Bi. Fang Mingyuan panicked. If you stay behind, what am I supposed to do? He knew that without Lin Baici, the others would not look after him. Long Miao blinked, looking curiously at Lin Baici, then glancing at Jiu Hongyao. These people are so bold. Aizu was dumbfounded. She really wanted to ask, are you all crazy? God Lin, stop messing around. Let us just get out of here, shall we? Ziyanchun felt incredibly uncomfortable. He felt like he was going insane. He was mainly afraid of encountering more rule-based pollution ahead, because without Lin Baici, he would have to face it alone. To be honest, he had already been tormented to the point of losing all self-confidence. Xiao Bai, let us just leave safely, Zhang Hao pleaded, but looking into the eyes of Lin Baici, Xiu Hongyao, and Gu Qingqiu, she knew they would not listen. After experiencing so many dangers and seeing so many people die, these few still maintained calm expressions. In fact, there was even excitement in the eyes of Jiu Hongyao and Gu Qingqiu. Damn it! Where did Jiu Hongyao find these companions who are both powerful and perverted? Although the word perverted did not sound pleasant, here, it was Zhang Hao's compliment to them. To disregard life and death and treat rule-based pollution like a game, it sounds simple, but very few people can actually do it. If it were me, I would stay too. Containing the god remains and purifying the Luoyang 7 towns would make one famous in a single battle. Deng Mingyu said with feigned praise, hoping that Lin Baici and the others would continue to fight to the death. Even if they cannot reach the dragon level, they would definitely be at the half-step dragon level, just as the others were trying to persuade Lin Baici not to do anything foolish. The ground beneath the examiner, who was running at the front, following the mud figures, suddenly exploded. Amidst the sky-filling splashes of black mud, a figure shot up from the ground, flew about tens of meters high, and then, with a thud, fell straight down like a dead dog. Splat! The figure landed splayed out in the black mud. Everyone stopped in shock, their expressions tense. Here we go again, Fang Mingyuan wailed. Heavens, just kill me already. Who could endure such wave after wave of torture? The figure did not die from the fall. After waiting for a dozen seconds, he stood up and turned his head slightly to observe the crowd. He was wearing a red down jacket, which was already covered in black mud and in tatters. Damn, is that him? And Yixian exclaimed. What is wrong? Xiu Hongyao asked. This guy is a monster. I saw him die and then resurrect. Yes, the person named Li Xian who was with him is also very strong. They descended from the sky. They should be members of the Eclipse of Darkness. And Yixian explained. I reported it to Captain Pan, but he was worried about causing panic. So he told me not to tell you. Eclipse of Darkness, Big Ant cried out. Do not scare me. What is the Eclipse of Darkness? Long Miao asked curiously, poking Izuyu's arm. Are they very powerful? The Eclipse of Darkness is the most terrifying evil organization in the God Hunter Circle. Everyone in it possesses the terrifying strength to break a god ruin single-handedly. Izuyu whispered in explanation. These people do as they please. Never caring about morality or the law, they do whatever they want. Everyone, be careful. I saw this guy get his chest pierced by that crow earlier. Zhang Hao narrowed her eyes. When they encountered this examinee before, his expression had been dull, with no sense of pressure, but now, his eyes were rolling irregularly, filled with madness and murderous intent. So, this is not rule-based pollution then, Xi Yanqun pondered. Even if it is a monster, it can be killed. What about that Li Xiang? Xiu Hongyao looked around. Did you not say the two of them were together? We have been here for quite a while, and this guy clearly arrived before us. So, what do you think he was doing under the mud pit? Gu Qingqiu asked in return. I am more concerned about why this guy has not died yet after hiding down there for so long. After Xi Yanqun finished speaking, Li Chenguang tightened his grip on his red down jacket and suddenly moved. Chapter 525. The Blasphemer Must Die. Thanks to the big boss Hao Juji for the generous alliance level tip. There was no need for an Yixian to introduce him. Everyone was already on high alert. After all, amidst the rule-based corruption that kept claiming lives, a person suddenly crawling out of the black mud looked incredibly ominous, no matter how you viewed it. Li Chenguang began to move, but his target was not these people. He ran for a dozen steps, then suddenly leaped, soaring over 20 meters into the air. He then angled downward like a human cannonball, crashing into the black mud. Oh no! Lin Baici shouted and lunged forward. Stop him, quickly! Gu Qingqiu shrieked. But it was already too late. Li Chenguang's speed was immense, and with a thunderous boom, he slammed into the black mud. Splash! Due to the impact of Li Chenguang's descent, the black mud sprayed upward like a fountain, reaching over 10 meters high, before surging outward and washing across the surroundings. Most of the sacrificial clay figurines were caught in the aftermath. Alumnus, come back! Gu Qingqiu shouted urgently. The clay figurines were already ruined, and the enemy appeared extremely powerful. Gu Qingqiu didn't want anything to happen to Lin Baici, but she was still a step too slow, because Lin Baici was not moving slowly either. Hongyao, provide support, Gu Qingqiu urged. Swish! Xiu Hongyao charged. Lin Baici rushed through the black mud that surged up like a waterfall, swinging his bronze sword in a furious strike at Li Chenguang. Flesh-shattering strike. Walk! Li Chenguang caught the blade, turned his head, and looked at Lin Baici. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly paused, then leaned his head in slightly and sniffed hard. Lin Baici pulled his sword with all his might, but it wouldn't budge. One had to realize that he was currently bolstered by the fair pipe wrench and the colossal strength gloves, giving him enough power to beat an elephant to death. Yet he still wasn't as strong as Li Chenguang. This guy is definitely a monster, Lin Baici thought to himself. Then flew into the air and kicked Li Chenguang squarely in the crotch. Li Chenguang didn't dodge and took the kick head-on, but he acted as if nothing had happened, reaching out to grab Lin Baici's hair. It was as if he hadn't been the one who just had his crotch pulverized. Little Lin, Xiu Hongyao charged over, slamming into Li Chenguang. Li Chenguang was knocked away, carving a deep trench into the black mud, which then slowly closed back up. What are you all waiting for? Gu Qingqiu scolded. The clay figurines are destroyed. Do you think you can still get out? Xi Yanqun and Zhang Hao looked embarrassed. It wasn't that they didn't know the importance of the sacrificial figurines, but the enemy was too bizarre, and they wanted to play it safe. Li Chenguang stood up, his gaze fixed on Lin Baici. Shall we take him down? Jia Hongyao gripped her short blade, full of fighting spirit. Some of the surviving clay figurines were trying to crawl out, but most had been smashed to pieces. Just wait to die. Without the clay figurines to lead the way, you won't be able to leave this god ruin, the gluttonous god mocked. Team leader Deng Ziangchun said with a forced smile, we're counting on you, can't beat him. Everyone run for your lives. Deng Mingyu sneered in his heart. Does he think I'm an idiot? Everyone has already had a falling out, so why should I exert myself? He was clever. He had grabbed his own sacrificial clay figurine the moment Li Chenguang appeared. He was safe and sound for now. This monster is very strong. If you don't want to die, take advantage of Lin Baici holding him back and run, Deng Mingyu incited, planning to slip away while everyone else was distracted by the chaos. The crowd looked at each other. Your heart is too black, isn't it? Long Miao said indignantly. If it weren't for Brother Lin, you would have been dead long ago. And you lot, without Brother Lin, do you think you can get out? The crowd looked awkward. Lin Baici had indeed contributed the most. That's right. Everyone should stand together against the common enemy. Huoyu encouraged. With so many of us, can't we kill this monster? In the eyes of the little fish person, Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao should be enough. But having more helpers was always better. Zhang Hao and Ziangchun exchanged a glance, gripped their weapons, and shouted, attack together. With the two elites taking the lead, the others dared to give it a shot. And they swarmed toward Li Chenguang. Idiots, Deng Mingyu cursed, fleeing the scene at top speed. Swish! Jia Hongyao lunged at Li Chenguang, her short blade flashing with continuous strikes, leaving trails of black light. Li Chenguang didn't dodge or evade, waving his fists to parry. Bang! Bang! Every one of his punches connected with the short blade. Lin Baici charged, and after reaching Li Chenguang, he let out a loud roar. Go to hell! He swung the pipe wrench down, but the moment Li Chenguang threw a punch, Lin Baici teleported. Nobody. Lin Baici appeared behind Li Chenguang, the pipe wrench descending like a falling comet, slamming fiercely into the back of Li Chenguang's head. Flesh-shattering strike. Li Chenguang was struck, and half of his head exploded like a watermelon crushed by the tire of a heavy truck. Splurt! Jia Hongyao seized the opportunity and plunged her blade into Li Chenguang's chest. Half-life. The divine grace had just activated when Lin Baici's shout rang out. Watch out! Lin Baici grabbed the high ponytail and retreated at high speed. Thwack! Li Chenguang, with only half a head left, wasn't dead. He reached out to grab Jia Hongyao. If not for Lin Baici's intervention, the high ponytail would have been caught. Holy crap, he's still not dead. The people rushing over saw this scene, and their footsteps involuntarily slowed by half a beat. Li Chenguang turned his head, staring at Lin Baici. He knew this guy was hard to kill, so he lunged at the sturdiest-looking man. What the hell? The man was stunned and scrambled backward, but the next second, Li Chenguang appeared in front of him and swung his right hand. Thwack! Li Chenguang landed a heavy slap on the sturdy man's left cheek, instantly blowing his head apart. Squelch! Fresh blood erupted, splattering onto Li Chenguang's down jacket, which was already stained with black mud and red gore. Thwack! Before the headless corpse could even hit the ground, Li Chenguang grabbed it by the collar, thrust his right hand into the chest cavity, and, as if plucking a bird's egg, dug out the man's heart before bringing it to his lips. Crunch! Crunch! Li Chenguang devoured the heart raw, coupled with the head that was missing half its skull. The scene was bloody and terrifying. He still isn't dead after that. Zhang Hao was numb. Deng Mingyu, you coward. Li Chenguang finished the heart in 2 or 3 bites, tossed the corpse aside, and suddenly moved again, lunging toward the next man who looked sturdy and plump. Holy crap! The man tried to dodge, but Li Chenguang was too fast. Li Chenguang slammed into the plump man, and they both tumbled into the black mud. Help! The plump man slashed his knife into Li Chenguang's shoulder, but Li Chenguang didn't even feel it. He simply performed a black tiger steel's heart, gouging out the man's heart. While eating this heart, he stood up and scanned the crowd, seemingly selecting his next prey. As for the wound on the back of his head, it was rapidly regenerating. Everyone instinctively took a step back. The pressure brought by this monster was simply too overwhelming. What kind of monster is this? It doesn't die even with its head ruined. Fang Mingyuan trembled. He wanted to show some masculine courage, but it was useless. This was the most primal reaction of an animal at the bottom of the food chain encountering an apex predator. It was already a miracle that Fang Mingyuan hadn't lost control of his bladder. We are in big trouble. Long Miomia felt that coming to participate in this license examination was a massive loss. All sorts of demons and monsters were crawling out. It was terrifying. Little Lin, what should we do? Should we fight? The great aunt didn't want to fight, but if Lin Baici wanted to have a go, she would risk her life to accompany him. You cannot win. Find a way to escape. The gluttonous god had a low opinion of the combat strength of Lin Baici and his group. Lin Baici hadn't expected such an accident to occur. He didn't want to run, having finally made it to the end. Leaving empty-handed would be too much of a loss. Well, actually, there have been gains. The giant's finger bone and the Samadhi golden crow fire were definitely powerful divine relics and divine graces. Especially the finger bone, which could be used as a trump card. But the problem was, having come this far, he was about to see a god. If he didn't eat it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. God Lin, let's retreat first, Ziyangchun suggested. This wasn't a rule contamination, so they weren't forced to participate and could leave. The Luoyang 7 Towns god ruins have started radiating again. The Bureau will definitely send people to handle it immediately. As long as we stall, a dragon-level big shot will arrive. Ziyangchun emphasized, leave first. It wasn't worth it to fight to the death with a monster like this. The question is, where do we go? Someone questioned. If they ran around blindly, they might encounter another rule contamination. While they hesitated, Li Chenguang, having finished the plump man's heart, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and lunged toward a female examiner. Help me! The female examiner screamed and ran toward Lin Baiqi's side, but she underestimated Li Chenguang's speed. Swish! Li Chenguang caught up from behind and slapped her head into pieces. The headless corpse, driven by momentum, rushed forward a few more steps before collapsing into the mud, sending splashes of sludge flying. At this point, everyone stopped waiting for Lin Baici to make a decision and began to flee. There was no choice. Whoever this monster in the down jacket targeted, and so, the remaining 60+ people on the scene scattered like birds and beasts. Everyone had to rely on their own skills, however. They didn't forget to call out to Lin Baici, God Lin, come quickly, run this way, time to go. Lin Baici was strong and had an elite team, so everyone hoped to stick with him. Li Chenguang knelt on the female examiner's back, intending to dig out her heart, but the sight of so many people running startled him. It was like when a person is eating and suddenly sees a nest of cockroaches scatter. The first reaction is definitely to kill them all immediately. Li Chenguang immediately gave up on the heart and charged toward the largest group of people. These disgusting-to-lead crawlers must all be killed. Not a single one left. Li Chenguang's combat power was truly perversely strong. And what was terrifying was that his resistance to damage was also ridiculously high. Even when offensive divine graces hit his body and blew away chunks of flesh, they could be seen regenerating with the naked eye. Let's retreat quickly, Ziyangchun urged. What if it chases us? And Yixian worried. Are you going to stay and wait for death if we don't run? Ziyangchun couldn't stand it. These people were truly dawdling. He looked at Zhang Hao, the meaning self-evident. Let's two of us retreat. Zhang Hao shook her head. She was waiting for Lin Baici. Ziyangchun was shocked, and his face darkened. I've known you for so long, and yet I'm not as important as Lin Baici, whom you've only known for a few days. Zhang Hao saw Ziyangchun's displeasure, but she was also helpless. Lin Baici was more handsome and more capable than you. You guys find a place to hide. Hang Yao, come with me. Lin Baici ordered and turned to run toward the goddess statue. If the mudman was gone, they wouldn't be able to get out. Everyone immediately followed. What are you trying to do? The great aunt looked back and happened to lock eyes with Li Chenguang, which gave her a start. But she immediately noticed that the creature had no intention of chasing them. This made her instantly happy. Could it be that it was also wary of Lin Baici? Don't follow me, Lin Baici reminded. I'm going to do something big. Li Chenguang saw those people fleeing but did not pursue them. because the goddess statue over there was a terrifying monster. He did not want to rashly enter its hunting ground while he was already injured. A corpse with eyes wide open in death fell to the ground, the look of terror on its face yet to fade. The dozen or so people who had been targeted were immediately thrown into a panic. The monster's attack power was simply too strong, and they were scattered like a flock of sheep before a tiger. Li Chenguang continued his slaughter. Some people ran aimlessly, but others were clever and chased after Lin Baici, hoping to cling to a powerful ally. Li Chenguang killed indiscriminately, as long as he locked onto a target. They absolutely could not escape. Of course, some smart people noticed that Li Chenguang did not pursue those fleeing toward the goddess statue, so some began to run in that direction. Lin Baici brought his group before the statue. "You all need to leave." Lin Baici grew impatient and glanced back at the battlefield. "If I attack it, it is very likely to trigger rule-based contamination. Then we will bear it together." As Gu Qingqiu spoke, she swung her blade and slashed at the statue. Sparks flew everywhere, and a cut was left on the stone. "What the hell?" Xianqun felt his entire body go numb. "You are not afraid of death, but I am. Why are all these teammates of Jia Hongyao lunatics? Zhang Hao, are you leaving or not?" Xianqun shouted, his voice filled with anger. "I trust God Lin." Zhang Hao decided to take a gamble. If he won the bet, he would have an ally with unlimited potential in the future. No, that is not right. There would be two. There was also Jia Hongyao. Then go ahead and be crazy with them. Xianqun took long strides and hurried away from the spot. "Slow down." Lin Baici was startled by Gu Qingqiu's actions and hurriedly activated his divine grace, slapping his hand forward. Hand of great impression. Gu Qingqiu's attack certainly could not hurt the statue. It would only alert the enemy. Lin Baici's plan was to use the hand of great impression right from the start to either kill this stone monster or at least severely wound it. Lin Baici landed a solid hit on the statue's calf, but it was not sent into a two-dimensional space. Instead, cracks appeared on its body, and then with a loud boom it shattered. Stone dust filled the air, making people cough. Boom boom. On the ground, sharp stone pillars as thick as a calf's leg shot up into the sky, instantly forming a forest of stone. Lin Baici dodged, wielding his sword in his right hand and a pipe wrench in his left, smashing the stone pillars around him. "Watch out!" Long Miao suddenly pulled Fang Mingyuan aside. Fang Mingyuan stumbled. The next instant, a stone pillar grazed his thigh, scraping off a chunk of flesh from his left buttock and leaving a bloody gash. Fang Mingyuan screamed, his back arching sharply like a cooked shrimp. Before anyone could catch their breath, a second wave of stone pillars shot into the sky. Swish! Not only that, but an arm reached out from within the stone dust to grab Lin Baici. Lin Baici gripped his pipe wrench and struck the arm, then turned and ran. "You little bastard, come and chase me," Lin Baici roared, preparing to find Li Chenguang to shift the trouble onto him. "Please, it must succeed." From within the stone dust, a petite woman lunged out to chase Lin Baici, but the next second, she was slashed across the neck by the invisible Benijimaru. Clang! The iron blade and the jade-like stone made a crisp sound upon impact. The woman had no clothes on, and judging by the texture of her skin, she was entirely composed of jade. Yet her movements were exceptionally agile. Slap, slap, in just 3 steps, the unscathed goddess caught up behind Lin Baici and smashed a fist toward his head. That slap from earlier had made it sense a tremendous danger. "Watch out, Xiao Bai." "God Lin," everyone exclaimed in shock. Swish! Lin Baici teleported, not only dodging the fist but also putting some distance between them again. Jia Hongyao chased after them. "What should we do?" Great Aunt was at a loss. Wait. Gu Qingqiu felt very frustrated. Her combat strength was still too poor. Fortunately, the threat posed by Lin Baici was too great, and since Benijimaru was invisible, the goddess did not know that Gu Qingqiu had attacked. Otherwise, it would have definitely turned back to finish her off. The distance of 500 or 600 meters could be covered in a dozen seconds by Lin Baici at full sprint. Just as he stepped into the black mud zone, Lin Baici shouted at Li Chenguang, who was currently slaughtering an examiner. "Big brother, the monster has revived. Save me." When Lin Baici rushed to within 10 meters of Li Chenguang, he suddenly teleported behind him, stopped, and pointed at the goddess. "It is that one." Lin Baici placed his left hand by Li Chenguang's side and snapped his fingers. Samadhi golden crow fire. Sparks flashed and quickly ignited into a ball of flame, which then condensed into a golden crow. It flapped its flaming wings and shot toward the goddess like a meteor. The goddess swung its fist. The golden crow was blown apart. A cluster of sparks bloomed and scattered like holiday fireworks, carrying the scent of death amidst the brilliance. The goddess's right hand was ignited with a few clusters of flames, but it did not care at all. It rushed in front of Li Chenguang and threw a punch. At the same time, sharp stone pillars continued to shoot up from the ground. "Big brother, cut it down," Lin Baici shouted, but he used the movement of dodging the stone pillars to dive into the black mud. Once the mud completely covered his body, he teleported far away. When Lin Baici released the golden crow fire, the goddess could not see his left hand, so it mistakenly believed that the attack had been launched by Li Chenguang. Furthermore, since this was its own territory and trespassers must die, the goddess did not pursue Lin Baici but instead attacked Li Chenguang. The two monsters immediately began to fight. Li Chenguang, number 156, was merely an artificial god, but a god nonetheless. In its consciousness, not wanting to fight did not mean it was afraid of fighting. Now that the opponent had initiated a provocation, it was immediately enraged and launched a counterattack. "Blasphemer, you must die." Number 156 struck the goddess with a punch, sending her flying instantly. In the blink of an eye, she had traveled dozens of meters before she could even land. Number 156 rushed over and delivered another punch from top to bottom. The goddess landed headfirst, feet pointing toward the sky, plunging straight into the black mud. Number 156 grabbed her right ankle and began swinging her around on the ground like a tattered sack. Bang, bang! Are they really this strong? Andy was shocked. They were not even in the same league. How was one supposed to fight this? "The people from the Cliffs of Darkness are truly formidable," Zhang Hao exclaimed. The battered goddess suddenly expanded and surged in size, transforming into a 10-meter-tall stone giant, pressing down toward number 156. Number 156 did not dodge or evade, its fists firing like heavy cannons in a continuous barrage. Bang, bang, with every punch, a piece of the goddess's body was knocked off. Those jade fragments flew everywhere, clattering like a meteor shower as they hit the ground. Then, these stone shards would writhe, grow limbs, and turn into small stone figures, charging toward number 156. And fortunately, it was useless. These stone figures could inflict damage on god hunters, but they were incapable of killing a pseudo-god. Soon, the giant form of the goddess became tattered and broken. "Retreat, retreat, retreat." Xiangqun felt helpless. Did Lin Baici think he could play the fisherman while the snipe and the clam fought? How naive! Look at the attack power of this down jacket-wearing entity. Even a dragon-level threat would be hammered into oblivion. Better to wait for the main force to arrive. This shouldn't be a god, right? Lin Baici looked at the goddess, his brows slightly furrowed. It made no sense for a god to be unable to defeat a monster. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach growled. The hunger was becoming increasingly severe. He suddenly realized that perhaps this goddess was not a god at all, but some kind of substitute or avatar. If so, where was the true body of the god? After another heavy blow, the giant body of the goddess shattered completely, revealing the small figure inside. Number 156 appeared in front of it and threw a punch. There was no sound of impact. Number 156's fist pierced through the goddess's chest, but it did not shatter her. It was as if it had punched through a lump of modeling clay. Immediately after, the goddess's body melted, turning into a liquid state that rapidly spread along number 156's arm, covering its entire body and wrapping it up. Glug, glug. The surrounding black mud surged over, covering them both. Soon, the ground returned to a flat state. Lin Shen, Captain Jia, hurry and retreat. Zhang Hao shouted. It's likely too late. As soon as Gu Chenqiu finished speaking, sharp stone pillars erupted beneath the feet of those who were fleeing. Those small stone figures, despite their short legs, ran quite fast as they gave chase. As they ran, the soil on the ground continuously merged into the bodies of these stone figures, making them grow larger and larger. The faster you run, the faster you die. Only here is there a possibility of killing the god. Prepare for battle. Lin Baici took a deep breath. Fine Baici. Gu Qingqiu shouted and immediately ran toward Lin Baici. Follow me. Long Miao Miao grabbed Fang Mingyuan. Zhang Hao looked at Ziyang Chun, then at Lin Baici, and chose the latter. Rumble. 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 The ground suddenly began to writhe, as if an earthquake were occurring. It cracked and melted, and then pillars of black mud erupted like fountains. After landing on the ground, they immediately began to spread. Large amounts of black mud also surged out from the fissures in the ground. It was sticky and accumulated rapidly, soon reaching everyone's ankles. Those black mud puddles rose from the ground, forming to meter-tall mud monsters that charged at the nearest enemies. The god of the 7 towns of Luoyang had finally made its move. While running, Andy's right foot suddenly sank. She immediately looked down and saw a black mud hand gripping her ankle, pulling downward with force. Watch out for the ground. Andy gritted her teeth and swung her blade, hacking fiercely at the black mud hand. Crack! The black mud hand was severed. Andy had just scrambled to her feet and hadn't taken 2 steps before more black mud hands reached out, grabbing at her body. Chapter 526, Giant Battle, the God's Wrath. On the black mud ground, chaos reigned. Splurt, splurt. Those black mud slurries sprayed out. At first glance, they looked like leaking oil. They shot into the sky in streams, looking as if someone who had been holding their urine for 3 days on a highway had finally found a public restroom and let it all out. Splatter, splatter. Mud droplets rained down like a torrential downpour. Andy turned and swung her blade, but her arm was soon grabbed by black mud hands as well, and she was dragged forcefully toward the ground. Fang Mingyuan was running slowly. When he passed by Andy, he held a machete and casually hacked at those black mud hands. Swish, swish, swish. Hurry up, Fang Mingyuan roared urgently. He couldn't bring himself to go out of his way to help others, but lending a hand while passing by was no problem, especially since Andy was part of Lin Baici's team and followed his orders implicitly. Of course, there was another reason. Fang Mingyuan was worried that Lin Baici would look down on him for being cold-blooded. More black mud hands sprang out from the cracks, at least 30 of them, dense and clustered, looking like a bunch of enoki mushrooms. Fang Mingyuan's ankle was grabbed, and because he lacked strength, he was pulled into a tumble. Seeing this, Andy turned to rescue him, but Long Miao Miao was nearby, hacking away with her machete. After chopping off those black mud hands, she grabbed Fang Mingyuan by the collar and, using all her might, started sprinting forward with her short legs. She kept cursing as she ran, trying to save people. Do you even know what kind of level you are at? The chubby girl was so angry she felt like vomiting blood. Everyone here is a god hunter, and you are just an ordinary person. Save yourself first, brother. Fang Mingyuan looked embarrassed. You think you are Brother Lin? Take care of yourself and stop meddling. The chubby girl was truly afraid that Fang Mingyuan would try to be a hero. Hearing this, Fang Mingyuan felt incredibly miserable, but he dared not argue back. After all, the chubby girl was genuinely concerned about him. Avoid those rifts. Gu Qingqiu shouted a warning. Black mud hands would reach out from those rifts. As for how to distinguish the rifts, wherever black mud was surging out, that was one. Snap, snap. Hu Yuyu was also grabbed by a black mud hand. Don't panic. Zhang Hao went to rescue her. This girl was suspected to be Lin Baici's girlfriend, so helping her out wouldn't hurt. However, before Zhang Hao could even make a move, Hu Yuyu vanished with a swoosh, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared more than 30 meters ahead. Holy crap, teleportation! Zhang Hao was dumbfounded. How do you even have such a top-tier divine gift? It must have been given by God Lin. And Yixian was not surprised at all. Not exactly. Zhang Hao was speechless. She wanted to say, of course I know it was given by God Lin. I just don't understand. Hu Yuyu is even Lin Baici's little lover. Zhang Hao's eyes were sharp. She could tell that Hu Yuyu was still a virgin. Lin Baici definitely had not touched her. What a good man. Thinking of this, Lin Baici's personal image in Zhang Hao's heart rose rapidly once again. Aizu was so jealous her eyes turned red. She was beautiful and tall, completely crushing Hu Yuyu. Although her chest wasn't at the explosive level of Jia Hongyao, it was more than enough to kill this flat-chested girl in seconds. Besides being a streamer, what does she have that is better than me? Aizu could not understand why Lin Baici would take such good care of her. She decided that if she could make it back alive, she would immediately buy streaming equipment and become a streamer. Since Lin Baici liked this type, she would climb the rankings and become a top tier 1. The black mud was still surging. It writhed and stood up, forming cylindrical shapes of various sizes, much like candles, and quickly sprouted facial features and limbs. Looking out, there were countless numbers of them. Just like a massive army assembling during an ancient national war, everyone's soul was trembling. It's over. Fang Mingyuan felt that even if these monsters were weak, their sheer numbers alone could wear everyone down to death. Zhang Hao ran to Lin Baici's side, her expression panicked. What do we do now? Since she had chosen to follow Lin Baici, she would listen to him and bet everything on it. Kill the god. Lin Baici stood holding his sword. At a time like this, there was no point in telling anyone to run. Everyone would go together. And that was that. Exactly. If we win, we go wild together. If we lose, we suffer together. Jia Hongmiao licked her lips. Then can you give me something to eat? Long Miao rubbed her stomach. I want to be a well-fed ghost. Lin Baici tossed over a bag of spiced peanuts. Long Miao was immediately overjoyed. While tearing open the packaging with her small white teeth, she made a declaration. Brother Lin, my life is sold to you. If you tell me to chase a dog, I will never bite a chicken. Loyalty is my main priority. Stop joking around. Lin Baici was caught between laughter and tears. The tense atmosphere was broken by the chubby girl's antics, making him almost want to laugh. Gurgle, Lin Baici's stomach growled. He was so hungry that sour water was rising in his throat. Looking at the Andy and Zhang Hao, he almost felt like eating them. He suppressed this discomfort and focused his attention, searching for the god's specific location. At this moment, the god felt like a barbecue feast, emitting an alluring aroma to Lin Baici, allowing him to follow the scent to find it. This way, Lin Baici suddenly started running. Everyone hurriedly followed. Those mud figures had grown limbs and their facial features had formed, although they varied in size. They all opened their eyes in unison. Swoosh! The black mud eyeballs of these monsters rotated irregularly, quickly locking onto the humans closest to them. The next second, they all turned their heads in unison, some even rotating 180 degrees. Every human had been targeted. Boom boom. The mud monsters took off running. The hunt had begun. Fuck that Deng Mingyu. Zhang Hao cursed. Just thinking about the possibility of Deng Mingyu getting away made her incredibly annoyed. Fight! Facing the dozens of mud monsters rushing toward him, Lin Baici snapped his fingers. Sparks flashed, then ignited into flames, instantly condensing into a fire crow. It flapped its wings and flew out, trailing a line of fire as it crashed into the mud monsters. A ball of fire exploded. More than 10 mud monsters were blown to pieces, but the remaining ones were fearless and continued their charge, just as they were 7 or 8 meters away from Lin Baici and had prepared to attack. The Muscle Buddha, wearing only shorts, appeared, with a body of steel and iron and bulging muscles. He was like a tank, crushing forward and knocking the monsters away. Bang bang! The Muscle Buddha carved a path of death through the mud monsters. A mud figure that had fallen to the ground had its head crushed by Lin Baici's foot. So fierce, Zhang Hao exclaimed. That great Buddha was so domineering, perfectly interpreting the phrase. When the Buddha is angry, he only kills, he does not save. Fang Mingyuan followed behind, watching Lin Baici easily slaughter his way through the formation of mud monsters. He felt like he was on a basketball court, breaking through obstacles and finally slamming a dunk. Incredibly cool. He feared that in this lifetime, he would never have the chance to be like Lin Baici. Lin Baici gazed at his surroundings. What if the god didn't come out? Was he supposed to dive into the swamp to find it? The mud monsters charged over. They did not roar or howl, but this silence brought an even greater sense of oppression. Everyone, come here! Gu Qingqiu shouted. Don't rush in blindly. Try to conserve your strength. Muscle Buddha and Red Ghost Maru formed a pincer formation, slaughtering their way through. These mud monsters truly could not withstand a single blow from them. But their numbers were simply too vast, and they were fearless, throwing themselves forward wave after wave. Charge this way. Jia Hongyao took the lead, her short blade carving a path through a pile of corpses. The mud monsters swarmed in to surround them. The team had to keep moving to avoid being attacked from all sides. Lin Baici swung his pipe wrench, smashing the head of a mud monster. He had failed to locate the deity in time and was forced into this war of attrition. 3 minutes later, the path Lin Baici and his group had traveled was littered with the remains of mud monsters. But it was useless. More monsters were forming and surging toward them. Xiao Bai, this won't work. We have to relocate. Zhang Hao was getting anxious. This was the monsters' home turf. No matter how many they killed, more kept emerging. It was endless. Although they could still hold their ground for now, they would eventually run out of stamina. A thick column of black mud erupted, reaching over 100 meters high. Those mud droplets scattered everywhere with the wind, pattering down like rain. Look over there. Jia Hongyao pointed. A tattered corpse, with most of its body gone, leaving only the head, shoulders, and a pale, exposed spine crushed into the black mud. It was number 156. Hiss. And Yixian felt her scalp tingle and her whole body tremble. Such a powerful monster had been reduced to this miserable state by the goddess, since their own group didn't even have a dragon-level entity. Weren't they just serving themselves up as a meal? Could that stone statue woman be a deity? Seeing a deity for the first time in her life left the ant feeling deeply conflicted. Where is that monster? If we kill it, can we survive? Fang Mingyuan did not know the terror of a deity. He assumed there was only one left, and that it was already weakened from a mutual struggle. So their chances of winning were high. The goddess, only 1.5 meters tall, erupted from the ground. She did not land gracefully. Instead, she flopped onto the ground like a broken sack. Splat. Mud splashed everywhere. The goddess climbed up, first glancing at number 156. Then fixing her gaze on Lin Baici and the others. Her entrance was pathetic, but no one dared to underestimate her. Look for an opportunity to eat the giant's finger bone, and fight for your lives. Gu Qingqiu took out the giant's finger and held it to her lips. She knew her reaction time was slow, so she prepared in advance. Zhang Hao glanced over and noticed that this girl's expression remained calm, as if she were talking about something that had nothing to do with her. This level of nerve was truly absurd. Seeing that Lin Baici and the others were not fleeing, the goddess stopped attacking and suddenly sank into the ground, disappearing from sight. What the hell? Izu was excited. Could it be that she's letting us go? In an instant, Izu stopped thinking that, because the goddess burst out from the mud at the feet of an examiner several dozen meters away. Whoosh! The goddess's large palm swiped toward the man's head with a whistling sound. The examiner swung his sword to block. He blocked it, but the goddess's strength was too great. The force of the blow drove the blade right into his own face. The examiner's head was shattered. Before the corpse could hit the ground, the goddess sank again. 3 seconds later, she emerged from beneath another examiner's feet. It's over. She kills whoever tries to run first. Fang Mingyuan watched as the goddess killed everyone with a single blow, and he felt that they were all doomed this time. Brother Z. Zhang Hao saw that after the goddess had killed over a dozen people, she began to pursue the direction in which Xiangchen had fled. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Xiangchen cursed loudly, smashing the head of a mud monster. There were too many. It was impossible to kill them all. Looking at the mud monsters constantly forming all around him, Xiangchen suddenly regretted leaving on his own. But if he went back, that was the main battlefield. Damn it. Xiangchen was furious. Where the hell did Pen Yangshan go? And why had what was supposed to be a simple, guaranteed to pass licensing exam turned into this? Why was he so unlucky, however? Thinking that geniuses like Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao were also trapped here, he suddenly felt a sense of balance. They were losing even more than he was. At least he had already enjoyed a life of luxury. They wouldn't actually survive this, would they? That should be impossible. They were excellent, but they couldn't possibly kill a deity, could they? Thinking this, Xiangchen turned around and started running back. He finally decided to stay with Lin Baici and Jia Hongyao. Swish, swish, swish. Xiangchen hacked at the mud monsters. Suddenly, mud splashed at his feet, and the goddess lunged upward. Holy shit! Xiangchen had excellent dynamic vision. Once he caught sight of her appearance, he felt as if he had been blasted by an Antarctic cold front. He nearly froze solid. It was the deity, here to hunt him down. He definitely couldn't win a fight. Ziyangchen tried to communicate, but he didn't even have the chance to speak. The goddess's palm swiped over. Ziyangchen dodged with his head, but his shoulder was struck. Amidst the sound of snapping bones, Ziyangchen was sent flying, crashing headfirst into the black mud. The goddess clapped her hands towards Ziyangchen. The black mud on the left and right sides of Ziyangchen surged high like a tsunami, then slammed down. The goddess grabbed the air with her right hand. The black mud enveloped Ziyangchen, forming a massive mud ball. Then, as the goddess squeezed her right hand, the black mud ball instantly compressed into a small sphere less than half a meter in diameter. Swish! The goddess sank and disappeared, without the goddess's control. The black mud fell to the ground. There was no sign of Ziyangchen, only a mixture of minced meat and bone fragments. In the final moment before death, Ziyangchen felt regret. I should have stayed with Lin Baici, otherwise, if they survived and I died, it would be a huge loss. The goddess had left, but the onslaught of the mud monsters did not diminish. Alumnus, what's wrong? Gu Qingqiu noticed that Lin Baici was distracted, as if he were looking for something. It's nothing. Lin Baici gave a perfunctory reply. The goddess had left temporarily, but his hunger remained intense, which indicated that the true deity was right here, beneath the mire. When the goddess comes back later, let's turn into giants and hack her to pieces, Aizu suggested, then looked at Lin Baici with a pitiful expression and pleaded, Brother Lin, can you give me a giant's finger? I will definitely fight with my life on the line. With a giant's finger, the chances of survival would be much higher. Lin Baici felt he should give one to An Yixian, but just as he took it out, the goddess emerged from the ground behind Huo Yuyu. Xiaoyu, Jia Hongya shouted. Huo Yuyu did not know what was happening, so she immediately chose to teleport. This was the experience she had accumulated from playing League of Legends. Save yourself first. The goddess lost her target, but she did not pursue. Instead, she attacked the nearest person, Gu Qingqiu. Just as she got close, the invisible Hongwimaru slashed down with a blade. Clang! The katana struck the goddess's neck, but unfortunately, it failed to break her defense. Let's begin. Gu Qingqiu tilted her head back, released the giant's finger she had been biting, let it fall into her mouth, and swallowed hard. As the giant's finger went down and activated, a large amount of white steam erupted from Gu Qingqiu's body. Strands of muscle fibers began to sprout and swell, wrapping round her. Gu Qingqiu had long wanted to taste the feeling of becoming a giant. Take her down. Zhang Hao cursed as she swallowed her giant's finger. And Andy was not far behind. Mingyuan, stay far away. Long Miao Miao consumed her giant's finger. After turning into a giant, if one were beaten, they might be able to hold out for a while longer. If they were in their original form, they would have been smashed to pieces instantly. Whoosh! A giant foot emerged from the scalding steam and stomped toward the goddess. Mud splashed everywhere. Giant Gu's soul ground down hard a few times. The next instant, with a bang, the goddess pierced through Giant Gu's soul, shot into the sky, and faced her head-on. Giant Gu waved her hand. The goddess was swatted away like a fly. Before she could even land, Giant Zhang flew up and kicked her. The goddess flew backward like a football blasted by a powerful force. Giant Yu did not get a chance to beat the goddess, so she lowered her head and stomped wildly on the mud monsters on the ground. Bang, bang, just like stepping on ants. The previously ferocious and hideous mud monsters were all trampled into a puddle of sludge. Giant Yu was excited, feeling that she was incredibly strong. Giant Jia and Giant Zhang rushed toward the goddess. The goddess fell to the ground and did not rush to get up. Instead, she slapped the ground with both hands. Slap, slap, boom, boom. Columns of black mud rose up, instantly forming mud giants over 10 meters tall. They charged toward Giant Jia. Giant Jia threw punches, swung her legs, and then performed a shoulder throw. Even after turning into a giant, Jia Hongyao could still use her combat skills flexibly. And because her size had increased, her lethality was even more terrifying. Bang, bang! Those mud giants were knocked over, mud splashing everywhere. The two sides of giants clashed in a fierce battle. Fang Mingyuan was completely stunned, feeling as if he were in the primordial era. Witnessing a war of giants, Giant Hua hugged a mud giant and fell to the ground. Because she didn't know much about combat, she simply grabbed its hair and poked its eyes, rolling around. However, no one expected Hua Yu to achieve any great feats. Clang! Hanguimaru had quietly arrived again and slashed the goddess with a blade. The goddess sank into the ground, and the next moment, she emerged behind Giant Gu, ejected upward, and was instantly level with the back of Giant Gu's head. She swung her fist a heavy blow. A sonic boom from the punch spread out. The back of Giant Gu's head was shattered, and she stumbled forward. The goddess landed, ejected again, and threw another punch at the back of her head. This time, the head shattered completely. Eyes and teeth flew out, and the headless Giant Gu fell toward the ground. She crashed down, sending mud flying into the sky. Andy was not afraid and charged over. After turning into a giant, divine power would be consumed rapidly. So she had to achieve results as quickly as possible before the power ran out. There was no cowardice or trickery. At this moment, Andy was only thinking of repaying Lin Baici's trust. He had given her such a precious divine taboo. So she had to put on a stunning performance. Go to hell. Andy had been a divine hunter for many years, and the most valuable divine taboo she possessed was this giant's finger gifted by Lin Baici. It was a pity that the idea was beautiful, but reality was too harsh. The goddess, who had just blown up Giant Gu's head and had not yet fallen from the air, slapped her hands toward Giant Andy. Rumble, rumble. Two streams of black mud rose like waterfalls and slammed into Giant Andy, drenching her completely. The goddess grabbed with her right hand, and the black mud wrapped around Giant Andy, forming a massive mud ball, which she then squeezed effortlessly. Crack! The mud ball shrank rapidly, becoming just over a meter in diameter. Giant She arrived and kicked the goddess with her right foot. The goddess dodged slowly and was kicked away. Splash! The mud ball shattered and fell to the ground, with mud and muscle tissue mixed together inside. Andy lay in the black mud, unconscious. Fortunately, after the giant's state was compressed, it was a spherical object over a meter wide. Otherwise, if it had been Andy herself, she would have been nothing but mincemeat by now. Zhang Hao felt a sense of despair. Even after transforming into a giant, they were still being wiped out by the goddess. How were they supposed to fight this? The opponent was simply ridiculously strong. She hadn't fully believed that this monster was a deity before, but now, she believed it. Lin Baici felt numb. After turning into a giant, his size was too massive, rendering his weapons useless. In fact, it was becoming harder to hit the goddess. Perhaps half the group should have transformed while the other half remained in their original forms. However, this was everyone's first time fighting as giants. They lacked experience. Giant Jia finally grabbed the goddess with her right hand and quickly brought her left hand over, intending to tear it apart. But in the next instant, her fingers snapped off. The goddess landed, then launched itself like a rocket, its head slamming into Giant Jia's chin. Giant Jia tilted backward, crashing to the ground. The goddess landed on her chest, half kneeling, and delivered a punch downward. Instinct told it that the two-legged vermin was right inside there. Whoosh! Lin Baici swept his right arm across, striking the goddess and sending it flying. Giant Jia pushed off the ground with both hands, performed a backflip to regain her footing, and then charged forward. Thump, thump, thump. Every step she took left a massive crater. The goddess clapped its hands together, and a divine grace erupted. Giant Jia had seen the great ant get instantly killed by this move. So the moment the goddess clapped its hands at her, she accelerated and darted away. Behind her, a waterfall of black mud rose up, but it hit nothing but air. Giant Jia smashed a fist down. This time, the goddess didn't dodge, but it wasn't hit either, because a massive arm made of black mud extended from behind it like an umbrella, blocking the blow above its head. Then, another arm reached out to brace against the ground. A black mud giant revealed its head and began to crawl out. The goddess crossed its arms over its chest, looking down at these two-legged vermin. So what if you've grown bigger? You are still just bugs. We cannot win. Fang Mingyuan felt the despair of playing an online game and reaching the final boss of the ultimate dungeon. Their team composition, personnel, and equipment were all inadequate. 2 giants had already been wasted, yet the monster remained unscathed and had even summoned battle servants. In a game, If a party wiped, players could upgrade their gear and try again, but here, death was final. Jiu Hongniao didn't have so many distracting thoughts. Just fight. It was precisely this frenzied assault of hers that drew the goddess's full attention, causing it to fail to notice number 156. Having repaired most of its body, number 156 used the mud kicked up by the giant's battle as cover to rush behind the goddess and smash its head to pieces with a single punch. Fang Mingyuan hadn't expected such a turn of events. But he didn't feel happy, because this number 156 was also not easy to kill. Lin Baici's hunger grew even more intense. Rumble, rumble, the ground shook violently, and more black mud fountains erupted. The deity was enraged. Chapter 527. Thanks for the gift of nature. Time to eat. Everywhere the eyes could see, the earth was shaking and the mountains were swaying. People couldn't even stand steady. Splurt, splurt. Thick columns of black mud erupted, all reaching over 100 meters high before raining back down. The smell of damp earth permeated the air, coating everything in a layer of black. Those mud monsters suffered as well. Some happened to be standing on the mud pillars and were instantly flipped over by the massive eruptive force, blasted into pieces. The deity was thoroughly enraged. To the deity, Lin Baici and the others, even as giants, were merely appetizers. But this number 156 was different. It had severely wounded the deity twice in a short span of time. The deity's pride, combined with the fury of having almost been destroyed, caused it to unleash its full divine might from the gaping fissures. As if the deity were excreting waste, a massive amount of black mud surged out. It quickly flooded the ground, then bubbled up into enormous air pockets. Gurgle, gurgle. Few seconds later, they burst, sounding like boiling water. This black mud surged and churned, rolling toward every intruder. Boom, boom. Giant Lin couldn't keep his footing against the tidal waves of black mud. After taking over a dozen hits, he was finally knocked to the ground by a massive wave of sludge. Giant Lin tried to surface, but in the next second, more waves of black mud washed over, submerging him. The others did not escape the disaster either. Zhang Hao watched as Lin Baici struggled in vain, feeling despair. This was merely the aftermath of the deity attacking number 156. Yet it was already this terrifying. If they were to face it head-on, winning was simply impossible. This time, it was a true party wipe. Within his field of vision, everything was pitch black, even with his body encased in the giant's muscles. Lin Baici could clearly feel the sensation of being covered in mud. It felt just like playing in the silt by the river when he was a child, with his feet sinking entirely into it. Wet and slippery. Lin Baici stopped struggling. If the battle reached this point, even if he survived and got out, it would be a dead end. He had to think of another way. Gurgle. Lin Baici's stomach was still growling. He turned around, face downward, and immediately relied on his hunger radar to swim toward the place that held something, making him want to devour it. In this black, semi-solid, semi-liquid sludge, calling it swimming was more like crawling with both hands and feet. Fortunately, he was in his giant state. Each movement allowed him to crawl over 10 meters. Moreover, he had immense strength and protection, and the feeling of suffocation was only slight. Lin Baici dug downward with all his might. He had to find the deity before his divine power ran out. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure became. The endless darkness meant Lin Baici couldn't see anything. But fortunately, his hunger served as a compass. Digging in the little garden, looking for the little deity. To eat the little it, digging in the big garden, looking for the big deity. To eat the big it. For the first time, the gluttonous god hummed a little tune, possessing a leisurely temperament, as if picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence and seeing the southern mountains. Lin Baici wanted to curse, so he channeled that anger into self-torture, digging even faster. Suddenly, something wrapped around his hands and feet, causing his movements to pause. Giant Lin felt a surge of spirit. Are those the black mud hands? If they are trying to stop me, doesn't that mean I am heading in the right direction? Giant Lin immediately gave it his all. More and more black mud hands coiled around his limbs, causing the resistance Giant Lin faced to grow greater and greater, until finally, he could not move a single step. Lin Baici tried a few times, but he was unable to budge. So, he decisively deactivated his giant state. Hiss, hiss, white steam rose. The moment Lin Baici quietly slipped out from between the muscle fibers, he threw the white pufferfish tooth into his mouth, which allowed him to continue breathing within the black mud. Then, using both his hands and feet, he crawled forward with all his might. Only 10 seconds later, he was discovered by the deity. Those black mud hands surged over, crawling around his body and dragging at him, attempting to trap him. Lin Baici gritted his teeth and continued. When he truly could not crawl any further, the muscle Buddha appeared beside him, stretched out its massive hand, and swept it around, grabbing those black mud hands and tearing them to shreds. Lin Baici began to move again. At the same time, the muscle Buddha struggled violently, throwing punches in every direction, doing its best to attract the deity's attention. This commotion bought Lin Baici another few dozen seconds, allowing him to crawl a certain distance. But soon, the deity discovered Lin Baici. It was furious. It was as if it had seen a mouse hiding in a kitchen, sneaking toward a cake. Swish, swish, swish. The black mud hands surged over like a noose, intending to strangle Lin Baici to death. The terror was boundless. Death had arrived. At this moment, Lin Baici felt no anxiety, no panic, and certainly no fear. His mind was focused as never before. The instant he was entangled by the black mud hands, he activated his divine favor, lightning flash. Although he was deep in the black mud swamp and could see nothing, everything slowed down. Lin Baici held his sword and slashed around him, severing those black mud hands, then quickly pulled out a card. It was the Goblin King card he had obtained after clearing the Crazy Maids game at the Dragon and Beauty Bar. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst flashing light, 100 goblins appeared, trapped in the swamp as if buried alive. They immediately began to struggle, especially the 10 larger goblin warriors. They roared, acted violently, and struggled with all their might. It was impossible for them not to attract the deity's attention. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Baici activated Zombie Walk. This divine favor could cause a person to emit a thick aura of death, making any living creature perceive them as a corpse, thereby lowering their guard. Lin Baici's already focused state became even more stable. This was because this divine favor had another effect. When activated, most of one's 7 emotions and 6 desires would fade away, leaving one with no attachment to the world. Move forward, keep moving forward. Lin Baici did not use nitrogen monoxide body to dodge the obstruction of the black mud hands because the area ahead was all swamp. He did not know if teleportation would work. And what if his orientation became skewed? It was better to crawl step by step like this. Lin Baici had started thinking about how to avoid the deity's attacks, especially those black mud hands. When he saw the goddess dive down to hunt Ziyangchun, he had thought of several methods, all of which he was now using, and the results were quite good. Lin Baici did not know how far he could crawl before being discovered again. He could only give it his all. Suddenly, with a thud, his head bumped into something hard. Reached it. Lin Baici was overjoyed and immediately reached out to touch it. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Baici was not only hungry, but his mouth was secreting a large amount of saliva, making him want to have a full meal immediately. You actually managed to find it. The gluttonous god's commentary was filled with astonishment. This was simply a small rabbit killing the big bad wolf. Incredible, eat, eat. The gluttonous god urged him on, its voice excited. This was clearly an unexpected, massive feast. I can't even see a single hair. How am I supposed to eat? Lin Baici slandered in his heart, activated the hand of great impression, and slapped it out toward the hard object in front of him. Die for me. Dozens of black mud hands rushed over and coiled around his body. Lin Baici struggled. On both sides of his shoulders, 2 slender arms condensed from starlight appeared, like someone scooping up fish. They reached into the hard object, grabbed the deity, and pulled it out with a violent tug. Splash! Black mud surged out, and light immediately illuminated the pitch-black swamp where one previously could not see their own fingers. Lin Baici pulled away forcefully. Swish! Swish! The black mud in front of him collapsed, revealing a cave-like den. At the same time, he saw what the gluttonous god was holding. It was a mass of something nearly transparent, similar to a jellyfish. The black mud must have been sprayed by it. And those black mud hands were controlled through the circle of tentacles growing along its skirt edge. So this is the deity. It's different from the ones I've seen before. Lin Baici glanced at it, but had no time to look closely. He gripped his bronze sword and stabbed it forward. Poochie. The bronze sword pierced into the jellyfish's body. Sizzle, sizzle. Fluorescent blue blood bubbled out. Its color and fragrance severely stimulated Lin Baici's sense of taste, making him want to devour this thing raw. Whether it was because it felt the pain of being stabbed, the deterrent power of the gluttonous god, or the hungry gourmet posture Lin Baici was displaying, the jellyfish-shaped deity cowred. Its tentacles drooped down, and the black mud hands immediately ceased their attacks. Is this a sign of giving up resistance and surrendering? Lin Baici had originally intended to turn his blade horizontally to dissect this deity. But seeing this, he stopped his movements. Poochie. The starlight arm on his right side pierced into the jellyfish's body. Burgle, burgle. It pumped for a few seconds like a water pump, and then withdrew. Thanks to the gifts of nature, Lin Baici saw that arm stretching toward him and very sensibly opened his mouth. The arm thrust into his mouth, acting like a straw, and began pumping the essence extracted from the jellyfish into Lin Baici. Gulp, gulp. Lin Baici swallowed it down. Damn it, can you slow down? Lin Baici shouted in his heart. The liquid was spraying too fast. He was going to choke. But it was so fragrant. The texture was slightly viscous, very smooth, and not sweet. Yet it left a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth. In short, it was the best drink Lin Baici had ever tasted. The jellyfish began to tremble, its entire body shrinking by a circle. Whether from fear or because it had become weaker after being harvested, he did not know. But regardless, Lin Baici felt great. As the liquid went down, his stomach immediately felt warm. Then, this heat surged through his entire body, like taking a sauna in the dead of winter, followed by being served by young Guifei and Diachin while practicing a set of sword forms. It was so refreshing that his very soul trembled. Most importantly, his divine power had been replenished. Ever since entering the 7 towns of Luoyang, up until now, Lin Baici, someone who had consumed gods, had been under great strain and felt exhausted. Now, he had fully recovered, back to his peak state. Forget about being a stud in the bedroom. He could go 7 days straight without leaving the bed. And a 100-man kill streak would absolutely be no problem. Eating it all at once is too wasteful. With your current physique, you cannot digest it completely. That divine energy will dissipate. What should I do if I don't eat it? Lin Baici frowned. Should he carry it around with him? Wouldn't that mean he would be spreading pollution everywhere he went? The God-Eater did not answer. A starlight arm reached over, grabbed a round object, and stuffed the jellyfish inside. Lin Baici saw it clearly. It was a clay pot with a round mouth and a large belly, 1 foot in diameter and half a meter high. It was very crude and primitive, looking like an antique from the Stone Age at a glance. The God-Eater grabbed a clump of black mud and smeared it over the mouth of the pot. This works too. Lin Baici was speechless. But now was not the time to worry about that. What about the others? He started to climb up, but the black mud was too heavy, and he was moving too slowly. So, he knocked on the clay pot. Let me out, or I will eat you, Lin Baici roared. After waiting a few seconds, the surroundings began to shake again. The clay pot seemed to turn into a black hole, sucking all the surrounding black mud toward it. Splatter, splatter, splatter. A large amount of mud splashed onto Lin Baici's face. The suction of the clay pot was immense, as if it were trying to create a vacuum here. Lin Baici felt that if this continued, he would be sucked into the clay pot himself. Just as he was about to stop the god's behavior, he was sucked in. Lin Baici was quick-witted and grabbed the rim of the pot. The suction stopped. Just as Lin Baici was about to climb out, the clay pot exploded like a firework. A massive amount of black mud, along with Lin Baici, shot into the sky. Lin Baici felt like he was on a roller coaster. 3 seconds later, his vision cleared, and his body felt light. He had been sprayed to a height of over 10 meters. Lin Baici quickly scanned his surroundings. The ground was clean. He could not see any humans, nor could he see a single mud monster. As for the short goddess and the mysterious Li Chenguang, they were also gone. Lin Baici landed. Han Yao Xiao Yu Qingqiu, Lin Baici shouted. he saw a woman's leg 30 meters away, with the rest of her body buried in the black mud. Holding the rim of the pot in one hand, he sprinted over, grabbed the person's ankle, and pulled with all his might, whoosh, like pulling a radish. Guchenq was pulled out. Lin Baici knelt beside her head, wiped the black mud from her nose and mouth, then placed his hands over her left chest and pressed down firmly, performing CPR. 1 2 1 2 cough. Guchenq woke up. Cough cough. I am fine. Go save the others. The black mud tsunami from earlier had submerged them all. Guchenq had not yet figured out the situation. But since Lin Baici had the energy to save her, it meant the situation was not too dire. Keep an eye on the surroundings. Lin Baici did not waste words. He grabbed the clay pot in one hand and went to find the others. Guchenq's gaze fell on the clay pot in Lin Baici's hand. What is this? A divine taboo item. Could it be that the god of this divine ruin was hiding inside it before? And now, did classmate Lin kill it? For a moment, Guchenq's mind was filled with questions, but in an instant, she struggled to stand up and stumbled off to look for people. A hand reached out from the black mud, followed by Jia Hongyao's upper body. She crawled onto the ground, gasping for air. Bang! Bang! Lin Baici smashed the clay pot a few times. Where are my companions? Tell me. A tentacle stretched out from the mouth of the pot and pointed toward the 3 o'clock direction. This was the territory of the jellyfish god, and the black mud was also its creation. So it knew exactly where the people were buried. Lin Baici immediately went over. When the tentacle pointed downward, Lin Baici quickly stopped and began digging frantically with both hands. He did not dare use a shovel for fear of hurting anyone. 20 seconds later, Huo Yu's back was exposed. Lin Baici grabbed her belt and pulled her out. Little Lin, where are those 2 monsters? Jia Hongyao stared at the surroundings. I don't know. Lin Baici saw that Huo Yu had not woken up, but she was breathing. So, he stopped worrying about her and went to save the others. What is that pot of yours? The high ponytail girl asked curiously. Except for the time at Longshan Temple, she had been with Lin Baici the whole time, so she knew his divine taboo items like the back of her hand. She had never seen this clay pot before. I don't know. I just dug it up. Lin Baici was not being dismissive. He truly did not know. As for the fact that a deity was hidden inside, he felt it was best not to mention it. Jia Hongyao had a simple mind and a strong sense of loyalty. She was a good buddy. If Lin Baici were even a little bit of a scumbag, the girl with the high ponytail would have already gone for her 3rd abortion, and he would have had to carve a few words into her backside to mark her as his property. Lin Baici trusted the girl with the high ponytail, but he could not trust the others. After all, in this time and place, there were too many eyes and ears. Jia Hongyao, as expected, did not press for an answer, but Guchenq clearly wore a look of suspicion. The longevity jar, because a deity lived inside it for decades, has been nourished by the deity's bodily fluids and aura, and has been polished to perfection. Biological entities buried in this pottery jar grow rapidly and develop robustly, which can shorten the time from the juvenile stage to maturity. Dying plants buried inside can be brought back to life. Burying a person inside can repair damaged or missing organs and limbs, and can treat infertility. It is a blessing for the vast number of male friends. Longevity pottery jar. Many children, many blessings. Get to it. There is strength in numbers, and harmony in the family leads to prosperity in all things. Please remember, consuming the fruits of plants grown in the black mud of the pottery jar year-round will lead to high sperm vitality, making it very easy to conceive. If you have a go in a swimming pool, there is a high probability of getting the women in the same pool pregnant. The food god's commentary went on at length, from which one could tell the preciousness of this prehistoric pottery jar. Just listen to this content. What a great item. The ability to help with having children aside, the main point was the effect of repairing organs and limbs. It was simply amazing. This meant he would not have to worry about becoming disabled in the future, and when purifying rule-based pollution, some more aggressive tactics could be employed. The deity. Its physical combat power is extremely weak, but it can manipulate rocks and soil, and it possesses extremely strong regenerative capabilities. It can be raised like a leek and harvested once a year. Lin Baici's eyes lit up. This is great. Although the food god did not say what benefits could be gained from eating this deity, Lin Baici had eaten the Bizan deity before and knew that this stuff had huge benefits. At the very least, the level of life energy could be improved. In short, one could evolve toward a higher level. But the problem was, what if this deity that looked like a jellyfish ran away? Could he use life mastery to control it? While Lin Baici was looking for people, his mind wandered, and an arm suddenly reached out from deep underground and grabbed his ankle. Lin Baici was tripped. He thought it was a companion and was just about to bend down to pull them up. But the next moment, when he saw that hand and the sleeve, his expression changed drastically. Swish! Lin Baici drew the bronze sword hanging at his waist and slashed down. He did not recognize this hand. It did not belong to any of his companions. A flash of green bronze light flickered, then came to an abrupt halt. The index and middle fingers of that arm steadily clamped onto the blade. And then the ground exploded, the black mud scattered. Lin Baici retreated rapidly. A man with a decadent and somewhat slovenly appearance appeared. He must have used some kind of divine relic for self-protection. So, his body was not stained with black mud. Hey, you are quite strong. The man reached into his pocket, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, flicked his hand, and a cigarette popped out of the pack and flew to his lips. The man leaned forward slightly, caught it in his mouth, and then his left hand snapped, clicking his fingers. And a cluster of golden flames appeared on his index finger. "Wazzy, want one?" the man said, lighting the cigarette. After taking a satisfying puff, he held the smoke in his lungs for about 7 or 8 seconds before exhaling. "Are you a member of the Dark Eclipse?" Lin Baici narrowed his eyes. This guy was called Li Xiang, and an Yixian said he was with Li Chenguang. Li Xiang admitted it and teased Lin Baici. "Are you scared? After all, our organization has a terrible reputation." Lin Baici remained silent. "I want to say, those people discussing us are not mistaken. There is not a single good person in our Dark Eclipse." Li Xiang did not know if he was mocking himself or issuing a threat. "So, can you give me that pottery jar, little Lindsay?" Seeing this, Jia Hongyao was extremely anxious and immediately rushed over. "Why don't you just snatch it?" Lin Baici countered. Li Xiang glanced at Jia Hongyao, not taking her seriously at all. "Because I like you." Li Xiang had been lurking among the examinees, and along the way, he had witnessed Lin Baici presiding over the assessment and purifying the 7 towns of Luoyang, especially in this final rule-based pollution. His performance had been stunning. The organization also needs fresh blood to develop and grow. But we don't look at ordinary geniuses. Li Xiang took a puff of his cigarette. "How about it?" Long Miao dragged Fang Mingyuan and pushed aside the black mud, revealing her head. Li Xiang looked over. Long Miao shrank her head back down, then pulled the unconscious Fang Mingyuan down with her. That person was terrifying, exuding a very strange aura, a foul-smelling creature, neither human nor deity. Hard to kill. But there is no harvest even if you kill it. It belongs to a big loss-making business. It is recommended to avoid it. Man-made monster. Lin Baici's comprehension was quite good. He felt that the food god meant that this person might have performed some kind of surgery on his own body. "My sincerity is very great. As long as you kill this Jia Hongyao, you will be our companion." Li Xiang persuaded. "Don't worry. You won't have to leave your home and live a life of hiding. You will still be a super newcomer of the Juzhou Security Bureau. And we will even help you maneuver to become a high-ranking official in the Security Bureau." Little Lindsay would never join you guys. Jia Hongyao curled her lips. She trusted Lin Baici's character implicitly. "I cannot beat her." Lin Baici spread his hands. "You are being modest." Li Xiang laughed heartily. "But it does not matter. I can help you beat her half to death. And you can just deliver the finishing blow." "No, my life is pretty good right now. I have a salary of 100 million a year. I am attending university. I can pursue whichever beautiful woman I want. And my social status is quite decent. Why would I want to join you?" Lin Baici retorted. "As for becoming some kind of official, I have no interest in that." "Then what about becoming a god?" Li Xiang smiled, looking very confident. He did not believe the other party would be uninterested. With a human body, standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods sounds cool. But why not simply become a god? Because all these organizations of God hunters around the world, the Heavenly God Club, the Illuminati, the Juju Security Bureau, the Great Radiance, and so on, none of them can achieve that, and the entire world. Only our eclipse of darkness stands at the threshold of godhood. Guqinkyu did not pretend to be dead. She stood there, listening quietly. Li Xiong could not help but glance at this girl. Guqinkyu met his gaze and smiled slightly. Ah, interesting. Li Xiong took a puff of his cigarette. He could tell that Lin Baici was completely uninterested in the so-called godhood he spoke of. But this girl, who looked somewhat thin and sickly, was full of curiosity. You say the Eclipse of Darkness is full of dragon-level experts. I believe you. But you say you can become gods, please. Even my sister has not been able to research that. Jiu Hongyao curled her lips, her expression disdainful. In the mind of the girl with the high ponytail, her older sister was the most powerful person among all god hunters, whether in terms of combat power, vision, or knowledge. You know too little about your sister. Li Xiong exhaled a smoke ring. This is also the reason why I dare to kill you. You know so little. Which means Jiu Hongmian does not value you. Jiu Hongyao gripped her short blade tightly. This sentence made her very unhappy. What if one becomes a god? To live a few more years? Lin Baici chuckled. A god? Is that something so remarkable? This god of gluttony has already eaten them. They are very nutritious. But as for the taste, it is just average, not even as fragrant as the cumin-dusted lamb skewers from a street stall. TSK. Li Xiong shook his head, wearing an expression that suggested the boy was beyond saving. You know there is an opportunity to become a god. That is enough. Does anything else need to be explained? Stop talking nonsense. Take him down. Jiu Hongyao was eager to try. Lin Baici raised a hand to stop the girl with the high ponytail. There is one more question. The spread of the pollution in this god ruin. Was it caused by you? I admire you. So, I will give you an answer. Li Xiong looked around. My mission was to test the pseudo-god numbered 156. At first, I also thought it was the activity of 156 that caused the awakening of the god remains in the 7 towns of Luoyang. But I soon discovered that was not the case. I am also looking for the answer. Li Xiong looked into Lin Baiqi's eyes. Then at the clay pot he was holding in his left hand. What about you? Can you explain? Why did you touch a god with your bare hands without being polluted? He did not see what was inside, but the things within it gave off an aura that was both familiar and strange to him. This made his heart race, feeling nervous and panicked, yet full of anticipation. Could it be a god? Although he was not sure, it did not stop Li from trying to bluff Lin Baici. A god? Lin Baici feigned astonishment, his body even trembling slightly as if he had been frightened. Then he looked toward the clay pot. All right, the talking is done. Do you choose to join? Or will you die here with your companions? As Li Xiong spoke, he flicked ash off his cigarette with his finger. I choose to kill you. Lin Baici knew there was no avoiding it. So he reached into the clay pot, grabbed the jellyfish god, shoved it into his mouth, and took a bite. Eat the god. Take down the strong enemy. Li Xiong had been about to make a move, but seeing this scene, he hesitated. Shock and curiosity appearing on his face. Interesting, truly interesting. Could he be the latest creation of the Juju Security Bureau? The Security Bureau's research on god remains has not reached this level. So, is this the method of the Golden Dawn? Chapter 528. If I manage to light this cigarette, 3 divine graces will be enough to take you away. The great divine grace just released by the jellyfish god had cleared the field. The mudmen were gone, and the ground was covered in a layer of black mud up to the ankles, much like the silt left behind after a flood. Though the difference was that there was no foul smell of decay. One must be the master of one's own fate. Lin Baici would never let others decide whether he could live or not. So he had resolutely eaten the jellyfish god, even if it meant suffering a huge loss for it. Come on. Lin Baici stared at Li Xiong. The cigarette in his hand flickered in the twilight-like environment. Little Lindsay. Jiu Hongyao was startled. What kind of thing is that for you to just eat randomly? Will something go wrong, however? She also knew that although Lin Baici was a wild god hunter, he possessed information from unknown sources and was well versed in some god-forbidden objects that even she had never seen before. If it were Guqinkyu, She would definitely want to get to the bottom of the reason, otherwise, she would not be able to sleep. But the girl with the high ponytail would not. As long as she knew that Lin Baici was her good brother, that was enough. Could this be eating the god? Gu Qinqiu's brows furrowed tightly. She was not as naive as Zhao Hongyao. The girl with the high ponytail thought it was some kind of god-forbidden object or monster. But Gu Qinqiu was certain that this jellyfish-like mass was a god. The next second, she turned her head to observe the chain smoker. The other party was clearly about to launch an attack. But upon seeing this situation, he immediately stopped. She did not know what he was thinking, but it certainly meant that Lin Baici's behavior was extraordinary. It is a pity. Such a nutritious feast has been wasted. The god of gluttony's tone was filled with regret for Lin Baici. Consuming this deity right now is like injecting a massive dose of stimulants. It can boost his combat power in the short term. But because his body's capacity for digestion and assimilation is limited, this energy will eventually dissipate. To put it bluntly, if Lin Baici's body were a small reservoir, the current influx of energy is at a volume capable of bursting the dam. If not for the fact that Lin Baici had previously consumed the Bizan deity, which allowed his body to leap toward a higher level of existence, he would have been corrupted into a monster by the divine energy contained within this substance. However, the God-Eater highly approves of Lin Baici's actions. Not eating it now would mean certain death. That chain smoker Li Xian is neither human nor god. And he is definitely not easy to deal with. You can leave a portion behind and let it slowly recover. After all, leeks are meant to be harvested crop after crop. That is the only way they taste good. Judging by that tone, the God-Eater is also a veteran reaper. The jellyfish deity struggles, and immediately, the starlight arms sprout from Lin Baici's shoulders, binding it like ropes and wrapping it up into the shape of a rice dumpling. Lin Baici devours it in large gulps, tearing off chunks and swallowing them after a few quick bites, followed by rapid digestion. Waves of heat spread out from his stomach. Hiss, hiss. White steam begins to vent from Lin Baici's body, and the temperature is so high that even Zhao Hongyao has to dodge to the side. The jellyfish deity had consumed a massive amount of divine energy during its battle with number 156, and it was precisely because it was distracted that it was captured alive by Lin Baici. Now, with the addition of the God-Eater, the deity in its weakened state is completely unable to resist. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The jellyfish deity emits a strange sound. Li Zhang's ears twitch, and he reveals a look of inquiry, hurriedly trying his best to memorize it. He cannot understand it, but he feels that this must be the language of the gods and is very important intelligence. It is a pity there is no recording equipment. Li Xiong feels regretful, then makes a decision. He absolutely cannot let Lin Baici finish eating this jellyfish. However, he begins to feel puzzled again. This should not be a god, right? Because humans are fundamentally unable to eat them, though Li Xiong has seen people who eat monsters. Gu Qinqiu's slender, dark eyebrows knit tightly together. This sound makes her head feel very uncomfortable, and some terrible memories from her childhood seem to be awakened, threatening to surge up from the depths of her mind. Xiaobai, Huo Yu wakes up. She no longer pretends to be unconscious, watching Lin Baici with worry. When the jellyfish deity begins to scream, the little mermaid feels it is so pitiful, subconsciously thinking that the scene looks like a little rabbit being mauled by a mad dog. Huo Yu even wants to plead for that massive jellyfish. Why would I have such a thought? Huo Yu quickly realizes something is wrong. That is Lin Baici, the one she likes and admires, even if he were eating a giant panda right now. She should not blame him, but instead, she should be sharpening his knife and handing him the soy sauce. Long Miao Miao is feeling stifled and uncomfortable. She secretly peeks her head out to observe, just in time to see Lin Baici eating the jellyfish deity raw. The little chubby girl freezes, then closes her eyes and shrinks back. I did not see anything. The moon is so round tonight. Ha ha ha. It really is time for a midnight snack. Splurt. The starlight arm on the left stabs into the deity's body, stirs it twice, then grabs a mineral that looks like a pebble and tosses it into the clay pot. Li Zhang's pupils constrict sharply. That mineral makes him very interested, but he is even more interested in this beautiful and gorgeous starlight arm. What kind of divine grace is this? Stay on the sidelines. After Lin Baici puts the clay pot into the black alms bowl, he exerts force with his feet and, with a whoosh, charges toward Li Xiong. Just as Li Xiong is about to counterattack, Lin Baici is already in front of him, swinging the pipe wrench, flesh-shattering strike. The speed at which the pipe wrench falls is so fast that it even breaks the sound barrier. A sonic boom spreads out, scattering the black mud in the surroundings. Li Xiong did not expect Lin Baici's combat power to be so terrifying. He immediately abandons the tactic of a head-on collision and retreats rapidly. But it is too late. Li Xiong has only just retreated half a step with his left foot when Lin Baici grabs him by the collar, followed by a waist-twisting, arm-swinging shoulder throw that slams Li Xiong into the ground. The black mud is sent flying into the sky by the impact. Like a giant fountain. Li Xiong, holding a cigarette between his fingers in his right hand, flicks the ash. Swish. The embers scatter and immediately expand, surging toward Lin Baici like a burning cloud. If Lin Baici were to be enveloped, those ashes would drift into his lungs with his breathing, causing his lung tissue to fibrose and leading to death by suffocation. Swish. Lin Baici teleports. Li Xiong is just about to crawl up when he sees Lin Baici appearing beside him, lying on his side on the ground, staring directly at him. Li Xiong is startled, just like waking up in the morning and suddenly finding a stranger lying next to his pillow. It is very frightening. Lin Baici lifts his leg and kicks Li Xiong right in the hip bone. Li Xiong slides out, scraping along the ground and plowing a foot-deep trench. Before he can steady himself, Lin Baici teleports above his head and drops down. Lin Baici's feet stomp toward Li Xiong's head. Li Xiong tilts his head to dodge, getting his face covered in splashing mud. He knows Lin Baici's next strike is coming and tries to block. But Lin Baici's right foot has already slammed over like a tiger-style soccer shot. Li Xiong's head goes numb instantly, and his entire body spins as he flies away. His train of thought seems to have cut out, leaving his mind a blank slate. This is only because Li Xiong's body is tough enough. If it were an ordinary person, their head would have been kicked into a scattered mess long ago. Damn it! Li Xiong slams his left hand into the ground, trying to stop his momentum and launch a counterattack. Otherwise, if this continues, he will be beaten to death. It has been a long time since he experienced this kind of pain from being beaten. It is terrible. Just as Li Xiong stopped his body and before he could even sit up, Lin Baici appeared right in front of his face to face. Lin Baici had teleported again, positioned parallel to the ground, lying flat, directly facing Li Xiong. And then he threw a punch. Winter chanting long fist, or. Bang bang bang, Lin Baici's fists, carrying countless afterimages, slammed into Li Xiong's face and body, driving him deeper and deeper into the ground. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Every punch was accompanied by mud being sent flying. Li Xiong shook like a sieve, his 2 feet kicking up into the air. Wow! Jia Hongyao exclaimed, not expecting Lin Baici to unleash such terrifying combat power. Then, she started to get excited. This is the person I scouted. The vice leader of the 7th star. If Xiao Linzi is this strong, won't he start his own faction in the future? The girl with the high ponytail felt a bit panicked. After all, Lin Baici had a sharp mind and strong combat skills. He could easily form a team all by himself. Subconsciously, she raised her hands to lift her chest. It seemed she had no advantages other than her big bears. But Lin Baici didn't seem to care about that either. Worry. Gu Qingqiu crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes shimmering with brilliant light. She also wished she had such a healthy body to unleash such a violent barrage of attacks, while raining down blows. Lin Baici noticed that Li Xiong didn't even have a swollen face, let alone broken bones, which made him realize that the opponent must possess some kind of divine favor that reinforced his defense. Thus, for the final punch, he decisively changed his technique. Overlord disarms the armor. Break from me. Lin Baici's right fist, like a heavy cannon, slammed into Li Xiong's face. The cigarette butt that Li Xiong had been holding between his fingers finally fell, sizzling as it was extinguished by the black mud, emitting a wisp of black smoke. The moment the cigarette went out, it exploded like a time bomb. Lin Baici was blown away, sent flying dozens of meters. What exactly are you? Li Xiong looked disheveled, gasping for air. He reached into his pocket with his right hand, wanting to touch his cigarette case. But before he could reach it, Lin Baici, who hadn't even landed yet, disappeared from where he was. Damn it, again? Just as Li Xiong finished speaking, Lin Baici appeared in front of him and slapped him across the face. Hand of great impression, swish. Li Xiong sensed a massive threat and his eyes narrowed. His right hand, which was about to pull out the cigarette case, suddenly lifted and flicked at Lin Baici's wrist as if flicking away cigarette ash. Lin Baici's right hand was knocked aside, and the muscles in his wrist were visibly torn. Just when everyone thought the entire hand was about to be severed, those muscle fibers grew rapidly, and the wound healed. Fuck, Li Xiong was shocked. This was his major divine favor, the kind that could kill a monster in one hit. Yet now it couldn't even shatter one of Lin Baici's hands. Seeing that Li Xiong showed no signs of being frozen, Lin Baici changed his technique again. Drunken Immortal Fist. What a pity. Gu Qingqiu felt regretful. A divine favor like the Hand of Great Impression consumed a massive amount of divine power, and its attack speed wasn't fast enough, making it easy to defend against and likely to alert the opponent. It was inferior to the Drunken Immortal Fist, which worked subtly, letting the enemy fall into a trap without even realizing it. Long Miao Miao peeked with her eyes, crawling on the muddy ground to watch Lin Baici fight. Beautiful. Lin Baici had a slender build, and his movements were fluid. When he fought, not only was his posture pleasing to the eye, but it was also filled with a sense of power. If he went to act in action movies, even if the plot was trash, he could become an action superstar just based on his fight scenes. Long Miao Miao smacked her lips. It's a pity there are no snacks. So annoying, otherwise. Watching this kind of life or death fight would be incredibly satisfying. Li Xiong was kicked away. Swish, Lin Baici teleported, appearing behind Li Xiong, using the pipe wrench meat grinder strike. Li Xiong wanted to defend, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw stones flying over with a whistle. With two bangs, they hit his eye sockets. It was the red clay mud man attacking. Because of this, Li Xiong's movement was delayed, and he was struck on the crown of his head by the pipe wrench. Li Xiong fell into the mud again, but this time he learned his lesson and immediately activated a divine taboo object, disappearing from the spot. Swish. Li Xiong appeared 30 meters away. Damn, he can teleport too. Long Miao Miao became nervous. Aha, didn't expect that, did you? Li Xiong mocked. Reaching out to pull out his cigarette case, he looked arrogant, but in reality, he was suffering inside because his teleportation wasn't a divine favor, but the effect of a divine taboo object. Using it too much would cause dizziness and nausea, like motion sickness, and could even cause him to lose some internal organs. If it weren't for his body's ability to self-heal, he wouldn't dare to use this divine taboo object at all. Lin Baici didn't care at all. He expressionlessly raised his hand and threw the bronze sword. Whoosh! The bronze sword, carrying a glimmer of green light, shot toward Li Xiong. Li Xiong was also enraged. Do you really think I'm a sick cat you can bully at will? Li Xiong stopped dodging and reached out to grab the bronze sword. Rashly grabbing someone else's divine taboo object was very likely to result in contamination. But Li Xiong didn't think about that. He just wanted to. Swish! Lin Baici teleported, appearing behind Li Xiong. Although Li Xiong didn't see Lin Baici, he could sense him, which gave him a fright. How could he dare to grab the bronze sword now? He hurriedly turned around to respond. Lin Baici didn't attack. Instead, he reached out, grabbed the bronze sword that had shot past Li Xiong, and then spun it in a sword flourish. Incredibly stylish. Li Xiong was stunned. No attack, just posing. Fuck your mother. It's truly arrogance, opening the door for arrogance to the extreme. Li Xiong started to curse, but just as the first word escaped his lips, the muscle Buddha appeared silently behind him, his right arm swinging in a massive hook punch that slammed into Li Xiong's left temple. Li Xiong flew straight back, landing hard. Clap, clap. Long Miao Miao could not help herself. She excitedly placed her chubby little hands against her chest and began clapping like a seal. Brother Lin is so cool. TSK. Jia Hongyao was filled with emotion. Little Lin's growth rate was incredible. In just over half a year, his combat power had already become this ferocious. One had to realize there was no one training with Lin Baici. This was all pure talent, the kind that overflows in abundance. Her older sister always called herself a combat genius, but now, the girl with the high ponytail felt that Lin Baici was the true one. Clap, clap, Guqinkyu applauded. Lin Baici's moves were truly beautiful, striking a pose that was a feint. Li Xian was truly enraged, and for the first time, a sense of wariness rose in his heart. He had never seen a combat style like Lin Baici's before. Li Xian had seen god hunters, and even monsters, who possessed teleportation abilities. But he had never seen anyone who would teleport and then launch a ground-level assault like that. It could be said that his moves were like an antelope hanging its horns, leaving no tracks to follow. Furthermore, there were tactical patterns woven into it, such as his feint that forced the muscle Buddha to unleash a massive hammer swing. If Li Xian had felt a sense of relief whenever Lin Baici stopped his attacks before, now his nerves were constantly on edge, because he had no idea what the other party was going to do next. This guy has way too many divine favors and divine relics, doesn't he? As Li Xian thought this, he took 2 more pebbles to the crotch. It didn't hurt, but it was damn humiliating. Lin Baici was clearly aiming to make Li Xian angry and lose his composure. Little Bai, get him? Huo Yu cheered him on, finally able to shout 666 again. Li Xian glanced at Huo Yu, preparing to grab a hostage to stall for time. He did not believe that Lin Baici could maintain this state indefinitely. But how could Lin Baici let him have his way? Possessing the teleportation divine favor, Lin Baici's body arrived wherever his mind willed it. Swish! Lin Baici intercepted him and launched another fierce barrage of attacks. The divine favor nitrogen monoxide body consumed a great deal of divine power and placed a heavy burden on the body. But at this moment, Lin Baici had just finished consuming the jellyfish god, so his divine power would dissipate anyway if he did not use it. As for his body, he had muscle burning and the longevity jar, both of which could be used for self-healing. Regardless, Lin Baici had only one goal: to deal the maximum amount of damage in the shortest possible time. Li Xian was left scrambling, unable to defend himself. Lin Baici's attacks were too fast, leaving him exhausted. If only I could light this cigarette. 3 divine favors would be enough to take you out. Li Xian was frustrated. He had tried to pull out a cigarette several times, but failed each time. Finally, he threw caution to the wind, as he was sent flying back after taking a hit from a pair of pliers. He managed to pull out a cigarette and stick it in his mouth. Li Xian snapped his left fingers, and a cluster of golden flames appeared on his fingertip. Just as he reached toward the cigarette to light it, Lin Baici appeared and grabbed his wrist. Damn it, you just won't quit, will you? Li Xian was miserable. He was a chain smoker, and many of his divine favors only reached their full potential once a cigarette was lit. But he had no choice now. He would have to make do. Li Xian flicked his finger, and the golden flame shot toward Lin Baici, exploding into a massive fireball the moment it reached him. Swish! Lin Baici teleported behind Li Xian. This time, Li Xian had anticipated it. He did not turn around, but a thick, long tongue, like a sharp arrow, shot out from the part of his neck hidden by his collar. Puchi! The tongue pierced through Lin Baichi's eye socket. Little Bai, Huo Yu's face instantly lost all color, turning deathly pale. Little Lin, Xiu Hongyao teleported, wanting to rescue him. Don't go and make things worse, Guqinkyu shouted, worried that Xiu Hongyao would become Li Zhang's hostage, as she clearly could not defeat that monster. Li Xian raised his hand and grabbed the katana of the red ghost blade. Guqinkyu's rescue attempt failed. Didn't expect that, did you? I have another mouth on the back of my neck. Li Xian looked at the pierced Lin Baici and laughed triumphantly. Then, he turned his head to look at Guqinkyu. You small fry. Stop causing trouble. Did you think I couldn't see that thing just because it turned invisible? I am a member of the Dark Eclipse. Finally, I won. Li Xian went to light his cigarette. He actually did not want to use this move, because every time he used it, he became a little less human. Don't move. Guqinkyu's expression was grim as she stopped Xiu Hongyao and Huo Yu once again. She did not believe Lin Baici would die like this. The girl with the high ponytail and the little mermaid halted their steps, at a loss. They wanted to avenge Lin Baici, but they were afraid of ruining his plan. Li Xian did not care at all about these non-threatening small fry. Lin Baici, For a newcomer, you are more troublesome than a dragon-level threat, Li Xiong sighed, preparing to retrieve Lin Baici's corpse. Even in death, his body had great research value. But just as he grabbed Lin Baici's arm, the entire body visibly melted away. What is going on? Li Xiong felt a headache coming on. He's not dead yet. This kid has way too many top-tier divine favors. The Lin Baici exploded, splattering black mud everywhere. At the same time, a real Lin Baici rose silently from the ground behind Li Xiong, thrust his sword into the mouth on the back of Li Xiong's neck, and twisted it with force. Pucci, blood sprayed out. Wu Yuyu was stunned. Jiu Hongyao was startled, then overjoyed. Little Lin really had a trump card. By the way, what divine favor is this? Why have I never seen it before? Li Xiong let out a low roar, turned around, and grabbed Lin Baici by the throat. Lin Baici lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Li Xiong. Lin Baici's neck was snapped. Damn it. Li Xiong felt no excitement from slaying his enemy. Instead, he was struck with alarm. Based on everything he had seen so far, it was impossible for Lin Baici to be killed so easily. He tried to break free from the corpse, but in the next instant, another Lin Baici appeared via teleportation, his large hand slapping down. Hand of great impression. The Lin Baici with the snapped neck melted into a puddle of black sludge, sticking to Li Xiong like glue and making it difficult for him to move his limbs. In that moment of delay, Lin Baici struck his shoulder. Li Xiong's body immediately began to collapse, shifting from 3 dimensions toward 2. Fuck. Li Xiong's voice cracked. In that split second, the spine on his back exploded. Flesh and blood sprayed everywhere. A mass of meat, like an ejection pod from a fighter jet, launched out from within his body and flew a great distance away. Holy shit, what the hell, damn it. Huo Yuyu, Xiu Hongyao, and even Guqinkyu, who always paid close attention to her personal image, all cursed out loud. What the hell was that? There was no helping it. The scene unfolding before them was truly terrifying. Covered in blood and visceral mucus, the mass of meat looking like it had just been birthed from a pregnant woman hit the ground, rolled another 10 meters or so, and became coated in black sludge. The mass of meat expanded and unfurled. Li Xiong stood up, completely naked. At this moment, he lacked the arrogance and confidence of a powerhouse above the dragon level. Instead, he wore a look of panic and astonishment. I actually got beaten to the point of body bursting by a newcomer. Is this a joke? Li Xiong's mind was in chaos. He was genuinely questioning reality. Swish! Lin Baici teleported. Li Xiong didn't even think. He turned and ran. He could sense where the remains of number 156 were. Using the 7 towns of Luoyang as a testing ground was part of the Dark Eclipse's plan. Once exposed, they were supposed to recover number 156 at the end, because such a masterpiece could absolutely not be left for the Kyushu Security Bureau. But right now, to hell with all that. Saving his own life was what mattered. Lin Baici stopped in his tracks and glanced back. This action made Li Xiong's heart skip a beat. He looked like he was concerned about his companions, worried that if he left, they would be harmed by other monsters. But in reality, had he exhausted his divine power and reached his limit? If I were to launch a counterattack now, that's not right. The last time he chased me, he used teleportation, not a mad dash. That means he still has energy to spare. This current behavior is just a trap. Li Xiong stopped overthinking. Escaping was the priority. Little Lin, cut him down. Jiu Hongyao roared. Chapter 529, A Great Harvest. 3 Divine Graces Acquired. The Dark Eclipse believes in the supremacy of power. They believe that with power, one can transcend morality, law, justice, and even life itself. In short, if I have power, I can do whatever I want. I can dominate everything within the Dark Eclipse. There was once a member who, because they were in a bad mood, used a divine taboo item to pollute an entire city, causing the deaths of hundreds of thousands. There was also a member who, while on a plane, saw a beautiful flight attendant chatting and laughing with a VIP in first class. So they polluted everyone on the plane into monsters. The Dark Eclipse is a very mysterious organization. Never mind who the leader is. Even the number of members within it is unknown. The only thing certain is that the barrier to entry is extremely high. It must be dragon level. Now, Jiu Hongyao had seen one alive or perhaps two. One was mentally unstable, beaten until only half his body remained with his spine exposed. Yet he could still revive. The other was also incredibly strong, possessing not only superb combat prowess but also all sorts of unfathomable trump cards. A mouth behind his neck, and the ability to eject a mass of meat to escape when his back spine exploded after suffering massive trauma. Are these even human? But regardless, the terrifying methods these two guys displayed were fully worthy of the Dark Eclipse's notoriety. All members of the Dark Eclipse were on the wanted lists of divine hunter organizations across various countries, with hefty bounties on their heads. Jiu Hongyao wanted to kill Li Xiang, not for the bounty, but to rid the world of a scourge. After all, such an opportunity was rare. If she could just capture Li Xiang, she might be able to interrogate him for more relevant intelligence. Lin Baici glanced at the girl with the high ponytail. "My dear, can't you see I'm just barely holding on? Even if I were made of iron, I couldn't withstand this level of combat consumption." Lin Baici's final pursuit was actually done while he was completely spent. His body was aching in every way, but to keep the opponent from noticing, he had gritted his teeth and teleported right now. Every muscle in his body was trembling. He felt as if he had been put through a meat grinder. If he hadn't been worried about the opponent launching a counterattack, Lin Baici would have collapsed to the ground long ago. Gu Qingqiu noticed that something was wrong with Lin Baici as she ran over. She stopped the girl with the high ponytail. "Don't go. Do not pursue a desperate foe, Xiao Bai." Hu Yu ran over in a panic, even tripping and getting covered in mud. Long Miao grabbed Fang Mingyuan by the collar and dragged him out. "Wake up." The little chubby girl patted Fang Mingyuan's face. Seeing that he was merely unconscious and otherwise unharmed, she stood up to check on Lin Baici. "Brother Lin, you're too amazing." Long Miao's eyes were filled with worship. Before she even got close, she started shouting, "Can I join your team?" Jiu Hongyao looked at the miserable scene and gave up on chasing Li Xiang. Save the people first. Gu Qingqiu didn't care about anyone else's life. She ran to Lin Baici's side and supported him. "How do you feel?" After asking, her small hands wandered over Lin Baici's body. Lin Baici's spine stiffened, and he gave a start. "What are you doing? Checking your injuries?" Gu Qingqiu smiled faintly. "Come, take off your clothes. Let me treat you." "No, I should be fine." Lin Baici really could not hold on any longer. His entire body hung limply against Gu Qingqiu. He wanted to activate muscle combustion to repair his injuries, but as his divine power circulated, his whole body felt as if it were being sliced by knives. "Help me take out that jar." Lin Baici did not want to move at all. "Where are you hurt?" Jiu Hongyao came over, took out a small bottle, opened it, and was about to stuff it into Lin Baici's mouth. Lin Baici turned his head to avoid it. "What is that? Medicine?" The high ponytail girl was concise and to the point. "My sister gave it to me. It is good stuff." "That should be fine then." Lin Baici opened his mouth. "Dala, time to take your medicine," Gu Qingqiu teased. After Lin Baici swallowed it, she even placed her hands around his neck. Of course, she did not use any force. "What are you doing?" Lin Baici frowned. "Do you trust me too much?" Gu Qingqiu did not quite understand. Logically speaking, the two of them did not have much interaction. But during the train to Bizen, he had already trusted her deeply. He even gave the red ghost pill to her, this time in the 7 towns of Luoyang. Lin Baici had treated her as a companion worth entrusting his back to. "Are you not afraid that I might stab you in the back?" Gu Qingqiu looked into Lin Baici's eyes. "In his current state, she could easily choke him to death. I trust Hongyao's judgment of people." Lin Baici's voice was calm. I am the great detective Sherlock Jia. My eye for people is very good." The high ponytail girl was very happy and patted Lin Baici's shoulder hard. Lin Baici gasped, complaining indignantly. "I think you are more like a great detective Sherlock Husky." "Sherlock Husky?" Jiu Hongyao was confused. "There is no such word in my name." Hu Yu burst into laughter. Lin Baici was calling her a husky. With Hongyao's IQ, it might not even be as high as a husky's. "Is that really it?" Gu Qingqiu did not believe it. Lin Baici did not want to explain further. Purifying rule-based pollution required a good team, and it yielded twice the result with half the effort. Among these, The requirements for intelligence were even higher. The high ponytail girl was a gold medal fighter, but once it involved rule-based pollution that required brainpower, she would be lost and had to rely almost entirely on luck. Wu Yu shouted cheers. But she was barely even a support. Jin Yingshan was okay, but not enough to handle things on her own. In the train to Bizen, Lin Baici had no choice but to place his heavy bet on Gu Qingqiu. Looking at it now, he had gained a super excellent companion. Apart from her poor combat strength, she could be considered quite perfect. After going through the 7 towns of Luoyang this time, everyone's relationship has progressed further. Although we are not at the level of mixed bathing yet, I am very satisfied. Lin Baici made a small joke to liven up the atmosphere. The team had no casualties, had accumulated experience, and their cohesion was stronger. It was a cause for celebration. Gu Qingqiu rolled her eyes at Lin Baici. Actually, mixed bathing is not impossible, little Lin, with your performance. Even if you wanted to hold an orgy, I would satisfy you. Jia Hongyao was bubbling with joy, counting on her fingers. We contain the divine remains, purified the 7 towns of Luoyang, and drove away the members of the Dark Erosion. This record is enough to brag about for 5 years. By the way, that jellyfish-shaped thing, that was a divine remains, right? The high ponytail girl was very curious and could not help but ask. But as soon as she finished, she remembered there were outsiders present and immediately stared at Long Miao Miao. Long Miao Miao immediately covered her ears. I did not hear anything. You should have said you did not see anything just now. Gu Qingqiu chuckled. I want to join you all. The little chubby girl sniffled and puffed out her chest. Although I can eat a lot, I can also work hard. Any dirty or tiring job is fine. The 4 of them did not speak. You guys must be missing someone to do the chores, right? The little chubby girl patted her chest. I will do it. Go save the people first, Lin Baici smiled. The little chubby girl stood up. Hongyao, you go to. Lin Baici lay in the mud and closed his eyes. He was so tired that he really did not want to talk anymore. Rest easy. I will handle the rest. After Gu Qingqiu took out the longevity jar, she knelt beside him, placed Lin Baici's head on her lap, and helped him massage. The touch was soft and very comfortable. Lin Baici reached his hand into the jar and scooped out a handful of black mud. There was no earthy smell, but rather an indescribable scent. It was not stinking, but it was strange. The texture was a bit sticky, moist, and very slippery. The jar is so small. How could an adult soak in it? Lin Baici did not understand. The gluttonous god said that burying a person in it could repair damaged organs and limbs. But the longevity jar was only half a meter high and a foot in diameter. Unless one chopped a person into 8 pieces, they could not fit inside. What about your brain? Can you not dig the black mud out and smear it on your body? Fine, what you say makes so much sense that I cannot even refute it. Lin Baici casually smeared the black mud onto Gu Qingqiu's thigh. Gu Qingqiu was stunned. Feel the effect. Lin Baici closed his eyes and relaxed completely. He finally had time to carefully study the divine grace he had obtained after eating more than half of the jellyfish deity. He had been pierced through the eye socket by the tongue shot out from the mouth on the back of Li Zhang's neck. But he did not die. That was thanks to divine maiden's moistened earth. As the saying goes, dust to dust, earth to earth. This divine grace allowed Lin Baici's body to melt into a pool of living mud. In this state, physical attacks had their damage reduced by at least 90%, and it was impossible to kill him in a single blow. When Lin Baici saw Li Xiang resisting his attacks, he knew that the opponent's next strike would definitely be a lethal divine grace, the kind they were very confident in. So, he activated Divine Maiden's moistened earth in advance. This divine favor consumed a great deal of divine power, and in normal circumstances, Lin Baici certainly would not use it unless it was a critical moment. But having consumed the jellyfish deity, he was fully capable of sustaining it. Sure enough, he had been pierced through the eye socket. At that moment, Lin Baici had teleported underground, and the one who burst out from the earth to ambush Li Xiang was no longer Lin Baici, but a double created using his new What Creates Humans ability. This divine favor could create an identical Lin Baici, possessing a body of flesh and blood, with its consciousness entirely remote controlled by Lin Baici. If the double died while the original body's consciousness had not yet been withdrawn in time, the original would suffer severe trauma. The most significant reaction was a headache, as if being crushed by a meat grinder, which could even cause temporary amnesia. It was precisely by relying on these two divine favors, combined with correct tactics, that Lin Baici was able to distract and paralyze Li Xiang, finding the opportunity to unleash the hand of great impression and secure victory. After consuming the jellyfish life form, Lin Baici had gained a total of 3 divine favors. The last one was Shatter Gold and Break Jade. Once activated, the hardness of his entire skeletal structure was enhanced, especially his teeth, which could bite through most metals. It sounded cool, but it seemed rather useless. Aside from not needing a bottle opener to pop caps in the future, as his teeth could bite them open, and not having to worry about cavities, he couldn't exactly go around killing people with his teeth, could he? Zhang Hao, Big Ant, and Yixian were all dug out of the black mud by Zhihong Yao. Among them, Zhang Hao and Big Ant, protected by the giant form, were unconscious but otherwise fine. But Yixian was not so lucky. She had stopped breathing. Zhihong Yao was working hard to perform CPR on her. Hong Yao. Zhang Hao woke up and immediately scanned the surroundings nervously. When she saw Lin Baici lying on Gu Chenqiu's lap, she let out a sigh of relief. This meant the battle was over. What about those 2 monsters? Did Xiao Bai kill them? Zhang Hao stood up. Zhihong Yao nodded. Not only those 2 monsters, but people from the Eclipse of Darkness also appeared. It was that examine, Li Xiang. The Eclipse of Darkness. Zhang Hao was startled, as the notoriety of this organization was truly immense. What are they doing in the 7 towns of Luoyang? Relax, that Li Xiang has already been repelled by little Lindsay, Zhihong Yao boasted. As for what they are doing, that I do not know. Repelled. Zhang Hao recalled the appearance of that Li Xiang and found it hard to believe. It was said that the members of this organization were all dragon level. Zhihong Yao nodded very seriously, waiting for Zhang Hao to praise Lin Baici. She was Lin Baici's team leader. Praising little Lindsay was the same as praising her. There was nothing wrong with that. As a result, Zhang Hao said nothing and stood up, walking toward Lin Baici. Don't you understand social etiquette? Zhihong Yao muttered to herself, pouting. It should be over now, right? Big Ant didn't have any complicated thoughts. She just felt it was great to be alive. Xiao Bai, this time it's all thanks to you. Zhang Hao gave Lin Baici a sweet smile and naturally squatted down beside him, gently massaging his calves. How are you feeling? Are you badly hurt? It's all right, Lin Baici replied perfunctorily. Seeing that Zhang Hao intended to ask about the final situation, he feigned exhaustion and closed his eyes. Zhang Hao was not lacking in emotional intelligence, and seeing this, she stopped asking. So many people died, didn't they? Big Ant sighed. She looked around. The jellyfish deity's final divine favor had cleared the field, killing quite a few people, and only Lin Baici's friends had survived. Under normal circumstances, weaklings like Huo Yuyu, Fang Mingyuan, and Long Miao would have been dead long ago if not for Lin Baici's protection. So strong, Big Ant felt envious and had the urge to transfer to the Haijing branch. Following a team leader like this, not only strong but also easy on the eyes, how great would that be? Outside the main gate of the 7 towns of Luoyang, dozens of divine hunters from the Security Bureau were fully prepared. As soon as the minister gave the order, they would charge in to contain the divine remains as quickly as possible. Surrounding them was the churning dark mist, with very low visibility. Minister Jia, we cannot wait any longer. Hong Changming was in his 40s with a square face, looking naturally imposing even without anger, but right now, he was truly somewhat angry. The 7 towns of Luoyang were within the jurisdiction of the Xijing branch. Now that the pollution was spreading, it should have been his mission. Yet the headquarters had called Jia Hongmian over to handle the matter with full authority. As the minister of the Xijing branch, Hong Changming was naturally unhappy, because this represented the headquarters' lack of trust in his abilities. Of course, Hong Changming was a rational person and knew the reason why the headquarters did this. The 7 towns of Luoyang was a great divine ruin that had existed for over 10 years. There were many county towns within a radius of dozens of miles. Once it spread, the disaster caused would be too great. It was reasonable for the headquarters to call the #1 person of the Security Bureau, Jia Hongmian, to preside over it. But the problem was that after Xiao Hongmian arrived, she had just been standing here for 3 days, with absolutely no intention of entering the 7 towns. Han Chenming asked her what she was waiting for, but she wouldn't say anything. If you don't think about your sister, you should at least think about the residents of the nearby county towns, right? Han Chenming suppressed his anger. He didn't understand. Xiao Hongmian's own younger sister was also inside the divine ruin. Was she not worried at all? Lin Baici is inside, Xiao Hongmian explained. Han Chenming was stunned, thinking to himself, who is Lin Baici? I seem to have heard this name before. Is he that young man who recently returned from the train to Bizen? It seems he is a newcomer with less than a year of experience. How strong could he possibly be? I want to see to what extent he can perform. Xiao Hongmian couldn't be bothered to lie. You are joking with the lives of millions of people who are about to be contaminated by the disaster. Anger appeared on Han Chenming's face. Xiao Hongmian remained silent. There was no need to explain herself to an ant with such shallow understanding. Beyond observing Lin Baici, she also wanted to know the reason for the renewed radiation pollution in this divine ruin. Did that deity wake up by accident? Or was it because of something else? As for the dead, they were not a priority. If this could not be figured out, the entire human race would be finished. Fine, even if you want to see how that Lin Baici performs. There is still Pen Yangshan inside. He is a dragon level, not to mention Ziyangchun and Zhang Hao, as well as 6 half-step dragon level experts. Han Chenming wanted to sneer, but looking at Xiao Hongmian's profile, he held it back. It won't be that Lin Baici's turn. Xiao Hongmian remained non-committal. Seeing that Xiao Hongmian was impervious to reason and impossible to persuade, Han Chenming grew anxious. He moved a distance away to call Zhang Shen, the deputy minister at headquarters. Xiao Hongmian won't enter the 7 towns, Han Chenming spoke bluntly. When things get out of hand, it has nothing to do with me, old Han. Just wait a little longer. Zhang Shen tried to soothe him. I'll wait for your mother. Han Chenming cursed internally. To put it plainly, Zhang Shen still trusted Xiao Hongmian's strength more. After some arguing, the problem remained unresolved, leaving Han Chenming to hang up the phone in a fit of rage. Minister, what should we do? How long are we going to wait? Xiao Hongyao isn't Xiao Hongmian's biological sister, is she? The subordinates whispered among themselves. If it were their own family members inside the divine ruin, they would have rushed in to rescue them long ago. Go. Han Chenming waved his hand in annoyance, shooing his subordinates away like flies. He pulled out a cigarette and was just about to light it when he froze. He immediately looked up toward the gate of the 7 towns, then scanned the sky. Did the dark fog seem to be dissipating? Guard this place. Anyone who comes out, detain them immediately, Xiao Hongmian instructed, walking toward the gate. Even if it is a dragon level, arrest them. This order left the god hunters bewildered, and they looked toward Han Chenming one after another. Han Chenming didn't know what to say for a moment and could only hurry to catch up with Xiao Hongmian. It seems Pen Yangshan, Zhang Hao, and the others succeeded. Han Chenming turned back and signaled, 1st Regiment, 2nd Regiment, follow me. This was an elite team composed of the best god hunters from the Xijing branch. It is Lin Baici, Xiao Hongmian corrected. Lin, is Lin Baici your little boy toy? Han Chenming cursed in his heart. Where the hell did this guy come from? Why does Xiao Hongmian value him so much? After everyone entered the 7 towns, they immediately let out exclamations of surprise. Where is the ancient town? How is it gone? The divine remains were actually contained. Hurry and check the 2nd town. If that's gone too, it means the Luoyang divine ruin has been completely purified. That's impossible, right? How many years has this existed? Everyone chattered, their faces full of disbelief. License assessments were held here every year, and even when the pollution was mild, it couldn't be purified. Now that the pollution level had increased, it was solved instead. However, the facts were right before their eyes. The 1st town was gone, leaving only a vast expanse of fertile black soil that stretched beyond sight. Xiao Hongmian walked forward, her black leather lady's shoes not picking up a speck of dirt. The group hurried to follow, looking around with curiosity. 10 minutes passed, and the 2nd town was still nowhere to be seen. In front of them was still a vast expanse of black soil. The group became excited because this meant the Luoyang 7 towns had truly been purified. What do you think the divine remains here look like? It should be a deity, right? Whatever it is. We'll see it soon enough. Everyone was very excited, and their pace quickened significantly. Suddenly, Xiao Halmian stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Hong Chengming was truly afraid. What kind of trouble was Xiao Halmian going to stir up now? Xiao Halmian sniffed. There is a scent of pollution, and the smell of blood. It should be someone who is injured. No, a monster. Stay alert. Hong Chengming shouted. Xiao Halmian turned her head, scanned the surroundings, and then fixed her gaze in the 10 o'clock direction, 50 meters away. She raised her right hand and snapped her fingers. The sound was crisp and echoed, like a morning bell or evening drum, striking the soul. An explosion erupted where Xiao Halmian was looking, and soil flew everywhere. A naked guy, covered in blood and gore and stained with black mud, was blasted out from within, like a salted fish. He hit the ground with a thud. He had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and even in such a miserable state, he hadn't spat it out. Take him down, Hong Chengming ordered, his brow furrowing. This guy was definitely not from the Security Bureau, otherwise, why would he be hiding? The elites of the 1st Regiment immediately formed a perimeter and closed in. Li Xian took a fierce drag of his cigarette. The fire flared, burning down a section of the tobacco. Li Xian flicked his finger. The ash fell, then instantly expanded, engulfing the members of the 1st Regiment and shrouding them within. Li Xian flicked his finger again. Sparks fell and were blown into the smoke, and immediately, these sparks exploded. Boom, boom. So strong, Hong Chengming's expression tightened. Who are you? Li Xian glanced at Hong Chengming. Then his gaze landed on the woman wearing black trousers, a white shirt, and a red tie. On her feet were a pair of ladies' leather shoes, and one could see black silk stockings peeking out from under her pant legs. Xiao Halmian, Li Xian gasped. Why did he have to run into this woman, Dark Eclipse, or Golden Dawn? Xiao Halmian scrutinized Li Xian. You've polluted yourself to this extent, so you must be from the Dark Eclipse, right? In other words, the radiation pollution from the divine remains was caused by you people. Xiao Halmian rubbed her nose. The smell on this guy was nauseating. Dark Eclipse. Everyone's eyelids twitched upon hearing that name. It has nothing to do with me. I just came here to have some fun. All of this was caused by that. Li Xian felt a burning hatred the moment he thought of Lin Baici. But he swallowed his words just as they reached his lips. That was a human who could consume gods. He was of extreme research value. That is my prey, Li Xian muttered, not wanting to draw anyone else's attention. Dishonest. Xiao Halmian finished speaking and snapped her fingers. Li Zhang's mouth exploded. When the smoke cleared, his lips were swollen like two sausages, and he had lost several teeth. Xiao Halmian, if I hadn't just fought a great battle with a god, do you think I would fear you? Li Xian roared. Xiao Halmian's divine grace could not kill him, but it was incredibly humiliating. Damn, a god, there really is one. It is said that the members of Dark Eclipse are all dragon level and extremely strong. Be more confident. Drop the "it is said" part. The crowd discussed it fervently, stunned by Li Zhang's words. The man actually dared to wage war against a god. Then, they suddenly realized that such a powerful Li Xian was acting completely subservient in front of Xiao Halmian. Xiao Halmian laughed, her tone dripping with mockery. If he had really fought a god, why was there no trace of a god's aura on him? Li Zhang's face darkened, and he felt mortified. He knew she had seen through his lie, but admit that he had fought with Lin Baici. Wouldn't that completely shatter his prestige? If you were at your peak, I would love to have a go at you, but right now. Xiao Halmian shook her head. Director Hong, I will leave him to you. No problem, right? Hong Chengming was stunned, then nodded. No problem. Capturing an injured member of Dark Eclipse was a major achievement. Everyone, focus fire. Hong Chengming roared. A one-on-one duel. Don't be ridiculous. Only an idiot would talk about fairness with an enemy. How unreasonable. Li Xian felt looked down upon and immediately unleashed his full firepower. 5 minutes later, 5 corpses lay on the ground. Drag it out. Wear him down. Hong Chengming's expression was quite ugly. He had not expected the opponent to be this troublesome even in his current state. Li Xian laughed wildly, his confidence, which had been crushed by Lin Baici, returning. Because the moment the opponent gave that order, it meant they were feeling wary. Waste of time. Zhao Hongmian glanced at her watch, looking very annoyed. She then looked at Li Xian, crossed her hands, and after forming a cross shape with her thumbs, she twisted her other fingers to perform a bizarre gesture. The trajectory traced by each finger combined to form a mysterious pattern that flashed with light before vanishing instantly. Li Xian braced himself as if facing a formidable enemy, his defenses at their absolute limit. Yet, the next instant, his body underwent a bizarre and horrifying distortion, as if twisted into a ball by an invisible pair of divine hands. Li Xian, now transformed into a ball of flesh, threw up to the ground, except for his eyes, which could still blink. He was unable to move any other part of his body. Everyone gasped in shock at this sight, and soon, some began to show expressions of worship. As expected of the #1 person in the Kyushu Security Bureau, strong, Han Chengming swallowed hard. He was above the dragon level and the director of the Shijing branch. So, he had felt there wasn't much of a gap between him and Zhao Hongmian. But now, seeing this scene, how did this woman get even stronger? Keep my spoils of war safe and send them to Haijing, Zhao Hongmian ordered. Understood. Many people nodded. The divine ruins were gone. So aside from the small interlude with Li Xian, Zhao Hongmian and her group had arrived without obstruction and did not need to pass through the 7 towns of Luoyang. An hour later, they saw Lin Baici and his group. Sister Zhao Hongyao called out happily when she saw Zhao Hongmian. We, the 7th star, have purified this divine ruin. Am I amazing? Zhao Hongyao put her hands on her hips, waiting for her older sister's praise. Han Chengming and his group scanned the scene. Why are there only these few people? Where is Pen Yangshan? Where is Yangchun? They couldn't all be dead, could they? Of course. It was all thanks to little Lin. Zhao Hongyao was an honest person and did not try to take credit for herself. This sentence from the girl with the high ponytail caused Han Chengming and his group to look at the young man lying on a beautiful girl's lap. He is this handsome. Chapter 530. Famous after one battle. In ancient times, the famous General Lanling Wan always wore a mask when fighting, supposedly because he was so handsome that it would distract people. Lin Baici was certainly not handsome to that extent, but perhaps due to the existence of the gluttonous god since he was young, Lin Baici had grown tall with long legs and perfect proportions, making him pleasant to look at. He also had thick, jet black hair and distinct facial features, which, paired with his sharp, rugged jawline, were truly a feast for the eyes. Over the past year, Lin Baici had consumed quite a few meteor stones, divine remains, and even gods, making his entire body and mental state even healthier, radiating a surging charm of vitality, perhaps due to genetics. No one likes people who look sickly. If a person looks ill, it naturally makes others feel uncomfortable. Many people feel uneasy when they enter a hospital, likely because there are too many people with that appearance there. Although Zhao Hongyao did not introduce him, the gazes of Han Chengming and his group all fell on Lin Baici. Lin Baici remained calm and composed, looking back at them steadily. Over 600 examinees and nearly 100 examiners. And you are all that is left. Han Chengming looked around and gasped. There were fewer than 10 people who could still move. In addition to these, there were about 30 people lying on the ground, and it was unclear whether they were unconscious or already dead. Zhao Hongyao nodded. There are still quite a few people buried underneath. Should we hurry up and dig them out? Hiss. The crowd was shocked, drawing in sharp breaths. Pen Yangshan is dead too? How tragic. The casualties are too high. This can definitely be called a total wipeout. Everyone was chattering away, eager to know the process of how Zhao Hongyao and her team had purified the 7 towns of Luoyang. So they all looked toward her. There are a few others over there who need oxygen. In any case, notify the medical team to come in and handle the aftermath. The girl with the high ponytail had just dug out over 30 people, and almost all of them were dead. That ICU was quite lucky. Zhao Hongyao had valued her, so when she was rescuing people, she chose the area where ICU had been submerged first and successfully found her, though she was still unconscious. As for explaining the battle situation, the girl with the high ponytail was not in the mood for that right now. Go and save the people. Han Chenming waved his hand, urging his subordinates to hurry, while he himself wanted to understand what had happened, especially where the god was. Big sister, come over here quickly. Jiao Hongniao took Jiao Hongmian's hand and dragged her toward Lin Baici. Beside Lin Baici lay a corpse, covered by a red down jacket. The girl with the high ponytail pulled the down jacket away, revealing a mangled corpse underneath. This guy should be a member of the Eclipse of Darkness. Really? Han Chenming raised an eyebrow and immediately observed the corpse carefully. Most of the head had rotted away, leaving only the jaw. But the tiny bit of brain matter that remained was still twitching from time to time. The upper body of the corpse was incomplete, with only 3 ribs left in the chest and a spine trailing below like a tail. Jiao Hongmian took one look and gave an order. Use the black coffin to store it. Understood. Jiao Hongniao was also a bit cunning. If she had said that this corpse might be a monster created by the Eclipse of Darkness, Han Chenming would definitely have snatched it. Because even if it was just a corpse, it was still a very valuable trophy. Jiao Hongmian walked over to Lin Baici, squatted down, looked into his eyes, and placed her right hand on his shoulder. Director, Lin Baici sat up. Jiao Hongmian's eyes were very beautiful, but being looked at by her made him feel a bit uneasy, and he even experienced a hallucination, as if he saw a golden ring flash across her pupils before disappearing. Well done. Jiao Hongmian smiled and patted Lin Baici's shoulder. I'm giving you a month's vacation. Get some good rest. Also, for this time, having purified the 7 towns of Luoyang, I will request a commendation for you from headquarters. Not only will your position be promoted, but there will also be generous rewards. Gu Qingqiu was quite bold, openly sizing up Jiao Hongmian, this woman who liked to wear black suits and white shirts. Her temperament was so strange. Jiao Hongmian tacitly allowed Gu Qingqiu's rudeness and even smiled at her. You did well too. Long Miao leaned over to Hua Yuyu. That seems to be a big leader. Aren't you going over to show your face? How does that idiom go? Keep one's name in the emperor's heart, yes. If you let the big leader remember you, only then can you get promoted and get rich. I'm not interested in promotions. If it weren't for Xiaobai, I wouldn't be a god hunter, risking my life every day. Hua Yu curled her lips. Live streaming is so much better. I can earn money just by lying down. Oh, lying down. You have a side job, Long Miao exclaimed, her eyes wide as she looked Hua Yu up and down. I couldn't tell. You are actually that kind of little fish. I thought you were a pure and innocent little girl. No, Hua Yu was dumbfounded. This lying down isn't that lying down to earn money you're thinking of, you know. It represents being relaxed. Which lying down earns more? The chubby girl asked curiously. Of course it's. Hua Yu got stuck. Damn. How would I know? I've never done that either. At most, I just put on a professional smile and say things like thank you to the top donor for your support. I rely on my talents, okay? Hua Yu felt depressed, almost being led into a ditch. Long Miao looked at Hua Yu's petite figure and pretty face, feeling envious while also clearly skeptical. If you were ugly, I wouldn't believe you could earn money from live streaming. Mukbang isn't working out now. Otherwise, with how much you can eat, you could easily take the title of Big Eater and take on commercial orders from food factories. It wouldn't be too easy, actually, if you looked closely. Long Miao wasn't ugly, she was just too round. And her eyes were a bit small and lazy, lacking spirit, which didn't give people a great first impression. Can you earn money by eating? Long Miao's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. I told you it doesn't work anymore. Hua Yu was speechless. But you're a god hunter now. You shouldn't be short of money, right? But I haven't gotten my license yet. Long Miao thought about how she had encountered so many big troubles while coming to take the license exam this time, almost losing her life, and immediately felt discouraged. I've discovered that the mortality rate in this line of work is too high. Even being dragon rank is useless. Yeah, Hua Yu nodded. Seeing Long Miao backing out, she encouraged her. But there are benefits to after eating the meteorite. You can stay healthy and never get sick. So you have to follow the right person and latch onto a golden thigh. Long Miao looked at Hua Yu with longing eyes. Sister Yu, you have a good relationship with Brother Lin. Could you put in a good word for me? I want to join Brother Lin's team. If I could join this team, even if it meant lying down and taking care of Brother Lin, that would be fine. Though Brother Lin probably wouldn't look at me. My words don't carry any weight. Hua Yu didn't think she could influence Lin Baici's decisions. How could that be? You are the one who is going to be Mrs. Long Miao said sincerely. I think you and Brother Lin are a perfect match. Hua Yu curled her lips, thinking to herself that it was only because you haven't seen Jin Yingxin and her long legs. I could stare at them for a year. However, she was still quite happy that Long Miao said that. I will do my best. She decided to help out. After all, the little chubby girl was quite sensible. By the way, don't call me Sister Lin. It always makes me think of Xiang Lin Sao. Then, I will call you Sister Bai. Long Miao giggled. Hua Yu did not speak, which was taken as her silent consent. Sister Bai? That is not too bad, Sister Bai. I am on your and Brother Lin's side, no matter who comes. It will not work. Long Miao patted her chest, expressing her loyalty. While the two girls were whispering to the side, the atmosphere around Lin Baici had become somewhat tense. Baici, where is the divine remains? This kind of thing is very dangerous and needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Han Chenming offered a few words of concern to Lin Baici before shifting the topic to the divine remains. The 7 towns of Luoyang were a major divine ruin, and the divine remains brought by the falling meteorites were bound to be of the most powerful kind, possibly even a deity. This was meat on his own turf, even though he was not the one who hunted it. He certainly had the right to a share, except for this corpse. There was also a member of the Eclipse of Darkness. He disguised himself as an examine named Li Xiang and snatched the divine remains. Gu Qingqiu spoke up before Lin Baici could, explaining with an expression that suggested they were also very regretful. When it came to fighting over spoils, she certainly could not let Lin Baici take the lead. Gu Qingqiu was not afraid of taking the blame. Han Chenming looked at Gu Qingqiu in astonishment, then turned to Lin Baici. His expression was gloomy, and he really wanted to curse. Are you treating me like an idiot? Who would believe your nonsense? This was definitely the Haijing branch trying to swallow the divine remains all by themselves. Han Chenming suddenly froze as he thought of this, because they had indeed encountered a person, and he had been captured alive by Xiao Hongmian. If they said that guy had snatched the divine remains, Han Chenming would certainly believe it, because no one would refuse such a good thing. And given that person's strength, it was entirely possible. However, why did that guy let you go? Han Chenming did not understand. That Li Xian was clearly seriously injured, but even so, he had killed several of their people and was outrageously strong. There was no reason he could not have killed these young people, right? It was not that he let us go. It was that he could not beat us and ran away. Xiao Hongyao hummed triumphantly. Gu Qingqiu pinched the bridge of her nose. Little sister, can we talk a little less? The others who heard this were all stunned. Han Chenming carefully scrutinized Lin Baici, Xiao Hongyao, and Gu Qingqiu. Who caused the injuries on that guy? Han Chenming frowned. It could not possibly be these people in front of him, right? It should have been Pen Yangshan and Zi Yangchun, and the others. Of course, it was little Lindsay. Xiao Hongyao put her hands on her hips, showing off proudly. That is impossible, right? I heard about this person. He only became a divine hunter last summer and does not even have a license. You are saying he could defeat someone from the Eclipse of Darkness? I do not believe it, but the facts are right in front of us. It is not impossible that Lin Baici completed the Bizan train mission. While everyone was clearing the battlefield, they have been keeping an eye on Lin Baici's side, and after hearing their conversation, they were all whispering to each other. Han Chenming's mind was in a mess. He did not think Lin Baici could have severely wounded someone from the Eclipse of Darkness, but the results would not lie. Fine, that was not the point. Han Chenming pushed the matter further. Since Lin Baici was able to drive that Li Xiang away, there is no reason he would let him take the divine remains away, right? Han Chenming questioned. Gu Qingqiu was about to explain, but Lin Baici raised his hand to stop her. He did not take it away. It is in my hands. Lin Baici stood up and looked directly at Han Chenming. And I have to correct you on one thing. That is not a divine remains, it is a deity. As soon as Lin Baici said this, everyone present froze, as if they had heard something as incredible as humans being livestock raised by aliens. After all, everyone had only heard of deities, but had never seen one. However, after the shock came excitement and curiosity. Lin Baici, Divine Lin, are there really deities? Where is it? Hurry up and take it out for us to see. Damn, a living divine remains, called a deity. Do you mean you captured one alive? Everyone stopped saving people and hurried over. Lin Baici did not waste any words and reached out to Guqinkyu. Guqinkyu understood and took the black alms bowl out of her backpack, handing it to Lin Baici. Everyone's eyes were immediately fixed on the bowl, with its epiphyllum patterns and purple gold sand. It looked even more beautiful than the one used by Tang Seng. Lin Baici brought the bowl to his lips and whispered softly, "Drink porridge, drink porridge." Whoosh! A vortex like halo opened up. Damn! A spatial type divine taboo. This kind of divine taboo was rare in itself, let alone the fact that Lin Baici was still a newcomer. Many of the elites present did not even have one. Consequently, many people's gazes secretly drifted toward Jiaholmian. Could this be a little toy she is keeping? Lin Baici took out the longevity jar, reached his right hand inside, and pulled out the jellyfish that was left over from the meal. Department head. This is the spoils of war. Lin Baici handed it over. Whoosh! Everyone's eyes were fixed on the jellyfish, filled with intense curiosity. Hong Chengmeng even swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Guqinkyu suddenly understood why Lin Baici had taken the initiative to admit it. In such an important divine ruin as the 7 towns of Luoyang, who would believe it if there were no divine remains? Moreover, after she mentioned Li Xiong, these people did not show any surprise, and even asked who had wounded him, which meant they had not only seen him but had also likely captured one alive. No, it was certain, because Jiaholmian, the #1 person in the security bureau, had also come. When they interrogated Li Xiong later, they would know that their side had lied, so it was better to admit it openly and honestly. On the other hand, this was also a perfect opportunity to test Jiaholmian's influence. I have handed over the spoils of war. Can you hold on to them, Jiaholmian? If you cannot, then I am sorry, but I will have to look for a new backer. In any organization, if you do not have someone powerful supporting you from above, do not even think about getting ahead.